I became the most famous killer on the hit list in just 1 year. Not because I am so powerful, but because I never kill for money, only for my mood. When I am in a good mood, you can hire me for just 1 cent. But even if it's a mountain of gold, I will refuse when I am not in a good mood. But today I made an exception and took on a job for a penny when I was feeling down. The employer is young Lao Han at the village entrance. Because half a month ago, Chu Feixiang, the young master of the Chu family's second courtyard, came to the eastern suburbs to hunt, and passed by his house and saw his daughter Yang Chan. Chu Feixiang coveted her beauty, so he visited her with the intention of marrying her. But Mr. Yang refused when he knew about his reputation. Chu can fly directly to rob the civilian woman, but Yang Laohan fought to stop him. But the other party was well prepared, and several family guards holding knives and sticks followed Chu can fly. The old man Yang was outnumbered and beaten, with one leg broken. He fainted. Several bad guys took turns raping Yang Laohan's daughter in his home before leaving. When old Yang woke up, what he saw was his daughter hanging on the beam with her clothes disheveled and her eyes wide open in death. The old man Yang ran to report to the official in a fit of anger. But under the operation of the Chu family, the county official turned a blind eye and only sent a coroner to collect the body, then ignored the matter. After realizing there was no hope in reporting to the officials, he thought of the methods in the martial world and started looking for an assassin, eventually finding me. Chu Feixiang learned the news and has been hiding in the second courtyard of the Chu family. During the day, he would go out with more than a dozen bodyguards and servants, never leaving the city. But today he couldn't sit still and went to the casino he owned. At this time, Chu Feixiang had just sat in the sedan chair coming out of the casino, and before he had gone far, he suddenly found that the sedan chair had stopped. He peered out of the sedan's small window with doubts in his mind, only to see me slowly approaching with a knife in hand. Chu Feixiang swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then suddenly became excited. He knew he was not a good person, so he specifically hired the martial arts expert Manhwa as his bodyguard. Now is the time to put it to use. Immediately shouted, "Manhwa, it's your turn," and Manhwa, following the master's order, leaped forward, revealing the liao leaf knife, which drew a bright arc in the night. The crowd present was all amazed by this move, and then including Chu Feixiang, everyone started to celebrate wildly, feeling that Manhwa's knife was so fast, while the assassin on the opposite side seemed to just sway slightly, without even having time to react. However, the next moment they were all stunned, only to see Manhwa standing quietly in place. While I slowly walked around Manhwa and continued to walk towards Chu Feixiang step by step, only after 2 seconds did the monkey's body suddenly fall backwards. Chu Feixiang was somewhat incredulous that the hired sharpshooter he had spent a lot of money on was cut down by someone. At one point, I even forgot whether to run or continue fighting. As I walked towards the opponent with a knife in hand and saw no reaction, I made a sudden move, crossing over a dozen meters of the bridge in the blink of an eye, and slashed out a circular arc. In an instant, the heads of the 2 guards carrying short sticks fell to the ground. Chu Feixiang panicked and shouted, "Stop him quickly." Then he jumped out of the sedan without hesitation and ran towards the back, rolling and crawling. The screams behind him were continuous, and Chu Feixiang only regretted that his parents had given birth to him with only 2 legs. He was not sure if his guards and servants could stop the other party, but as long as he could delay a little time for himself to escape, as long as he could not run half a mile, he could return to the underground casino that was still open in the middle of the night. By then, with so many people inside, he would be safe. However, as he was running, he stepped on a small stone and slipped to the ground. All of a sudden, he struggled to stand up, but a dim horizontal knife appeared in front of him. Chu Feixiang trembled as he raised his head, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said in a trembling voice, "Hero, may I ask for your name? I don't know how I offended you. Please show me the way." However, the only response to him was my indifferent voice, "I have come to take your dog's head on someone's behalf." Chu Feixiang was shocked, but still forced a smile and said, "Brother, you should have said earlier that you want to take my dog's head. My dog is at home. Wait for me to go back." However, before his words fell, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, flew up a yard high, and then fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. And on the other side, I retracted my foot, dragging the knife across the ground, creating a sizzling spark. Chu Feixiang struggled to support his body, but he couldn't do it no matter how hard he tried, not knowing how many of his ribs were broken. Watching the other party's posture, Chu Feixiang's eyes widened, trembling as he asked, "I have no grudge against you. Why are you killing me?" And the only response to him was my cold 5 words, "You know it in your heart." Hearing this, Chu Feixiang instantly understood who wanted his life. At the same time, a glimmer of hope emerged in his heart, thinking that if it was a killer, they must have come for the money. That old man could never be richer than himself. So can life be bought with money? Thinking of this, Chu Feixiang crawled over as if clutching at a life-saving straw on the ground. Hero, please don't kill me. Whatever that old man offers, I will pay 10 times more. I beg for mercy. I just casually told him. You can't afford this price. Chu Feixiang looked disdainful. Impossible. Name your price. My family has plenty of money. Whatever amount you want, I'll have my dad bring it to you. 1 penny. Upon hearing this amount, Chu Feixiang was first stunned, then surprisingly angry. Are you kidding me? How could I only be worth 1 penny? Before he could finish speaking, he saw the sword in front of him cutting through the air, creating an arc, and the sound of breaking wind came late. Chu Yongxin's perspective was suddenly upside down. With a thud, the headless body is no longer able to support itself. The muscles relax, and the body is ready for a fall. Paralyzed, Lu Yuxing clamped the knife to his left arm, and the blade slashed between his forearm and back arm. It was then gently incorporated into the sharkskin sheath. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Lu Yuxing was thoughtful. I'm here now. After rummaging around, only a jade pendant was retrieved from the other party. Nothing more than that. It's a bit shabby for a fop to not have a little silver on him, but Lu Yuxing wasn't surprised. This guy came out of an underground casino, and not having any money only means he's unlucky. Lu Yuxing sighed. Seems like he's not having much luck either. Picking up the head from the ground, he turned back to the stone bridge. Jade pendant. Lu Yuxing did not want this thing out a little trouble. Lu Yuxing do not want to make trouble. Touching out a few dozen taels of silver from the bodies of the dead houseguards, Lu Yuxing turned to leave. At the 5th hour of the night, young Honest got up from his plank bed. I've got an appointment with the toothman to see the house today. The killer we found yesterday only charged him a penny. Young honestly didn't quite believe it. He was worried whether the mysterious assassin was for real or just heard about him and came to tease him. Thinking of his daughter who died tragically, Yang Laoshir's heart was filled with remorse and pain. If he hadn't insisted on finding a good home for his daughter from among the sons of his old war buddies, I'm afraid that by now, the daughter would have been married off long ago and wouldn't have suffered such a thing. Just as he was getting dressed, there was a knock at the wood door. The voice was soft, but Yang Laoshir stood up violently. The dentist who's looking at the house won't be here until noon, so who's going to be here this time? He limped out of the room and pushed open the door to the house. A figure stood outside the wood door in the courtyard. Familiar with the black cloak, it was impossible to see his appearance. Seeing himself out, the black-clad assassin raised a hand and it was the cloaked head of Chu Yongxin. Yang Laoshir's pupils suddenly contracted. Immediately, a wave of emotion of great revenge engulfed him like a monstrous wave. It was the head of his enemy that was before him, and he ran out in 3 steps and, reaching for the head of his enemy. Instead, Lu Yuxing pulled his hand back and held out his other hand. Here are the heads. 1 hand for the other. Yang Laoshir then reacted. He gratefully glanced at Lu Yuxing and then said, Yes. Eunuch, wait a moment. Shivering, he fished out a piece of paper and a penny from his pocket and handed it to Lu Yuxing. Lu Yuxing looked at the yellowed mulberry paper in his hand, and the faint handwriting on it showed that it was a land deed. I just want the money. Lu Yuxing handed the land deed to Yang Laoshir, and Yang Laoshir took Chu Yongxin's head and shook his head at Lu Yuxing. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. A dentist will come to see the house at noon. Kong can just deal with him on his own. You don't live anymore? Lu Yuxing asked suspiciously. Mr. Yang smiled miserably. Truth be told, thanks to the benefactor, I have no regrets now that my revenge has been avenged. Hearing this, Lu Yuxing instinctively felt that something was wrong, and then turned to hear Yang Laoshir say, Please also in bothering eunuch with one thing. What is it? When old man I die, please go and inform a few of my old brothers to help me collect a corpse. Lu Yuxing looked at Yang Laoshir, who was full of sincerity, and nodded slightly. Many thanks to the envoy. After Yang honestly wrote down the names and addresses of a few people and handed them to Lu Yuxing, carrying the human head, he came to Yang Chan's spiritual seat in front of the hall. After the head was offered up, Yang Laoshir hung a white silk over the beams of the room. Step on the stool and tuck your head inside the noose. Just as he was about to kick the stool, it suddenly seemed as if he remembered something important again. Again. He hastily opened his eyes to free his neck from the noose. Across the open space between the parsonage and the yard, Yang Laoshir looked at Lu Yuxing, who was standing in front of the firewood door watching him leave, and solemnly said to him, Thanks. He then righteously shoved his head back into the ropes and kicked the stool. Chapter 5, The Bakery. After seeing Yang Laoshir off, Lu Yuxing went back to Wuhan City with the land deed and note in his hand. At this time, the city of Wuhan had long been noisy. The second son of the Chu family's second house, Chu Yongxin, and his party of 11 people all died. And how could the Chu family stop? The government officials were mobilized to search the whole city for the murderer, causing panic in the people. But what did all this have to do with Lu Yuxing? He's just your average hunter passing by carrying a fox. It was also a coincidence that on the way back from the East Country I stopped by the mountain to see the set I had laid. The noose caught a fox just right. The fox had long since been skinned, and Lu Yuxing carried the skin stuffed with straw and straight to a bakery in front of the store, selling buns of the boss's wife surnamed Wang. Her husband owed loan sharks ran away to avoid debt. The only people left in the house are two elderly people with limited mobility and a 7-year-old child. Women have to work early in the morning and late at night kneading noodles and selling buns to support their families in order to feed their children. Others advised her to take her children and remarry, but she refused, saying that she had to give the old man an old age. The whole day is like a widow's life, and the neighbors all agree that the woman's husband will never come back, so she was called Widow Wang. Widow Wang was kneading the dough at the moment, her white fingers kneading in the dough. Hearing the commotion, she turned around to greet Lu Yuxing, and when she saw that it was Lu Yuxing, she wiped her sweat with the back of her hand. A smile piled down on his showy face. "It's Yuxing. How many buns are coming today?" Lu Yuxing walked into the store and said softly, "Let's have 20 neat buns to take away." "Okay." Widow Wang left the case with a smile on her face to get the buns from the steamer. As he handed it to Lu Yuxing, he noticed the fox skin he was carrying in his hand and joked, "Yo, no wonder you need so many buns. Feelings are open." Lu Yuxing took the bun and smiled. "Well, a small business. Slightly profitable." Widow Wang exclaimed, "Not good for catching game in the winter, is it? Seeing as how you've been passing through empty-handed for days." Lu Yuxing didn't deny it. Prey is already scarce in the cold months, and animals that don't hibernate are even scarcer. After lamenting with Widow Wang about the difficulties of life, Lu Yuxing took out money from his pocket, ready to pay for the buns along with the previous credit. This includes the money for the buns on credit from earlier. "So you count it." Widow Wang waved her hand and took from Lu Yuxing's hand only the 20 Wenbaozi money this time. The money she had previously taken on credit was pushed back. Lu Yuxing was a bit puzzled and was just about to open his mouth when he heard Widow Wang say, "Hey, it's not that strange. We're all neighbors. A few buns can be worth a few bucks. I hear you have to save up for a tavern. All the more reason to save up. How's this for a good time?" Lu Yuxing insisted on giving it. "Take it. We're all from the same village. Besides, you've helped me carry water a lot. What's a couple of buns worth?" 2 generations of the old Lu family were from the Anqi army, and I don't know how many Han Tartars they killed outside. And thanks to General Xiahou and the Anqi army under his command, it is only then that Wuhan City, which is close to the border gate of Longyi, has been able to stay safe and sound for more than 20 years. Widow Wang had a clear idea of who had protected them. Lu Yuxing couldn't resist, so he thanked him and left with the buns, with a fur in one hand and a bag in the other. Lu Yuxing strolled home. "As soon as I got back to the front door of the house, I saw the yard gate wide open. There was also a faint sound of noise coming from inside." Lu Yuxing frowned and took 2 tight steps to rush to the door. "As soon as I reached the door, I saw a couple of people arguing with their old man there." He fixed his eyes and saw that it was a small leader of a local gang, Li Hu, known as Tiger. Tiger, with his 2 followers, ran to his house and pointed at the old man and cursed, "Damn old man, you've eaten the wrong ing thing, and you dare to scold me. Do you know how to write the word death? Asterisk asterisk." Across the way, a slim-looking but still hard-bodied, the old man with a white beard pointed at Tiger, revealing a row of yellow teeth that were missing his incisors, and cursed angrily, "You old mother of 1,000 rides picked up by 1,000 wild bastards. Your wild fathers are like stars in the sky. I'm 53 years old. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten. I'm afraid of you? I'll splatter you with blood. Hey you old thing, I think you're really tired of living." Li Hu was furious after hearing this and rolled up his sleeves to make a move, but no sooner had his hand been raised than he felt a tug on it, and he struggled a little harder too. It was found that the other party was too strong to break free. "Who?" Li Hu twisted his head in dissatisfaction, while Lu Yuxing didn't move to loosen his vice grip. A harmless smile hung on a face that was rippling and ordinary to the core. "Who did I think it was? So it's Tiger. What brings you to my house?" Looking at Lu Yuxing, he saw that he had returned and said, "Yo, just in time for you to come back. That's what I'm here for." "Tiger looking for me? What the hell is going on?" Seeing that Lu Yuxing was still sensible, Li Hu snorted coldly and no longer tangled with the old man. Instead, he said to Lu Yuxing, "I've come to announce for Master Long that the monthly fee for your street will be increased by 10% from now on, you have to pay $3 silver a month. Starting this month, do you understand?" "Understood. It's on its way to you." Lu Yuxing put down the furs, fished out 3 coins of silver from his pocket, and handed it to Tiger. "Say, Tiger, how come the money went up again this month?" Seeing that Lu Yuxing was quick to shell out money, Tiger nodded in satisfaction. "How would I know? The rules are all set by Master Dragon. Who dares to disobey Master Dragon? That's right, both people and on this street have to listen to Master Dragon, Lu Yuxing said with a smile, and then sent Tiger to the door along with his two little brothers. While walking, Tiger, who was joking with his juniors, suddenly noticed the paper bag in Lu Yuxing's hand. Then he asked, pointing to the bag, "Yo, what's good in there?" The aroma. Lu Yuxing opened the paper bag and showed them. Widow Wang's family bought buns. Would Tiger like to try one? Bun ah. Seeing the white-skinned buns inside, Li Hu lost interest. Buns aren't rare. He's usually used to eating a lot of meat and fish. Couldn't get interested in the buns either. Lu Yuxing sent Li Hu out and then hurriedly turned into the house and closed the door, not wanting to cause further trouble. And Li Hu also, after he turned to leave, suddenly remembered something. Then he asked the little brother beside him. Alas, yes. I remember that Widow Wang's family her man borrowed from our gang's loan sharks, right? Seeing the sidekick nodding in agreement, Tiger came to his senses. Let's go. It would have been almost forgotten. Find her and ask for the money. If her man doesn't pay, she has to pay her debt. A little confused, my little brother asked, Brother Tiger, what if that Widow Wang doesn't pay? I've heard of that family, they're very poor. No money? Li Hu laughed harshly. Then pay the debt with something else. Doesn't she still have her children? And her own? Oh, I understand. Let's go. Ask Widow Wang for money, and make her look good if she doesn't pay. After saying that, Li Hu left with his men. Chapter 6 Breathing Methods and Pile Walking. After sending away the guy who came to beat the autumn wind, Lu Yuxing returned to the courtyard. The old man stood there with his arms crossed, his white beard shaking with anger. A ragged breath came out of his mouth. The collar of his patched ragged coat was a little disheveled, and his wrinkled face, which was strewn with, has a scar that opens from his right eye to the left side of his face. Seeing Lu Yuxing return, the old man asked in a bad mood, the T's gone? Go. Lu Yuxing nodded, then took out the buns. Have a bun, Gramps. The old man took the bun in Lu Yuxing's hand and took a bite. His temperament's still not gone. Look at your wimpy face. Why don't you dare to fight him? Lu Yuxing didn't say anything, just smiled and turned around to go into the kitchen to prepare for cooking. The city of Wuhan was the right-hand side of Wei's defense of the Central Plains, and was also the location chosen for the exchange of goods with the Xiongnu. There's a little bit of everything here. The government wants that share, and the mob wants that share. White 4 and black 3 is pretty much the fix here. Lu Yuxing repeatedly persuaded the old man to move away and go to a warmer place in the south of the river to spend his days. But the old man was unwilling to leave his hometown and die on his ancestral grave. Lu Yuxing had to give up and prepare to give the old man his old age before making plans. He said to the old man as he kneaded the dough, "What will you do if I give them a beating? There are always times when I'm not home, right? Humph. I don't need you to tell me what to do. If I could only be a dozen years younger. Had to kill them all. Bastard. He was pissing and playing in the mud when I was killing people, acting up in front of me." The old man ate his bun and cursed. Lu Yuxing just smiled. After the dough was kneaded, Lu Yuxing rolled it into noodles. The hand-rolled noodles for lunch today. The heat was filling the saucepan, and it looked like almost. He sprinkled a little more salt and homemade chicken essence into the noodle soup, and used chopsticks to drip a few drops of meat oil. A handful of fine homegrown vegetables were scattered, and in no time at all a steaming pot of hand-rolled noodles is ready. Serving a bowl of noodles in a large sea bowl, Lu Yuxing brought it to the old man. Eat, old man. It's not worth it to be angry. The old man stopped talking and took the bowl and sucked on it first. Then in 3 bites, he finished the bun filling in his hand and put the remaining bun skin in his hand into the noodle soup. Just this little savory bite. Lu Yuxing served himself a bowl as well, and ate with the old man squatting by the threshold. The old man's appetite was not affected in the least by Tiger and the others. At his age, he can still eat 2 large bowls of hand-rolled noodles plus 8 meat buns. The old man who put down his chopsticks smacked his lips and said with a sense of satisfaction, "It's a pity. It would be nice to have a sip of wine." Lu Yuxing heard the old man's meaning and picked up the conversation. "We'll buy a chicken and stew it tonight, and cut 2 pounds of pig's head meat, so we'll have a good drink." The old man was intrigued, but after thinking about it, he gave up. Better forget it. Don't have that kind of money. It's okay. I made a little money today. The old man heard Lu Yuxing's words and said with a frown, "You've been picking up jobs at that store again." Seeing Lu Yuxing nod his head, the old man said with some anger, "You say you don't want to be a good lieutenant. You don't want to have a great future. Had to come back and open a tavern? Is that going to be a success? You say the court won't pay you. Isn't it true that the treasury has been empty for the past few years, and that you'll just stay up for 2 years and there are battles to be fought? And isn't it better to fight for a wife and children than for you to be a tavern keeper? With a single sword in the border court? The old man rambled on. Lu Yuxing didn't pick up the conversation. He knew in his heart that the old man had followed General Xiaoho's loyalty for half his life. That thought had long been ingrained in his mind. Full of hope that Lu Yuxing can take over his position and win a hereditary military position. When the time comes, you'll have the strength to offer incense to your ancestors' graves. But Lu Yuxing does not have much of this kind of thinking. Not that he does not serve the country. Mainly because this way is not worth it. But there's no point in saying more. The old man has lived most of his life in shafts a bit as a matter of course. He decided to steer the conversation away. Lu Yuxing pulled out the note left by Yang Laoshi from his pocket and handed it to the old man. Gramps, do you know any of the people up here? What the hell? The old man snatched the note with a split hand and unfolded it in amazement. Qi Tianlong, Wei Weigua, Feng Zhong, and Laozi's big name? If it isn't one of our old retired brothers, how did you know about it and who gave you the note? Yang Laoshi, do you know him? Yang Laoshi? You mean Yang Erong? Recognize. Back in the day when we were in Wuhan City, 300 of our townspeople joined the army, and we were the only dozen or so who came back in the end, and he was Lu Yuxing said quietly. He's dead. What? The old man's voice snapped up. What happened when you said he was dead? Lu Yuxing told the old man everything that had happened to Yang Laoshi. The old man was silent as he listened. It was a long time before he said slowly in a hoarse voice. Erdnace, you're stupid. There's something you can't talk to us old brothers about first, and you have to be hellbent on death. Lu Yuxing silently looked at the old man who seemed to have aged 10 years all of a sudden. That's why he didn't want to remain in the military. This world is not worthy of his allegiance. Lu Yuxing's future for the rest of his life is to be able to open a tavern peacefully. Another wife who knows what's hot and what's cold is the best thing he can think of for the rest of his life. It was a long time before the old man let out a slow breath. Alas, we can't keep our old brother hanging from the beams. I'll go find someone to see him off. With that, the old man dragged his disheveled body and stepped out the door. The old man left, and Lu Yuxing cleaned up the dishes, then returned to the bed and sat cross-legged. Closing his eyes, Lu Yuxing returned his hands to his chest. Breathe. Inhale. Breathe. Suck. It wasn't a feat, just an unknown breathing technique. There's no origin. The old man taught him. He said it's an ancestor of the Lu family. Practicing more can strengthen your body. With each breath, the dantian began to gather qi to run the circumference. Lu Yuxing's lips and teeth lightly closed, and his breathing was dense. The breath began to travel along the meridians, running according to the veins, the qi sinking into the dantian, flowing freely through the body fusion. After a circumferential cycle, he felt that all his limbs and bones were much more relaxed. After getting lucky, he went back out into the yard and practiced walking stakes. The two basic sets of martial arts practitioners, the breathing method and the walking stance, are the basics of the basics. It is said that if the form is not correct, the gas will not be smooth. If the gas is not smooth, the mind will not be peaceful. If the mind is not peaceful, the spirit will be scattered. How to breathe and how to step down is extremely important for people practicing martial arts. Lu Yuxing precisely took the breathing method that the old man had taught him and, after combining it with the stance walking that I learned in the military, I started practicing it day after day. One breath in, one breath out. In conjunction with the pile walking technique that I learned in the military, Lu Yuxing could clearly feel as if the wind had been generated under his feet. With every move, Lu Yuxing could feel the qi flowing through his body, pass through the dantian through the meridians to luck the soles of the feet. This allowed him to increase his speed exponentially. Lu Yuxing didn't quite understand how this worked. He told the old man about it. Only unfortunately the old man had heard it and tried it. As a result, he couldn't feel the qi sense that Lu Yuxing had mentioned at all. Chapter 7: A Change of Heart at the Bakery. After a long time, a long, heavy breath erupted from the tip of his nose. The pile walking ended, and Lu Yuxing slowly opened his eyes. Standing up and moving his limbs, Lu Yuxing felt much lighter. Practicing breathing techniques and walking stakes almost every day had become a must for Lu Yuxing. In addition to consolidation, Lu Yuxing realized that practicing breathing techniques could also replace sleeping. After practicing the breathing method, one only needs to meditate and breathe for a few moments and hours to recover most of his energy. It also makes it less aware from then on, and he reacts immediately to the slightest breeze. This is also an ability honed on the battlefield. Many times the Huns like to raid camps at night. Those who sleep heavily will never wake up again. Lu Yuxing opened his hand, looked at the calluses and textures on it, and couldn't help but wonder at is a half-assed person like himself considered a qi refiner or not? Speaking as an ordinary martial artist, he could clearly feel the presence of qi. If you say you're a qi refiner, you don't have any half-assed techniques to practice. Apart from learning a set of the military's open mountain sword technique when he first enlisted in the army, he had no other martial arts skills to fall back on. there are qi refiners in this world. Lu Yuxing had fought with the sorcery shaman on the Han side. At that time, the large force of the Anqi army was led by General Xiahou, who went to the front to stall the enemy, and Lu Yuxing and the other 300 elites formed a decapitation squad to raid the enemy's center tent. According to the information supplied by the army's nightly unavailability, the guards around the Hun's leader were empty, just the right time for them to attack the camp. However, by the time they rushed to the Hun's center tent, they suddenly encountered a shaman sacrifice which, there were only a few guards covered in grease paint around the other side. Lu Yuxing and the others were about to go forward, only to see that the other party did not know what kind of sorcery, and in the twinkling of an eye, surprisingly, his mouth spat out rolling black smoke. The black smoke is quite strange, and those who inhale it tend to have red eyes and reduced senses. Some even died on the spot. However, more people still carried that black mist as hard as Lu Yuxing did and rushed to whichever thin and dry-looking shaman sorcerer, ready to finish him off in one fell swoop. However, the shaman wizard, who looked like a dry and thin old man, was frighteningly strong. A goat's head staff struck down and shattered men and horses. The waiters at his side, armed with short knives and painted with oil, were also ruthless in their actions. The battle was fought to the death. As their comrades around them fell one by one, Lu Yuxing and the others practically fought for their lives. It was only at the end that he decapitated that old shaman and completed the beheading. By the end of the day, only a handful of the 300-man elite remained alive. That battle left quite a deep impression on Lu Yuxing. It was afterwards ascertained that the old shaman was a famous mage of the steppe, who, after years of asceticism, had alchemists who have finally entered the country. However, this also made Lu Yuxing start to take an interest in these. He also began to investigate the intelligence of these qi refiners who were able to cultivate. Knowing that the original way also had qi refiners, they were worshipped by the emperor as superior immortals and enjoyed offerings. Some were responsible for making pills for the emperor, while others were responsible for searching for people suitable for cultivation and way to recruit as disciples. The rest were also well provided for by the emperor and stayed in the palace to defend him. Practitioners are quite powerful. In this regard, General Xiahou also wished to recruit cultivators in the Anqi army. Having one or two sitting around is enough. At least it gives them some countermeasures when they face practitioners from foreign countries. Not so much that soldiers put their lives on the line. It was just a pity that no cultivator had ever been willing to come and join the army. They are not pursuing the same ends as the Ansat's army is pursuing. General Xiahou wants to protect his family and defend his country, while practitioners either seek immortality or seek to start a sect. Doesn't align with their interests. In the end, the Anqi army had failed to attract even half a qi refiner to come. After finishing his routine cultivation for the day, Lu Yuxing looked at the sky and realized that the sun had already slanted in the west. Idle at this point then, Lu Yuxing decided to go to the mountain to set up some more traps and rope sets. Most of the people who come out to feed in the winter are coyotes and foxes. The pelts on both of these are worth a lot of money. Whether it's a wolfskin tube or a foxskin bib, there are people who have been offering high prices for a long time. Lu Yuxing intends to work hard this winter, trying to save up enough money to open the hotel by tomorrow winter. Bringing dry food with him, Lu Yuxing walked to the woodpile and picked some more firewood to tie up. Then he went to the eaves and took out a somewhat curved blade. Take it to the woodpile. Shove it in there. Take the pick stick again. Stick it in there. Pick it and go. The folk of the Great Way restricted arms to those who did not have meritorious official positions. However, tools of production such as wood knives are not included. What Lu Yuxing stuffed into the pile of firewood was a special firewood knife, usually used for chopping wood. When needed, combine the picket with the wood chipper. It is a star weapon from Watermargin. The park sword. Out of the city during the day, Lu Yuxing of course could not go out with his own precious sword. This portable plain knife is the first choice. It can chop wood and it can chop people. The genus is a great defense. After yanking the door and casting it east, Lu Yuxing poured himself a gourd of wine. He wasn't going to go back tonight, so he'd stay on the hill and guard the trap. As he reached the cross street, he saw far ahead a large crowd gathered around him. There was the faint sound of a woman crying. Lu Yuxing looked in the direction where the crowd was surrounding him, exactly where he was going. Widow Wang's bun shop. This load of firewood is for her. Widow Wang, a woman's family, was inconvenient to go out and fetch firewood, and had always bought firewood to live and cook. Lu Yuxing would sometimes fetch more firewood and pick it to give to Widow Wang. Although he insisted that he didn't want the money, Widow Wang had to force the money into her arms every time. What's going on here? Lu Yuxing picked the firewood and suspiciously came over. Those in the crowd who recognized him struck up a conversation. Lu Daolang, where are you going? Lu Yuxing put down the firewood. There's a load of firewood. Pick it out and sell it to Boss Jean, who owns a tea store at the corner of the alley. Fifth brother, what's going on here? The man known as Fifth Brother said to Lu Yuxing after humming out of his nose. Humph. It's not the work of that big tiger who gave birth to a son with no ass. How will Widow Wang's family live now? Hearing fifth brother speak like this, Lu Yuxing hurriedly squeezed through the crowd of onlookers, seeing that the originally tidy bakery is now a mess. The store's steamers and tables, chairs and benches were all smashed. The ground was littered with large white buns scattered all over the place, each one rolling on the ground covered in mud and dust. The sign was half down, the front hanging out had been ripped off, and the store was a mess. Just inside, in front of the counter, Lu Yuxing saw Widow Wang, and the child she was holding in her arms, Mizuno. At this moment, Widow Wang sat paralyzed on the ground with her child in her arms, bawling. Edge cried and looked and shouted, "I got a son." Lu Yuxing fixed his eyes and saw that the top of Chu Feixiang's head was sunken into a piece. Wisps of crimson mixed with white pulp flowed all over the floor along the gaping wound. The child's pupils had flared, and his hands were pounding feebly. Chapter 8, The Military Regulations of the Anqi ordered. Jesus Christ, how can I live with this? Widow Wang's tied-up hair buns were all spread out, cloaked in a messy bakery. He cried his eyes out. Lu Yuxing stood in the middle of the crowd, and a huge wave had already risen within his heart. Despite being very angry, he had an indifferent expression on his face and, just keep an ear out for the murmurs of the onlookers around you. Poor thing, the child's head has been knocked flat. How can the Widow Wang's family live now? What's wrong? One passerby who squeezed in asked. Hey, don't mention it. It's all because of that grandson Li Hu. That is really something. Li Hu, that collector under Master Long. What did he do? What for? Take a look. The older brother who was in the know said, pointing at the airless Chu Feixiang. Speaking of which, it's also Widow Wang's bad fate to be married to that gambler, Yang Xian. This kid, 2 years ago to find the Black Dragon gang to borrow money to gamble. The results lost a net. Owed a butt of lambly no money to pay the debt. Ran away, leaving them orphans and widows to get up early and sell buns to pay off their debts. Yes, what a pretty girl she used to be. I don't see how haggard she's become in only a few years. Hearing this, the passerby asked again, isn't the money being paid back? How come this bakery is still smashed? A nearby big brother who had witnessed the whole thing said with a sneer. Yeah, they didn't say they wouldn't pay it back. Besides, they've been paying it back safely for 2.5 years. Who knew that Li Hu, relying on the power of the Black Dragon gang, would insist that Widow Wang's family have to pay off their debt tomorrow? Where can Widow Wang get that much money? She begged them to forgive her for a few days. That Li Hu refused. He didn't come to collect the debt at all. It's obvious that he's just trying to blackmail the two to find a reason. And in order to blackmail them, they actually said that if Widow Wang didn't pay back the money, it would be fine to just sell her to a greenhouse, said the man about to be pulled toward the spring house. Chu Feixiang is a good boy. Rushed up and shone a bite on Li Hu's ass. That Li Hu was so ed up that he copped a shovel and knocked it into Chu Feixiang's head when he got his ass chewed out by him. Geez, the passerby, obviously not a local, asked in surprise at hearing this. Don't the officials care? The big brother he was talking to sneered. Pipe? Li Hu is Black Dragon's man, and Black Dragon is the nephew of the Wuhan city governor. Usually they go door to door to collect money from the gangs, and they don't do a lot of bullying, so there might be a governor involved here. Who dares to care? Lu Yuxing stood on the sidelines, listening to the crowd's comments. A hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. Coincidence? Or necessity? The guy came out of his house and turned around and went to Widow Wang's bakery. Lu Yuxing wondered if it was the bun he held in his hand that had attracted the other party's attention. He couldn't think. One does not have the ability to raise the dead or turn back time. He couldn't think that if he hadn't gone to Widow Wang's house to buy buns at that time, so would the results have been different? He knew only one thing. That's murder for life and debt for debt. After seeing and hearing enough, Lu Yuxing slowly eased out of the crowd, like a grain of gravel that blends into the sand. Ordinary in appearance and status, no different from the other sands of this world. Walking out of the crowd, fifth brother, who had been chatting with Lu Yuxing earlier, saw him come out and, pointing at Lu Yuxing's chai, he asked, Lu Dalong, why don't you sell me this firewood? Lu Yuxing was silent, took the wood chipper out of the pile, chained it to his waist, and, carry the picket stick and go. Hey, don't you want your chai? Fifth brother asked as he tugged on Lu Yuxing. Sent you. Fifth brother picked up a load of firewood for nothing and was a bit puzzled. Seeing that Lu Yuxing was still heading out of the city, he asked again, where are you going with this? Go up the hill and hunt. Lu Yuxing said without looking back. Happy Forest, one of the most famous hotels in Wuhan City. The Black Dragon gang boss, Master Lung, owns the store. Same as Sun Ernyang's spring house. It's ostensibly a hotel, but there's actually an underground business. Only his family's underground business is a casino. It was night and the moon was bright. In the Happy Forest, Li Hu came out of it drunkenly. He had a good hand today and won a lot of money. And once he was happy, he drank inside until midnight. The two minions had long since gotten down and were lying in there like dead dogs. Li Hu knows the truth that what you get in your hands is real. Take advantage of a lucky win today and see what happens. After leaving the door, a cold wind blew and Li Hu was jolted. A wave of pee came over me. He looked around and saw an alleyway not far away. A good place to get out of the wind and then he headed there. Stumbling over, he pulled down his pants and pulled out his dick and opened the floodgates with a clatter. After shaking comfortably twice, Li Hu put away his dick thing and turned his head to lift his pants to fasten his belt when a man with a bucket hat on his head was seen standing in the front doorway of the small hutong. The man walked with heavy steps, pulling out a stick wrapped in cloth from behind him as he went. After untying the cloth, Li Hu's wine woke up at once. It wasn't a stick at all. The other end of the stick was peeking out from behind his back, the eerie white light reflected in the moonlight. It was clearly a plain knife. Li Hu trembled as he reached his hand to his waist and drew his dagger. The bright dagger in the moonlight gave him a touch of boldness, and he braced himself to heckle. Who is it? Dare to come and block your tiger's way? Don't want to live. Hearing this, Lu Yuxing slowly raised the bucket hat on his head and, revealing that plain as day look, Li Hu was taken aback as he lost his words. What? It's you? Recalling that the Chu family's young master and a cadre of family bodyguards had been attacked and killed earlier. Now you're stuck here by yourself. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, a terrifying thought instantly sprang up in Li Hu's mind. Li Hu swallowed his saliva and pointed at Lu Yuxing and asked, that day, killing the second youngest master of the Chu family, was also your doing? Lu Yuxing didn't move, lifting his sword and rubbing it forward on the wall, scratching out a heart-stopping rustling sound. Li Hu couldn't help but take a step back as beads of sweat began to show on his forehead. It never occurred to him that this departure from the Anqiai army, the guy who had been honest and straightforward was actually the mysterious swordsman. But why is he blocking himself? Doesn't he just want his money? Lu Yusheng, what do you want? Do you know who I am? The Anqi military rules have decreed that anyone found trespassing on the people's lives will be beheaded. Lu Yusheng's eyes stared tightly at Li Hu as if he was looking at a dying prey. There's a shortage of heads on the Wuan Citadel, and I think you're just the ticket. After hearing Lu Yusheng's words, Li Hu only felt his scalp tingle. He knew this time and this place well. Even if you yell at the top of your lungs, no one will come. Chapter 9, The Head of the Citadel. Please catch up on reading the latest chapter. What to do? Although I know a couple of moves, it's okay to scare the little people. But the one across the street, despite learning the true identity of the other party, Li Hu could not raise a bit of courage. That man is a killer who even killed Hosan, the fast swordsman, along with a dozen bodyguards. How does one escape from his hands? He could only numb his guts and take a long breath before stabilizing himself and pulling the dagger from his body. Pointing at Lu Yushin from afar, he said, Lu, you're nothing more than a chowderhead who left the Anqi army. I can't say I'm still a deserter. We've always been well watered. So if you leave here, I promise not to tell anyone about you. Lu Yushing stopped in his tracks. A pair of bright eyes stared at Li Hu, but did not move next. Li Hu was stared at by Lu Yushing as if he was on his back. He did not know what Lu Yushing really meant. Just when he was about to speak at the opening of his mouth, he saw Lu Yushing in front of him first shaking his shoulders slightly and, immediately afterward, it was as if the wind was born under his feet. It was like a bolt of lightning crossing a distance of close to 10 feet in a split second, wielding a sword in chopping. The late night of the midnight hour, even though illuminated by the moonlight, Li Hu still hadn't seen exactly where the swinging angle of that plain sword was. All he could do was stab the dagger forward by feel. Put. The tip of the knife gently cut through. Li Hu felt a sweetness in his throat and a large amount of blood then jetted out along the sliced carotid artery. Dang! The dagger in his hand fell to the ground. Li Hu covers his neck and tries to make a sound, but the blood pouring into his throat made it impossible for him to make a sound. The body swayed for a moment, then fell headfirst to the ground. By the light of the moon, the severed arteries were still spewing blood, and in the midst of the mass of, he looked into Lu Yushing's eyes. Those bright eyes didn't have any bloodthirsty hideousness. Instead they were unusually calm. There was a trance of consciousness and it became black and white. With his last breath exhaled, the former tiger became a dead tiger. Lu Yushing stood still. After he pulled out a rag and gently wiped the bloodstained-looking parka, he rewrapped the cloth. Then he picked up the dagger left behind by Li Hu, and waited until the blood was almost gone. He sliced off the head with his backhand and then took off. The next day, after the rooster crowed, the sky was white with fish, driving a 2-donkey-drawn manure pickup cart. Mr. Li waited outside the city gates of Wuhan City early in the morning. Just as he was waiting for the soldiers guarding the city to open the door, the water wheel, which used to gather over into the city in the mornings, the wagons, carts, and the wagons of the passers-by lined up behind him one after another. When the gates are open, go into the city to start the day's trading. Looking behind him, Moncler Jacket's outlet Lee, a wisp of beard, was able to raise the corners of his mouth. This time it wasn't in vain that he had gotten up early and carted here to wait at 4 o'clock. Seeing fellow manure trucks squeezed far behind, Lee Moncler outlet store was very proud. We must collect more today. After cheering myself up, as the soldiers guarding the city shouted open the city and let go, Lee drove a donkey-drawn dung cart to the city gates. The officers and soldiers guarding the city gates came to search and inspect the car as usual. Master Lee familiarly took out a purse from his bosom, and prepared that copper money to prepare for filial piety when out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw the gatehouse. A bloody head hangs from it. Oh! Scared by the human head, Old Man Lee threw the copper in his hand and fell on his butt. He stretched out a trembling finger to point at the head on the wall and froze for a long time before saying, Man's head. There's a man's head hanging from the citadel. So called. The scene, whether it be the officers or soldiers of the city guard. The vendors still at the back of the line waiting to enter the city also raised their heads to look upward. As luck would have it, following the direction pointed out by Old Man Lee, the crowd saw a dead man's head hanging from the gatehouse, swaying with the early morning breeze. Ugh, isn't that Lee Hu? How did he die? At that moment, some sharp-eyed person saw the identity of the person with the hanging head. I'll be damned. It's really Lee Hu. Who did it? Ha ha, it's good to die. It's good to die. I wonder which warrior came through for us on this one. First that evil young man from the Chu family, and now this notorious landlubber, Lee Hu. I really don't know which warrior is ridding the people of evil. It's really a fierce outburst of evil for us. That's right. I'm going to have a good drink today to celebrate the removal of the second evil. For a moment, after discerning that the head was Lee Hu, many vendors who had been blackmailed by Lee Hu praised it. After staying up all night on the mountain until the hour of the next day, Lu Yuxing descended the mountain with a roe deer on his shoulder. The lasso didn't catch the fox and the trap didn't catch the hazel grouse, but the last drugged nest bough shot an elk. Lucky not to be spotted by the wolves on the mountain. Lu Yuxing is very satisfied. This head of stupid roe deer almost 100 pounds. Even with the meat can sell a lot of money. It's freezing cold on the Lonyu border, and it's going to snow in a while. There is still more than a month to go before New Year's Eve, and I hope that there will be enough snow this year for the crops to survive the winter well. The 20 acres of military fields that the old man had tenanted out were also a share of the family's income. No snow is a barren year. Lu Yuxing prayed that this year would not be as dry as last year. A snowless winter usually means a drought in the coming year. Carrying the roe deer down the mountain, Lu Yuxing began to calculate the preparations to set more traps in. This elk is well fed, suggesting that there is at least one other elk herd on the mountain. While it was still snowing, Lu Yuxing planned to set more traps and catch more prey for the coming year. Within a short time, Lu Yuxing returned to Wuhan City from the mountains. Looking up, he realized that the head he had chained to the city's head last night was no longer there. The gates were in disarray as they were lining up people coming in and out of the city. Apparently this matter had alarmed the government offices in Wuhan City. First the second youngest member of the Chu family, then street gangster Lee Hu. The two cases occurred so close to each other and the modus operandi was so similar. Two cases have been consolidated into one. Escalating detection efforts. The citywide inventory began under pressure from the Chu family. Lu Yuxing lowered his head, greeted the soldier guarding the city, and stuffed a handful of copper coins into the other party. The soldier guarding the city briefly touched his body before patting Lu Yuxing's shoulder and letting him in. The walls of Wuhan couldn't stop him, but it was better not to be too flashy in broad daylight. After entering the city, Lu Yuxing carried the roe deer and went straight to Ma Butcher's butcher store. But whenever a hunt is made, except for some rare ones used as gifts for Sun and Yang, Lu Yuxing is sent to Ma Butcher's butcher store to sell. It is natural to sell a big game like roe deer with its skin. These days, those who can run a butcher store at the border where the 3 religions and the 9 fish and dragons are mixed together are either ruthless, either that or they have a background. Ma Butcher is such a person. He kills his own hogs and sells the meat, and has a game business in town on the side. The monopoly will naturally suppress the price. But this guy's pressure is not excessive, and the hunters do not dare to offend him. You can only eat this dumb loss. Chapter 10, Sun Ernyang's Commission. After handing over the roe deer that he had shot to the butcher, and seeing that it was Lu Yuxing, an old acquaintance, who had arrived, the shopkeeper made small talk with him while directing the fellow in the back to weigh and count the money. Lu Yuxing, who got the silver, went to the food market to buy an old hen and weighed 2 pounds of pork, stopped by on the way home to pick up some loose white. The old man was very good at drinking, and Lu Yuxing was ready to have a good drink with him. To the crossroads, Lu Yuxing noticed that the notice board there said about the investigation of the case of the Chu family's second house, As expected, the Yamen characterized Yang Laoshi as a murderer who committed suicide to close the case. Lu Yuxing snorted and carried the chicken home. Walking to the door of his house, Lu Yuxing shouted at the top of his voice, "Lao Do, we're eating chicken today." No one responded. Lu Yuxing wasn't surprised. Maybe the old man was still contacting his old comrades in the countryside. But it'll be back at night after all. He absently prepared to close and lock the door. No need to worry if he went hunting in the mountains by himself. I've got the key myself, so I'll just sit back and wait for the night. However, when Lu Yuxing put his hand on the door, several inconspicuous circles and horizontal lines were seen to have been drawn in lime on the door panel. Of course Lu Yuxing recognized what this was. It was the secret message that Sun Ernyang of Spring Wind House was looking for himself. The prototype was a code word used by the Anzacs to pass on information. Sun Ernyang, who has dealings with the Anxi army, naturally understands it and has made some modifications to use it to contact the killers for herself. Seeing this signal, Lu Yuxing put everything on his body back into the house. He then changed into a body of pasta clothes and went out and headed straight to Spring Wind House. Still, through whichever hidden back door. It took 7 turns to get to the secret room on the basement level. As soon as he entered, Lu Yuxing saw Sun Ernyang holding a cup of tea, already waiting for himself somewhere. "Greetings, Ernest." Lu Yuxing smiled and arched his hand. "Yo, come on, have a seat," Sun Ernyang said to Lu Yuxing with a smile. Lu Yuxing was not too polite and smoothly made his way to the guest seat to the right of Sun Ernyang. "Red, watch the tea." The maid at the side served Lu Yuxing a cup of Mao Jian. Lu Yuxing didn't drink it, just ruffled the floating foam with the tea lid. "What is the reason for Ernyang's visit to me this time?" Hearing Lu Yuxing ask, Sun Ernyang then asked straightly as well. "Did you hang the head on the citadel this morning?" Lu Yuxing didn't deny it, but nodded. Indeed. As soon as she heard this, veins popped up on Sun Ernyang's forehead. "Why do you think you're so reckless in everything you do? You just made your next case. You're here again in just 2 days. Do you know how much money is being offered for your arrest?" Lu Yuxing indifferently said. "How much? And you have the nerve to ask." Sun Ernyang was furious. "Didn't I tell you that it's better to stay in the city for 2 or 3 months before making a move? Otherwise, it will become a serial case that will alert the state government, and will probably be reported to the police, when the court sends the embroidered clothes guards to investigate the case. Even I can't protect you." Seeing Lu Yuxing's silence, Sun Ernyang sighed and added, "Why are you all like this? Coming from the Yanxi army? I know you have anger in your heart. You can tell me if you're angry. Just which Lihu you but come to me." The old lady would have sunk him in the river that night without moving a muscle, and there would have been no recourse. "Now, you've made a case out of it, and it's become a serial case. Your old man is out in the country looking for the same Anxi veterans to arrange funerals. Do you guess whether the officials will come to your door and suspect whether these 2 cases have anything to do with these veterans of your Anxi army? Just your General Xiaohou likes to hang heads on the city tower. You think others don't know?" Sun Ernyang said a lot in one breath, tired and thirsty drinking tea to smooth her breath. Lu Yuxing was also aware that Sun Ernyang had wasted a lot of effort in covering up for her side. But Sun Ernyang had said so much, but in fact it was mostly a no-show. One more dead landlubber is all it takes for the Chu family to find a clue? Wuhan City's daily clean-out of corpses and road dumps were 2 large truckloads per day. Not a few of them were robbed and killed by foreign merchants and tourists. And I didn't see the governor report half a word to the top. As for suspecting someone connected with the Anxi army and thus finding out about themselves, Lu Yuxing didn't deny that it was possible. But in the Chu family's case, both parties are dead. Lu Yuxing saw that the case had died down before he came. Whichever lord of the imperial household who is afraid of trouble and is bent on making money will not bother to pursue this matter. However, Lu Yuxing was also clear that Sun Ernyang's intention was for her own good, but she had her own calculations in mind. Lu Yuxing didn't mind about this. Sun Ernyang had always been 7 parts pulling his strings and 3 parts utilizing him. It's not that you don't want to work for someone else. It's actually not a bad idea to work for her. But that's about it. He had no intention of working for anyone. Finishing the cup of tea in his hand in one gulp, Lu Yuxing wiped his mouth and asked. This matter was done by Lu Mao in haste. If Ernyang has something to account for, feel free to command. Let's say in advance that I won't do anything to hurt the world. Hearing that Lu Yuxing had simply seen through his words and techniques, Sun Ernyang was not annoyed. She had long ago realized that Lu Yuxing was not a piece of bone to be gnawed on. You need to be sincere and seductive to make him fall under the skirt of your own stone. Little by little. It was supposed to be gossip to make him feel a little guilty about himself so he could hold the man. Let it be seen through. A thin stream flows. Lu Yuxing, as long as he remains in Wuhan City, there will be plenty of opportunities. Thus, Sun Ernyang slowly revealed the true purpose of inviting him here today. Good. Cool. Sun Ernyang clapped her hands. Since you've opened up your mind, I'm not going to hide it. And this time I'm looking for you. It's to get you to help me get someone out of here. Someone else I don't feel comfortable with. That's why I gave it to you specifically. Give it away? Lu Yuxing pondered for a moment and asked. To whom? Just as well. It's good for you to meet in advance. Sun Ernyang said and clapped her hands in fear. Snap. 2 sounds later. A man with an appearance of mid to late 40s, who looked quite lean, came through the door. He was followed by a delicate figure. Lu Yuxing first fixed his gaze on the man. The appearance was plain and unimpressive, and his steps were weak, so he didn't want to look like he had kung fu in his body. He whirled around and shifted his gaze to the woman following him. The girl, with her face covered by a cocked hat and veil, wore a red wide-sleeved jacket and a long skirt, and it seems to be very close to whichever middle-aged man it is, not like master and servant. It is? Seeing Lu Yuxing's question, Sun Ernyang introduced him. This is the former minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Lord Li Pei, and this is his daughter, Miss Li Ma Cho. Lord Li, Miss Mo Cho, this is the swordsman in charge of escorting you, surnamed Lu. Sun Ernyang deliberately didn't say Lu Yuxing's name. Chapter 11 The situation in the courtroom. Sun Ernyang greeted the two. You two sit down first. Greetings to the great warrior Lu. Li Pei was the first to bow to Lu Yuxing, and his daughter followed with a Hail Mary salute. The veil lifted by Miss Moxie during the blessing ceremony. Lu Yuxing was able to see into her appearance. He saw the bright eyes reveal a touch of weariness and sadness. The white googly eyes were also saddened. Lu Yuxing just swept a glance and withdrew his eyes. In his heart, he had already estimated the origin of the duo by 8 points. Still, Li Pei's courtesy added to Lu Yuxing's favor. Wei emphasizes the civilization over the military, and all the military generals have a low status in the court, not to mention a mixed-up white body like him. To the great men of the court, it was a little man who didn't make the grade. I've saved a lot of literati when I followed General Xiaoho, even if he was a poor scholar who failed all his exams. It will also be self-possessed to maintain the so-called pride of the literati. Few can have the pedantry that is found in fewer literati like Li Pei. People who are able to put their heads down and compromise their friendships. For Lu Yuxing also threw in the towel. After the two of them greeted each other, Lu Yuxing asked Sun Ernyang, so why did the former minister of the Ministry of Justice come to our Wuhan city? Without waiting for Sun Ernyang to answer, Lu Yuxing asked himself, is it because of the embroidery guard? But why is that? Sun Ernyang said, because Lord Li is the main war party in the dynasty. When Sun Ernyang said this, Lu Yuxing understood. For the last 100 years, Wei and the Huns have fought each other, and every time, it was the Huns who came south to fight Grass Valley. Wei counterattacks by burning the Huns' pastures. Always, the two sides gradually became world enemies, with the momentum of immortality. However, in recent decades, with the incessant natural and man-made disasters within the Great Wei, the climate also became progressively colder. Coupled with the inaction of 2 consecutive emperors who only knew how to drink and enjoy themselves in the harem and alchemize for immortality, Wei's national strength is deteriorating. It takes a nation to fight a war. The borders were in almost daily friction with the Huns. Great Wei can still keep up when its national strength can be topped. Now that there is a fiscal deficit and the country is impoverished, the friction with the Huns devoured money like a bottomless pit. Thus, a voice gradually emerged in the court. The Huns went south to hit the Grass Valley for no other reason than to plunder some of their goods so they could survive the winter. Then we'll just give them the goods they need as gracious yearly coins. Won't there be no need for war on either side? It costs less than 2 million taels a year to give them the annual currency, and it costs more than 5 million taels to fight the war. The rest of the money can be used for the emperor to repair the imperial garden and the stargazer's house to cultivate sentiment and alchemize pills to become an immortal. Why not? This is the main peace faction among the court. They advocate making peace with the Huns, and giving them a little annual coinage to send them off, so as not to let the Huns go south to fight the He Valley to save money. This statement was made from the 4th year of the Xining period until the 16th year of the present Gingan period. As Wei's power declined further, the emperor became more and more of a mediocrity. This voice gradually took over a large part of the court, so much so that the emperor is leaning more and more towards this statement as well. Lu Yuxing knew so well that it was because of the Anqi army's pay and a portion of its rations for the past 3 years. It was all taken by the emperor and given to the Huns as a bargaining chip to keep them from coming down to fight Grass Valley. What to say? For the first year, it worked out pretty well. The Anzacs didn't fight much, but the next year, the Anqi army was subjected to one of the fiercest attacks ever by the Huns. Lu Yuxing and 50,000 of his fellow soldiers worked together, and with more than 6,000 killed in action, the Huns' 200,000 strong army was repelled at the cost of tens of thousands of wounded. It is important to realize that the Anqi army has never suffered such a significant loss since its inception. In the third year things were a little better, but as the Anzacs had been cut off from pay for 2 years already, apart from relying on a little bit of the court's alms for the grace of clothing, it was all up to General Xiaoho to scrape together what he could to maintain it. There is a serious lack of preparedness. After the third year, because of a little dispute of opinion with Gen Lu Yuxing then left the Anxi army. Until now, seeing this former minister of the Ministry of Justice, Lu Yuxing was still quite rare, because most of the officers of the main war party were military. There aren't really many main warring factions inside the Ministry of Mandarins, which is in charge of appointing officials, and since he needed his own escort, Lu Yuxing probably guessed why. The peacemakers regarded him as a thorn in their side. Who was in charge of the appointment of officials to be transferred? Can't wait to get rid of it. Even if he loses his official position, he still has to be cured to death before he can do so. As expected, Sun Ernest introduced himself. Lord Li, one of the few officials in the dynasty who is a warmonger, has always insisted on fighting the Huns. Many times, I have written letters to voice the grievances of the Anxi army and the North Court army. It's just a pity that there are villains in the court framing and slandering Lord Li for colluding with the military with ill intent. Lord Li was dismissed from his post and returned to his hometown. He was attacked halfway, but fortunately he was saved by the people I had secretly set up. Based on the opponent's tactics, it doesn't look like a jungle Wei. The attackers were most likely factory guards or embroidery guards. Wei can't afford to stay here any longer, so I've brought Lord Li to me. Intend to send him to the city of Kurtz, the city of Guzi, a fortress city set up by the Great Wei in the western region in the early years of its existence. Now it has long fallen into the hands of the Huns. For the last 100 years, Wei's borderline has declined from Guzi all the way to Yumen. Then it declined all the way to present-day Longyi, although we have to cross the Gobi. But the city of Guzi was no longer the largest city that Wei had ever left behind in the western regions. Although it was previously a fortress of Wei, it had been taken by the Huns for decades. It's unlikely that there's a Wei presence there now, and the Wei people left a lot of remnants there. According to the caravan to and from the caravan to tell the life is still living. For Li Pei, who was reluctant to switch to the other side of the fence, so going there to hide is definitely the best option. Lu Yuxing nodded. So, my purpose this time is to send the two of them to the city of Kamazaki? Sun Ernyang shook her head. No, Lord Li Pei will be protected by my men as they travel to Guzi. And your mission? It's sending Miss Moxie to Jiangnan. Gangnam? Lu Yuxing was a bit puzzled. Why is it sent to Gangnam? Aren't you going together? Li Pei lowered his head and said in a somewhat hushed tone. I don't want to be separated from my daughter if I don't have to. It's just that if I don't leave her, I'm afraid she can't live alone. My daughter. Hearing this, Lu Yuxing glanced at that Miss Li Macho and asked with his mouth. Why? Is the court in hot pursuit? Sun Ernyang and Li Pei both nodded silently. Warrior Lu, I only have this one daughter left, and the villains in the court hate my death. If we go separately, I'll be satisfied as long as she survives. I know. Lu Yuxing understood that Li Pei had never thought that he would make it to Guzi City alive. He's the one who's going to use his body as bait. Chapter 12, Seeing Through the Scheme. Lu Yuxing knew very well that this road trip would not be dangerous, because the real danger will be on Li Pei's way. One only needs to send Li Macho to Jiangnan. It's quite possible that the press won't even encounter the embroidered guards that are blocking the way. For this favor, Lu Yuxing had no reason to refuse. Both the danger and the enormity of the road Sun Ernyang had considered for herself. Going to Gangnam and traveling to Gobi, that's not even comparable. If we hadn't run into the pursuing embroidery guards along the way, then the job could even be described as a paid trip with a girl. So, why come to him with such a good thing? Well, do you promise? Forgive me for refusing, Lu Yuxing said without hesitation, then got up to leave. The other people on the scene, on the other hand, all had a certain look of disbelief on their faces. It's a good thing. Why the sudden rejection? In the end, it was Sun Ernyang who was the first to react and hurriedly called Lu Yuxing off. Wait, what's wrong with a good time? Don't I just want you to do me a favor? Sun Ernyang was a bit unhappy. She didn't expect Lu Yuxing to be so faceless. He was going to leave without even asking for a price. Ernyang, it's not that I'm saying, you really don't have a heart to do this kind of work? Lu Yuxing stopped and questioned. Hey, what are you talking about? Aren't you the person's beloved? I've seen you as a good person, and you're afraid that people's girls will be wronged. So you've been given the job to do? Sun Ernyang said with a hangdog voice. Lu Yuxing shook his head and said, Ernyang, although I, Mr. Lu, am unwilling to do anything to harm the heavens and the earth, but it's not just some one-dimensional cutie. The few people present looked at each other in disbelief. In the end, it was Sun Ernyang who rounded off the conversation. Look who's treating you like a cutie when you say that. Now, alas. Lu Yuxing sighed, then looked at Squire Li and said, Lord Li, although you don't know me, I remember you. As soon as these words came out, Sun Ernyang knew that this matter was planted. Squire Li Pei, however, was curious. He didn't remember this swordsman with the name Lu in his memory. Lu Yuxing then sighed softly and said, Lord Li may not know that when I accompanied General Xiahou into the capital for an audience with you and General Xiahou had a discussion together, and I was there. When Lu Yuxing said that, Li Pei remembered. He tapped his head. Oh, you're General Xiahou's subordinate. That's right. He came to the capital last time. Came to me with my own soldiers. And you were one of them in the beginning. As the words came out, Li Pei's voice suddenly became smaller and smaller, for he knew very well that only 2 of his own soldiers in all had followed him in at that time. Their appearance was blurred now, but after Lu Yuxing mentioned it like that, Li Pei remembered. But after comparing them, Li Pei realized how Lu Yuxing and those 2 people didn't match up. Just as he was puzzled, Lu Yuxing spoke in time. Lord Li Pei guessed wrong. I'm not those 2 personal soldiers. I told you, you haven't seen me, but I've seen you. Lu Yuxing didn't say his identity outright, but Li Pei did understand it. Instead of dwelling on the question, he asked, Good man, why can't you escort my daughter? Hearing this, Lu Yuxing asked rhetorically, Lord Li, is she really your daughter? This, now not only Li Pei was shocked, even which-veiled Li Macho seemed to pause for a moment. The body didn't even rise or fall slightly. Lu Yuxing continued, Lord Li, I remember you once said at the banquet with General Xiahou that, it's a pity that his own daughter married out some time ago, or else he would have had to marry his daughter to General Xiahou's son and be married to him. Then, Lu Yuxing shifted his gaze to which Miss Li Macho. If I remember correctly, Miss Mocho should have been married off 2 or 3 years ago, right? And watch her walk and figure. It wasn't polite to stare at girls. Lu Yuxing swept a glance and turned his gaze back to Li Pei. Miss Moxie's body doesn't look like she's had a baby. Does that mean the man isn't very good? And this absentee daughter. I want to know how Lord Li managed to run to his son-in-law's house to get his daughter out regardless of his wife, son, and other close-by family. In the face of Lu Yuxing's questioning, Sun Ernyang had a careless look on her face. And which Ms. Moxie recovered after the initial shock of the continue to sit there at ease without saying a word. Only Li Pei let out a long sigh and said after a long time, The good man is right. She is indeed not my daughter. The corners of Lu Yuxing's mouth lifted slightly. So how do you expect me to take a job that comes from an unknown source and is covered up? At this time, Li Macho, who had been sitting in place, suddenly spoke. I don't know that young warrior Lu is so smart and intelligent, so I'm offended on my little girl's side. Ugh, why did you say that? Sun Ernyang was in a hurry, not waiting for her to be in the middle of opening her mouth. A soft and gentle voice came. There's no need, Ernyang. Thank you for covering for me, and since young Master Lu has spoken out, I guess there's no need to hide it. Sun Ernyang looked like she was deflated. Okay, you guys talk. It wasn't until now that Lu Yuxing finally raised his spirits and he knew the real point of the job was coming. That woman's identity is definitely not ordinary. As expected, which girl between them took off her veil and solemnly introduced herself. White Lotus Sect Lady Mo Chuchu. Meet young Master Lu. White Lotus Sect. Mo Chuchu? You're that saint daughter of the White Lotus Sect in northern Hunan. Hearing the woman's identity, even though Lu Yuxing had seen a lot of big scenes, and couldn't help but stare, in the whole of Wei, who doesn't know that White Lotus is an anti-communist church, founded by Gong Sun Ao, a prime minister of the former Song dynasty. It is still active in the Jiangnan region after 186 years. Rebellions have been unveiled 7 or 8 times in history, only that they have never succeeded. However, why would the Holy Maiden of the White Lotus sect be in a border city like Wuhan City? I've heard that their godmasters and saints know the White Lotus technique. Lu Yuxing suspected that the White Lotus heart technique was simply a cheap practicing technique. But what made Lu Yuxing strange was that the shaman wizard from the Hun side that I've seen before was a standard refiner. The aura on his body impressed Lu Yuxing. How is it that this girl who claims to be the Holy Virgin of the White Lotus sect, there was no internal force or true chi flowing through his body at all? Facing Lu Yuxing's question, Mo Chuchu simply summarized it. The reason they're here. It was because the White Lotus sect had launched an attack against the imperial family of the Great Wei dynasty, and it had ended up being seen through by practitioners of much higher cultivation within the capital city of Great Liang. The Holy Maiden herself was injured and had her meridian sealed, unable to use her mana. Luckily, there was an afterthought left, which saved her. But how could the East Chamber and the embroidered clothes guards stop at nothing? The practitioners who had been invited to the Emperor's offerings were chased all the way. Half of the Holy Maiden's men were dead or wounded. In desperation, he thought of Sun Ernyang, who had dealings with the White Lotus sect, so he voted for her. As for Li Pei, it was indeed Sun Ernyang who sent someone to save him. Lord Li was a good official, but this time he was framed by the court, and his whole family was killed. He was left alone to be rescued by Sun Ernyang's men after escaping with his life. The two groups of people ran into each other in this regard, and they came to Wuan City together. Sun Ernyang, who had received the two, had two heads. The two are all the most wanted criminals of the court, and sooner or later, they'll be chased here. It's not practical to send the duo away immediately, because Li Pei had no idea where to go, and he himself was so disillusioned that he just wanted to die. So, Sun Ernyang came up with this one trick to get rid of the tiger. Chapter 13. And she thought she had done it seamlessly, because Li Pei and Mo Chuchu were brought in together. The embroidery guards chasing after them will surely catch the scent and come after them. At that time, he would arrange for Li Pei and the maid who pretended to be Mo Chuchu to go to the northwestern city of Guzi under the escort of his own men, and it would be easy to draw the embroidered clothes guards' attention away, and the odds were that Lu Yuxing and the others wouldn't encounter any trouble along the way. 1. The target was small, and 2. Even if the embroidery guard sensed that the journey to the city of Guzi was a decoy, Lu Yuxing and the others had long since disappeared there. One only needs to prepare fake identities and road guides for them. How can they be detected so easily? Sun Ernyang gave Lu Yuxing an idea of her intentions. Lu Yuxing just shook his head and laughed after hearing this. Ernie, not that I'm saying, but you're painting a picture that's a little too taken for granted. What? Sun Ernyang bristled. Wouldn't it be nice to find you a big beautiful woman to accompany you all the way to enjoy the scenery of Jiangnan? Lu Yuxing glanced at Mo Chuchu and said, the beauty is true, but does the view make it really good? Ernest, you make it sound like all the way up here I just needed to tour the mountains, but do I need to re-emphasize who she really is? Lu Yuxing looked at Mo Chuchu and said, the holy maiden of the White Lotus sect, the great crime of treason, and though I myself have little love for Wei, but it's not so bad as to go in for this kind of head killing. I could have stayed here peacefully and saved up a little bit to open a little store for the rest of my life, but to take such a risk to do this head killing business with you guys, don't you think I'm losing out? Sun Ernyang tilted her face and beamed. At the end of the day it's not about wanting a raise. Lu Yuxing shook his head. Ernyang said this, if I were really to escort an ordinary woman to Jiangnan, without saying a word, I'll do Ernyang this favor even if I don't want a penny. Who made us friends? As he said that, the corners of his mouth lifted into an imperceptible smile. But the true identity of this one is so weighty, and let me do this as a favor too. You still think too highly of me, Ernest, even with all the careful arrangements you've made and the fine identities you've given us. Do you dare to say that there will definitely be no danger on the road? This one's potential risk that's much higher than which lordly. Lu Yuxing's words were very reasonable. Sun Ernyang simply couldn't refute this. After a few moments of silence, it was still whichever White Lotus sect's holy maiden, Mo Chuchu, who opened her mouth. If we were to ask young Master Lu to step in, what conditions would be required? Conditions? Hearing these words, Lu Yuxing stopped to think. There was nothing he particularly wanted. A passion long gone with 7 years on the battlefield of life and death, and left General Xiaoho's side because of a difference of opinion. The only one who cares now is also the old man who adopted him. Consider that in these troubled times, iron sharpens iron. If there was a chance to improve his strength, then Lu Yuxing was willing to give it a try. Tell you what, I don't want any gold or silver, and when we get to White Lotus, I need a copy of the vein-penetrating spirit liquid. How about it? You want this? This request caused both Sun Ernyang and Mo Chuchu to differ somewhat, especially Sun Ernyang. She immediately stood up and leaned over to look at Lu Yuxing. Little Lu, you don't have a fever, do you? Shouldn't what you want be a martial arts secret? You want a vein-opening elixir. This is a priceless treasure, and even if the White Lotus sect had it, they wouldn't necessarily give it to you. Sun Ernyang was right. For the practitioners of, you need to meditate to sense and communicate with the natural aura of heaven and earth, and then swallow the aura of heaven and earth into your own body. Make it travel around the body chakra and open the path of cultivation. This is the sense of heaven and earth, the innate cultivator. However, this kind of person who gets the sense of heaven and earth and embarks on the path of cultivation often does not necessarily appear 1 in 100,000 people. And even if there is the ability to sense the aura of heaven and earth through meditation, one would also tend to be unable to draw chi into the body and step onto the path of cultivation due to a lack of qualifications and epiphanies. The pulse-penetrating spiritual liquid was prepared for such people. There are very few people who have even heard of this precious elixir, even amongst cultivators. It's not like anyone would necessarily know about it, let alone know how to refine it. Lu Yuxing was also in the capital city of Dalian when he was investigating cultivators for General Xiaoho. It was only by chance that he learned that a large amount of precious medicinal herbs had been sent to the imperial city. It was then only after following the trail that they found out that the cultivator that the Emperor of the Great Way had enshrined was refining the vein-penetrating spirit liquid. It can be said that as long as you have a little talent for cultivation and can feel the aura of heaven and earth, then with the pulse-penetrating spirit liquid one would surely be able to step into the immortal path and become one of the cultivators. Sun Ernyang looked at Lu Yuxing with some disbelief and said, Lu Yuxing, don't blame Ernyang for not reminding you that this immortal path is not something that ordinary people can touch. How do you know unless you try? Available. Sun Ernyang still wanted to persuade something, but how could she expect Mo Chu Chu, who was on the side, to voice out, okay, I promise you, as long as you can escort me back to the White Lotus sect, I'll gift you a bottle of vein-penetrating spirit liquid. As it turns out, the more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. As they say, the journey is risky, but the opportunities are just as great. The holy maiden of the White Lotus sect, although her meridians had been sealed, was a chi practitioner at high and low levels. There must be cultivation resources within the White Lotus sect. Lu Yuxing nodded. Good, then it's a deal. After negotiating the terms and the time of departure tomorrow, Lu Yuxing excused himself and left. Sun Ernyang went out to see him off, then returned to the secret room. That kid can practice? Without waiting to sit down, Sun Ernyang couldn't wait to ask. Mo Chu Chu thought about it and said, not really, I've been living in the church for a long time and I'm not well versed in the world. This is the first time I've gone out on an out mission in the name of the sect master, and it's the first time I've seen a martial artist like him, but I can indeed feel the flow of true chi inside him. Hearing this, Sun Ernyang couldn't help but sigh. It's still true that you can't tell the difference between people. Discontent followed. This kid really has us on a plate, and if we weren't so relieved he'd be. I will never let him out of this chamber. Saying this, Sun Ernyang then turned her head to Mo Chu Chu in embarrassment. I'm sorry, sister. Originally let that boy protect you. Along the way I also feel relieved. I didn't expect to let him see through it, causing you to have to hitch a ride on a bottle of spirit liquid. Mo Chu Chu shook her head. It doesn't matter. After all, I begged him to do the job, and the other guy deserved the price. Besides, with my status, it's only right that he has concerns. Li Pei didn't interject from the side. He knew in his own heart that he was nothing but a bait, but he didn't care. Ever since the villain in the court killed his family, Li Pei's heart has been dead. If there's anything left to do with what's left of my body, Li Pei would gladly trade his life for that of a religious saint who rebelled against the court. He just needs his death to be meaningful. Sun Ernyang and Mo Chu Chu talked for a while longer. It had been an hour before the chat ended with interest and left. Tomorrow we will be going through a long trek, so we must be ready to travel and rest early. Chapter 14, Departure. After Lu Yuxing left Spring Breeze House, he quietly left through the side door at the back. After confirming that no one was following him, Lu Yuxing returned home and saw that the pattern on the door had disappeared. Lu Yuxing knew that the old man had returned. Walking into the courtyard door, tugging on the bolt, Lu Yuxing turned around just in time to see the old man squatting in the courtyard, was picking off the last bite of rice at the bottom of the bowl. Seeing Lu Yuxing return, the old man raised his hand and pointed to the kitchen stove and said, the food is getting cold, so hurry up and eat it while it's hot. Lu Yuxing looked over in the direction the old man was pointing. A bowl of rice was found already served on top of the stove, with 2 eggs fried in lard nestled in the bowl. Lu Yuxing didn't say much as he walked over and picked up the bowl and swept away the rice and omelette in 3 swipes. The omelette was only sprinkled with a little salt and was slightly salty, but Lu Yuxing ate it very well. Seeing that Lu Yuxing had almost eaten, the old man suddenly said, the oil is almost gone. Hearing this, Lu Yuxing looked up towards the jar containing the lard, found the lard and it had bottomed out. Lard is a good thing. Not only can you make lard bibimbap, but you can also use it for stir-frying and cooking. It will also smell better and taste better. Since they learned to practice lard on their own, their family basically stopped buying vegetable oil. Putting down his bowl, he wiped his mouth and said, I'm leaving. The old man didn't say anything, just nodded grimly. Come on, I can't eat. Lu Yuxing is well aware that the old man is also an Anqi veteran. The archetypal pattern on the door from the Anqi Army's code word was certainly known to him. When he said he was going to leave, the old man would not stop him, though his lips were reluctant. Probably unable to stand the silence, the old man struck up another conversation. Taking that job again? When are you leaving? Tomorrow morning. I instructed the 5th brother of the crossroads. Let him come and look after you. Old man. Now and then. None of your business. The old man said with a stubborn twist of his head. Old man, I'm not yet 70 years old. My body is strong. I don't need you to control me. Lu Yuxing didn't answer. The old man has just finished taking care of his old comrade's affairs, and he must be feeling very bad now. It's normal not to want to talk about it much. Silence fell once again in the kitchen. Lu Yuxing got up and walked into the kitchen with the dishes and chopsticks. After catching a tub of water, began to pick up the flesh of the loofah to clean the dishes. Instead, The old man moved a recliner to the yard to soak up the sun, and in no time at all, he fell into a deep sleep. After washing the dishes and looking at the old man basking in the sun in the yard, Lu Yuxing wiped his hands and a quick look around the yard showed that the woodpile was almost at the bottom as well. He was going to go out and get a little vegetable oil at the same time as he went out to chop wood. He could have practiced on his own if he hadn't run out of time. Go to the woodpile and get out the axe. Ready to go out and chop wood. This trip is as little as 2 or 3 months, and as much as 6 months of traveling. It's the middle of winter now, so we need to leave the old man with more firewood to make a bed for the winter. Arriving at the woodland, Lu Yuxing specialized in picking those branches that were not the main trunk. Those are the locations where the owner of the woodlot allows the woodsman's door to cut. The woods are private, but cutting wood is allowed. Proper pruning of branches on some trees helps the woods grow. Lu Yuxing was splitting wood in the yard. There was not a trace of rust on the bronze-colored iron axe. No beads of sweat were visible on his forehead either, and the blade of the axe made contact with the wood, dividing it in half flush. He piled wood upon wood into the house, splitting it into appropriately sized chunks with axe upon axe. We worked until late afternoon and finally piled the firewood slightly below the fence. After he turned and pulled the felt cloth from the cellar opening, he skillfully covered the woodpile. After finishing this, Lu Yuxing took his own sword and slowly drew it out. The dull blade was as sharp as ever, and in spite of cutting down an unknown number of, but still no bumps or dark wounds, but Lu Yuxing would still take care of it carefully. For a swordsman, a knife is his second life. Carrying a bucket of water, he grabbed a whetstone and prepared to sharpen his knife. Water was splashed on the blade, and the water pattern spread subtly along the auspicious cloud pattern. The sword was a horizontal sword, different from the standard saber of the Anshi army. It is 3 feet 3 long and weighs 2 pounds 6 taels. Lu Yuxing wasn't sure of the name of this knife. It was a trophy he had taken from a Hun who had died in battle, in accordance with the military rule of return of seizures to the public, which would have been surrendered. But the next day the general turned around and presented this knife to himself. The origin of the knife Lu Yuxing do not know, but the knife is indeed a good knife. The end is cutting iron like mud. Sharpening his sword, Lu Yuxing's mind conjured up General Xiao's appearance. The general's face was clear and still the formidable veteran of habitual warfare. The hair and beard are colored white. The man over half 100 years old is still guarding the borders for Wei and protecting the people. The military discipline of the Anshi army is extremely strict. Freeze to death without tearing down your house. Starve to death without taking prisoners. But the generals who stayed never complained, because they know that this is a general who truly does not say that he has no clothes and is with his son. When charging into battle, General Xiao rushed to the front to motivate the soldiers. Eating is also stirring horse spoons in the same pot as everyone else. Old Chen, his former superior, had told him that as long as General Xiao, the right side of Longyu in Wei province is the iron wall to stop the Huns. Lu Yuxing knew it was a kind of worship that, how could just one General Xiao defeat the formidable Xiongnu? In this world of cannibalism, that man is like light, attracting a large number of followers of the light to rally under his tent, treating soldiers and people as human beings in this backward age. And how many people are there who are not numbers to be viewed with livestock? Even Lu Yusheng, who initially disdained everything here, couldn't help but be attracted, willingly to serve. Everyone knows that they cannot be the light, so they are willing to be the ones who follow the light. But now, the light has lost its source, and the army has no rations. Lu Yusheng instinctively sensed that something even more terrible might come next. History has proven more than once how low the surrenderists can go, but he could not persuade the loyal general, because he won't believe it. With no other choice, Lu Yusheng could only take his leave of the general. In the world of great struggle, Lu Yusheng is powerless to change all this, and can only take care of himself first. The next day, before the chickens crowed, Lu Yusheng got up and packed his bags. He didn't have much: a sword, a belt tag, saved silver and a change of clothes. As he watched Lu Yusheng tie up his leg and prepare to go out, the old man spoke. Be careful on the road, and take care of yourself before anything else. Lu Yusheng looked back at the old man and laughed. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll be able to come back and pension you off. Humph, Grandpa doesn't need you to come to his old age. You go wherever you like. Lu Yusheng put his luggage on his back and put on his bucket hat. Go away. With that, he went out the door and headed east. Meanwhile, in a broken temple outside the city, Sun Yang and her group were already waiting somewhere. Chapter 15: The Road. Just as they were waiting impatiently, a figure was seen from a distance. Sun Yang fixed her eyes and was relieved to see that it was Lu Yusheng who had come as promised. When Lu Yusheng walked in, Sun Yang said to him, "The people are in your hands. Make sure they get there safely." Lu Yusheng nodded slightly. Seeing Lu Yusheng take a stand, Sun Yang didn't say anything more, but stepped aside and, "Reveal behind you to hit Mo Chu Chu." Lu Yuxing slowly walked to Mo Chuchu's side. Compared to the last time, the original red wide-sleeved jacket was replaced by a set of leather and fur fancy dress. The veil was also removed, and a cloak was tied behind her back, and a long sword hung at her waist. A pair of traveling bags hung over his shoulder. Lu Yuxing looked at it and secretly praised it. It's the dressing that looks like an outing. The face scarf and wide sleeves there look like an outing. Facial scarves, in particular, not only don't work as a cover, but they look more solid. The only beauty was that the other's appearance was somewhat striking, but Lu Yuxing didn't think it mattered much. Anyway, she will definitely have to change her clothes many times along the way, so I will just give her a makeover when the time comes. So he said to Mo Chuchu, Mo, I have a few more conditions to tell you first on this trip. Mo Chuchu smiled sweetly. Young warrior Lu, but there is no harm in saying so. Lu Yuxing stretched out his right index finger and opened his mouth. First, you must listen to me on the road. Mo Chuchu nodded. No problem. Seeing that the other party quickly agreed, Lu Yuxing raised his right middle finger and said a second request. Second, don't talk to random strangers, except me. If you can't, just play dumb. Seeing Mo Chuchu still nodding her head, Lu Yuxing stretched out a third finger. 3. When cross-dressing is required on the road, Mo must accept whatever the costume is. Mind you, I'm talking about having to take it. After he finished speaking, the young girl in front of him nodded after a few moments of slight contemplation. Could be. Hearing this, Lu Yuxing nodded, his impression of the young girl in front of him getting much better. After reaching an agreement, Lu Yuxing turned his head to Sun Ernyang. Okay, ready to go. Sun Ernyang handed over 2 bundles and pointed to 2 more horses. Inside this bundle are some loose silver tails, about 30 tails of silver in each bag, and a few other things you can use. These 2 horses are for you. They're bought good. They can't travel 1,000 miles a day, but it definitely doesn't lose to an unusual army horse. Lu Yuxing looked at the 2 horses in front of him with some surprise. Thanks Ernyang. I thought I'd have to walk all the way to Shangnan this trip. Sun Ernyang shook her head. What's missing now is time. How can I let you guys walk all the way there? Besides, you can save yourself some effort by having a horse to ride. That's true, and it's good to have a horse to ride. Lu Yuxing then arched his hand and bid farewell to Sun Ernyang. Farewell. Sun Ernyang also returned the bow with an arch. After bidding farewell to Sun Ernyang, Lu Yuxing turned his head to Mo Chuchu, who was disguised as a warrior woman. Let's go. Coming to the 2 date red horses, Mo Chuchu looked at the horses and hesitantly stretched out her foot to step into the stirrup. Seeing that she was in some difficulty, Sun Ernyang helped her and finally got on the horse with some awkwardness. Lu Yuxing looked at this scene, then very sharply rolled over onto his horse, then steered his horse forward. Looking at Lu Yuxing's back, Mo Chuchu clenched her teeth and clamped her legs hard on the horse's body. Followed suit. After speeding up and jogging down to finally keep up, Lu Yuxing in front suddenly turned around and said, My name is Chen Mingyuan. I dare to ask the name of the lady warrior. Mo Chuchu froze for a moment. She didn't expect the other party to suddenly make a self-introduction. She said subconsciously at the difference. What? After the words were said, he saw Lu Yuxing frown. Wrong. Lu Yuxing shook his head and said expressionlessly, I just said earlier that you shouldn't talk when someone asks you a question. Mo Chuchu suddenly remembered that Lu Yuxing had this article in his covenant with her. So embarrassed, he replied, I'm sorry, it was an oversight. However, as soon as Mo Chuchu finished expressing her apologies, she saw Lu Yuxing turn his head and the legs clamped down hard on the horse's belly and took the lead. When Mo Chuchu saw Lu Yuxing leaving, she also clenched her teeth and hurriedly followed. Thus begins the journey of the escort. Sun Ernyang watched the 2 men fade away, and after silently praying to the heavens for the 2 of them, then he also returned to the city through the tunnels of the broken temple. There's still the other side to deal with. The way to the northwest to Tortoise is the bait, but it also needs to be carefully organized. It would be best to send Li Pei to the city of Guzi in the western region without any problems, but since it's a decoy, there's always some kind of breach to show. Sun Ernyang's figure gradually faded into the tunnels. On the other side, from the right side of the border of the Wei dynasty to the south of the Yangtze River in the north of Hunan province, where the White Lotus sect is active, at least half of the Great Way must be traversed. Lu Yuxing had in his hand a road guide prepared in advance by Sun Ernyang, so there was no trouble getting through the levels. Very smoothly, they left Wuan City and traveled to the neighboring Qingtian County. Along the way, Mo Chuchu followed behind Lu Yuxing. The man in charge of escorting himself hardly spoke at all. Mo Chuchu wasn't sure how to strike up a conversation with him, and the 2 of them moved forward in a bored manner. From the time we left in the morning until the afternoon, the duo stopped only slightly at noon to poke around and rest for a while. It's been a long ride now. Mo Chuchu only felt that the two crotches were ground to raw pain, even though they had gone through the body forging and hammering. But it's also mostly just a medicinal bath to improve your body and strengthen your qualifications. She was the noble saint daughter of the White Lotus sect, or a cultivator, and had never experienced this at all. Ultimately, I don't know how to ride a horse, and I don't get the gist of it at all. Doesn't know how to control the amount of rocking on the horse. The good thing is that it was strong-willed and endured through gritted teeth along the way. Gradually the sun dipped westward, and just when she felt she could hold out no longer, Lu Yuxing finally stopped. That's it for today. Just rest here. Following the direction of Lu Yuxing's finger, Mo Chuchu saw the shadow of an inn floating vaguely ahead. This inn stood abruptly on a hillock, and there was no other building around it other than this inn. Mo Chuchu instinctively felt that an inn opened in the middle of nowhere was really a bit eye-catching. Lu Yuxing was about to go forward when Mo Chuchu suddenly asked, "Just resting here today? Or what?" Lu Yuxing asked rhetorically. "At this time of day, by the time we get outside the city, the gates will be long closed as well." Mo Chuchu wanted to go into the city to rest even more, but she opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Looking back to see that it was getting late and the sun was about to go down, plus Lu Yuxing had given his word. As per the covenant, she had no choice but to nod her head in agreement. The two rode forward and back to the hillock. When he reached the front of the inn, Lu Yuxing scrutinized it carefully. A fluttering front was picked out in front of the inn, and there was a hayloft in front of the door to serve as a stable for the horses. There were also a couple of carts parked in front of the yard. Chapter 16, The Inn of Fate. Lu Yuxing brought Mo Chuchu to the front of the inn. The fellow who was feeding the horses in the stable saw someone coming and immediately put down what he was doing to politely greet him. "Please come inside. Do you want to make a stopover or stay in a hotel? The little store has fine rooms and freshly slaughtered beef." The fellow introduced enthusiastically while peeking at the man and woman who had come to pitch the store. The man had hard, plain-looking features, wore a cocked hat, and was dressed in a brown power suit that, the eyes were very calm. The women were obviously much better dressed than the men, in bright fancy dress that, the face is as white as a hard-boiled egg. It doesn't fit in with the women of this bitterly cold land on the right side of the border. It's like a child born in the Jiangnan water village. Lu Yuxing rolled over and dismounted from his horse, shoving 2 coins of silver into the fellow's hand, saying, "Stay at the inn." In laboring to feed the horse some salt and fines. "Gotta. Don't worry, sir." The fellow took the silver, which was more than enough to pay for the horse feed. "You can fall quite a bit yourself. It is true that you can't judge a book by its cover." And the fellow who received the silver was even more enthusiastic in his service. Mo Chuchu also rolled over and dismounted with the help of Lu Yuxing, and walked into the front to see the front of the inn. Mental note: the Inn of Fate? The fellow watched as Mo Chuchu was staring at their store's front again, so he took the initiative to explain. "You don't know, but our rule here is that once you've been separated for 3,000 miles, it's fate to meet again. Those who come are friends, and must be treated well." Lu Yuxing, who was on the side, said coldly, "The wind and rain of the four seas rest, and there is no fate." The junior looked at Lu Yuxing, then pushed open the door to let the duo in. Lifting the heavy cotton curtain, a wave of hot air mixed with the aroma of stew and pasta hit the room. Lu Yuxing swept a glance and realized that the space inside the store was not small, and the attendance was especially impressive. It's no wonder that there's an inn on this hillock near the official road in the middle of nowhere. Then the merchants and pedestrians will have to stay here. There were quite a few customers in the store, and as soon as Lu Yuxing and his duo appeared, it immediately caught everyone's attention. The main thing was that Mo Chuchu's dressed-up likeness was too eye-catching. It's hard not to notice a woman of this stature. The many gazes focused on Mo Chuchu's body, making her slightly uneasy. This wasn't like the old days when she was a holy maiden herself at the White Lotus sect's main altar. When he was in the teaching world, he himself lived in deep meditation and cultivation, and he could be uninitiated in the world. But as things stand now, though he himself is not unarmed, but it was definitely no match for a couple of strong men. She couldn't help but subconsciously lean in like Lu Yuxing. Lu Yuxing noticed Mo Chuchu's movements and took a step in front of her to block those lines of sight. Lighting up the horizontal sword at his waist, his icy eyes swept over in the same manner. A few moments later, some of the casting eyes disappeared. The duo then picked a spot against the corner, and the store assistant came over nimbly to ask, "What can I get you to?" 2 bowls of veggie noodles, cut 2 pounds of beef, 1 drawer of buns, and arrange for some more if you have fine vegetables. "Okay." Junior noted it down then asked again, "Don't you want wine?" "Sir, the store has good fine wine and Daughter's Red, as well as old home-brewed wine." "No wine. You two wait a moment. The dishes will be ready in a while." The store assistant answered and went down. Mo Chuchu sat across the table and rested with her eyes closed. Lu Yuxing, on the other hand, leaned back in his chair as if he was idly surveying the layout of the inn. 7 or 8 men were seated at the head of a large seat diagonally opposite, and at the head of the seat was a man in a long shirt. The savvy-looking middle-aged man. The rest of them were mostly burly men in power suits with knives on the table. Seeing Lu Yuxing cast his eyes over a man with a knife who looked like the leader also averted his gaze. Their gazes collided in the air for a moment before each of them withdrew their sights. It's a masterpiece, Lu Yuxing said in his heart. But a couple of the men at the table on the left spoke with an air more like guards or darkmen. Lu Yuxing didn't care much, but the table on the right. Lu Yuxing cast his gaze over there. The table on the left was mostly peaceful, but the people at the table on the right that. His gaze hadn't moved from Mo Chu Chu since they came in. Even though Lu Yuxing's eyes warned him, he still ignored it. 4 strong men, all with swords and sticks. From the moment Lu Yuxing came in, their eyes just kept a quiet watch on each other. There were so many of them, and they saw that Lu Yuxing had only one woman with him, and she was so beautiful. Then they became more and more unscrupulous. The leader was a fine mouse-eyed man who had been looking at the movements on Lu Yuxing's side. After conferring with the 3 people around him, he slapped the table and got up to sit on Lu Yuxing's side. Where is this little brother from? Lu Yuxing looked up at him and said, come from where you came. Mouse eyes froze and asked again, and where does that lead? To the place to go. Put. Mo Chu Chu couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, and that smile to the point that it pissed off Mouse Eyes. How could he not hear that Lu Yuxing was playing him? Spinning viciously. Kid, I'm asking you a question. Don't go too far. Lu Yuxing stared at the Mouse Eyes, a hint of killing intent revealed in those rippling eyes. I don't have time for your bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you 4 going one at a time, or are you all coming together? This statement instantly angered the 3 burly men still sitting at the neighboring table. A few people tapped on the table at once. Kid, you're too wild. You must be taught a lesson. Let's show you what happens when you dare to go out with a female companion without knowing your place. Several people were talking about moving their swords and guns, while Lu Yuxing also stood up and drew his horizontal sword. The scene suddenly intensified, and the shopkeeper rolled and crawled to the 2nd floor. And just as the 2 sides were about to make their move, a person dressed as a shopkeeper stopped between Lu Yuxing and the conflicted Mouse Eyes and said in a good way, a couple of you take it easy, take it easy. The shopkeeper then walked over to Mouse Eyes and said in a kind voice, buddy Luo, why are you being a grown-up and bothering with a fledgling kid? Think of it all as giving face to our proprietor. If you want to fight, you can't do it here, can you? Listening to the words of the shopkeeper, the rat's eye gas subsided a little. He patted the shopkeeper's shoulder and said, all right, give your proprietor a face. After hearing this from him, the shopkeeper breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could finish this sigh of relief, just another mouse I was heard saying, it's okay to let him go, but the boy's female companion has to come over here to give the old men a drink with him. Hearing this, the shopkeeper's heart tightened. This guy surnamed Luo, he could know what kind of virtue the other side was. The famous local lecher, nicknamed Gust of Wind. He and a few of his men specialize in robbing young women and selling them to brothels after enjoying them. It's not that the officials haven't wanted him, but this man is ruthless and his skills are not low. Killed 3 or 4 of the knife catchers and robber barons who came to arrest him. The bounty silver in Qingzhou is 500 can. It's known as a great thief. Chapter 17, one wave after another. After hearing the other party's request, the shopkeeper could only sigh mentally and, after saying that, he turned to Lu Yuxing's side again. Little brother, I see you're young, and I'm afraid you'll suffer, so why don't you just do what he says? And, it's just a chaperone. If you keep it up, you'll lose your life. After listening to the shopkeeper's words, Lu Yuxing looked at Yu Yangyang's Mouse Eyes, and his tone began to become raw and cold. Boss, your inn of fate is all about entertaining guests? The shopkeeper froze for a moment and said with some exasperation, I'm looking at you as a beginner, and since we're all in this business, it's not easy for any of us. I'm afraid that you're young and impetuous to help you. Why don't you appreciate it? Lu Yuxing ignored him and instead raised his sword to point at Mouse Eyes. Winning family life and death game. Will you 4 go together or one by one? As soon as the words winning family life and death bureau came out, the corner of the rat's eye suddenly jumped. Usually dark stores that open in places like this act as information stations in order to receive incoming customers. To sell news from the jungle and the court. The ones that make it big even have people publishing dark flowers to put bounties on people or items. With more Jianghu people coming and going, it's only natural that there will be conflicts. And an unwritten rule was born. That's the winner lives and dies. The so-called winner lives and dies. It's a no rules, no limits deathmatch that goes to the back of the house with the testimony of the home shopper. Winners win everything, losers lose everything. Some stores even set aside their backyards specifically to serve as rings, because the stakes are so high, cut regardless of life or death, that anyone who dares to propose it isn't a madman. It's someone who has extreme confidence in their own stature. Over there, after hearing about the winning family's life and death situation, the three minions of Mouse Eyes then clamored. Good boy. Even knowing about the life and death situation still dares to speak out of turn. That's right. There's no need for Big Brother to make a move. I'll get you killed now. Unlike the restlessness of his minions, able to still navigate under the wanted official uniforms, though from time to time he would control the big head with the small head. But when it counts, he's all about the big head taking over the sanity. He looked Lu Yusheng up and down. The mind sked. Originally thought to be a rookie who didn't know any better. But judging from the aura that flowed out of the other party's body inadvertently, the other party had definitely killed someone. In a game of life and death, where the winner takes all and the loser loses everything, either a crazy person would dare to bet or someone with absolute confidence in their own skills would dare to place it. Mouse Eyes couldn't help but slander in his mind. I think I've hit a hard spot. Kid, who the hell are you and dare you give your name? Lu Yusheng raised his sword and didn't let go, still pointing at the rat's eye. No name, no number, just the leaving army chubby. Leaving the army, chubby? Hearing this, Mouse Eyes sort of understood what was going on with that murderous aura on the other party. It's near the border, and if it didn't come from somewhere else, then it could only be the Anzacs. What a man from the Anzai army. Forget it, it's better not to bother him. Thinking of this, Mouse Eyes suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha, count on your balls. For the sake of the shopkeeper, I'll go around you this time. Brethren, let's get some wine. With that, he resumed his original position with the puzzled minions around him. A storm has died down. It was a relief, even though the palmist didn't know why. Seeing the other party leave, Lu Yusheng didn't want to cause any trouble. His purpose was to escort Mo Chuchu safely back to the White Lotus sect's main altar in Jiangnan Shangbei. Since the other party was now retreating, there was no need for him to be unforgiving. It would be too high profile to go all the way and kill all the way, as long as it gets there safely. The clash stopped and the atmosphere in the store returned to that of the previous one. Not long after, the store assistant came up with a drawer of buns. Mo Chuchu was a little hungry and was just about to pick up her chopsticks to clip one to eat, but she was stopped by Lu Yusheng. She looked at Lu Yusheng in disbelief, and Lu Yusheng didn't say anything, but picked up a bun, broke it open and looked at it, and, after sending it to the tip of his nose again to sniff the flavor, he then said to Mo Chuchu, "Eat." Seeing Lu Yusheng's movements, it became clear to Mo Chuchu. She did hear some rumors in the Jianghu that the shopkeeper would put a masking agent in the wine. What's more, they will kill people to take the meat to make stuffing for buns. Is it possible that here? Mo Chuchu gently tugged Lu Yusheng's arm and asked in a small voice, "This place, is it a dark store?" Lu Yusheng didn't speak, but nodded. A shushing gesture was then made to her. After hearing Lu Yusheng's words, Mo Chuchu was greatly shocked. The store is not far from the official road, and it's not in the middle of nowhere. There are so many incoming and outgoing merchants. It's amazing that it can all be a dark store. This way is really due to die. As he spoke, the store assistant came over with 2 bowls of noodles. It was placed in front of Lu Yusheng and Mo Chuchu. Mo Chuchu sighed a little. Now the black stores could even appear on the main road in name only. Thinking about all the disgusting rumors of people not being able to eat at the black store, some appetite she used while slowly stirring the noodles with chopsticks, while watching where Lu Yusheng wolfed down his food, was marveling at the fact that the man didn't seem to care at all that this was a dark store. Suddenly a hoofbeat was heard from outside. Immediately afterward, the thick curtain hanging over the door of the store was lifted, and 24 men with various types of knives, guns, and clubs walked in, filling the open space of the store at once. The leader, with a large scarab on his head, carried a ring-headed sword and swept around the seated crowd before. The corners of his mouth widened, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth and a smile. "Hey, hey, there's a lot of people coming, hey." The store assistant who was serving the guests asked with some surprise. "Master Su, what brings you to our little store?" The scarred head who was made Master Su ignored the shopkeeper. Instead, he instructed a couple of his minions to take their cloth pockets and head toward the customers in the store. The store assistant anxiously came over and said nicely, "Master Su, our proprietor is not here." "What do you mean?" Scarab grinned widely and laughed. "That's just as well. I don't know what to tell your proprietor, lest we have a bad time with him on our way out. You tell your proprietor that we shall not deal with each other anymore, that the imperial court has imperialized us. This trip down is for one last business trip. Don't worry, I'm not going to rob you. The errand arranged by the court is a bit far away, in Jinzhou. It's thousands of miles from here, and I just came to get some traveling money." While talking, the shopkeeper also came, but the proprietor was not there, and he could not do anything with this scarab head. One can only hope that the guy is a man of his word and just takes some money and doesn't kill anyone. Saying that, The little brother collecting money over there had already walked over to the table where the rat's eye was before, though there were 4 of them at their table, facing 24 brawny horse bandits armed with weapons. A few people still dutifully shelled out the money. The money collector's boy continued on his way, rag pocket in hand. The people in the room had the good sense to put their money in. Lu Yuxing was no exception, dropping the silver he had on him inside his cloth pocket. Mo Chuchu shrunk her body, trying to stay as close as possible to Lu Yuxing so as not to attract the attention of the horse bandits. When the horse bandit came to the table to the right of that Lu Yuxing, the man who had locked eyes with Lu Yuxing stood out and said archly, "Xinglong Dark Bureau, Chen Ziming, Boss Su's fortune, Xinglong Dartboard?" Mo Chuchu poked her head out and looked curiously at whichever dark master had stepped in to deal with the horse bandits. Chapter 18, Greed. That dark master of the Xinglong Dark Bureau is at this moment precisely in Panchundian with the horse bandits. Nanchun Baidian, said the black words of the Jianghu Road. The thing about dart walking is that it's 3 parts skill and 7 parts face. Normally, a dart master would never fight the bandits until he had to. So on the route that the dart board had planned for the dart team, it's all about avoiding places infested with powerful people as much as possible. What can't really be bypassed, the dart board will take care of in advance. In this way, once encountered, the dart escort and the hijacking horse bandit will report each other's door number. In some cases, the dart board didn't get a ride ahead of time, or meet a robber with a sudden momentary interest. It's up to the dart masters themselves. The dart walkers and many of the robbers were martial arts practitioners. Some bandits and dart masters even come from the same division. The spring festival ceremony is to announce one's home. Report your dartboard, your name, and where you come from. From there, we can pull relationships, talk clearly, and avoid a big flood and a family that doesn't fight a family. Usually, after a dart team flashes the signboard of a dartboard, the bandits will usually give face to they let the dart team through. Of course, the fact that we can talk shows that the robbers are also reasonable, and the dartmen have to be obliged. Give a toll. It's the default rule on both sides. Even if you're famous, no dartboard of any strength is immune. This time, however, the talks unexpectedly fell apart. The red-faced Chen Ziming kept quoting prices and making promises to the horse bandits. But no matter what he said, Scarab shook his head in denial and refused to relent. Shopkeeper Su, in the past, we at Xinglong Dark Bureau have not been short of your favors. Why did you go back on your word this time? Chen Ziming said angrily. Fong repeatedly relaxed his conditions, promising to double his side of the toll to him. Consider yourself unprofitable on this trip, but that damn Scarab is dead set against it. Surname Chen. It's not that my brother doesn't give you face. We're about to be golden. How did I know that you guys would catch it just in time? This last order, you don't want me to regret it for the rest of my life, right? If you have the sense to hand over your belongings, I can keep 20% for you for the sake of the Xinglong Dark Bureau. Otherwise, I'll be damned. Scarhead let his men get ready to come over and collect the money after dropping this sentence, and he turned his own head toward another table. Chen Ziming pressed his hand on the handle of his sword, his face clouded over. This scarab head is greasy, and has to have the dart goods they are escorting this time, and the value of this batch of goods is worth tens of thousands of taels. If you lose this dart, Xinglong Dark Bureau, not to say that the loss of death, it's also going to have a bad reputation. Several of the dark masters turned their eyes to him, waiting for their own dark master to make up his mind. Looking at the approaching horse bandits, Chen Ziming was in trouble. With just a few men on hand, do we really want to fight with each other? Although there were only 24 of them coming in, Chen Ziming knew that this group of horse bandits was quite ferocious. Once there is a conflict, with the few dark masters around him, he is no match at all. It would really be a death sentence then. Chen Ziming had the intention of discussing with his employer, but the middle-aged man had long been scared out of his wits. One urged Chen Ziming to hurry up and promise the horse bandits to give them their belongings. Mother her. Chen Ziming was furious. This guy lost the goods can go to their dartboard to make trouble. According to the contract, dartboard to pay. But where are we going to find the dartboard's losses? Just as Chen Ziming was in a difficult situation, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Scarhead come to the table where he had previously clashed with the flower picker Gust of Wind. With the intuition of a dart master, Chen Ziming could tell that the man he was staring at was an expert. It also looks less like a couple and more like an escort relationship in terms of how the two get along. If we can unite him, Chen Ziming felt confident that he could clear out all the horse bandits in this house without leaving any survivors. Then get out of the area quickly so that neither you nor your employer loses anything. The only question is whether or not the other party is willing to work with them. However, when Chen Ziming saw Scarhead smiling lewdly as he walked towards the young girl who had caused the dispute, Chen Ziming then felt that there might be something to talk about, depending on that person's reaction. From the time he entered the door, Scar had noticed Mo Chuchu's appearance, and didn't pay too much attention to it at first. Now that I take a closer look, that's quite a specimen of beauty. Still, he's got the work ethic to set up the money grab first. Next in leaving space to be alone with the beauty. Of course, given that the other party has already paid, then a reason is needed. After arranging the minions, Scar had carried a bag of money and came to Lu Yuxing and Mo Chuchu and dropped the bag on their table. Seeing this gesture from the other party, Lu Yuxing frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "It's been given." Given? Scar had laughed. Who saw it? You guys? Did anyone even see them give it a go? Scarab looked around, and not a single person dared to say anything. He then said to Lu Yuxing in a smug manner, "Kid, do you have no money? It doesn't matter if you don't have any money. Your little girl is very pretty. Will be worth a few bucks when we're done playing and sell it to a greenhouse." Saying that, Scar had put his hand towards Mo Chuchu's chin while smiling lewdly. Prepare to study the body structure of this little beauty. However, just as it was about to be touched, his own hand was suddenly clamped down. Lu Yuxing put his hand on Scarhead's arm and controlled it with a slight force. Then he slowly turned his head, a pair of eyes flashing out a bit of cold light. "Mr. Su, did the one who led you into the business tell you that you can't be greedy in this business? What about taking it for what it's worth? You have no morals." Scar had struggled twice to see that he could not break free, so he became annoyed. "Do you want to die? Old man robbed you, just robbed you. What moral justice with you?" Seeing that the other party had said so, Lu Yuxing loosened his vice grip on him. This was followed by a cold kick over the table. The hot noodle soup on the table together with the table board slammed on the scarab's head. The scalded opponent let out a yell, shouting as he did so, "It's burning me, what are you waiting for? Get him!" The horse bandits below all looked dumbfounded, and finally reacted when they heard their boss calling out, "Kill!" Lu Yuxing raised his sword to block in front of Mo Chuchu. After seeing the right moment, a hand rose up and cut a flash of white light from the horizontal blade. It directly cut off the machetes in the hands of the two horse bandits furthest to the front. Then with a backhanded ruffle, a brilliant blood splash exploded from both of their chests at the same time. The two horse bandits screamed miserably and tumbled to the ground. This scene stunned the flower picker who hid in the back to watch the show for a while. This rat-eyed guy at first wanted to see how the female companion beside Lu Yuxing would develop if she was given a look by the horse bandits. I didn't expect the other party to actually negotiate without even bothering to do so. Chapter 19, Destroying the Horse Bandits. But, Mouse Eyes thought for a moment that it would be better to do it directly. After all, there were more than 20 people on the horse bandit side, and all of them are ruthless and hardened criminals. As long as Lu Yuxing clashed with them, then he himself could reap the benefits at that time. He winked at a couple of his minions and several people's gazes then coincidentally focused on Mo Chuchu. I've been salivating over this little beauty for a long time, but I'm just in the way of Lu Yuxing. Now that the other party had gone out to seek death, then could we not take this opportunity to take this little beauty captive? On the other side, Lu Yuxing, after killing two people in a row, deterred the other horse bandits from coming forward. All people value their lives, let alone a horse bandit who can become a veteran of years of experience. Each one is ruthless and at the same time more life-affirming. They didn't want to be as impulsive as the brats who had just joined the horse bandits. Seeing that Lu Yuxing was a tough piece of work, they quickly formed a siege around him, but there was no rush to get out. Scarface struggled out from under the table, covering the burn on his head and watching his minions surround but not fight. He was about to get angry when he saw the two corpses and the broken knife on the ground. There was a moment of silence. Of course he knew what his own men were like. Now that two people are dead, they're all waiting for some dumbass to go first. Look at the way things are going as they are. Let's not talk about who's on and who's dead. As things stood, his side had lost ground first. Scar had noticed that to the left and right of Lu Yuxing, all the people with knives and sticks were moving around. The Dark Master of the Xinglong Dark Bureau on his right-hand side was eyeing his side intently, and the four burly men at the table on the left were unsuspecting. In terms of numbers, if Lu Yuxing drove the people from the dartboard and the four big men over there together, there's no numerical advantage on your side. Scar had thought about it. He couldn't fight him in the store. He had to leave the kid alone. And with the limited space and obstacles in the store, it wasn't easy to utilize his side's numerical advantage. Thinking of this, Scar had walked over to Lu Yuxing and used his poor acting skills to provoke him. Good boy, count on your courage. You can't exert yourself here. Dare you talk with us outside? The corner of Lu Yuxing's mouth lifted slightly as he inserted his horizontal sword back into its sheath and looked at the horse bandits. Then go out and talk? Seeing Lu Yuxing's death-seeking stance, Scar had said with a fierce smile, "Fine, a man of honor. Let's go." As he walked out the door, Lu Yuxing turned his head to Mo Chuchu and urged, "Wait for me. Be right back." Mo Chuchu nodded silently. She didn't know what to say. With apprehension and a hint of curiosity, can Lu Yuxing beat a dozen tough horse bandits? Or does he have another way to make peace with the horse bandits? The people inside the inn were also looking at Lu Yuxing's back with either a teasing or regretful expression. Several Xinglong Dark Bureau's Dark Masters also shook their heads inside. If put in a fight right here, they might have a few % chance of winning if they entered the battle. Now that Lu Yuxing has taken the initiative to go out and give up the advantage of the narrow terrain, isn't that just waiting to be surrounded by the other side? Chen Ziming had the intention to stop Lu Yuxing, but when the words reached his mouth, he didn't know how to say it. In the end, he could only watch Lu Yuxing go out with the gang of horse bandits. What do we do now? Chen Ziming was beginning to wonder if he should take his employer out the back door while he was at it. But the dart's belongings are still on the big car in front. Even if the people go out, what should we do with the goods? Just as Chen Ziming was caught in a dilemma, the sound of banging golden iron suddenly came from outside. This was immediately followed by the muffled sound of a sword stabbing into a human body. The screams of misery rose and grew. Various sounds mingled into the ears, giving the impression as if a big show was going on outside. Those who remained in the inn, including Maosai's Gust of Wind and Chen Ziming of Xinglong Dark Bureau, were all shocked in their hearts. It's amazing that the fight, which I thought would be over quickly, has gone on until now. And it sounded like Lu Yuxing, who was facing 24 horse bandits alone, had the advantage. Ah, have mercy. Bam! The sound of steel knives crashing to the ground came, and the sound of pounding and falling was endless. The screams gradually subsided, and after a few moments, there was a gradual silence outside. As the door to the room was pushed open by Lu Yuxing, the toothsome squeak brought the dispute to a close. Follow the wide open door of the room. The crowd was surprised to see a field of mutilated bodies lying down outside. A group of people watched, dumbfounded. The scene that, and Lu Yuxing, who walked in, didn't even have a few drops of blood stuck to him. It was as if the dismal scene outside the door had nothing to do with him. Without taking more than a glance at the reaction of the crowd inside the inn, Lu Yuxing walked straight towards the broken pockets that the horse bandits had left in the inn earlier. After taking out the silver he had thrown in from inside, he returned to his original position. The crowd inside the inn looked at me and I looked at you. All saw Lu Yuxing only take out his own silver, leaving the rest untouched. But no one dared to move. After a few more moments, still a gust of wind from the rat's eye at the neighboring table cautiously approached the ragged pocket. He looked at Lu Yuxing while probing his hand, and Lu Yuxing acted as if he didn't see it, eating by himself. Seeing that he didn't do anything, that rat's eye then flashed back the silver he had given out. Seeing someone retrieve their money, the rest of the people in the inn saw this and immediately swarmed over to the, scrambling to get back the money they gave. There were few arguments and quarrels during the period, and Lu Yuxing looked as if he didn't mind at all. Mo Chuchu asked in a small voice, "Don't you want that money? I think even if you take it, those people won't dare to say anything." Lu Yuxing responded without lifting his head, "I do not take ill-gotten gains." After saying that, he urged the store assistant to continue serving the food. After Mo Chuchu heard this, she just smiled sweetly and didn't open her mouth. As the crowd in the store finished scrambling, the shopkeeper reserved everyone present. Lu Yuxing took out his silver to pay for the meal and inquired, "Junior, are there any more upper rooms?" "Yes, sir. How many rooms would you like?" "One room," Lu Yuxing said blandly. "No problem, guest. I'll go make arrangements." Facing Lu Yuxing, who had swept away a dozen horse bandits alone, the store assistant's attitude was respectful. The proprietor was away, and that horse bandit actually dared to rob their store's customers. Luckily, there was this man, and when the proprietor returned later, he needed to be thanked properly. Unlike Lu Yuxing's blandness, Mo Chuchu, after hearing that Lu Yuxing only wanted a room, she subconsciously tightened the collar on her chest. As a White Lotus holy maiden, she grew up staying deep and simple in the holy grounds of the holy sect. She was surrounded by maids of honor who had no experience with men in the same room. Although she had the intention to ask for another room, but she didn't say anything about it. Lu Yuxing was the personal guard that his handkerchief friend Sun Ernyang had found for him. Close, as the name suggests. How is it possible to sleep apart? In the complex gaze of the crowd at the inn, Lu Yuxing led Mo Chuchu, whose cheeks were slightly red, up the stairs. Chapter 20, Meeting the Dark Team Again. As soon as he entered the house, Mo Chuchu stood still and didn't know what to do. There was obviously nothing binding her, but she just couldn't seem to move. Lu Yuxing, on the other hand, was looking around, flipping here and there, walking over to the bed again. He lifted the covers and knocked on the bedpan. After a while of tossing and turning, Lu Yuxing came to Mo Chuchu and said, "Well, you'll sleep in that bed." Mo Chuchu felt that this was a bit wrong for Lu Yuxing, so she asked, What about you? To keep watch for you, Lu Yuxing said as he moved a chair and leaned on the desk in front of Mo Chuchu's bed. Then he pulled out a fishing line from his body and bolted one end to Mo Chuchu's wrist. The other end is tied at your wrist. After getting this done, he then sat down in a chair and held his head in one hand with his eyes closed. Seeing Lu Yuxing arrange everything directly, Mo Chuchu was somewhat overwhelmed and staggered in place. Not sure if I should sleep or do something else next. It's too early for sleep. The sun is just setting over the horizon. But I don't know what to do if I don't sleep. Hearing that Mo Chuchu did not move for a long time, Lu Yuxing slowly opened his eyes and said, "Go to bed. After all, you're out and about. So don't be so formal. Just get dressed and go to bed. There's no condition here that will give you a bath." Hearing that Lu Yuxing had said so, Mo Chuchu could only walk to the bedside. After getting into bed and waiting to shrink under the covers, she still couldn't help but ask, "Is it true you can't take a shower?" Lu Yuxing closed his eyes, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "You can go ahead and wash it if you're not afraid of prying eyes." Hearing that Lu Yuxing had said so, Mo Chuchu could only skim her mouth. The quilt covered his head and he retreated under the covers. It was dark and the wind was howling furiously, tapping frantically against the windows. Lu Yuxing opened his eyes and perked up his ears, listening carefully to the subtle movements caught in the gale. In addition to the sound of the wind, the sound of horses neighing as well as the drinking and cursing of the youngest was also faintly heard. I guess the stable was lifted by the wind. The direction of the corridor was quiet, and Lu Yuxing nodded slightly. It seems like this store is still relatively moralistic. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the quilt on Mo Chuchu being kicked away by her. Lu Yuxing walked over to Mo Chuchu's side and tucked her in. He then returned to the party's chair and continued to meditate and cultivate the breathing technique. The next day, Mo Chuchu woke up leisurely and realized that Lu Yuxing was already sitting by the chair looking at himself. She subconsciously tried to cover the covers and then it struck me that I didn't seem to have undressed at all last night. Wake up. Breakfast has already been brought up by the store assistant. Eat and go. Lu Yuxing untied the fishing line, and Mo Chuchu moved her wrist. Get out of bed and come to the table where breakfast had been placed. Breakfast was great. Simple. A plate of steamed dumplings, a cooked egg pancake, 2 bowls of skinny congee with eggs, 2 small plates of pickles, 1 of pickled radish and 1 of sherbet. Mo Chuchu used her index finger to test the edge of the bowl of lean meat porridge and found that it was still warm. So she asked, "Why don't you eat first?" Lu Yuxing brought a bowl of porridge to himself. "Eat when you wake up." The two were not talking, and in a moment's time they had wiped out the simple breakfast. Let the shopkeeper waiting outside come in and clean up the plates. Lu Yuxing pulls out a 3-coin piece of broken silver from his pocket and puts it on top, smiley face. "Is that enough?" The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. "Enough to get, and some leftover money for you." "No, it's a reward." Lu Yuxing waved his hand and said. Xiaoer got the reward money, and while thanking him, he neatly packed up the things in the room. For a bottom feeder like a store steward, their monthly payment is just 1 or 2 and 2 silver coins a month out. Affluent places like the capital might have a 2 silver or so, but no more. But at the same time that doesn't mean they are living off the bounty. Guests' bounty is a fortune for them, but it's extremely volatile. The price level here is close to that in water margin. Wu can have a banquet for a couple of silver pieces. The rest could still buy 20 pounds of beef plus a jar of wine and 2 chickens, and pay off the debts owed by the 3 Nguyen brothers. This shows that the purchasing power of silver is worth a lot of money here. An inn, which in Lu Yuxing's time and space was equivalent to an ordinary chain hotel. For example, Hanting Ruijia, no spending a month's salary of an average person for 1 night stay. Therefore, Lu Yuxing's reward money before and after 2 times was enough for the store assistant's own salary for 7 or 8 days. Leaving that dark store, Lu Yuxing and Mo Chuchu beat their horses and galloped. He had a hunch that the Wei court won't let Mo Chuchu and Li pay off the hook so easily, although it's not clear what the White Lotus sect did in the capital, but attacking the Wei royal family, it's a punishable offense anyhow, and while the manhunt papers are still posted, it will take at least 100 miles of traveling today to get there. Lu Yuxing took a sip of water from his canteen and sped up their traveling speed. The two made their way onward until noon, when, before the mouth of a valley at the foot of a hill, saw a caravan stopping to take a tip break. The caravan diners saw 2 riders coming in the distance and immediately got up and looked around with heightened vigilance. It was only when they got closer that they realized that the 2 riders coming over looked somewhat familiar. In the meantime, Lu Yuxing also realized that these people were the same merchants escorted by the Xinglong Dart Bureau that he encountered yesterday at the Yao Yuan Inn. I don't think they stayed in a hotel yesterday, but traveled all night, so it wasn't a surprise to run into them here. Lu Yuxing, seeing that it was an acquaintance, which Dart Master Chen Ziming, who had stepped forward to bargain with the horse bandits yesterday, took the initiative to walk forward. Arching his hand towards Lu Yu, he said, Thank you for your help yesterday. Lu Yuxing returned the salute on his horse. Where? I'm just helping myself. When Chen Ziming saw how polite Lu Yuxing was, not putting on airs at all, his heart doubled in favor. Then he inquired. I don't know your name yet. I am Lu Yuxing. Lu Yuxing only introduced himself and had no intention of introducing the woman beside him. Chen Ziming had already guessed 8 points in his heart, knowing that Lu Yuxing was most likely the guard who escorted this woman. It's just that the guards are so good at what they do. Chen Ziming asked as he had not searched in his own mind to find such a figure as Lu Yuxing in the Jianghu no matter what. Is brother Lu also a dark protector? Pretty much. Lu Yuxing didn't acknowledge it, but he didn't oppose it either. After all, he and Mo Chu Chu, from their demeanor and cooperation, it just doesn't look like couples and men and women out for a good time. Bodyguards and personal guards are most like the two of them together, so there's no need to lie about it. Chen Ziming said, that is, if we are traveling together. I do not know where brother Lu is going. If he is going to Cangzhou, we're on our way instead. Lu Yuxing knew that Chen Ziming was being condescending, but right now he was definitely passing through Cangzhou, so he nodded and said, truth be told, I was just about to pass through Cangzhou. A look of surprise appeared on Chen Ziming's face. That's really great. We happen to be on the same way. Brother Lu, would you like to come along? It's good to look out for each other on the road. No need. Your convoy is moving too slowly. I'm in a hurry. Lu Yuxing refused Li Changfeng's good intentions, and then he was about to take Mo Chu Chu and was about to cross the mouth of the valley. But before he could act, he was stopped by Chen Ziming running to his horse and said, Brother Lu is thinking about it. Right now this valley cannot be entered. Chapter 21, Dreaming. Why can't I get in? Hearing Chen Ziming's words, Lu Yuxing inquired, You still don't know? Chen Ziming said with some surprise, Brother Lu may not know. In the past days, this Qinghua mountain came and went freely. But in the last few months, somehow a fierce tiger with dangling eyes and white forehead emerged from inside. I don't know how many guests that beast has eaten. Manhwa County has repeatedly assembled hunters into the mountains to search for this tiger. However, the role of very few, into the mountain hunters mostly unsuccessful. It was even more than half eaten by that tiger. Most of the hunters who came back went crazy and told everyone that it was haunted. Nowadays, on this Qinghua mountain, ordinary single guests don't dare to enter the mountain at all. They can only take a detour. Manhwa County posted a notice in the neighborhood. Notify the merchants who want to enter the mountain must be assembled in front of the mouth of the valley to more than 100 people in a team. In order to go up the mountain during the daytime at noon, the rest of the hour is not allowed to enter the mountain, for fear that tigers come out to hurt people. After saying this, Chen Ziming came over to Lu Yuxing's side and said quietly, Brother Lu, I suspect that has become a spirit, and I reckon there might be devils on the mountain. After Lu Yuxing heard this, he didn't choose to stay and wait for someone with him. Instead, they chose to go straight up the mountain. Hey, little brother, didn't you hear me? There's a tiger on that mountain. Chen Ziming shouted from behind. Lu Yuxing's voice drifted from the distance. It's okay, it's out of the way. After saying that, he rode his horse and led Mo Chu Chu into the valley. As the two left, Chen Ziming was a bit puzzled. If one's good advice is not heeded by the other party, then there is no need for one to retain it. Walking into the valley, Mo Chu Chu looked at the dense forest on the mountain, and the silence made her heart tighten as well. There is only one way into Mount Qinghua from the valley upwards. She had heard what Chen Ziming had said just now, and if her meridians hadn't been sealed, he could also use spells, so he didn't need to fear any fertilized tiger demons. It should even be said that the tiger demon has to be afraid of himself, but now I can't use any of my magic power. At best, he was an ordinary person who had accomplished body forging, and Lu Yuxing is just a martial artist. Once an animal becomes a spirit, its aptitude will skyrocket. Can he handle it? Just looking at Lu Yuxing's appearance, it seems like there's no need to worry again, and she had to be brave enough to follow her footsteps up the hill. A wary ride down the trail to the hillside. Mo Chu Chu's hanging heart dropped a little. The sun hadn't set yet, and it wouldn't take them more than 2 hours to get down. However, the thought hadn't stayed in his mind for a while when the sky suddenly darkened. Mo Chu Chu looked up at the sky. Gusty winds swept across the cloudy sky, and the sun was obscured from view. It didn't take long for the rain to start pouring down. It's raining more and more, and the wind is blowing hard. Suddenly, the sky looked like it had torn a corner, followed by a rumble of thunder. Between the lightning and thunder, the pouring rain washed over man and horse. The hills are rough and muddy. Mo Chu Chu saw a big tree and wanted to go under it to hide from the rain, but she was stopped dead in her tracks by Lu Yuxing. Without waiting for her to question, she only saw Lu Yuxing pointing to a broken temple in the distance. Mo Chu Chu's heart was overjoyed, and the two of them dismounted and took their mounts, and wasted some time. finally made it to the broken temple. Whoa! The gusty winds blew the dilapidated, wild temple to its foundations. The rain beat down the broken and leaking roof on the mud-caked floor tiles. Chu looked at the broken wild temple that was leaking everywhere. It's pouring outside and drizzling inside, but there are always some dry spots where the rain can't get to. The two moved the futon and rested there. After settling his luggage, Lu Yuxing scanned some dusty firewood was seen piled up in a corner of the broken temple. It should have been left behind by someone who used to stay here for a fire. When he had drawn some firewood, he pulled out his firebrand and took some of his carry-on flint to light it for a fire. The rising flames licked at the firewood, warming the surroundings. Chu, who was drenched to the side, saw the fire go up and then he took off his rain-soaked clothes. Exposing the damp white midriff inside, leaned over to warm himself by the fire. Lu Yuxing also sat across from her, taking off his outerwear and drying it over the fire. He wore on his head a cocked hat with a rainproof lining and so only the coat got wet. But Chu was soaking wet. She doesn't seem to have the experience needed to walk outside of her home. Apart from a change of clothes, the only rain gear I have is an umbrella. It was blown apart by the wind on the way up. Borrowing the campfire, Lu Yuxing took out a tile jar to catch a bit of rainwater, then set it on the fire to boil it. Took out the dry food and shared it with Chu. The sky was becoming dim, and the heavy rain had no intention of stopping. Chu leaned against the offering table, wrapped in a blanket, and curiously surveyed everything in the temple. The deserted and broken temple is dedicated to a green-faced, fanged city god in clay. The paint had flaked off and the face was pitted. It looked a little hairy and evil in the rainy, overcast conditions. Lu Yuxing, on the other hand, scanned his surroundings vigilantly. It is not for nothing that the saying, "It is better to sleep in a messy grave than to enter a broken temple," is true. Such deserted and dilapidated temples were the haunts of many thieves and outlaws, not to mention suppressing ghosts. People can't even be suppressed. Moreover, a temple that has lost its offerings can easily be covered by the yin qi that it becomes a breeding ground for evil spirits. Another gust of cold wind blew through. Leaning against the offering table, Chu tightened the blanket around her body. The blanket was the only thing that gave her a hint of warmth in this leaking environment on all sides. Unconsciously, the heavy rain fell for several hours in a row, and after the campfire had dried the clothes on his body, and the rain has subsided, as the night grew thicker, Chu felt a wave of drowsiness come over her. With a final effort, she opened her eyelids and saw Lu Yuxing sitting cross-legged against the wall. The hands folded in front of you, chests heaving together. It seems to be some kind of breathing technique. Listening to the rhythmic breathing of the other party, Chu could no longer hold on to her sleepiness. Listening to the sound of the wind and Lu Yuxing's breathing outside, the days of labor made Missouri Chu close her eyes. A deep, deep sleep. During the night, she had a dream. In the dream, it seemed like some kind of monster was chasing her. She ran as hard as she could, but she couldn't outrun the monster. Just at the moment when one is about to be caught, a masked man whose figure resembled Lu Yuxing saved her. Before my dream self could give thanks, he saw the masked man who had saved his life pull off his mask as soon as he could. A sharp, piercing snarl emanated from a mouth full of sharp teeth under an inhuman face. It then opened its mouth and came to bite like itself. She gave a sharp jolt and opened her eyes only to see that there was no Lu Yuxing's figure to the left or right. When he was about to be puzzled, he heard a movement behind him in his ears. She tilted her head and saw a bloody mouth coming at her head. Chapter 22, The Ghost of the Devourer. After Chu opened her eyes, she realized that everything in her dream shone into reality. In front of her, a rotting walking corpse was snarling at her with its mouth wide open. The walker's face was covered in thick sores and his eye sockets were deeply sunken. The walker's top was a tattered black robe that, the hem had rotted in many places to reveal whitened flesh. Two arms revealing the white bones of the mori trees reached out to Chu. The blackened nails were long and pointed, and the teeth protruded grotesquely, like evil spirits from hell. The breath spewed out was putrid and unpleasant. Chu stabilized herself after a disembodied scream, for the chest of that walker revealed a dull tip of a knife. At the moment, Lu Yuxing stood behind it, twisting the knife from side to side. Drops of sticky liquid continued to drip down with the sores on the walker's chest. Seeing that it was almost time, Lu Yuxing stabbed the horizontal sword to the bottom, then slowly withdrew it. The walker also collapsed in response unwillingly. Chu secretly breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the walker fall. She who had thought it was all over, waited to look up and her pupils instantly shrunk to the size of pinpoints, and the delicate features of her face tightened. Chu covered her mouth, and after avoiding making a sound herself, she stretched out a finger and, silently, he pointed to Lu Yuxing's back. Lu Yuxing turned his head, and right behind him, there were several ragged and The walkers dragging their fishy-smelling bodies were closing in on him fast. In the blink of an eye, one of the closest walkers had arrived less than 3 meters in front of him, lifting the 2 bloody holes in his own face to meet his eyes. The next moment, a deafening roar rang out like thunder from outside the house. All the walking corpses hissed and charged towards Lu Yuxing as if they had received an order. The lead walker leapt forward. Before he could land, he saw a flash of cold light in midair. The body broke off in unison down the center and landed on the floor that took up the ash, followed by a second, third, and fourth. Click. The sound of a blade entering flesh and chopping through bone was heard. The horizontal swords with star and cloud patterns staggered on their blades, either chopped, slashed, teased, or stabbed. The uninterrupted harvesting of walkers turned them back into immobile corpses once more. Within moments, the broken temple was covered in the limbs of walkers. Mo Chuchu looked at this scene in shock. When he was originally at the Inn of Fate, although he knew that Lu Yuxing was very capable of fighting, but there was a door separating them, and it was not known how he defeated those horse bandits. It was a real eye-opener to see it now in person. The swordplay looked unorganized, but each swing was just right. There's a rhythm to it that no trick is better than a trick. The tip of the knife was constantly dripping unidentified juice. Lu Yuxing clamped the horizontal sword at the crook of his arm, and then made a silent stroke. Mo Chuchu asked, "Is it over? You've taken care of all those devils?" "Not yet." Lu Yuxing lifted up the cleaned horizontal sword and headed out. "One of these things showing up means there's got to be a bunch more out there. You barricade the door. I'll go out and take a look." Ho ho ho! A tiger's roar like thunder resounded again in the forest outside the house, overpowering Lu Yuxing's next words. He jerked his head up and looked out into the woodland outside the broken temple. The figure of a mottled tiger was vaguely visible. With a tiger's roar, a dozen hidden figures emerged from the forest floor. At the sound of the tiger's roar, they came around towards the duo in the broken temple. Mo Chuchu followed the doorway and also saw the scene outside. A big scary tiger is prowling outside. Its eyes glowed in the darkness like 2 ghostly fires. There were even more than 20 to 30 devils surrounding them. Mo Chuchu swallowed her saliva and said to Lu Yuxing with a grave expression, "Let's just run away. Leaving the horses here should attract them." Lu Yuxing said without looking back, "It's no use. That has tasted man and gotten the hang of it. Horses don't appeal to him anymore." With that, Lu Yuxing took a step out of the threshold and backhanded the temple door. Ow! Seeing someone coming out of the temple, a dark shadow quickly scurried out of the dense forest and it landed in the open space in front of the temple. By the light of the moon, Lu Yuxing saw that it was a huge-bodied spotted tiger. The fishy odor exhaled from its mouth made Lu Yuxing, who was more than 20 meters away from it, smell it. The size of the tiger is a circle larger than the normal tiger, like a 2-year-old calf. It's so big, it's really the first time I've seen it. Seeing that fierce tiger and those devils around it that had been eaten by it and then driven by demonic chi and grievances after being cleansed with demonic chi and grievances, Lu Yuxing locked his brows tightly and drew his sword and pointed it shakily at the tiger that had become an immortal. "There's no way around it. We'll just have to tackle it." Lu Yuxing slowly regulated the true chi in his body, then held the sword with both hands, 1 foot in front of the other. The figure stopped in front of the dilapidated door of the deserted temple. Roar! After that accomplished tiger had growled in a low, the devils that burrowed out of the bushes let out sharp, ear-piercing whistles in unison, and then rushed forward with teeth and claws. Lu Yuxing looked at the ghosts that rushed over without changing his face. With a movement of his feet, his entire body shot out like an arrow off the string. On the muddy land that had obviously rained, Lu Yuxing was like flat ground. Footsteps of yin and yang, feet interlocking in a chain, doing tightly changing steps back and forth in the swarm of onrushing devils. After seeing the right moment, a flash of the horizontal sword in his hand, a devourer's head flew away from his body. In the meantime, a few ghosts that were eaten by the tiger and were manipulated by the tiger demon's resentment also stretched out their sharp nails and grabbed at Lu Yuxing's face. Lu Yuxing dodged sideways while backhanding another slash. The dull horizontal blade cut a barely visible arc, chopping off the claws of these devils. Lu Yuxing kept dashing left and right in the ghost devourer group with great speed and pace. His figure was like a gyroscope, constantly rotating in the corpses, stirring up the dirt to fly. Lu Yuxing didn't kill these devils one by one, because that would be useless. Lu Yuxing was just dodging and breaking through, using his footwork to bypass the group of devils. To save energy, he was ready to take care of the person who started it all as fast as he could, the tiger that came to life. The scattered limbs were like autumn leaves drifting away. Lu Yuxing dashed left and right through the corpses, because there were too many of them. Inevitably, the clothes on his body were scratched by the ghost of the devils in a few cuts, but fortunately, he still managed to break through the barrier of corpses without any danger. Came to the tiger's heels. Without any nonsense or pause, Lu Yuxing took an arrow step and drew his sword. 3 moves, or 3 rounds. He had to take down this tiger demon within 3 rounds. Otherwise, this psychic guy would have been quick to judge the situation and either recall the ghosts to surround themselves, or retreat. Chapter 23, Killing the Tiger Demon. Unsurprisingly, the tiger pressed its 2 front paws slightly on the ground, and its whole body lunged upwards, leaping down from mid-air. In its opinion, the human in front of it was looking for death. That tiger's pounce was expected by Lu Yuxing. After predicting the landing point of the tiger demon in the blink of an eye, he then changed his footsteps. All of the forward momentum build-up moves as the body deflects back and forth, slowing himself down considerably to avoid bursting into that tiger demon's lunging range. At the same time, as his body pirouette, the horizontal sword cut through the rain and ran towards the tiger demon's throat. Buzz dash! With a sharp crack, Mo Chu, who was in the broken temple watching the situation through the doorway, only saw the fierce tiger that pounced on Lu Yuxing, before she could worry about whether Lu Yuxing could come back alive. The next moment, a flash of a wheel of light followed. The air was showered with a rain of blood. That tiger demon's body slammed heavily on the ground. His tiger eyes opened wide, and his tongue lay on his lips and his mouth. It's dead as a doornail. A fishy smell of blood hit my face. Mo Chu was shocked by the sight before her. One move. Just one move. That head is said to have eaten dozens of people. A dozen or so hunters were unable to take it, and the tiger died on the spot. Lu Yuxing pulled out a piece of rag from his body, collected the knife with his right hand, and wrapped the cloth around his hand with his left hand. The blade grazed the cloth-wrapped hand, cleaning the blood off of it, and behind him, one by one, the devils who hadn't reacted yet rotted and festered. Having lost the maintenance of their demonic power, the ghosts' grievances disappeared with the end of the tiger demon. These walking corpses who are forced to act as tigers are like old people who are about to take their last breath and see their long-gone friends and relatives on their deathbeds, happy to be gone. Noon. Chen Ziming's dart team and the various merchants or pedestrians who held the same purpose as him went up to Qingfeng Mountain in a vast group. Even so, Chen Ziming did not dare to slack off. He knew deep down that gathering so many people was just a bluff. The purpose was to make that tiger demon know what to do. But fear not. Fear not. In case that tiger demon recognizes their group of rabble who have gathered together for courage. A real slam dunk. It's expected that this huge team will just do a bird's-eye job right away. So, he kept his guard up all the way to, and kept his dart team walking in the very center of the line. It's safest that way. But walking. There was a sudden scuffle up ahead. Immediately afterward, the sound grew louder and louder, as if they were scrambling for something. Chen Ziming felt curious, and when their dart team passed by there, Chen Ziming's eyes suddenly widened. Not far away in the clearing in front of the broken temple lay the body of a huge tiger. Blood stained almost the entire clearing, and countless dead bones were scattered around. At the same time, in the bushes on the side, several figures were writhing together. Chen Ziming listened clearly from the sidelines. That's what I found first. Who the hell are you to rob me of my tiger skin? Nonsense. Did you kill this tiger? That's right. Don't think we don't know. This tiger demon Qingfeng County is offering a reward of 500 taels of silver. These words, Chen Ziming only wanted to laugh when he heard them. He didn't have to think about knowing who killed this tiger demon. Associated with what the other said to himself yesterday, Chen Ziming could only marvel at Lu Yuxing's guts and skills. It's a pity. How nice it would be if such an expert could be dragged into their Xinglong Dark Bureau. After Chen Ziming lamented, he wondered why Lu Yuxing killed the tiger but didn't want the tiger skin. They even said that if you cut off the tiger's ear and take it to Qingfeng County, after checking it out, 500 taels of silver will be yours. Unable to figure it out, he finally had to take advantage of the fact that the fighting gang wasn't looking, poured a bottle of spirits on the tiger's corpse. However, the pouring of the wine, Chen Ziming suddenly realized that there was a pile of what appeared to be freshly cut firewood piled up on one side of the temple against the wall. When I walked in, the new wood was very wet, but it did contain dry wood that took up dust, so I picked up a bundle and spread out in front of the tiger demon's corpse. He then pulled out a fire discount and quickly slipped away after lighting the tiger demon's corpse in firewood. Within moments, the sound of a fire being put out could be heard from behind. Chen Ziming looked at the few people who were vying for the tiger skin with a mocking smile on his face. You're not worthy to take the skin of that tiger demon? Since Lu Yuxing doesn't want it, no one will get it. As the saying goes, if you meet the road of hard work, it must be a jungle. It was noon in Sangzhou in January, and the sun was still hanging breathlessly in the sky. The sparse pedestrians coming and going wrapped up tightly to escape the winter cold. Qingfeng County was a major town in the northern part of Wei County, but before the preceding city of Wuhan had been built and flourished through the mutual markets of. This is a border town. The size of the city was large enough to rival that of the prefecture. In the center of Qingfeng County, in the second floor box of a tea house called Lanzhou Pavilion, There were a dozen or so people of varying voices and colors gathered together. There are men and women in these people, but put on the outside, all of them are all over the famous side of the powerful. The one who hosted this tea party was known as the Northern Greenwood's Great Sprawler, Master Dog. This feast for all the great and powerful men and figures of the North. Basically, all the famous ones from all over the North were invited. The Wei court was declining, and local supervision was becoming more and more lax. A lucrative local business, such as private salt, private wine, private mines, field skin and bones, tea and horse trade, etc. One after another by them, these local magnates entrenched or even monopolized. Master Dog took a sip of his tea and took the opportunity to peek out. The people in the hall did not move, as if the tea in front of them did not exist at all. Putting down his tea, Master Dog said, "I've invited you all here today for reasons I've already told you in advance, so I won't ramble on and on. It is up to you to decide." The people in the hall had been sitting upright without the slightest movement, and now, on hearing this, the crowd looked at me and I looked at you. The expression on his brow shifted vehemently, and a dozen pairs of talking eyes struggled wide and swishes of eyes shot out and back through the air. All 1,000-year-old foxes. These guys don't just make eye contact. Each one's eyebrows were also bouncing up and down with furrowed brows, and the corners of their mouths were even making some twitching motions from time to time. After a few moments of this silent exchange, a big, burly man sitting not far from the dog master stepped forward. This person is the head of the Northern Chow gang and was elected by the people to negotiate. Master Dog, as the saying goes, the people don't fight the officials, the weak don't fight the strong. All of us are not less climbing and fighting to do now this point. Mixed to this day are not easy, although the back of the court tree is a good cool, but that White Lotus sect isn't in existence to be messed with either. When someone starts, the following naturally begin to chime in. They say that White Lotus sect's holy maiden patriarch and the bishops of the four directions are both endowed with divine powers. We are all Jianghu mortals with mortal bodies. How can we fight against that immortal avatar? Yeah, we're afraid we're no match. Chapter 24, Undercurrents. It's not true that they're all powerful men of the jungle, but can this be compared to the White Lotus sect, which has rebelled against the court several times? Not to mention that some people in the court gain power today, but they may not be able to lose it tomorrow. This time, we're looking for them to deal with the White Lotus sect, so maybe the situation at the court will change. It's time to edict each other again. It's not like the Wei court hasn't done this kind of thing before. By then it will not only offend the White Lotus sect, but also be cleaned up by the court. These people know very well that they are nightjars to the court, and they take them out when they are useful. Stuff it under the bed when it doesn't work, and maybe the other guy will kill it. Master Dog put down his teacup and waited for the crowd to stop talking before he slowly said, "What sect, Master and Holy Maiden?" "The Elders of the Four Directions, relying on a copy of the White Lotus Heart Method. After so many years of rebellion, not to mention the climate, even the state capitals have not been taken down. There hasn't even been a god condensation realm in the past few years, and that sect Master and Holy Maiden is just a body-forging earth realm. The Elders of the Four Directions are afraid that they are still in the chi drawing back realm. So what is there to be afraid of? Nima, there's nothing to fear from a chi refiner? You're kidding. The 9 realms of cultivators, not to mention the 3rd realm's concentration of the spirit, even the 1st realm's invocation of chi, which has just entered the 1st realm. That was also a supreme expert who could mobilize the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to strengthen himself, and whose strength was several times that of an ordinary martial artist. They can really breathe fire and spit out mist, and they can fly in the air and hide in the air. What's the difference between killing a man and killing a chicken? What's the point of following along with this bunch of mortals, who aren't martial artists who have also entered the country? Although many of them are first-rate martial arts experts, but really want to make a move. I'm afraid I don't even know how to die. The crowd couldn't help but have their hearts in their mouths. The dog master saw the crowd's faces were not hesitant, so he pacified them. Well, to tell you the truth, the court really wants to get real this time. That White Lotus bandit dared to sneak into the imperial city to assassinate the empress, and his majesty was so enraged that he invited the immortals to injure that lowly servant girl, sealing her meridians, and now the Holy Maiden. That's a fallen phoenix that's worse than a chicken. Really? Hearing Master Dog's words, the crowd raised their heads in disbelief. Seeing that the crowd was somewhat convinced, Master Dog hemmed and hawed and fished out a small jade bottle from his bosom, uncorked the bottle to the disbelieving stares of the crowd. In an instant, a refreshing medicinal fragrance filled the entire tea room. All the people present are the masters who have eaten and seen. Smelling this medicinal fragrance, their gazes are all condensed. There was a momentary lull in breathing. The first association that followed was that precious thing, pulse-clearing spirit liquid. A burly man couldn't help but smell the scent. In an instant, The gazes of the people present were fixed dead center on the small jade bottle in Master Dog's hand. Exactly. Master Dog followed the burly man's words down the line. It is precisely the vein-penetrating spirit liquid. I'm sure all of you are aware of the efficacy of this thing. Even if you can't use it yourself, is it good to leave it to your child? Master Dog, this stuff. Well, the court came up with this thing. So naturally, it's not that easy to change it. Whoever captures that saintly woman first will get it, dead or alive. Seeing that the crowd was still somewhat hesitant, Master Dog continued to persuade. Brothers and sisters, our old few have made it this far, and have this family business today. It's not just by self, that's also tacitly authorized by the big guys up there. It's not like we're going to go to the White Lotus sect to fight them alone now. Isn't that what I said? The Imperial Court has invited the Immortal Master to go against their altar, and we, the rats hibernating in the sewers. It's only natural that we have to utilize our strengths to share the court's concerns. Don't you understand what I'm saying? After a few words, all the people in the hall fell into deep thought. I won't keep those who want to leave. Let's say in advance, there's only one chance. Those who are willing to do it. The court will not treat you all poorly. If you do not do it, we do not force. But, the Dog Master said, suddenly gave a start, and then hemmed and hawed. Those who do not do it, if anything happens to them in the future, they will dig their own holes and bury themselves. Save your own family from being dragged into this. The room was silent, with only the sound of the wind blowing through it. After a piece of coercion, only to hear the big boss of the Chow gang standing up with a bang on the table. The tea was served and he shouted at the Dog Master, Mother asterisk 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 her, it. Then he drank it all in one go, a flash of determination in his eyes. Seeing this, the rest of the crowd also served tea to show their attitude. Seeing the crowd all drink, a smile appeared at the corners of Master Dog's mouth. Well then, I'll be waiting to hear from you all. The morning shift rang out, and the gatekeeper opened the Qingfeng County city gate. The caravans waiting outside and the vendors who wanted to enter the city to do business were walking in one after another. Near noon, Lu Yuxing appeared at the entrance of the northern city of Qingfeng County with Mo Chuchu, after showing the doorkeeper the road guide. Then he took the two horses and honestly followed the crowd into the city. The street stretches continuously along the east and west sides of. On both sides of the open space a variety of small stalls and vendors set up shacks and began to set up stalls to sell goods. Lu Yuxing glanced over as he passed under the official government's notice board that posted a bounty. Xinghua Mountain Big Bug, a reward of 500 taels of silver. Lu Yuxing snorted. It's kinda worth it. After determining that there were no Mo Chuchu or suspected any wanted women on the reward notices, Lu Yuxing brought Mo Chuchu to a hotel called Jishan Restaurant. It was nearing noon, and the two of them hadn't even had breakfast. I don't know if it's because all cultivators forge their bodies so they are resistant to hunger. Mo Chuchu felt okay, but Lu Yuxing felt some hunger in his belly. Although it was also possible to continue resisting, Lu Yuxing didn't feel the need to do so, keeping in the best shape as his capital to meet all kinds of surprises. Arriving at the entrance of the hotel, the ruffled tall junior greeted warmly. Yo, guest, are you stopping over or staying? Dinner. Lu Yuxing touched out 2 coins of silver and said to the youngest, take the trouble to feed the horse some millet, bean cakes, and a little fine salt in the mix. Xiao Er received the silver with a smile and patted his chest in assurance. Don't worry, I'm sure to take good care of you, guest. With that, he led the horse to the hitching post in the back. Lu Yuxing and Mo Chuchu entered inside the hotel and ordered a tail of braised carp and a plate of beef and sauce, a plate of hot sautéed fine vegetables plus a pot of rice. After ordering the food, Lu Yuxing put his water nan on the table and greeted the fellow. Fill me up with water, please, Deli, the mate answered. Before long, the smell of the meal wafted in. Slow back down. As the waiter yelled, the dishes ordered by Lu Yuxing were served one after another. The two of them each picked up their bowls and chopsticks and picked their favorite dishes to wind up eating. Although slightly tired, Mo Chuchu ate very elegantly. Compared to the, Lu Yuxing just wolfed it down. After asking the other man if he didn't eat fish, he good-naturedly picked the entire fish onto his plate. Mo Chuchu peeked over, only to see that he was eating the fish quite skillfully. When the fish enters the mouth, the tongue is pursed and the spines are separated from the flesh. After the whole carp was eaten, there was only a clean fish bone left on the table. And a scattering of dots of thorns on the plate. There was some soup left on the plate and it was poured into the rice as well, and all of it was eaten without any waste at all. Outside the door, a peddler hawking from a cart yells to his customers as he, while using his residual light to survey Lu Yuxing and Mo Chuchu who were eating. A customer walked up to his booth, picked up a rattle, and asked for the price. Chapter 25, Surrounding the Air. Seeing Lu Yuxing eat the whole fish, Mo Chuchu couldn't help but chime in. Young Master Lu likes to eat fish a lot. Lu Yuxing nodded slightly. Long, right, bitter, cold. The army is also rare to have fresh fish to eat. Mostly bought dried salted fish. Resistant to storage. And salt. For that matter, you can't eat it every day. Especially after the court cut off the payroll. It was impossible to even eat salted fish. Young Master Lu wants to pass through the Vain Spirit Night, so he should be stepping into the martial path, right? I can see that. You're very versed in swordplay. What school are you from? Mo Chuchu asked tentatively. Lu Yuxing didn't know if his breathing method was considered a cultivation technique. Come to think of it, it doesn't count, does it? Thinking of this, he responded. The military sword technique has no sect, he said. What Lu Yuxing said was not a perfunctory word art. So what if you've learned the art of the subtle sword? When you get to the battlefield, the limited width of a few knives coming at you from different angles with a slight time lag. If you were stuck with the sword, you'd be dead a million times over. His full arsenal. There was also only the 3 sword strokes that I didn't know how many times I had practiced in the intuition and experience from the battle. In short, it's about making the body react faster than the brain. Sure enough, hearing Lu Yuxing's words, Mo Chuchu thought darkly. Lu Yuxing's style of behavior was slightly different from that of the average Jianghu warrior. Since he has no clan or sect, is it possible to recruit him? She then asked. Young Master Lu, if you want to step into the martial arts path, apart from the pulse-penetrating spirit liquid, a native gong method that suits one's needs is also essential. Lu Yuxing looked up at her quietly without speaking. Seeing that Lu Yuxing did not react, Mo Chuchu was uncertain. Usually this is the case with people who want to step into the martial arts. The desire for feats would not be lower than the pulse-penetrating spirit liquid. She only thought that Lu Yuxing was not clear about the importance of the gongfu, and only knew about the vein-penetrating spirit liquid, so it was explained for him in a whisper. Young warrior Lu may not realize that gongfu to a cultivator is just like pointing tofu in brine. One thing leads to another. Mastery is for teaching experience, and kung fu is for subduing the meridians. The cultivation process of a monk, whether he be a martial artist or an alchemist. To describe it in the simplest of statements, it is that the cultivator, through the operation of the gongfu, in conjunction with the wandering of the meridians, absorb the aura of heaven and earth from the outside world into the inner sanctum, and then transform it into a power of your own. The power it transforms can be immortal, it can be internal, it can be a demonic aura, varying from person to person. But, basically all cultivators, they have to go through body forging to refine themselves. In the case of being groped by a master or on one's own, one transforms the inhaled heaven and earth aura into one's own mana through the operation of a gong method. From there, we will be able to draw qi into the body. So, without the proper gong method, it is impossible to retain the aura that is absorbed into the body. It runs through the meridians and eventually turns into its own power. Mo Chuchu spoke a lot in one breath, while Lu Yuxing just watched expressionlessly. It irritated her a little. It felt like the other person was staring at her like a log, and she didn't know what she was looking at. Do you have flowers on your face? Or is there a grain of rice stuck to it? Just as she was about to pull out a small mirror and take a look, Lu Yuxing suddenly bounced up from his seat. In Mo Chuchu's expression of uncertainty, he left a grain of broken silver on the table. Then his eyes signaled Mo Chuchu to get up and then said to the counter, Xiao Air, check out, here comes the master. The shopkeeper, who has a very professional hearing, arrived at the sound of the. After picking up the broken silver, he shouted to Lu Yuxing, who had already pulled Mo Chuchu to step out of the store. This customer, there's still change for you. No, count the reward, Lu Yuxing said, and without looking back, he brought Mo Chuchu to the hitching post in the back. Unhook the reins and take the horse and go. Mo Chuchu was confused, but from Lu Yuxing's behavior, it didn't seem like he was playing around. Knowing what was at stake, she didn't ask any more questions, but followed in his footsteps. East of the city, inside another inn, a handsome-faced male was sitting in an elegant room on the second floor, drinking tea and watching the scenery. At sushi, a knock came at the door. With it enter from the gentry. A man dressed as a boy walked in and attached himself to the male's ear and whispered a few words. Sure it's them? Sure. There was an adulterer who offered a clue earlier, and I took a look at it this time and confirmed that it was him right. A Longyu man who eats fish so meticulously must be the one under Xiaoho Feng. The corners of the male's mouth lifted slightly as he listened. Since it's him, that woman must be the White Lotus Demoness without a chance. Notify Zhou Ming. Immediately lead a team to surround the Jixian restaurant. The boy-like man led the way down. A short while later, a dark place at the mouth of an alley. A middle-aged man with a serious face, holding a golden order, addressed a man in front of him, clad in military armor. And, said the henchman with the horizontal sword hanging from his waist, Thousand Household has ordered that the women don't need to stay behind later. It's best to kill them directly, and try to capture the men alive. Hear me. Understood. Okay, action. They lightly drilled out of the alleyway and headed towards the Jixian restaurant, where their target was located. After surrounding the hotel, the middle-aged man leading the group directly kicked in the door of the inn and shouted, the token in hand. The embroidered clothes guards are on business. Idle hands step aside. Upon hearing that it was the embroidered clothes guards coming to take someone, the store assistants were so scared that they immediately shrunk to the counter. The guests who were eating the wine were also forced to sit where they were, not knowing what to do and praying that it wasn't them who were arrested. Those soldiers who followed split into two rows. One platoon stood guard on the first floor and one platoon quickly headed upstairs with a search. Soon, the soldiers assembled again in front of the middle-aged man. What? No! The man frowned, not daring to hesitate, and rushed upwards to report the news. Upon hearing the news from his subordinates, the male rushed from the inn where he was hiding in disbelief, seeing that the face of the gentry who came forward was ugly as hell. The Zhou Ming, who led the team that surrounded the Jixian restaurant, carefully reported. Reporting to Lord Lu Feng, it was not found. The wolf ran away with the sheep. Walked away. Lu Feng asked with a dark face. Where's Su'er? He wasn't the one in charge of surveillance. Where's the flayer? How he let the wolf get away without saying a word? Zhou Ming replied. Su'er is dead. Dead? Lu Feng sneered. Good. Very good. Zhou Ming looked at this boss of his without raising his eyes as he bowed his head to the side. Bunch of losers. Knowing what the wolf is capable of. How dare you leave only one person to keep watch? What a bunch of fools. What do I need you for? Lu Feng's face was ironclad. Zhou Ming didn't move, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said carefully, My lord, the wolf must not have gone far yet. Why don't we order Qingfeng County to close the city gates and search from house to house? Late. Lu Feng sighed. The wolf must be out of town by now. Send out bounties and wanted notices. Also give the guys trying to make bounty money notice that someone will be out there. After Lu Feng finished speaking, he told the following people to bring a map, and after carefully studying the route, tap where his fingertips rested. Leave one team to chase the wolf and put pressure on him. The rest come with me and set up an ambush right here. Yes. Chapter 26, Tea Stalls. 2 date red horses galloped over the official road, raising a cloud of dust, passing a post ahead. A couple of inspectors climbed the slopes on one side of the road for a lookout. A few other men soldiers stood lazily in front of the roadblock. When a pedestrian or a merchant comes, they stop them, check the road leads and release them if they are okay. Of course, if there is a problem, we can also see if the heart is enough. How much money do you make in the military? The board inspector yawned, and as he looked out from the high platform suddenly he saw what appeared to be 2 riders galloping ahead, so he signaled his companions below to get ready for a roadblock inventory. Usually those who rode like this were either stagehands delivering mail or rich people who were riding wildly, but they cleared it. It wasn't a special case. Stagecoaches go by stage. That would go their border post in Clearfield County. Hiya, hiya. Seeing that the 2 riders didn't have the slightest intention of slowing down their deceleration, the inspector soldier on the ground floor shouted out a rebuke. Those in front, dismount and be inspected. However, as soon as his words fell, he saw that the 2 riders had already closed in on the sentry post less than 30 meters away. Quick, pull the refusal horse. These 2 people want to force their way in. The words have not yet been spoken. One of the riders of the Mercedes was seen to step in the stirrups and rise up on his horse. Shoo! 3 flying daggers flew out from the man's hand, hitting him and the other 2 inspector soldiers who were about to pull the rejecting horse. The 3 men fell to the ground at once, while the 2 horses took the road at a gallop. Walking out of the sentry post, he came to the border of Tsangzhou. Lu Yuxing then stopped and, so that the horse can rest and regain his strength, Mo Chuchu was holding his waist across, a thrilling gallop along the way. Even the forging body mirrors her was a bit overwhelmed. Having never ridden a horse before, she was purely relying on her strong physical qualities that she had soaked up through the medicinal baths to fight hard. In comparison, Lu Yuxing, whose physical qualities were inferior to hers, didn't seem to be in any trouble at all. In order not to lose face, Mo Chuchu just gasped and smoothed out the rise and fall of her chest before she approached Lu Yuxing and asked, Why are you suddenly like this? Somewhat exasperated, she couldn't organize her words for the moment, but Lu Yuxing still understood what she meant and said, Exposed. Lu Yuxing said, Earlier at the hotel, through the window, I saw a hawker who kept staring at us. I just don't think things are right. Lu Yuxing added with a sigh. I thought it should have been 2 more days later, but I didn't realize the exposure would be so early. Hearing Lu Yuxing's judgment, Mo Chuchu frowned lightly. Why was it exposed? Lu Yuxing shook his head. There's no point in discussing this now. We should just speed up and get out of here. Lu Yuxing wasn't sure what went wrong. He was only good at killing, not escorting. As a lieutenant of the Anqiai army, practiced in its own right, all he could do was detour and crossdress. Transfiguration and whatnot was impractical for him because he simply couldn't. Even though he had been careful along the way, it was inevitable that he would miss something when he struck out multiple times on the way. After all, he wasn't exactly a professional dart escort himself. Thinking of this, Lu Yuxing couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. He'd rather fight all kinds of bandits and bullies along the way. Neither do they want to be targeted by the court. Yes, that's right. He can feel the weakness of this dynasty, yet it still has a huge volume. Feeling offended, this behemoth will mobilize all the power in its body to strangle and kill anyone who dares to offend it. When it acts up, even just relying on a decaying body can crush those provocateurs that keep popping up. Allowing himself to fight against such a behemoth, Lu Yuxing only felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Mountain bandits, cow ghosts and snakes' strength is ultimately limited. Can fight and kill to kill, cannot fight and kill to go around. But how do you get around it when you're marching through the land of Wei? It feels like robbing an 800-mile rush, and I'm afraid the earthworms are going to split vertically along the way. The eggs are shaking the yolks loose. Lu Yuxing smiled to himself. He got 2 scarecrows, wrapped them in a change of clothing, and fastened them to the horse's back. A whip then sent the horse running. After leaving his horse behind, Lu Yuxing abandoned the main road and the official highway, bringing Mo Chuchu straight to the mountainous wasteland. After traveling through the mountainous barren forest for a full 3 days, and after confirming that no one was following behind him, it was only when they came to a stream in a valley that the two finally dared to eat a hot meal. By the light of the moon, Lu Yuxing caught a few fish and built a fire. After gutting the fish and cooking a can of fish soup with the salt bar he had brought along, he soaked a few dry biscuits and shared them with Mo Chuchu. When they had eaten and drunk enough, they rested a little and waited until the 4th hour. Then they continued to set out. Day and night. The journey was rugged and the moorland treacherous. Without Lu Yuxing having to say much, Mo Chuchu herself knew the seriousness of the matter. For even passing through the tiny mountain village, a wanted notice was issued by the Township Covenant and the Rijing faction. The tardy state machine turned its rusty gears and began to strangle her with all its might. The good thing is that these days didn't last long. It gets warmer the further south you go, and the dashing raindrops hasten the opening of the wildflowers along the roadside. The breeze passes lightly and the mountain flowers sway. Finally left Sangzhou and came to Qingzhou. The next step was to simply cross over to Qingzhou, bypassing Beiling and Bazhou, and reach Huzhou. By the time we get to Huzhou, that's the area where the White Lotus sect operates. After walking out of the mountains, the duo sped up, taking less of the official roads and more of the trails, changing clothes and altering the route several times along the way. Having been traveling for several days, the pair replenished themselves with some food and salt. After passing through a grass market, prepare to continue on your way. Walking towards noon, Lu Yuxing was in a wheat field at the end of the road. Saw a simple tea stall. The tea stall is a large tarpaulin umbrella held up by 2 bamboo poles. Under the oil umbrellas were 2 tables with peeling paint, and a couple of small square stools. On the table was a terracotta teapot, and a row of chipped china cups poured with tea. Roadside pedestrians or croppers tired of walking, or work tired, will come to drink a cup of tea, sit on the stool again and rest for a while. The owner of the tea stall, a kindly old woman, saw the 2 men slowly approaching greeted in a hoarse voice, "Hot tea." Lu Yuxing rolled over and dismounted, guiding Mo Chuchu to the tea stall. 2 bowls of tea. Okay, customer, wait a moment. Mo Chuchu took off her bucket hat and sat down at the tea stall to rest. The old woman picked 2 clean, unchipped terracotta bowls out of the pile of bowls and then he lifted the large teapot and poured hot tea into it. Here's some hot tea. The old woman came to Lu Yuxing and the others with 2 bowls of tea. Clang. Before Mo Chuchu could react, she saw Lu Yuxing move his right hand and a white light flashed. A tiny red line rapidly extended out of that tea seller's throat. The red line expanded rapidly, and after the complete spread of the old woman's head fell to the ground with a crash, and her hand remained in a tea pouring position for a few seconds before collapsing to the ground in a stalemate. What's going on? Mo Chuchu covered her mouth and looked at the other's body whose neck spewed out a foot of blood. The tea is poisoned, Lu Yuxing said blandly. After sheathing his horizontal sword, he pulled 2 bowls out of his own pack and picked up the teapot on the floor again. Pour tea for yourself and Mo Chuchu. I thought the tea was poisoned? Mo Chuchu asked in disbelief. The tea wasn't poisoned. The porcelain bowl was coated with poison. Lu Yuxing sipped his tea while rummaging through the still blood-spewing corpse to find a bounty warrant. Unfolding it, he laughed. 3,000 taels of grain silver, and hereditary embroidered clothes guard 100 households. I can't see that you're still worth a lot of money. Saying that, surveying the headless corpse, Lu Yuxing bent down and A human skin mask was torn from her face, revealing the original appearance of the opposite side. It's a male midget. Even this no-good guy is here. Lu Yuxing muttered. Chapter 27, Encountering a Heavy Battle, Request for Follow-Up Reading. A few days after that, safe and sound, Lu Yuxing's taut nerves finally relaxed a bit. The further south you go, the colder it gets and the warmer the climate becomes. The surroundings are also getting greener and greener. Zhenjiang Stage. It is also a waterway post, but it is very different from the waterway post Lu Yuxing has seen in Longyue. The stagecoach houses built along the shore were described as flying, with taverns rising up, and even a 3-room theater. There is an opera troupe in residence there. This is not a stagecoach station. It is clearly a large comprehensive entertainment center, not only on the shore, but also in the water. The passenger boats at the mouth of the canal also belong to the stagecoach industry. The boat that Lu Yuxing and Mo Chuchu took was the one operated by the Zhenjiang stage. On board the passenger ship, food, lodging and entertainment are all available. As the largest water post station in Zhenjiang, the postmaster here is so well oiled that he would not give a governor for it. Lu Yuxing sat in the passenger cabin and looked towards the shore. The merchants and travelers are so busy and prosperous that there is not the slightest sign of a decaying dynasty. Longyue and Jiangnan are simply two worlds. Looking at the prosperous scene on the shore, Lu Yuxing's state of mind calmed down a little. Seems like a nice place to open a hotel in the future and spend the rest of your life. Sitting cross-legged in the cabin, Lu Yuxing returned his hands to his chest with luck. Lips and teeth closed lightly, breathing slowly and steadily, sinking to the chi points. Inhale. Inhale. The flow of chi wanders, runs according to the veins, flows freely through the body and melts, and chi sinks into the dantian. After the circumferential cycle, Lu Yuxing felt that all his limbs and bones were much more relaxed. The fatigue from the previous continuous rush was dispelled and became a relief. After applying his energy, Lu Yuxing slowly opened his eyes and saw Mo Chuchu bending down and blinking curiously at herself. Something? Mo Chuchu nodded. Well, the ship is coming. Got it. Lu Yuxing got up. After disembarking, there are 10 miles of long streets with green bricks and green water. The ancient town of Jiangnan is densely networked with long streets stretching along the river. The flourishing river crisscrosses the town and divides it into checkerboards of varying sizes. Lu Yuxing walked on the path of the ancient town. There are signs for taverns and inns everywhere. It seems that the further south you go, the more hotels there are and the busier they get. Lu Yuxing licked his lips. He wanted to eat fish. Life looks so cozy here. It's like the land of fish and rice that you once lived in. Thinking of this, Lu Yuxing couldn't help but laugh at himself. Whether you grew up on the water or the climate is more to your liking here. Even though the body has long since adapted, the heart is indelible. Southbound in January, with light winds all the way. When he stumbled upon a group of horse gangs, Lu Yuxing spent a large sum of money and bought 2 more horses from the shopkeeper. Even though there were notices posted along the way, Lu Yuxing was prepared. Go around if you can, cross-dressing if you can't, bribing, and taking the hills. A portrait is a portrait after all. And to Lu Yuxing, who was well versed in cross-dressing, it's hard to tell unless you know them well. Thus, in the eyes of the embroidery guard, Lu Yuxing looked like he had disappeared from this world with Mo Chuchu. In no trace to be found. After walking through Zhenjiang, spring rains drenched the area. It was drizzling and dark. Lu Yuxing looked at the roadside. There is a small Pungal village hotel. So he and Mo Chuchu were ready to go in and stay overnight. This is a husband and wife store with a small storefront. When you go in, it's just 2 floors and 4 rooms. The owner and the owner's wife plus a hired boy were busy in the store. When he saw someone entering the store, he enthusiastically came over to greet them. But the guest is going to pitch in. Lu Yuxing nodded and pointed to the 2 more newly purchased horses outside. Feed some sorghum, buckwheat with seeded concentrate. Add some salt. Okay. The owner ordered the boy to move the horse to the backyard. Lu Yuxing and Mo Chuchu picked up a pair of clean seats and ordered a few dishes, and had the owner burn buckets of soup. Lu Yuxing doesn't matter. He just wants Mo Chuchu to wash. It's already here, and it won't take more than a few days to get to Shangnan in the next few days. Meals were served one after another. Mo Chuchu nibbled on a chicken leg, eating either dry food these days. Either that or Lu Yuxing shot the game. Eating fish has made her extremely hungry for meat now. Lu Yuxing served a bowl of soup with some chicken, mushrooms and thorns. Smell the flavor and sprinkle the pepper. Tear up the already hardened pastry you have with you and soak it into a bowl. Stir slightly and wait for the soup to soften the pastry. It was then peeled into the mouth, along with the soup and soft little pieces of pastry. Putting down the chopsticks, Lu Yu grew to let out a long breath. Smacking his lips, he marveled. Boss, your soup is fresh enough. The owner who was counting the money at the counter hemmed and hawed at that. There, the guest is joking. It's all country craftsmanship, was making small talk. The door of the inn was pushed open with a creak, and 5 figures walked in. The middle-aged man at the head was clad in a straw raincoat, with an 8-pointed beard and a serious face. As soon as he entered, he yelled, "Shopkeeper, 3 empty rooms, alas, there just happens to be. What a coincidence that you have come." Guest. The shopkeeper picked up the story. The middle-aged man and the people behind him at that moment all walked into the store. After Zhou Ming took off the bucket hat to cover the rain and threw the straw raincoat to his men, he scanned the store for a while before. Seeing Lu Yuxing and Mo Chuchu inside the house froze for a moment. Lu Yuxing also noticed the change in his eyes, and he still had the porcelain bowl in his hand. Instead, his eyes saw the other party's collar revealing the unique embroidered clothes guard's apparel. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Lu Yuxing and Zhou Ming stared at each other at the same time. This is what's going on. The shopkeeper seemed to have noticed the strange atmosphere and couldn't help but ask. After a short silence, the middle-aged man violently switched out his gooseplume sword in his hand. Lu Yuxing split his hand and smashed the porcelain bowl over. A kick then overturned the table in front of him. The still steaming soup splashed in the air. Clang! Lu Yuxing drew his sword like a dragon's roar. Gold and iron exchanged blows mixed with sparks splashing in all directions, and the sound of knives colliding was deafening. Lu Yuxing held a horizontal sword and danced as if he were flying. The sword light flashed and cut out a circular arc. Clang! As the 2 knives collided, Zhou Ming only felt a soreness in his tiger's mouth and his wrist shook violently. Chopping horizontally and vertically, several embroidered clothes guards were suppressed by Lu Yuxing to the point of retreat. The cramped room was a mess. The light of the sword danced like flying. Several embroidered guards holding wild gooseplume swords, waving them seemingly light and ethereal. However, it was difficult to hold back Lu Yuxing's attack. This sudden encounter was not expected by anyone in the room. Zhou Ming secretly grumbled as he resisted Lu Yuxing's attack. Originally, they were only ordered to follow from afar to apply pressure. Who knew that they would actually run into each other? Aha! A muffled grunt rang out. The sound of a blade plunging into flesh. One of the embroidered guards who tried to get close to Mo Chuchu was entangled by Lu Yuxing and had to abandon her spell towards Lu Yuxing. However, Lu Yuxing was quick on his feet and dodged away from his opponent's attack with a dodge that, accurately stabbing the embroidered guard's throat. Blood gushed out like a spring. Zhou Ming screamed in his heart. It's hard for them to use their full strength in this cramped chamber. Chapter 28 Confession to Mo Chuchu. Seeing that one man had already folded, Zhou Ming yelled, "Exit!" However, before his words fell, he saw blood splattered before his eyes. Lu Yuxing found a break in one of the embroidered clothes guards and slashed away to cut him in 2 with his sword. At this moment, Lu Yuxing was alone, but he was imposing. Zhou Ming retreated a few steps, sweating like a pig, his fear overflowing. The only 2 remaining embroidered clothes guards launched a final attack on Lu Yuxing. Lu Yuxing faced it calmly, locking onto the 2 men's vitals and then flickering away. The 2 embroidery guards instantly fell to the ground and died. At this moment, Zhou Ming felt something big and bad, running towards the outside of the inn before his last 2 men fell to the ground. Before his body stepped out of the door of the inn, he heard a mournful air-breaking sound coming from his ears. He hastily shrank his body as a wheel of light grazed the top of his head. A strong force came from behind immediately afterward. Zhou Ming was kicked to the ground by Lu Yuxing. Mercy! He had just cried out for mercy when he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Lu Yuxing stabbed him in the heart. Zhou Ming shuddered and twitched twice before he lost his breath. Except for a few of the belligerents. For everyone else on the scene, the entire battle lasted but a few breaths. Yet it seems thrilling and full of death and gore. The owner and his family were cowering behind the counter. Trembling, he looked at Lu Yuxing, who was standing in the middle of the storm. It took half a day to squeeze a few words out of his teeth. Guest, I. Lu Yuxing calmly straightened his clothes, looked at the corpse on the ground, and turned back to his boss. Fade out. Sorry. He then took out 5 taels of silver from his pocket and placed them on the threshold. Picking up the 2 straw raincoats on the ground, he beckoned to Mo Chuchu. The duo then left in the rain as the store owner's family looked on in shock. Running lifelessly, Mo Chuchu could only remember spending the last few days on horseback. After spending almost all the money for the 2 men's journey, on this afternoon, they finally reached the border of Xiangzhou. Lu Yuxing stopped and said to Mo Chuchu, "We're in your territory, but we're out of money. Where's the White Lotus headquarters or branch? If it's close, we'll go there directly. If it's still far away, we'll go to Jiahe County first. I have a comrade in arms whose home is here, and I can borrow some money from him." Mo Chuchu shook her head and then said, "There's no need. The main rudder has to be further south, but there's a sub-rudder right here in the neighborhood. We can go wherever we want, and when we get there, we'll be safe." Lu Yuxing didn't say much. following the path pointed out by Mo Chu. The two of them rode through this town. Come to a mountainous temple. Silence. This was Lu Yuxing's first feeling about this place. It was so silent that you couldn't feel a single living soul. He could not help but wonder, having rebelled several times and, how come the White Lotus sect, which swept through half of Jiangnan at its peak, doesn't have a single figure around it? When the two of them approached, Lu Yuxing smelled a hint of rust in the air. He frowned and reached out to stop Mo Chu. What's wrong? She asked instinctively, even though it didn't feel right. There was a battle here, and traces of bodies being dragged. Lu Yuxing said, pointing to the inconspicuous drag marks on the ground. There should be no one at this rudder. If you don't believe me, shout twice and see if anyone responds. Mo Chu opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't open her mouth. Whether she admits it or not, there's not a single soul around such a large rudder. It's already a fact that the people inside are either dead or transferred. Lu Yuxing turned his head around and said, let's go. Go to Jiahe County to look for someone, and ask for some information on the way. Let's hope your general rudder hasn't been uprooted by the court. Although Mo Chu was worried, she had no choice but to go with Lu Yuxing to Jiahe County next door. There's no way out. They've run out of coins. Now unless they go robbing and begging for food. Otherwise you'll just have to starve on the road. A man can resist going without food for 3 days, but not a horse. Especially if it's a long journey and can also be dangerous at any time. Horses must be fed a full concentrate diet to do this. Garfield County has a long history, and the name of the county comes from the auspiciousness of Garfield. The golden harvest, which is a rice with 2 spikes, is extremely rare and has been regarded as auspicious since ancient times. The county's name, Harvest, was named because of the many discoveries and reports of such auspiciousness. The county is not large, though it is more affluent. It is famous for its rice production, and the old T-horse road passes through here. So as long as it's not a natural or man-made disaster, the people here live pretty well. Taking advantage of the setting sun, Lu Yuxing and Mo Chu rode their horses in alone. In less than an hour he came to the outside of Jiahe County. Before going into the city, Lu Yuxing said to Mo Chu, I'm going to borrow some money. You don't have to follow. Just wait here for me. I'll be back soon. Mo Chu was a bit puzzled. Since the departure of the journey, Lu Yuxing has always never let himself out of his sight. Why are you so cautious about borrowing money from an acquaintance this time? So it was asked. Why? Lu Yuxing's response was a bit hesitant, and a moment later, he said, that's my former superior, from whom I learned my skills in cross-dressing and scouting. I'm worried that if you go along he might see through it and look for a chance to kill you. These words caused Mo Chu to be confused. Isn't he a friend of yours? Lu Yuxing said somewhat helplessly, because he's a soldier and you're a thief. Thief? When Mo Chu heard this, her pretty face turned red with anger. What do you mean I'm a thief? If I'm a rebel? And what is the identity of you who escorted me? The rebel. After saying that, she was still not enough to relieve her hatred, and then said indignantly, to us Song people? You are the thieves. The shameful invading thieves, Lu Yuxing said in an emotionless voice. I don't want to discuss who's right and who's wrong about what happened over 100 years ago. Yes, you are in rebellion. My escorting you is also tantamount to indirectly participating in the rebellion. But so what? Whether this way is alive or dead or half dead, I don't care. The only people I care for and about anymore are those who have lived and died with me. Lu Yuxing shifted his gaze to the distance. You know, the word chivalry has a single side, and some people say that chivalry means the people chucking it, but I think that chivalry is a violation of prohibitions by the use of force, and therefore chivalry means capriciousness. That single side is the word for capricious. Living between the cracks brings a little caprice, I suppose. So-called chivalry. It is to satisfy one's caprice by force. Every man is capricious in his own way, and so every one of us is a chivalrous man. There are people who capriciously abuse the people, and I capriciously sanction them. Someone who gets the force wants me to not eat beef. Someone has been given the force and just wants to root out evil. Someone was wronged, and Wei capriciously chose to turn a blind eye. That's why I'm also capricious enough to try to make a little trouble for Wei, and in the meantime get myself some favors. I don't know what kind of ripples I can make with this appointment. But from the standpoint of our own side, none of us are right. Lu Yuxing turned back and looked at Mo Chu. You want to restore your homeland, and from your standpoint, that's right. This is your caprice. And he's an officer from the Anxi army who served Wei for half his life. He was eventually wounded and retired, and the court rewarded him for his military service. For him, the preservation of Wei is his caprice, because he's from the Anxi army, because he's a Wei. He'll absolutely kill you because you threaten the security of Wei. Chapter 29, Lu Yuxing can only be rented, not purchased. Accompanied by Lu Yuxing's confession, Mo Chu looked at him and finally let out a long sigh. eliminating her anger. How was this not an opportunity for the other party to hint to himself that he would not join the White Lotus sect, because it is absolutely against his position for him. As he said himself, he didn't care if Wei lived or died. Now he wanted to live for himself. To live for oneself is not to put one's willfulness on the line for a traitor like her. Mo Chuchu then realized what a contradictory person this man in front of her was. Lu Yuxing both wanted Wei to pay the price and didn't want Wei to die just like that, because of the fall of Wei. His own cherished ones will also be invested in this sensational salvation. Now understanding the other party's position, Mo Chuchu said softly after a moment of silence, "Okay, go ahead then. I'll just wait here." Lu Yuxing nodded, probably seeing that the atmosphere was a bit dull. He said in a joking tone, "I'm sorry, but Lu Yuxing is only available for rent for the time being, not for purchase." Hearing this, the gloom in Mo Chuchu's heart dissipated a bit and she also responded jokingly, "Can I rent you a rebel then?" Lu Yuxing thought for a moment and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "I'm sorry, there is no such service on the shelves for now. Where's the raise?" Mo Chuchu said, "Is it okay if I take the feats to extend my employment?" Lu Yuxing turned his back to Mo Chuchu and said, "That will wait until we get you back safely. You hide now. I'll be back soon." After a few steps, he suddenly stopped and sidestepped. "It's still hiring time, so I'll wish you a successful rebellion." With that, he turned and left. Under the dusk of Jiahe County, Lu Yuxing walked on the ancient road of green bricks and green tiles, wearing a cocked hat on his head. He carries a sheath wrapped in black cloth in the shape of a stick behind his back, a dusty look of a traveler in a hurry. General calm in the county. Lu Yuxing observed the surrounding stores and pagodas from left to right. Jiahe County itself has never been here, but only heard Lao Chen talk about his hometown. To be on the safe side, Lu Yuxing decided to find someone to ask around. Searching for his target on the street, Lu Yuxing saw an old man buying salted fish ahead of him. Then he came over and asked, "Old man, excuse me, can I ask you for directions?" The old man buying the salted fish was startled by the sudden arrival of Lu Yuxing. He turned around to see a plain-looking guy flashing himself an ingratiating smile. Then he said, "Okay, as long as it's something I know." "Thank you, Abbot. I would like to ask, how do I get to Chen Mingyuan's house when I live on Purple Stone Street?" When the old man heard Lu Yuxing's words, the old man frowned. He looked Lu Yuxing up and down, and after specifically looking at the position of his hands, only then did he stretch his brow and say, "Oh, you're looking for Chen Mingyuan. You should also be from the Anqi army, right?" Lu Yuxing was a bit surprised, but he still nodded. The old man then asked eagerly, "Are you sent by General Xiahou to find the county governor to intercede for General Chen Qian? A favor?" Lu Yuxing said something bad in his heart, but he still controlled his facial expression and asked, "What happened to Chen Mingyuan?" "Alas," the old man sighed, "it's a pity that such a good man is about to be beheaded." "What?" Lu Yuxing's pupils instantly dilated. He stared at the old man with burning eyes. "Why?" The old man cleared his throat and then told the story. "That happened 6 months ago. 6 months ago in Garfield County. On a day that could not have been more ordinary. A great event took place that stirred the county. Things got heated over a land acquisition. There is a Qin family in Jiahe County, which is the biggest tea merchant in the area. In the past 2 years the tea sold well. The Qin family wanted to expand the size of his family's tea plantation. This land acquisition by the gentry has always been unreasonable, able to force people to sell cheaply at low prices. Certainly won't pay a high price for it. But the old man of the Qin family at least wants to save face. Gave a decent price. Didn't press too hard. It is not uncommon for tea households with land to sell it. But the only thing that hit the nail on the head was one family. The family was a homesteader, a wealthy farmer of sorts. And the family had a sloping plot of land that was perfect for growing tea. The Qin family wanted to buy the land, but the man of the house said he wouldn't sell. The two sides did not get along after talking about it. But the Qin family's local genealogy goes back 600 years. And the network of local connections is deeply rooted. When he saw that the family did not know what to do, he made a move. The Qin family found the county governor and talked the governor into zoning the man of the house as a tax catalyst. Speaking of this, the old abbot couldn't help but say in exasperation, "This tax collector has always been the role of the ruffians and hooligans, and they can't collect the tax. Running off on your own doesn't involve anyone." But the man in that family had a home and a business, and all of a sudden he was classified as a tax catalyst. It became the magistrate of the county office in charge of wrapping up the taxes and urging them, which could bring them all at once. When Lu Yuxing heard this, he silently lowered his head. He could already visualize what would happen to that family. Killing people and robbing land? It's so cheap. The big players have ways of driving ordinary people into the ground. Being classified as a tax catalyst, one has to contract for the tax revenue of a village or even a township. It seems like a beautiful job, but there's a catch. That means if the tax call isn't enough, the tax call will have to make it up out of their own pockets. This job wasn't meant for honest countrymen. You have to have the prestige, the means, and the lack of favors to get this done. It is usually contracted by the township lizards and gentry. They had in their hands the favors of the families, and even the deeds and other mortgages of their fields. There is no fear of not being able to collect all the taxes. Then there's the fact that landlubbers can be collected by shamelessness and violence. But let a homesteader, who only farms, come to collect taxes, and face the acquaintances of a village or even a township. Can he make the mental shift into a hot-handed, ruthless magistrate in such a short period of time? Yeah, can't. He had no handle on the townspeople, no sense of hard-heartedness, no. It probably also bears the favor of a number of people in the village who had given help. What's it going to take to get the taxes pushed through in this situation? The old man continued to preach. That family couldn't collect all the taxes and was forced to pay out of pocket. The family didn't have enough savings, so they had to sell the large piece of thin land on the hillside. And the eldest son of the Qian family came to collect the land in a high and mighty manner. The male owner couldn't help it when he handed over the land deed and cursed the Qian family's eldest son. The two clashed. In a fit of rage, that man punched the Qian family's eldest son. The punch was so hard it broke his nose. So the guards of the eldest son of the Qian family swung their clubs and beat up the man of the house. Later, when he was carried home, the man was broken. This matter was later made known to Chen Mingyuan, this thousand chief of the Anxi army, who retired with a limp, broke into the Qian family's house while it was still dark, cut off the head of the Qian family's eldest son. Chapter 30, Moralizing. Pity about such a good man. The old man let out a sigh. That night, Chen Haohan killed the youngest master of the Qian family at the Qian family's house. But unfortunately the Qian family also keeps quite a few darkmen and fighters. The good man is crippled again, even though he has killed 7 times and bled all over the place. But in the end it was caught, the old man said, raising his hand to point out the location to Lu Yuxing. Mr. Chen is still locked up in the county office, and he'll be beheaded in the vegetable market tomorrow. His house is just in front of the East 4th plaque to go in and turn right. There is a willow tree in front of the door. The head of the store is a lion is his house. Thank you, Abbot, Lu Yuxing said as he turned around and quickly left. The old abbot looked at Lu Yuxing's back and felt that something was wrong. He always felt that something would happen. After a heartfelt search, it was better not to meddle in other people's business. So he took the salted fish and left the stall. It was night when Lu Yuxing's figure appeared in the county office jail. His face was masked and he walked down the aisle like no one else was there. The guards were all sprawled out on the floor. Lu Yuxing's eyes swept over the prisoners on both sides of the aisle. With the moonlight scattered in from outside and the light from the lamp at the door, Lu Yuxing finally found Chen Mingyuan in the last cell. Only the walls of the cell were covered with chains, whips, and sharp knives. The room was furnished with boards covered with sharp nails and a long bench like a tiger's stool. There was also a charcoal pot with dark red dying coals, and in the charcoal pot there were a couple of firecrackers. Chen Mingyuan, who was tortured and scarred in prison, tied to a crosspiece of wood with his head hanging helplessly, as if he were already dead. Through the cell door, Lu Yuxing softly shouted, Old Chen. Hearing a familiar voice, Chen Mingyuan raised his head and opened his eyes. After seeing that the visitor was Lu Yuxing, the corners of his mouth cracked into a smile. Yo, look who's here. The legendary #1 master of the Anxi army. What, are they here to see us off? Lu Yuxing's eyebrows twisted into a lump. What do you mean? You want to die so badly? Said, looking at the other's tired wounds, and the lute hooks on his bladder, pierced through his lute bone. At that moment, his expression sank. I'll take you out first. No, never. Chen Mingyuan lost his voice and shouted. This matter comes to me, and it would be best if I were to die. If I leave I'll drag more people down with me. As he said that, he raised his head and shook his head again to look behind Lu Yuxing. How did you get in here? The jailers inside can't all be dead. Lu Yuxing said expressionlessly. Vertigo, a tactic you taught. Hearing this, Chen Mingyuan then let out a sigh of relief and said, That's good. No more killing. But they're torturing you. Lu Yuxing said indignantly. That was forced. Chen Mingyuan hemmed and hawed. Do you know who I killed, master? The youngest member of the Qian family. Isn't it normal to have the jailer put some means on me? Is that necessary? People have to let off steam. Chen Mingyuan revealed a leathery expression. The atmosphere between the two fell silent for a moment. After a moment, Chen Mingyuan licked his lips and asked Lu Yuxing. Bro, got any booze? You're hurt like that and you're still drinking. Lu Yuxing turned around helplessly, coming to the side of the jailer who had been knocked out by his own use of a special incense. Taking the half a jar of wine left on their table, he fished the cell key from the jailer and opened the door. Thanks. Seeing the wine, Chen Mingyuan couldn't help but smack his lips. I'm craving it, and I'm missing this wine when I'm dying. Lu Yuxing fed him wine without a word. Only after drinking half of the wine did Chen Mingyuan smack his lips and ask, soothing, by the way, you boys came to see me. It's not going to be for the purpose of coming here specifically to give me one last ride. Lu Yuxing was tempted to say yes, but after hesitating for a moment he said, I'm escorting a dart to deliver a man, and I've used up all my coins, so I came to borrow some money from you. Asterisk. You kids are pretty nonchalant. Chen Mingyuan smiled and then said, lending money is fine, but I have a request. Say it. Take care of my brother-in-law's family. He's lost his breadwinner. It's really hard to live with two old people in a widowed and orphan home. Afraid that Lu Yuxing was not clear, he added, it's the one that was beaten to death by the Qian family's youngest. That's my hairy little brother, who grew up with a bare ass. It's a shame I was drunk that day, or I could have helped him if I was there. That kid's honest as hell. Can't fight at all. Seeing Lu Yuxing nodding, he said with relief, you go to my house, behind the kitchen stove. There's a dark hole with all my savings in it. Take as much as you like, and give the rest to the family. They'll definitely come and collect my body tomorrow, so don't worry about that. Just give them the money after you send me away. Lu Yuxing looked at him and infinite sadness welled up in his heart. Is it worth it? He asked. Not worth it. Chen Mingyuan shook his head. It's not worth exchanging one life for another with the Qian family's young master, but there's no way out. That's my hairdresser. After a moment of silence, Chen Mingyuan added, Lu Yuxing, I hope my death will serve as a reminder to you that you should never go to the top. Don't let anger consume your sanity. It's the last thing I can teach you. Lu Yuxing listened in, but in his heart, he did not recognize it. What do people like them have but a head full of anger and an insistent caprice? But his mouth still said, I remember. I hope you do remember. Chen Mingyuan leaned his head against the beam. Sometimes it's really only when you've suffered a loss that you can remember. Lu Yuxing didn't pick up the conversation, but asked one last time, sure you don't want me to help you out? No. Chen Mingyuan shook his head. Master Qian was here. We've met him. He's a moral man. One life for another. And as long as I'm ambushed, no one else will be involved. Since he is moralistic, I can't break the covenant. It's undignified to break an appointment. Everything I did before was also for nothing. My life for his son's life. I actually earned it. It was at this point, Chen Mingyuan still had the heart to joke. It's not that he doesn't believe Lu Yuxing could get him out of here if he wanted to. No one here can stop him. It's just that the price to pay in that case would be very heavy. I'm afraid. The Chen family has continued here for more than 600 years, and the family's power is so intertwined that there are people from the Qian family everywhere. Even the county magistrate was looking at the face of the Qian family to act, and there was even a branch of the Qian family that was an official in the imperial court. If Lu Yuxing takes him away, then his Chen clan relatives will be in bad luck. The widow and children of one's hairdresser will also be out of luck. What will they do if they run away? Elder Qian is old-fashioned, and he is a man of rules. A life for a life. And that's the end of it. After all, there's always a price to pay for a quickie. Chapter 31, Bull ***** Moral Righteousness. East End of the Food Market. Early this morning, a lot of people gathered here from the north and south. By the time it was almost noon, more and more people were gathering, and almost half of the county had come. Everyone knew that a good man was going to be beheaded today, so they all came spontaneously to see him off. The entire crew was silent, all waiting at the market entrance for the good man to be escorted out of the penal colony. Toward midday, the criminal Chen Mingyuan was put on a prison van and escorted to the vegetable market. It was customary for beheaded criminals to be paraded through the streets first, but it is presumed that both the people and the overseer all knew exactly what the existence of the person to be executed was in the minds of the people, so it was discarded. But even so, by the time the prison van was escorted out, the crowd of onlookers was instantly buzzing. Mr. Chen Qian, Master Goodman, man, way to go. 18 years later, a hero is still a good man. Oh, why don't good people live long? Down in the stands, men were fighting to show solidarity with him, and women were basically wiping away tears. Chen Mingyuan, who was immobilized in the prison wagon, closed his eyes tightly and didn't say a word. In front of the execution platform, the executioner wore a red coat and carried a ghost head knife on his shoulder. Chen Mingyuan had his hands clipped behind his back and his head pressed against a wooden stake. At the drop of a hat, they can separate their heads from their bodies. The executioner glanced at the sky, scanned the people on the stage, and another look around at the officers. Relax a little and wait for 3 minutes to noon and then cast the sign for beheading. Under the bleachers, in the crowd stood a guy wearing a bucket hat and carrying a large package. It was Lu Yuxing. Last night, He and Chen Mingyuan talked all night. After confirming that the guy had no intention of escaping, Lu Yuxing chose to respect Chen Mingyuan's choice. He went to Purple Rock Street and found the one with a big willow tree and a lion at the head of the store. Take the key out of the hole in the willow tree. After unlocking the door and going in, I did find the secret compartment in the kitchen. Inside, we found Chen Mingyuan's savings, wrapped in a packet of clothes, the deeds of land, the deeds of fields rewarded for military service, more than 100 taels of silver. Lu Yuxing took 20 taels of silver and put it in his pocket. Packed the rest of the silver into a parcel along with the other objects. Prepare to give it to the orphans and widows Chen Mingyuan spoke of after sending him off. Noon has arrived. The third hour of the noon hour came in a flash, and the beheading officer threw the decapitation arrow on the ground. Prepare for the execution. Lu Yuxing's hand quietly touched the dart in his arms. As long as Chen Mingyuan backtracked at this time, as long as he showed a hint of remorse, Lu Yuxing would definitely kill out on the spot and rob the court. However, until Chen Mingyuan's head was pushed down on the stake, he still did not change his face. Not even a frown. It seems like everything that needed to be said and said was said yesterday. There's nothing left to account for. The executioner squirted a mouthful of wine onto the ghostly blade and glanced down at Chen Mingyuan. In an apologetic tone, he said, "Good man, don't blame me. I'm just following orders." As for what Chen Mingyuan did, although he was in the way of the Qian family, everyone is not very bold with their mouths though, but in his heart, he admired him. When Chen Mingyuan heard this, he laughed. "I'm not a hero or anything. I'm just taking it out on my friend. Chop." Supervising the beheading platform, the words just fell, only to see the executioner raise the ghost head large knife hand up and down. With a brush of white light, Chen Mingyuan's head fell to the ground. Lu Yuxing closed his eyes and when he opened them again, all you see is the blood-spattered headless body of your best friend. The mind was a bore. A little fire of the heart burned in his chest. He twisted violently and looked up at the tavern not far away. That's the best viewing platform for supervised beheadings. Lu Yuxing looked over and met eyes with an old man's touch. The open windows of the tavern fell down, separating the inside from the outside. Lu Yu drew a sigh of relief, suppressing the heart fire in his chest. He was prepared to give the package to the family Chen Mingyuan had told him about when they came to take care of his best friend's affairs. But after waiting for half a day, the people on the stage were about to disperse, and not a single person came to help his best friend collect his body. Lu Yuxing couldn't help but frown. It was not clear if Chen Mingyuan's comment about his hair family was because he was afraid of the Qian family so he did not come. But why didn't any of old Chen's relatives come too? The Chen family's clan has to send someone to collect the body. Old Chen has a kinship. This Lu Yuxing knows. But still, no one came. Lu Yuxing felt very strange. A bad premonition lingered in his heart. He could only collect the body of his best friend first, buy a coffin and then put it in the Goodwill first, then go to the widow and orphan family. Chen Mingyuan's hairdresser's house is not far away. Lu Yuxing did not spend much time, just found the alley where the house was. Before he even walked outside the room, Lu Yuxing smelled a strong smell of rust. At the same time, a scream came from inside. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuxing rushed there with quick steps. Before he could approach, he saw 3 strong men with knives coming out of the courtyard door. He was carrying a long knife that was still dripping blood. Lu Yuxing looked in from the street, only to see a field of corpses lying around inside. 2 old men, a woman and a child. Exactly the number of people mentioned by Chen Mingyuan. Seeing this, the fire of ignorance in Lu Yuxing's heart rushed straight from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. It finally broke through and went straight to the clouds. A few dark masters had also spotted Lu Yuxing, but they hadn't had time to react. The lead one was the first to take a flying dagger and fall. Lu Yuxing stepped forward with a big stride, and the horizontal sword wrapped in black cloth on his back was unsealed. The body like a ghost flashed to the front of the remaining 2 people in the blink of an eye. 3 knives and 2 knives, chopped them all to the ground. The leader, who had previously eaten a flying dagger, was still alive, and was about to struggle to his feet when, but he was trampled to the ground by Lu Yuxing. "Traitor, let me ask you who sent you." Good man, spare your life. "It is Master Qian who sent us here. Says it's all about decimation." Before he could finish the word root, Lu Yuxing crushed his chest with a foot. That leader sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. Then his head hung helplessly to the side without a sound. After killing these people, Lu Yuxing looked at the corpses in the courtyard, and after a long time, a sudden silent laugh. Ha! He laughed ruefully, not knowing that he was laughing at himself. Still laughing at the old Chan who stood firm on his morals. What kind of bull **** morality is that? If you want to set it up, you can set it up, and if you want to abolish it, you can abolish it. Lu Yuxing said to himself, if they had abided by morality, Why would you have come this far? Old Chen. Lu Yuxing's eyes were red. The moral righteousness that old Chen would rather die than abide by was trampled underfoot in such a ravaging and deceitful manner. At this moment, no morality, no sanity exists. He only wants one thing now, and that's to make the Qian family pay in blood. Let the Qian family taste the taste of being exterminated as well. Chapter 32, The So-Called Clan. Dark clouds rolled in, and after a few breaths, a light rain fell. After Lu Yuxing wiped his sword into its sheath and cleaned up the blood on his body, then he waited until dusk under a bridge hole. The curtain of rain was still pouring down, and when it was dark, and the setting sun of dusk was slow to set, desperately, he spilled what was left of his afterglow through the gaps in the dark clouds. Lu Yuxing carried his sword to the Qian family compound. The Qian family is easy to find. The biggest manor in the whole county is. Lu Yuxing trail went to the back wall of the Qian family compound, a few steps back to help. In 3 strokes, he stomped up the wall. One rolled over and fell as gently as a falling leaf. He walked through the manor without a sound. The only sound that could be heard on the large estate was the sound of the rain pounding on the eaves and tiles. Elder Master Qian was sitting on a taiji chair in the hall at this time, sipping tea as while looking at the rain in front of the door. It seemed to be waiting for someone. A voice came abruptly from the beams. Master Qian is really a good man. Hearing the words on the beam, Master Qian was first stunned, then put down his teacup and said, "Since the good man is here, don't hide." Lu Yuxing leapt down from above, carrying his sword to Master Qian. A pair of eyes without any warmth stared at him dead in the face. "Why? Having guessed that I would come, is there not 300 swords and axes for me?" Then, Lu Yuxing's teasing voice came. Master Qian just tried to calm his mind and said, "Pointless, I'm in the light. You're in the dark. If you want to kill me, you'll always have a chance." Saying that, he poured a cup of tea for Lu Yuxing. "Want a drink? You think you're so smart, don't you?" Lu Yuxing's words changed, and the horizontal sword was already on Master Qian's neck. He grimaced and squeezed the words through his teeth. Anger filled almost his entire being, and his teeth clenched. Loyalty, filial piety, fraternal duty, propriety, righteousness, integrity and shame. Hang on and step on it. Can a big family take a human life? Can a family be treacherous? The mouth speaks of morality and the hands do the most underhanded things. The horizontal sword in Lu Yuxing's hand gradually embedded itself into old Master Qian's neck. A line of blood dripped down the blade to the ground. "If you have any last words or tricks, just let them out. I'll make sure you die a convincing death." Elder Qian looked up at this time to Lu Yuxing, who had the knife on his neck. There was no sadness or joy in his eyes, only a self-destructive madness flickering. "My son is dead. I have no more posterity. What moral justice is there to speak of? My family is ruined. I can't let the whole family be destroyed in my hands. Your son is fate, but someone else's son is not." Hearing this old man's last lines, Lu Yuxing could no longer hold back the anger in his heart. The wrist flipped, driving the blade to flash, and the head fell to the ground with a screeching thud. After doing all this, looking at the heads that fell to the ground, Lu Yuxing felt empty inside. Is it because of the other person's reaction before they died? Lu Yuxing wasn't sure, obviously having met him from a distance earlier when he was at the court. Through the other party's eyes, Lu Yuxing thought that this shouldn't be a defenseless person. But the truth is that whether it's infiltrating the Qian family or killing Master Qian, the process was all incredibly smooth, and the other party didn't beg or resist in the slightest. Just stick your head under your own knife. It gave Lu Yuxing the feeling of a punch on cotton. I thought it was going to be a bloodbath, but in the end, it's as easy as killing a defenseless fish. Lu Yuxing turned to look at the empty compound. Is this an oversight on the other side or a trap? At this moment, Chen Mingyuan's words, curtain ran resounded in Lu Yuxing's mind. "I hope my death will serve as a reminder to you to never go to the top. Don't let anger consume your sanity. It's the last thing I can teach you." Before he had time to react, he only heard a clapping sound. Snap! Then a man came out of the inner dark door. The man, dressed in the thousand flying fish uniform of the embroidered clothes guards, clapped his hands and walked out. Lu Yuxing recognized this person, the 1000th member of the embroidered clothes guards of the capital city of Dalian, Lu Feng. Wonderful revenge. As Lu Feng clapped his hands, the empty Jingyuan outside the courtyard gate instantly flashed out a team of embroidered guards in armor, blocking the front door. Behind him, on the other hand, the way forbidden guards clad in heavy armor and armed with lances kept drilling out. Just in the blink of an eye, it completed its encirclement of Lu Yuxing. Lu Feng didn't rush to make a move, but skillfully greeted Lu Yuxing. "It's been a long time, Brother Lu. You've made me look for you." Seeing Lu Yuxing's lack of response, he smiled and shook his head, pacing idly with his hands behind his back. As the old saying goes, one drum is better than the other. How's that for revenge? Inside, Does it feel better? Lu Yuxing looked at the surrounding embroidered clothes guards and forbidden guards and said after a cold smile. So, it was all your idea? Or what? Lu Feng looked at the headless body on the ground and laughed. Do you think the old man is willing to use himself as bait to die? He's still not doing it for his clan. Look, what a great and selfless man. From a small family of a few, to an entire clan. For the same family name, the same family, the same origin rely on each other and help each other in order to survive. They have a good father and a good son. They are brother and friend. They stick together. They help each other. They ostracize outsiders. They're in cahoots. They're deceitful. They hold the township power. This is the clan. The family name. The bloodline that links different individuals into a collective. Is belonging. On a larger scale, such a person could be willing to give everything for the continuation of the pack, including your own life, only for the sake of their family to continue or be blessed. Lu Feng looked back at Lu Yuxing with a teasing smile on his face. Lu Yuxing, do you think that in fact, Elder Qian and Chen Mingyuan are actually very similar? One of them is for the country, the other for the pack. They are all willing to sacrifice. Wouldn't you say they're just as great? Lu Yuxing did not let Lu Feng's words shake his mind. After his anger subsided, he looked at Elder Qian's corpse, and only a bitter smile escaped the corners of his mouth. Where's the comparison? You're just forcing people to die by force. What's the greatness of that? What kind of justice? You're wrong. Lu Feng sneered. No matter what you say, I am the embroidered clothes guard. I represent the government. I represent the imperial power. If the government thinks the White Lotus thieves are thieves, then they are thieves. This officer is the embroidered clothes guard. I represent the authority of the emperor, and old Master Qian, for the sake of His Majesty's authority, for the peace of the nation. In the face of the White Lotus thieves who try to subvert the country and jeopardize the well-being of the people, he was advised by me to die a generous death. How can he not be considered doing great justice when he is not doing it for one family, but for all the people of a country? Chapter 33, Siege, Request for Catch-Up Reading. Being forced to die by you in exchange for a house of cards? Driven to death by me? You're so funny. Lu Feng seemed to have heard some heavenly joke. If you weren't the one who wanted to get involved in this mess, why would I have to come and force him to die, and then use his death to deck the money family? Lu Feng laughed out loud. And, without provoking you, the wolf, how can I get you to leave the sheep's side completely regardless? Pity, that's as close as you'll get to rounding me up. The sheep have run away, and I'm left as a wolf. Are you sure you can catch it? Lu Feng sniffed and said with a loud laugh. Run away? Are you sure she can outrun me? Just because our goal is to separate you, the wolf, doesn't mean no one's going to catch the sheep. Ha ha. What? Hearing Lu Feng's words, Lu Yuxing's heart was shocked. The old woman he met at the tea stall flashed through his mind. Does it say? Seeing that Lu Yuxing seemed to understand, Lu Feng laughed out loud. Why do you think you had such a smooth ride? All the way? People who want to eat mutton. There's plenty of them in the Great Weir. And they're probably all waiting outside now, just waiting for you and the sheep to part. Lu Feng said, looking at the silent Lu Yuxing, said in a tone that didn't know whether to be complimentary or mocking. If you ask me, it's not easy to chase after you, the first master of the Anqi army. Why do you think you got into this mess? Hasn't the emperor just repaired a few gardens, worshipped a few immortal masters, and practiced some elixir? Are you going to rebel against the court? Lu Yuxing didn't pick up the conversation. He thought of the general who had spent his days saving his money to defend himself against the Huns. I thought of my fellow soldiers whose families were so poor that their sisters were forced to sell themselves because of the lack of food and wages. At the thought of this, the anger in his heart resurfaced. Lu Yuxing gripped the hilt of the knife hard and raised the knife and pointed at Lu Feng. Since it's hard to tell right from wrong, let's use the knife in our hands to find an answer for ourselves. The last glimmer of the sun disappears from the horizon, and the line between light and shadow is erased. And the shadow swallowed everything. Seeing that Lu Yuxing's state of mind wasn't affected in the slightest, but instead, his battle spirit was getting stronger. Lu Feng's handsome face was hidden into the darkness. His teeth clenched. With that, he waved his hand. Kill him. Drink. In an instant, the dense line of guns began to press forward in unison with a bellow, and the embroidered clothes guards who had long been surrounding Lu Yuxing were also eager to draw their swords forward, trying to take the first credit. Under the dim night, the two groups of people surged over like the waves of a river at its confluence. For a moment, a line of lances blocked the front of the several goose-plume swords slashed at Lu Yuxing, who had not moved with his sword. From all directions, Lu Yuxing's eyes slightly condensed, and after lifting his luck and chi, the blade lifted upwards from the bottom. Put! 3 blood flowers burst out in front of his body. Before the few embroidery guards who moved a little slower could react, Lu Yuxing had transformed into a black shadow and rushed into the crowd outside. the air exploded in a flickering curtain of dim light. It was as if all the wind and rain had been absorbed by the blade. That it creates a titanic momentum. Before the people in front could let out a single scream, the figures behind them instantly fell. No one could see how that blade swept out. The color of blood rushed up to the sky, and this scene happened in a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, a small half of the embroidered guards around Lu Yuxing lay down. After killing and dispersing the people around him, Lu Yuxing rotated his waist to the right and raised his left leg in the same direction. A whip kick landed hard on the chest of an embroidered guard blocking his position in the southeast. That embroidered clothes guard was kicked off a full 3 feet away. The chest collapsed in flesh. One of the nearest embroidery guards tried to block it. Lu Yuxing backhanded his sword and chopped it in a circular arc towards the back. With a poof sound, the blade cut the embroidered clothes guard in half like tofu. Lu Yuxing closed his sword and continued to break out to the southeast. Staying to fight these forbidden guards and embroidered clothes guards was purely a waste of time and energy. If you're not careful, you might even die horribly. After all, there were experts in the embroidery guard. Take for example, that 1000th household Lu Feng. Lu Yuxing had seen the other party before when he followed the general to Daliang to ask for military expenses. At that time he was still just 100, and the two of them had cut their teeth. Although he was slightly better, he wasn't a match for a short period of time. If the other party pulled in some more experts from the embroidered clothes guards together to surround themselves, I'm afraid he's bound to be accounted for here today. He couldn't die yet. There was danger on Mo Chuchu's side. He had to rush to her side. In the midst of his thoughts, the slash. A bright scimitar cut a thin line of bright silver running towards Lu Yuxing's neck, which he dodged in a shocking manner. Lu Yuxing stopped and fixed his eyes on the person who came from the official uniform of the embroidered clothes guards to see that it was 100 households, a stalwart in the embroidery guard. By the looks of it, it should be an expert from the embroidered clothes guards that Lu Feng brought out. Don't try to run. Lu Feng couldn't help but snort coldly. Release the arrows. Swoosh. Lu Yuxing reacted quickly and dodged away, and as the dark arrow passed in front of his eyes, Lu Yuxing saw that it was a standardized feather arrow of the Wei army. No time to think much. While dodging the hidden arrows, Lu Yuxing killed a bloody path, leaping forward and rushing out of the embroidered clothes guard's encirclement. As his figure moved, a rain of arrows fell. The spot where he had just stayed was instantly filled with feathered arrows. Meanwhile, the periphery has resounded with the sound of footsteps, the scrape of armor, and the clash of swords. When Lu Yuxing ran out of the Qian family compound and came to the outer street, before him had assembled an army fully armored, armed with lances, and in full array. There were archers behind them and lancers in front of them. At this moment, Lu Yuxing only felt like dreaming back to the battlefield in a trance. You can't run away, Lu Yuxing. A familiar voice rang out. Lu Feng was surrounded by the forbidden guards as he paced out of the Qian family compound. Surrender, Lu Feng said in a slightly mocking manner. You don't want to do that. I'm giving you a chance because I think you're good at what you do. It's not like you're the target the court wants anyway. If you're willing to work for our embroidered clothes guard, I'll guarantee you a lifetime of honor and wealth. How about that? Lu Yuxing just looked at him calmly before pointing his horizontal sword at Lu Feng. The word surrender is not in the military rules of the Anqiai army. Humph. Lu Feng snorted coldly. Then you go and keep her company too. Kill. An embroidered clothes guard's 100 tenant slashed at him with his sword, trying to drag Lu Yuxing down. Lu Yuxing responded calmly. At that moment, he flipped his wrist and vigorously slashed. That Baihu hastily raised his sword to fend off. Ding! Shining iron flowers erupted in the darkness. That Baihu's body stiffened, and Lu Yuxing passed through him without a care in the world. Break out into a frontal gun line. The companion beside that centurion arrived, only to see that the fellow had, from his chest down to the small of his back, a deep slash was soaring with blood. Chapter 34, 100 People's Decapitation. Lu Yuxing had just run out of the encirclement. When the sound of swoosh was heard at his back, a shower of arrows came. Lu Yuxing instantly rolled several times to avoid the rain of arrows. Lu Feng mobilized more people than he thought. A breakout from this side is unlikely. Even though Lu Yuxing has great skills, it was also impossible to pass unharmed within the range of dozens of archers. Lu Yuxing, who was forced back by the rain of arrows, was once again surrounded. This time, in favor of soldiers clad in armor, attacked him under the command of several hundred of the embroidery guards. Standing on a dirt slope, Lu Feng coldly looked at Lu Yuxing, who was rushing left and right in the encirclement. The expression on his face was cloudy. He's already lost 24 men on his side, but Lu Yuxing still looked unscathed. It was doubly humiliating for him. Looking at the trapped Lu Yuxing, he opened his hand and, then a henchman handed over a fine shooting bow, touching his own emerald trigger finger. He slipped it over his right thumb and gently pulled the bowstring to adjust the trigger finger position. After doing this, He skillfully picked up a three-pronged heavy arrow and clamped the end of the arrow in the tiger's mouth position. The thumb of the right hand held the bowstring with the trigger finger where it was worn, and the index and middle fingers pressed against the thumb. With his left hand raised to point the arrow diagonally into the air, his right hand began to slowly draw back the bowstring. When Lu Feng let go of his hand, the bowstring popped out along the smooth plane of the trigger finger. With a vibrating sound as if popping cotton, the heavy arrow flew out sharply, rising into the air with a buzzing sound, throwing heavy arrows like a comet striking the moon. The buzzing sound from the bowstring drowned out the thunderous sound from the clash of weapons, succeeded in muffling the subtle sound. Lu Yusheng, who was concentrating on killing, suddenly felt as if his left shoulder had been hit by a hammer. The body flew out uncontrollably. Almost the instant he was struck by the arrow, he misplaced his feet and used the force to spin and stabilize himself. After removing some of the impact of the bow and arrow, Lu Yusheng's hand raised his sword and cut off the arrow shaft. Whoosh! Another feathered arrow came. Lu Yusheng saw the right moment and tricked his scapegoat to his body with a change of step. The bow and arrow pierced the scapegoat's throat. Lu Yusheng pushed the unlucky man hard, and then his figure flashed from side to side. Stirring up a cloud of swords and shadows, the blade cut through the armor, and the waves of the blade chipped into the flesh and blood. In just a few moments, he had killed 8 people in a row. Each slash struck a man in the vitals. A slash across the throat of one opponent, a backhand and a repeat slash, and another life. Lu Yusheng had killed until he was numb, and some of the hot liquid spilled on his face and body, but he was oblivious, just mechanically swinging and slashing down. Swinging and slashing down. Thor rolls. Dark clouds rolled in. The moon seemed unable to bear the sight and hid behind a cloud. A few moments later, the sound of rain connected with lightning and thunder, and the sky looked like it had crumbled open. It was followed by a gale of wind wrapped in a torrential rain, as thick as fog. Prickly pull. The sound of metal rubbing against metal kept ringing out. The embroidered clothes guards no longer surrounded and attacked, but instead commanded their soldiers to compress Lu Yusheng's space to move around. The horizontal sword is full of blood, and a gentle wave is a fishy wind. Several lances stabbed at him from different angles. Lu Yusheng swung his sword to block them one by one. A soldier danced in a circle with a lance in his hand, and when he saw the right time, he came barreling in. Lu Yusheng dodged sideways, waved his hand to carry the spear, and with a backhanded slash, he severed the spear. Just as he chopped to the lance of that spear-playing expert, a long spear protruded from the right side and attacked unexpectedly. Lu Yusheng couldn't dodge and was cut on the outside of his thigh by the gunblade. Narrowly avoided the kill. A cold sweat appeared on Lu Yusheng's forehead. If Fong had stabbed the inner thigh artery, it would have been over. He's hurt. Everyone side by side. Someone yelled out. Sparring crowds, familiar slogans, one tactical maneuver after another. The rusty smell of human blood-stained blades filled the battlefield. It made Lu Yusheng feel like a world away. It was as if he was back in his days in the Ansei army. The blackened Han cavalry stormed the infantry's great formation. Lu Yusheng and those bloodstained fellow soldiers around him were fighting to the death in a last-ditch effort. The Han cavalry came in like a tidal wave, arrows flying in the air. Boy, hold the gun tight. Old Chen, who was holding a lance, chirped in his ear. Yeah, this gun is your mother-in-law. Don't let go and let her get away, ha. Li Changgue, a comrade beside him, teased. A rain of arrows poured down on the shield defense in front of them. A stray arrow swished into the throat of his comrade. A splash of blood splashed on Lu Yusheng's face. He was slightly stunned as he watched Li Changgue, who had just been chatting with himself, fall. Formation. Someone yelled up ahead. The array of the army disturbed by the rain of arrows was like the waves of a tidal wave returning to its original state with a wave. The next moment, the frontal charge of Han cavalry crashed through, like waves crashing on a reef. The people tumbled over, and Li Changgue's body was stepped over by the people behind him. Shouting and killing shook the sky, and there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. In the midst of the chaos, no one cares about anyone. No one cares about anyone. Lu Yusheng surged with the crowd, and a Han cavalryman swung his scimitar at his neck. Before he could get his way, however, he saw a flash of silver dragons dancing. A few more transparent holes suddenly appeared on that Han cavalryman's body. Lu Yusheng raised his head, and that heroic figure left a deep imprint in his mind. Kill the Tartars. With an order from the general, Lu Yusheng and the 40,000 fellow soldiers of the Anshi army roared at the same time. The lance in his hand had been lost somewhere. Lu Yusheng picked up one of his comrades' knives, and kept his hand up and down, 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 his hand up and down. The shouts of murder resounded through the heavens and the earth. Amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, Lu Yusheng's shoulder was cut open and his armpit was pierced by a stray arrow. His brain gave mechanical orders to his body to think only of killing and killing until he fell. The torrential rain cascades into a waterfall and pours down towards the earth. Lu Yuxing's eyes were scarlet as his breath traveled from his dantian through the soles of his feet and back again, forming the cycle. The aura on his body was growing, and a bleak blood color enveloped his body. Kill the Tartar sun. Lu Yuxing like crazy general straight forward to break. So dense gun forest arrow rain even did not avoid the opposite on the. It's a death sentence. The soldiers and embroidered guards broke out in a cheer, and many of them laughed out. But the laugh didn't last long, and they were suddenly struck dumb like fools. Lu Yuxing was as fast as the wind. No, it was faster than the wind, and those standing in the first row only felt a flash of lightning cold light arrive in a flash. Then he lost consciousness. They never dreamed that there were people in this world who could be this fast. No one can understand this kind of reckless play. The sound of killing, shouting and clashing weapons. The moment seemed to have disappeared in Lu Yuxing's ears. Between one breath and the next, there was a white stream of air coming out of the tip of his nose. It's like a cloud of smoke that won't dissipate. The rain was constantly being swept away, and Lu Yuxing's figure was constantly changing. With each change, a soldier fell. Chapter 35, The Monk. Lu Yuxing's body was already tired of wounds. His right arm was already oozing beads of blood and his clothes were in tatters. There was also blood gurgling out of his left shoulder, and there were stab wounds and arrow wounds in his side ribs and thigh. But these injuries were not fatal, and he was still fighting. The soldiers fell in rows like wheat in the fall harvest. Lightning illuminated the hideous face, and the foremost soldiers backed away in terror. An embroidery guard 100 disbelieves and tries to turn the situation around. He met this god of killing with his wild goose plume sword in hand. Before the knife could be swung out, that 100 household felt a pain in his arms, followed by a sweetness in his throat. A blood-red line ran down from his neck. Whoosh! Dark arrow. Lu Yuxing's body slightly deviated, and the feathered arrow cut through his right arm. Demons, we've all been tricked. More and more soldiers are falling. The more people there were, the more it made the horizontal sword in Lu Yuxing's hand unpredictable. The soldiers in front of us are falling in waves. People could only see a shadow flying around their heads but could do nothing about it. And after only a few moments, the corpses of nearly 100 soldiers fell there with fearful expressions. The scene shocked the living, and the crowd began to pull back, having all but lost control. At this moment, Lu Yuxing's body had long since become clothed in blood, and one's energy was limited. It was impossible for him to hunt down and kill indefinitely, and he finally felt tired. Holding the horizontal sword in his hand, Lu Yuxing only felt a soreness in his body, and his body swayed and fell head first into the pouring rain. Did I win? He breathed heavily, his mind going blank. I don't know how long he rested, but when he rose again and scanned the battlefield, after seeing so many dead bodies around, he realized then that he had won. Lu Yuxing stood in place, and after catching his breath, suddenly, he remembered that there were still some Jianghu people from the Great Way who were ready to take advantage of the fact that he had left Mo Chuchu's side to make a move on her. This escort isn't done yet. There's still the last leg. Lu Yuxing inserted his knife into the sheath and staggered about to leave. Go find Mo Chuchu who is hiding, outside of Jaha County, on a stone bridge by the moat. A man in a long shirt. The youthful-looking man stood in the rain, clothes fluttering with the wind, with his white face, as out of the dust of the banishment ferry. He was originally just resting his eyes in the rain, and not a single raindrop touched his body even though it was clearly pouring. Suddenly, the youth opened his eyes and looked at the edge of the riverbank in surprise. Bean-sized raindrops rushed from the low air to the ground like runaway horses. A hint of disbelief was mapped on the youth's face. Surprisingly, killed out? The youth million but didn't think that so many people would actually fail. Isn't he just a departing army hillbilly? With just a knife in his hand and a few martial arts moves. It was surprising that so many embroidered clothes guards and heavy armor soldiers didn't leave him behind. Soon, in the midst of the rain, a mediocre-looking man came staggering along. His looks were so ordinary that he could never be found in a pile of people. But Luo Rong could see clearly that the only thing that person had was a pair of eyes that were shining, giving a stern and unrivaled, a feeling of going forward. Lu Yuxing also felt wrong. This rainy night river beachside standing person is really too abrupt. He held the knife in his right hand and pressed the sheath with his left. The dull blade blended in with the blackness of the night. Slowly walked towards the front of the stone bridge. Luo Rong blocked in front of the stone bridge, and when he saw Lu Yuxing come before him, he first complimented him. Your Excellency is really good at this. It's just a departure from the military mound. Lu Yuxing said politely. Do you know exactly who you've been protecting all this time? No. Loring said. Your Excellency, don't be so insistent. I see that you are full of energy and blood, and you have breath in every move you make. Already the meridians are revealed, considered half a foot into the cultivation world. Saying that, Luo Rong pointed at the stone bridge not far away and said, "This bridge is the boundary. If you don't cross the boundary to find her, I won't kill you. How's that?" Luo Rong looked at Lu Yusheng, expecting his answer. Lu Yusheng didn't speak, but asked in return, "Why is your excellency here and why are you stopping me?" "Of course it's a matter of trust and loyalty. So does Lu Yusheng said flatly. The air felt like it was covered with an indescribably dull and depressing layer. No one spoke. No one moved. It was so silent it was as if you could hear a pin drop. Luo Rong slowly paced out. His pace slow though it was, yet there was a rhythm to it, and every step that fell gave people an invisible sense of oppression. Lu Yusheng drew his sword and slowly moved forward. The sound of the knife whistled and broke through the air. Luo Rong's palms shook, and a fierce wind whistled out. A palm is like a shocking wave. Although Lu Yusheng's sword was fast, it was in front of this palm, but like a flatboat in the waves, it could capsize at any time. Suck. Between one breath and one inhalation of the breathing method, Lu Yusheng only felt the breath surging within his body, a retreating and leaking energy spinning to stabilize his stance. Qi practitioners. Lu Yusheng raised his head and stared at Luo Rong. The person in front of him was a genuine cultivator. Lu Yusheng's insight is shallow. He did fight Qi practitioners in the army, instead of crossing paths. Rather, it was better to say that several hundred fellow soldiers of the Anqi army had gone together to besiege the sacrificial witch of a Hun Tartar. Lu Yu grew to take a breath. This time, there were no iron riders, no comrades, only a knife in the hand. This was his first head-to-head battle with a cultivator, and he didn't know if he could win. However, his gaze remained calm as he watched Luo Rong. "Tonight it's you or me. If you can live, you live. If you die, you die. Life was supposed to be over a long time ago. It's enough to cross over and live so many extra years for nothing." However, even if he died, the guy in front of him would have to pay the price. A flash of blood once again enveloped his body. All he could feel was what seemed to be a hot current running through his body. All the limbs that had been stiff were restored to a lighter feeling by the warmth passing through them. Lu Yusheng only felt like a boiling teapot inside his body. The grip on the knife in his hand grew tighter and tighter as his consciousness entered an ethereal state. In this moment, it was as if he was one with the sword. Deciding between life and death is always a different kind of realization. The feeling is especially marvelous. It's like an epiphany of letting go of everything and a desire to win. Lu Yusheng, who had already put it down, suddenly sprouted an infinite desire to fight again. The heat in his body rose as it did, and then exploded in full force. A small strand enters all the acupoints of the limbs, and a large strand enters the dantian, chi points, and flows through the 8 veins of the odd meridians. The horizontal sword in his hand had long been pressed. Lu Yusheng sank his knees and suddenly exerted force. The soles of his shoes landed on the lapis lazuli, splashing heavily, and the horizontal sword in his hand slashed his face. It's like the wind and thunder dancing. Lu Yusheng's slash just missed. The blade struck a mere phantom. Lifting his head, Luo Rong was no longer in the same place, and now he's surrounded by Loring everywhere. Chapter 36, The End of the Crossbow. Loring let out a sigh. To be fair, he really didn't want to kill him. It's also primarily a compassion for talent. The embryo that has already had its chi veins now exposed, although it has no gongfu to support it and is old. But it is like a fine diamond in the rough. Polished carefully, it will be extraordinary. Just a shame. One Loring moved, followed by a second and a third. Lu Yusheng danced the horizontal sword to splash water. The monsoon rain turned the nearby scenery into a void. The water splashed and splashed with a light smoke. Luo Rong alone was like an army of thousands of horses, charging towards Lu Yusheng with lightning speed. At this time, Lu Yusheng's eyes had long been bloodshot. The blade light was like a whirlpool, and like ripples on the surface of a lake. It was continuous. As fast as lightning, he chopped one Luo Rong after another into pieces. It's as if they can't be killed. Watching Lu Yusheng fight under the siege of his own phantoms, a cold smile appeared on the face of Luo Rong, who was truly far away from the battlefield. Can a true cultivator be touched by a half-assed martial artist like you? To be fair, Luo Rong himself wasn't considered strong among Qi practitioners. Cultivators who were at the same level as him at the post-forged body realm only needed to observe and exhale to be able to distinguish those illusions of their own. The 9 realms of a cultivator. From Qi drawing to body forging to the 3rd realm of God concentration. There were also very few cultivators in the entire Wei province who had broken through to the God condensation realm. As for Yuan high realm martial artists at the same realm as God condensation, there was none. He had no other skills, except for the art of separating into shadows. This was a gong method he had obtained from an ancient book. Taking on a body and refining a split body. He's only learned the ropes so far. This technique was not so much a technique as it was a means used to break the realm. The way to do this is to accumulate more altars. and then merge them together when the main altars have all been cultivated to perfection. At that time, the breakthrough of the realm will be accomplished. Of course, with his current realm, he simply couldn't do anything to break through from forging body to condensing spirit. He did, however, accidentally discover that he had a talent for illusions. The illusory doppelganger was enough to disrupt and sneak up on the opponent, even though it would shatter at the slightest touch. So this move became his life-saving technique. More than once, he himself had utilized a split into shadows to escape from the ascension. Now facing an almost perfect mortal martial Dao like Lu Yuxing, who had a lot of experience in actual combat, and outlaws with extraordinary weapons, Luo Rong wasn't stupid enough to underestimate his opponent just because he was a Qi practitioner. Instead, he was cautious as hell. Although Lu Yuxing didn't have any feats on him, but watching the other party gulp, it was clear that he must have his own set of cultivation. And if he guessed correctly, the knife in Lu Yuxing's hand wasn't an ordinary item either. That blade was dull and dull, but it had previously tangled with so many heavy armored soldiers. A normal sword would have rolled its edge long ago. However, the horizontal sword in Lu Yuxing's hand was still incredibly sharp. It has to be all hands on deck, Luo Rong thought as he raised his left hand. A 3-inch thin sword was silently sheathed from his sleeve. The body of the sword was silver-white in color, like a long sword scaled in the same proportion. Luo Rong's index and middle fingers stretched out side by side and made a sword sign, gently pointing. The 3-inch thin sword transformed into a streak of light and pierced through the curtain of rain. The sword light drew a smooth arc, piercing through a crystal water droplet to fly behind Lu Yuxing. Lu Yuxing, who was tangling with Luo Rong's doppelganger, had a thought. The body tilted sideways while swinging the sword violently. The sword was blocked with a dang sound. Lu Yuxing was shaken back a few steps by this strange force. He leaned back, narrowly avoiding a sword that went straight for his eyebrows. A flying sword? Lu Yuxing swung his sword to slash, and the thin sword collided with the horizontal sword, making a soldiering sound. Luo Rong, who was running his sword with his qi, was surprised as he looked at the figure that had long been drenched in blood. After frowning, the sword technique in his hand changed. The flying short sword, after sharply tracing an arc in mid-air, stabbed out. The sword's light flickered in the moonlight of the pouring rain, like the Milky Way cascading down to the ground. The stars and fire shine. One sword to cut you down. The 3-inch short sword pressed a sharp aura, as if it were a dike leaking a flood. Clank dash. Lu Yuxing fought to swing his sword against it. A toothsome clash of metal sounded like muffled thunder in his ears. The blade of the sword was strong enough to cause one's blood to freeze. The surrounding phantoms shipped palms and slapped them. Lu Yuxing was caught off guard and took a hard slap to the chest. At once, he felt the qi and blood in his dantian flip. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out. The figure staggered a few times before plunging his sword across the ground to support his body, falling to one knee. After all, he had just been through a big battle, and he was wounded. He couldn't even exert half of his usual strength under fatigue. The breath that held the body together seemed about to dissipate. Lu Yuxing only felt his consciousness gradually drifting off and his heartbeat gradually becoming short. Blood kept spurting out of his mouth. He didn't know how to win, how to beat him so he could fulfill his promise. Obviously, he had promised to deliver the person safely, no matter how many thousands of miles. A pain in his chest and an inexplicable sense of mourning filled his heart. How he would love to have a panel that could add points appear before his eyes after a ding. Or maybe a white-bearded old grandpa runs out of the sword he's holding and transmits feats to him. Or maybe he could refine his remaining lifespan to deduce a divine feat to directly finish off the other party. But now there's nothing but pounding rain. Seeing Lu Yuxing's look of resignation, Luo Rong first shook his head inside before pinching the sword technique in his hand. The flying sword hovered in the air, ready to unleash a final blow on Lu Yuxing. Shoo! The flying sword that implemented Luo Rong's killing heart sword intent broke through the air and attacked. Looking at the flying swords that were getting closer and closer, Lu Yuxing closed his eyes, seemingly about to give up. Ding! What? What Loring didn't expect was that Lu Yuxing actually lifted his horizontal sword to deflect the trajectory of the flying sword the moment it was about to pierce his heart. Put! The flying sword was knocked off its trajectory by the back of the blade, but it still spun and plunged into Lu Yuxing's chest. The 3-inch thin sword only left a tiny, imperceptible gash on his body. The flying sword entered his body, and the violent sword qi bounced and traveled between his internal organs. Sword intent erupted, and his clothes seemed to bulge like a balloon. 10 million sword qi erupted from it in a rage, as if it was going to churn Lu Yuxing directly into pieces from within his body. However, the sword qi that entered the body and cut was like an arrow that had lost its arrowhead, empty of its power but losing its profit, but as strong as a crossbow could not cut and tear it apart. Lu Yuxing also felt that the sword qi within his body seemed to be being subdued. Opening his eyes again, Lu Yuxing's gaze was like a sharp sword. The Luo Rong, who was watching him, only felt that sword intent go straight into his mind. It actually caused him, a chi practitioner who was considered half a sword cultivator, to feel a tingling sensation. And Lu Yuxing's body was as sharp as a sword. This can't be. Luo Rong watched as Lu Yuxing supported himself with his sword and slowly stood up. One eye was filled with incredulity. He had clearly infused both his sword intent and killing aura into it, even if Lu Yuxing's knife had released its force. However, the sword intent imbued on the flying sword was not something a mortal who had not yet formally stepped into the immortal path could withstand. That sword chi should have long ago chopped Lu Yuxing's 5 viscera, 6 bowels, and 8 strange meridians into pieces the instant he was hit by the sword. But Lu Yuxing is still alive and well. Unless he was also an inbound cultivator. How did he do it? Chapter 37, The Qing Dynasty Sect, End of the Month. Requesting for monthly tickets. The 3-inch thin sword plunged into his chest, losing any further momentum. Gazing ahead at Luo Rong, Lu Yuxing drew his sword. Your sword has run its course. Now it's my turn. Squeezing out his last ounce of energy, Lu Yuxing rushed forward with a single step with his sword. Although the ploy was successful and seized the opponent's flying sword, but Lu Yuxing wasn't sure how the sword chi inside his body was subdued just now. He only had one thought right now, and that was to win this fight. In the midst of the rain, Lu Yuxing was like a ghost. Luo Rong was alarmed. The flying sword stuck into Lu Yuxing's chest and had run out of momentum. It was too late for him to pinch his sword technique and relock his flying sword. He did a recall sword trick. As expected, the flying sword did not move. The sword intent that should have been left behind disappeared as much as it could, and the Lu Yuxing in front of him acted as if he was fine after taking a sword from him that contained killing intent. Stepping forward and slashing out, Lu Yuxing made the knife move with an unbelievable beauty. It's hard to describe the speed. Luo Rong hurriedly released his detachment. In an instant, a dozen Luo Rong appeared around the real body. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The slash was indeed fast, but unfortunately Lu Yuxing was destined to get nothing. Trying to distinguish his real body among so many doppelgangers, even chi practitioners of the same realm would have to put in some effort. It would only take 3 breaths of time to relock the flying sword itself. In the next, a sword then pierced through his chest, resulting in Lu Yuxing. 1 breath. Luo Rong illuminated his doppelganger to block Lu Yuxing's line of sight to besiege him, while he secretly pinched his sword technique. Suddenly, he felt a strong killing intent envelop him, like a wild beast in a frenzy. It was unsettling. Luo Rong looked up in surprise, but saw Lu Yuxing's gaze through the obstruction of the heavy detachment of. It landed on him correctly and unmistakably. Luo Rong didn't dare to be careless anymore and let out a low shout, ordering all his detachments to surround Lu Yuxing, and he himself grasped and pinched his sword. 2 rests. A wisp of wind blew like a dust storm. Lu Yu was vivid. He ignored all the doppelgangers around him and charged straight towards Luo Rong's main body. The blade flashed by, bringing up pieces of cold shadow wherever it went. Luo Rong's detachment fizzled out without even being able to touch Lu Yuxing. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yuxing rushed to Luo Rong's side, an aura that was biting and stern, with a hint of destruction, struck. Luo Rong hadn't yet reacted from the shock of the split being all but ineffective. He hastily mobilized the mana in his inner chi and once again gave birth to a large number of doppelgangers in front of his body. Lu Yuxing just tightened his grip on the horizontal sword, his gaze firmly locked on the flustered Luo Rong. This blade did not cut through split bodies or transformed forms. It only cut through one person, chi practitioner Luo Rong. In a flash of lightning, Lu Yuxing slashed out with a diagonal slash. Without any stance, it was like a casual swing, without any sword chi or sword wind. Dull and dull. 3 breaths. An arc of light flashed by. Luo Rong then felt his connection with the 3-inch short sword disappear from his perception. In the next moment, Lu Yuxing flew out from his side. The knife was silent, like a spectral ghost killed from hell, carrying an eerie aura of death. Luo Rong didn't have the slightest expression on his face as he slowly turned back and looked at Lu Yuxing's back. Instead, Lu Yuxing set the horizontal sword on his forearm and clamped it, then slowly drew it out and incorporated it into his sheath. A few moments later, countless blood splatters exploded from Ross's chest, and his body swayed twice. Then he fell head over heels. All of his detachment, also assimilated, broken into a bubble. With a sideways glance behind him, Lu Yuxing closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then, unable to support himself any longer, his body swayed and staggered to the ground. After decapitating Luo Rong, the chi in his chest that was supporting him also finally dispersed. The dashing spring rains drip against the riverbank puddles. Lu Yuxing lay on his back and coughed violently. Ahem. It seemed to be coughing up lungs. I didn't feel it during the engagement, but now I just feel pain all over my body, especially in his chest. The 3-inch flying sword was like a nail stuck in his left chest. Lu Yuxing wasn't sure how he had survived and subdued the raging sword intent of the 3-inch flying sword. His intention was only to use his physical body to capture the opponent's flying sword, thus creating an opportunity for himself. Having never fought a cultivator alone before, he could only come up with this solution that wasn't a solution under the circumstances. Trade your serious injuries for your opponent's weapon. If you succeed, you live. If you don't, you die. He just didn't expect that after the flying sword entered the body, the violent sword intent was abusing all over the body. If it were someone else, they would at least be reduced to a sword chi explosion and die. However, Lu Yuxing felt gradually subdued that sword intent, and transformed the sword intent and quenched itself. He didn't know how he did it. He was just fighting on instinct at the time. The heavy rain kept washing away. Lu Yuxing tried to prop his body up, but failed in the end. A slight movement would be felt as a sharp pain. He could only try to use breathing techniques to ease his injuries. The effect is not dramatic, but it does take a few moments off the pain. Only, he didn't know how much longer he could hold out. Although the sword chi had been absorbed and refined by himself, his internal organs had still received a considerable shock. The coughed-up blood was interspersed with bits of inner wall debris. The 3-inch flying sword was also stuck in the chest near the heart. Lu Yuxing was tortured to the point of pain. You can't bandage the wounds on your body. The warm blood gradually took away his temperature. As the eyelids grew heavier and heavier, the trance. It seemed as if he saw two figures appear shifting around in the distance. He tried to make an effort to see clearly, but his eyelids eventually closed together against his will. The gates of heaven are open. The gates of earth are open, and the white crane immortal master delivers the earth. This is not an extraordinary place. Veins from the Kunlun mountains. In the distance, an old white-bearded Taoist priest walked along the riverbank. He was dressed in a tattered dhabi with a black belt. His hair was gray and dirty, and his eyes were one large and one small. He has a large sarcoma growing under his cheeks, a bull nose, a slight hair lip and buck teeth. The exposed complexion looked greenish-gray. Behind him, a young man with a clean-cut face and a thin figure followed the old Taoist priest. Shivering from the rain, he slipped his hands into the waist of his pants, after seeing Lu Yuxing lying on the ground in front of him. Then he pulled his hand out of the waistband of his pants and pointed at him. "Master, there are 2 dead men there." Upon hearing the youth's words, the old Taoist priest stopped and stared into his dim eyes and, a sudden heave-ho. He, 2 blind boys fighting to the death. The Taoist master, I'll make a fortune alone. At a glance, the old Taoist could tell that this was 2 chi practitioners engaging in a life and death battle, with both of them losing in the end. How can you not take advantage of this ready-made bargain? So the old Taoist took out his duster from his waist and casually raised it. It then rolled over both Lu Yuxing and Luo Rong's corpses. The old Taoist first took all the items on Luo Rong's body, and that clothing was not spared. When he focused his gaze on Lu Yuxing, his dusky, demented eyes lit up. He hurriedly brought his nose to Lu Yuxing, sniffing all the way down his chest. It had been smelling the dantian, and there was a look of infatuation on his face, as if he was admiring a work of art. To a good piece of material to become immortal. The dry, black and thin palm brushed over Lu Yuxing's chest, and as the old Taoist touched it, he suddenly wrinkled his brows. Flawed. Forget it, take it away first. The duster was then rolled, hoisting Lu Yuxing behind him, and then said to the thin man beside him, "Go, return to our green cloud sect with master." Chapter 38 Mo Chuchu's doubts. The night was thick like an overturned cartridge snapped on rice paper. In front of the cave where Mo Chuchu was hiding, there were bodies lying all over the place. Seeing the pouring rain, Mo Chuchu was a little worried. It was already the next night. Lu Yuxing went for a whole night and day. He said he'd be back by noon tomorrow at the most, but he didn't show up until late afternoon. This made Mo Chuchu suspicious. Did something else happen to him? Or was the dart sent here, and his friend wouldn't let him send it after knowing Lu Yuxing's purpose? One couldn't blame Mo Chuchu for thinking that way, because earlier in the argument between Lu Yuxing and her, Lu Yuxing directly pointed out that his comrade and friend was this kind of character. That's why Mo Chuchu thought that a big straight man like Lu Yuxing would only say what he was up to and the truth. Then that friend of his gave a direct rejection, causing Lu Yuxing to be softening up with him. Otherwise, she really couldn't figure out why in the world Lu Yuxing had been gone for so long and still hadn't come back. Just as Mo Chuchu was wondering, a voice came from behind her. "Excuse me, holy maiden, we need to move on as soon as possible. Otherwise sooner or later someone else will come looking for it." The visitor was a man dressed in black robes and the White Lotus sect elder with a distinct customized pattern on his sleeves and chest. Mo Chuchu frowned slightly. "Can't it wait a little longer?" "It really can't wait, holy maiden Sama," that elder said eagerly. "We've suffered heavy losses in all of our subruns, and the sect leader has disappeared, so it's been hard to find you. It is just what you need to go to the general helm and run the show. And there were 2 forging realm chi refiners who killed and scattered this branch of ours. and one of them left. The other one is still nearby, and we are no match for him in our present strength. Mo Chuchu knew that her subordinate was telling the truth. The court sent those jugglers in wave after wave. If Elder Ling hadn't stayed here to keep watch and thus found himself, then it should be himself lying on the ground now. But if I leave like this, what about Lu Yuxing's side? Mo Chuchu, who was not sure what was going on with Lu Yuxing, wanted to wait a little longer, or send someone to the city to check it out. But before she could make up her mind, she saw a White Lotus sect member run in and say, reporting to the Holy Maiden, Elder, my subordinates have discovered that a large number of people are rushing towards this place. It's going to be a tea break at the most. Upon hearing this news, Elder Ling made an immediate decision. Coming to Mo Chuchu's side, he confessed, Lord Holy Maiden, if your excellency no longer makes a decision, I will have to take your excellency away by force. Mo Chuchu was also clear about the present situation. She bit her vermilion lip lightly and finally said, well, we'll make up for what we owe him later. Let's go. Mo Chuchu ordered someone to leave a secret signal on the cave, then followed the religious people brought by Elder Ling to move. On the way to the transfer, Mo Chuchu asked Elder Ling, I've been in hiding for so long since I left. How's the general altar doing now? What's the way doing again? Elder Ling thought for a moment and said, the situation is not good. The general altar has suffered heavy losses, and the 4 directions elders are now all scattered. Elder Jiang and Elder Mang were killed in battle. The sect master is nowhere to be seen, and the congregation is in tatters. It's a good thing that Wei's Great Wall in the west was breached by the Huns, and that the Anxi army was defeated by the. It was only after diverting Wei's attention and calling back most of the cultivators chasing us that the rest of us survived. The Anxi army has been defeated? Hearing Elder Ling's words, Mo Chuchu couldn't help but ask, is the news true? Elder Ling nodded. The news is being suppressed, but we have information coming back from our lurking spies. It should be true. I heard that the Anxi army suffered heavy losses this time, and Xiahou Fan was also injured. Nowadays, the remnants of the Anxi army are relying on the fortresses they have built to compete with the Huns for the border wall. Inside Wuhan City, the originally peaceful town became heavily guarded. The Huns broke through the border wall, and all the border cities on the right side of the Long River, including Wuhan City, were put under martial law. The Anzacs retreated to defend several interlocking forts within the border wall. This is the last line of defense in the western border of Wei, and 30 miles further back is the city of Wuhan. As the great rear of the Anxi army, the present-day city of Wuhan has begun to be under martial law. But every day, tons of people leave the city with their old and young. Everyone knows that the Huns have broken the border wall, is laying siege to several forts stuck 30 miles in front of the city of Wuhan. Fifth brother, who lives on Cross Street, was also packing at this time. Over the past few years, the court has basically adopted a laissez-faire attitude toward the Anxi army. No one knew better than the people of Wuhan City what the Anxi army was poured at today. Many of the standardized weapons of the Anxi army flowed out of the black market. It even includes armor. These weapons were exchanged for silver money and food to sustain the daily consumption of the Anxi army. In just under 3 years, the combat effectiveness of a well-equipped border army has seriously deteriorated. The rate of armor, the rate of full attendance of personnel, and the quality of soldiers have all deteriorated. There was a lot of resentment in the army towards the court. If it weren't for General Xiaoho's good management of the army, the Anxi army would have strict military discipline. Otherwise it would have long ago begun to follow the example of other armies that survived by captivity. Nowadays, the Han army is pressing in, unless the court adds more men. Otherwise the Anxi army, which lacked food and hadn't changed clothes for 3 years, would not have been able to take back the border wall from 200,000 Xiongnu Iron Cavalry again when they had lost it. Although the people of the city of Wuhan formed several donations to help pay the wages of but the result is also a drop in the bucket. Fifth brother finished packing, yanked on the front door and followed the crowds on the streets about to go out through the south gate to the back of the city. It didn't go very far, and when we passed the last house on Cross Street, Fifth brother saw that Master Lu was sharpening a rusty lance with the courtyard door wide open. Through the gate, Five shouted, Master, why are you still there sharpening your rifle? When the Huns are coming over there, hurry up and pack up and run away. The old man didn't stop moving his hands, but said as he ground, the ancestral graves are here and so is the home. What if I leave and the children can't find a home? Is it hard to believe that when the Huns come calling, you'll have to fight them? The old man didn't say anything, just nodded silently. Harm. Getting that answer, Fifth brother had nothing more to say. I just said sorry for the disturbance and then continued to walk with the flow of people towards the south gate. Master Lu continued to sharpen his guns. The sound of metal clanking against metal. The stained rust was gradually worn down, and the head of the gun became brighter and brighter. Having finally sharpened the gun, The old man looked at the head of the gun and smiled with contentment. Behind him, a piece of Anshi army standard armor bought from the underground black market was lying on the ground waiting to be cleaned. Master Lu looked at the head of the gun, then at the armor on the ground. Thoughts flew to Jiangnan, which is thousands of miles away. Jiangnan is good. I heard that the mountains there are beautiful. The boy has wanted to go there for a long time. I don't know if I'll be able to get a daughter-in-law in Jiangnan, whether I'll be able to eat or not. With infinite longing in his heart, the old man closed the door of the courtyard and, quietly awaiting his fate a mere 30 miles away. Chapter 39, Waking Up as an Inner Disciple. In his stupor, he vaguely felt what seemed to be shadows shifting around him. Lu Yuxing laboriously opened his eyelids. The light from shot into his eyes, and he, newly accustomed to the darkness, hastily closed them. Out of nowhere, I heard someone say something next to my ear. Wakey wakey. Then his lips touched a wooden bowl. An aroma of broth came to his nose. Lu Yuxing subconsciously opened his mouth and allowed the person with the bowl to pour broth into his mouth. Gobble gobble gobble. With a bowl of fresh and sweet broth in his belly, Lu Yuxing felt the violent spasms in his stomach ease. The broth turned into energy in his body, and Lu Yuxing felt his body temperature rise. After a while, when the broth he had drunk had finished replenishing himself, Lu Yuxing finally opened his eyes. You're awake. In front of me, a nubile little fat man in an indigo, rough-hewn Taoist robe, was looking at himself with a smile on his face. Lu Yuxing froze for a moment, then surveyed the environment again. Found himself in a monotonous room with nothing but a bed and Tai Chi Yin and Yang fish hanging on the wall. The room was furnished with nothing but a cupboard and a table with 2 chairs. The tables and chairs are also of the very old kind. The environment was quite clean though, not spotless, but the air was fresh. After looking at himself and realizing that the bloody clothes on his body had long since been removed, changed into a clean and neat white plain dress with bandages in it. A glance at the bedside. The table held his sword and belt plate, along with a few other miscellaneous items. Lu Yuxing breathed a sigh of relief and thanked the little fat man in front of him. Thank you, Your Excellency, for saving my life. The little fat man waved his hand in a hurry and said, It wasn't me, it was Master who saved you. Fifth brother. Fifth brother? The little fatty's cry of fifth senior brother confused Lu Yuxing. Looking at the surroundings and the clothes of the little fat man and himself, one could guess that in all probability it was a dojo. How come he doesn't remember being a Taoist priest, let alone being a Taoist priest? The Taoist temple itself has never been inside. Why did the young Taoist master call me senior brother? Little fatty said respectfully, You were brought in by master. Fifth senior brother. It was the same day as sixth senior brother that you entered the gate. However, senior brother, you were unconscious at the time and did not participate in the intersex master worship ceremony. Lu Yuxing was even more confused when he said this, though it was generally understood as if a Taoist priest had saved himself. But he never wanted to stay as a Taoist priest. He had more important things to do himself, and had no time to stay here as a Taoist priest. Thinking of this, Lu Yuxing struggled to get up, picked up his dried blood clothes and put them on his body. Hey, fifth senior brother, your clothes are here, the little fat man said as he held up a clean black and white Taoist robe. I thank you and your master for taking care of me these days, but I have business to attend to, so I won't bother you any longer. Farewell, Lu Yuxing said, grabbing the sword and waist plate on his bed. He was about to leave. Although it's a little rude not to say hello, but Lu Yuxing instinctively wanted to leave this place quickly. It was a pity that there was no silver on hand, or else he would have been a little more at ease putting a few taels of silver before leaving. Seeing that Lu Yuxing seemed to be going out, little fatty exclaimed, Where is fifth senior brother going? Downhill, Lu Yuxing said without looking back. Upon hearing that Lu Yuxing wanted to go down the mountain, the little fatty was even more horrified and his face was churning with fat. He tried to block Lu Yuxing, but he couldn't help it that Lu Yuxing's strength was just too great. He shrugged it off, seeing that Lu Yuxing was about to step out of the room. In the heat of the moment, little fatty shouted, Elder brother is from the Wei Anshi army? Lu Yuxing looked back at him. Lu Yuxing was not at all surprised as to why little fatty knew that he was from the Anshi army. If he was a Wei man, he must have heard of the Anshi army. As long as he could read, then it would not be difficult to guess his identity from his waistband. So what if it is? Lu Yuxing's eagle-like sharp eyes stared at him. There was no trace of fear or stage fright in the little fat man's gaze. The look in his eyes was one of determination and candor. It doesn't appear to be identity fraud. Since elder brother is a good man who came from the Anshi army, it's all the more reason why I can't let elder brother go to his death. The little fat man said. Sent to die? Lu Yuxing chewed on these 2 words uttered by little fatty. A frown asked, Why is it a death sentence for me to go down the mountain? Elder brother doesn't know. The little fat man came over and lowered his voice. Any disciple who has been initiated into the sect must never descend from the mountain unless the master permits him to return to the world. Senior brother, I've seen people clamoring to get off the mountain before, forcing their way out of the sect. However, not 2 days later, when my little brother went to cut firewood in the mountain forest outside the clan, saw his body hanging from a tree, already air-dried. 2 days, air-dried? Lu Yuxing gradually realized that there might be something wrong with this dojo. He glanced at the chubby little man who was suspected to be a fellow countryman, and judging by his accent and conversation, it should also be from Great Wei. So he asked, "Where the hell is this place and who are you?" Seeing that Lu Yuxing no longer mentioned the matter of going down the mountain, little fatty said with a sigh of relief, "Back to senior brother. This is the Green Cloud sect. I don't know exactly where it is, but I've heard that this place is not far from Baiwei, a vassal state of Wei, and I'm just an outer disciple without a Taoist name. My last name is Tang, my first name is Xiao Chang, and my character is Bo Hu, a person from Guiling on the right side of the river." Names and words. Lu Yuxing also lazy to spit out his name, rename and not unseen. He had even seen a comrade in the Anqi army with the name Zhao Yun, Qing Yun sect. Is it hard to believe that this is a sect here? Lu Yuxing mulled over the information here. Now that he had become the 5th senior brother of the Green Cloud sect, listening to Tang Xiaoqing, here it is further divided into outer and inner disciples. Tong Pak Fu is an outer disciple who just joined last month. To hear him tell it, he himself was out following Uncle Sam on a business trip when he was attacked by a gang of thieves. Everyone in the caravan is dead except Uncle Sam and a few servants. Uncle Sam rode off, and after giving all the money he had to the thieves himself, those bandits still want to kill themselves. And just then, the master appeared. It was just a snap of the fingers, and the gang of bandits died without a sound. And Tong Pak Fu was brought here by his master. The reason given by the master was that he had immortal destiny and could cultivate immortality. However, this immortal how to repair. Tang Bovo has not formally seen, weekdays to do some milling medicine, sweeping chores. Lu Yuxing listened attentively. He desperately needed to learn more about this place. As Tong Pak Fu spoke more and more in depth, Lu Yuxing also knew the rules of this place. The Green Cloud sect was located on the highest peak of Green Cloud Mountain. The Taoist priest, or master, is called Qing Yangzi. No outsiders were allowed to enter the clan, and no correspondence was allowed. No one is allowed to go down the mountain except the disciples who have returned to the world. The entire clan was shrouded in a veil of mystery. A clan that doesn't let people down? Lu Yuxing was pondering over it when he suddenly heard a few barks from outside. Woof, woof, woof. The voice was loud, but the more Lu Yuxing listened, the more he felt that the screaming was not right. However, before he could think about it, the door to the room was pushed open with a bang. From outside the door walked in a Taoist priest wearing a black and white Taoist robe, with a slender figure and a clear face. "Yo, woke up, come on then, just in time for master to give you your Taoist name, 5th brother." The man came in and left after giving his word, and Lu Yuxing's gaze never returned to the Taoist priest who had just entered the door to deliver the message. Behind the man, 2 naked men were chained to the doorway, limbs facing the ground. The dog barked woof woof from his mouth. Chapter 40, Taoist name, Ming Duan. The 2 human dogs barked furiously at the distant black and white Dao robes. Just then, a melodious bell rang out. Knock knock knock. Seeing that Lu Yuxing was still in a daze, Tong Pak Fu reminded him, "Senior brother, it's better to hurry up and go. If you're late master will scold you." Hearing the sound of the bell, Tong Pak Fu hurriedly urged. Hearing the words of this junior brother of his, Lu Yu grew a sigh of relief and then changed into his Taoist robes. Before leaving, Lu Yuxing glanced at the 2 human dogs. Seeing Lu Yuxing staring at them, the 2 human dogs immediately barked furiously. Lu Yuxing retracted his sight, and along with the little fatty Tang Bohu, he headed to the Cloud Shadow Hall where his master was. On the way, Tong Pak Fu and Lu Yuxing chatted idly. Lu Yuxing was happy to hear more about what was going on here. A thin morning mist filled the air in front of them, making them feel moist even through the rough durags they were wearing. From a physical point of view, this is a distinctly southern climate, and Tong Pak Fu did not lie here. Under the distant dawn sky, there was a half-red sun reflecting a reddish haze from the front of the mountains, and the muffled sound of the bells in his ears was still clear and lone. Lu Yuxing arrived inside the Cloud Shadow Hall. This place was said to be the location of the master's cultivation, and it was the best palace in the entire Green Cloud sect. But Lu Yuxing looked around. The decorative style of the Cloud Shadow Hall was found to be basically in line with that of the entire Taoist temple. Highly emotional descriptions are characterized by an air of simple nature. A lower emotional quotient would be the Russian-Ukrainian battlefield frontline ape hostage wind. The entire Taoist temple was hardly distinguishable from the makeshift shacks that had been piled up and The bricks and tiles in the great hall were broken and weeds were all over the place. In front of the main hall of the Cloud Shadow Hall stood a statue of Heavenly Father with a missing eyebrow. It was not a god that was enshrined in Wei, and Lu Yuxing couldn't tell which was which. Kneeling on several dirty futons were more than 20 Taoist priests uniformly dressed in indigo robes. A little further up, a couple of chairs with armrests sat a couple of Taoist priests dressed in black and white robes like himself. The clean-cut Taoist priest who called Lu Yuxing to come and receive the Taoist name was sitting there. Smilingly, he looked at himself. After looking at the surroundings of the great hall, Lu Yuxing turned his gaze to his nominal master, Qing Yangzi. That old Taoist was sitting in front of the Heavenly Father's main body enshrined in the Taoist temple with his eyes closed. This was the first time Lu Yuxing had met his master. How? 3 parts human-like, 7 parts ghost-like. Only when he saw Lu Yuxing and Tang Bovo walk before the group of disciples did Qing Yangzi slowly open his eyes. Those eyes, punctuated by crow's feet, were bright and clear. Here comes the good disciple. The old Taoist looked at Lu Yuxing and grinned. Lu Yuxing didn't reply, only slightly clenching the handle of the knife in his hand. Although he was aware that right now the flying sword in his body had not been taken out and the injuries on his body had not healed. Still, the body's instinctive response was faster than the brain's reminder to guard against the old Taoist in front of him. However, this subtle move was clearly seen by the black and white inner disciple sitting on the chair who had called Lu Yuxing to come. He immediately jumped up from his chair and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Fifth senior brother, Master saved you. What are your intentions when you bring a sword into the hall?" Lu Yuxing turned his head and looked at the Taoist priest with a clean appearance, and his eyes met Lu Yuxing's without fear. Seeing that the atmosphere in the hall seemed a bit awkward, Qing Yangzi coughed lightly. Ahem. Well, Mingyue, your senior brother shouldn't have done it on purpose. He's just a little nervous about meeting his master for the first time. After saying that, Qing Yangzi refocused his gaze on Lu Yuxing. 10,000 dermas are empty. The teacher cultivates several lifetimes. The Tao is natural, and the name Ming Duan is given. Qing Yangzi looked at Lu Yuxing like he was admiring a work of art and nodded slightly. From now on, you'll be an inner disciple of my Green Cloud sect, ranked 4th, with the Tao name Ming Dust. As soon as the words fell, all the outer disciples stood straight and bowed cautiously to Lu Yuxing. That inner sect black robe with the Tao name Mingyue also reluctantly stood up and bowed to Lu Yuxing. They bowed and saluted, while Lu Yuxing's gaze remained fixed on the seats of the inner disciples. The seat at the very front near their master, Qing Yangzi, was empty. When Mingyu finished bowing, he couldn't help but ask like Qing Yangzi, "Master, how did he become 4th senior brother? Are you going to remove senior brother Mingjing?" Mingyue pointed at a black and white inner disciple who was a seat away from him and said. Qing Yangzi quietly glanced at the bright moon for a long time, but he let out a long sigh. "Because your big brother he can't come. Eldest brother can't come?" Little question marks popped up on the heads of most of the people in the room. Qing Yangzi paused and said, "Just last night, Ming Jian, he left the clan without saying goodbye, and when I found him, Ming Jian has already been eaten out of his skin by the nest of demonic beasts entrenched in the clan, and is buried in the back of the mountain." The great hall was quiet for a moment, and then a fierce cacophony erupted. Quiet. With Qing Yangzi's silence, the hall was instantly silent. Then it's like a roller coaster of ups and downs. "In the matter of Ming Jian, I am very sorry for the teacher. He is a good seedling for cultivation, and in time, I will surely ascend to immortality, but it's a pity that I can't break the red dust and disturbances." After Qing Yangzi felt sorry for Ming Jian for a while, he had the disciples below start singing a song to send off the Tao. From the beginning to the end, Lu Yuxing did not say a word, just looked at all this in front of him. There was no joy in the slightest that he had been upgraded from 5th senior brother to 4th senior brother. Akatsuki sang the most vigorously in the crowd. Lu Yuxing's difference obviously caught Qing Yangzi's attention. He smiled and looked at Lu Yuxing. "Bright dust, why don't you sing?" "No." Lu Yuxing's voice couldn't hear any emotion. "No, can I learn?" Qing Yangzi got down from the eunuch chair and circled around Lu Yuxing. This old Taoist priest's mouth didn't have a few good teeth at all, and his whole body exuded a putrid odor. The closer he got, the more Lu Yuxing could feel the great aura of death on the old Taoist. "Do you want to practice with me?" "Think," almost without hesitation. This also caused Qing Yangzi to stare, then slowly nodded his head in delight. The children are teachable. Lu Yuxing didn't have any thought baggage. Right now, the flying sword in his chest had not been taken out, and all his injuries needed to be recuperated. The strength is greatly reduced, regardless of whether the old Taoist released him or not. He did not have the confidence to go down the mountain alone to defeat that nest of demonic beasts right now. And the aura of this old Taoist was completely internalized but the danger that vaguely emanated exceeded everyone Lu Yuxing had ever seen. With his eyesight, he couldn't tell what strength it was at all. Moreover, Lu Yuxing suspected that what demonic beast was raised by the old Taoist. It can only be done on a moment's notice. As for this evil green cloud sect, a body killed in a sea of corpses and blood. What kind of demon has he not seen before? After so many years in the military, his own heart had long been as cold as a knife. Seeing that Lu Yuxing was so understanding, the old Taoist was satisfied to dismiss the crowd. Chapter 41, Medicinal Bath. For the next few days, Lu Yuxing had been recuperating in his room. Didn't go out much. The meals were sent by the little fat Tang Xiaoqing word Bohu. Lu Yuxing grew familiar with him and extracted a lot of information from him. For example, the old Taoist emphasized the cultivation of the inner disciples. They, the black and white Dao-robed disciples, usually don't do any work, except for eating and sleeping is to cultivate. For their group of outer disciples, they were purely free range and basically didn't ask much. Tong Pak Fu has been here for more than a month. In addition to the master gave them a demonstration of the mixed Yuan Qi practice method when they first arrived, so that they can watch and cultivate. The rest of the time was spent doing various odd jobs: cleaning, cooking, grinding medicine, chopping wood, scrubbing toilets, cleaning up the ruins of the clan, and so on. How can you have time to practice when you're doing so much work? Lu Yuxing asked if the other inner disciples were also practicing the mixed Yuan Qigong. Little Fatty shook his head and said that he was not sure about the techniques practiced by the inner disciples, but when I happened to see my senior brothers practicing, they were all taught by the old Taoist himself, and the way they practiced their gong methods was very different from that of the outer disciples. It shouldn't be the same gong method. While chatting, an outer disciple came to inform Lu Yuxing to go to the backyard to find his master. Lu Yuxing moved his body for a while, then jumped out of bed to follow the disciple to the backyard. Following that outer disciple, Lu Yuxing made his way around the Green Cloud sect. The dilapidated sights seen along the way made Lu Yuxing even more certain. This was by no means a proper cultivation sect. Along with the outer disciples, they arrived at the backyard, where a few inner disciples were already waiting. Come, good apprentice. Qin Yangzi smiled broadly and came over to pat Lu Yuxing's back, leading him to a few of his senior brothers. He pointed at the black and white inner disciple standing at the very front and said, "This is your new eldest brother, Ming Yuan." Then pointing to the two twins, he introduced them. "This is your new second senior brother, Bright, and this is your third senior brother, Mirror." Lu Yuxing looked up at the two twins who looked exactly the same. The difference is only that there is an inconspicuous mole at the corner of Mingjing's mouth. Bright and Bright Mirror nodded slightly at Lu Yuxing. Lu Yuxing also saluted with his fists. Finally, there was the black and white inner disciple who seemed to have a problem with Lu Yuxing. "Ming Yu, this is Ming Yue, your senior brother. Ming Yue and you entered the sect together. Theoretically speaking, he's supposed to be the one who's your senior, but I've been thinking about it, and I'm going to let you be that senior." Akatsuki stepped forward, dangling her eyes, and said in a slightly shrill voice, "Greetings, elder brother." Afterward, not caring whether Lu Yuxing returned the salute or not, Ming Yue turned her head to Qin Yangzi and said, "Master, the medicinal bath is ready." After he said that, he even made a point of glancing at Lu Yuxing. Lu Yuxing was on the sidelines, and he also completely disregarded any master-disciple etiquette, but asked bluntly, "What medicinal bath?" Akatsuki gave him a look and said, "Master asked us to specially prepare a medicinal bath for senior brother Mingchen." When he finished, he added, "This is the case for all pro-disciples. Every 3 days, they have to take a medicinal bath." Qin Yangzi nodded, then said to Lu Yuxing beside him with a smile, "That's right, Padawan, you need to take this bath." Lu Yuxing didn't say anything, he just nodded and followed Mingyue to the bathtub in the back. As soon as they got closer, the rolling heat that hit them fogged up their eyes. Closer to home, a large wooden barrel came into view. And it's not filled with boiling hot water. Inside the barrel, boiling water as black as ink was churning, gurgling black bubbles, occasional floating centipedes, scorpions, and, wait for the poisonous bodies to float out. Lu Yuxing sniffed his nose and smelled an unpleasant stench, like a dead weasel letting out a fart, or the smell of a corpse that had been rotting for days. "Senior brother, please," Akatsuki's gloating voice came. "By the way, should I pull a screen for you?" "Senior brother." Lu Yuxing turned back, seeing the master who was eagerly looking forward to his bath and a few senior brothers who were trying to watch the show. Lu Yuxing silently turned around, his back to Qin Yangzi and the several senior brothers. In 3 strokes, he stripped himself naked and turned to step into the barrel. It's not like the big mixed baths with hundreds of people in the barracks haven't been done before. Let's not talk about being seen with your bare ass. Lu Yuxing's favorite thing to do in the barracks bath is to score the length of those shy crotch-covering recruits with a few veteran soldiers. However, it was only when he stepped into the barrel that he immediately felt something was wrong. The body had just sunk into the hot, black liquid that, A stabbing pain went through his entire body. It was as if little knives were cutting his flesh bit by bit. The corners of Lu Yuxing's mouth twitched, and his temples jutted, but soon he adjusted. After you get used to it, it's nothing more than that. Looking at Lu Yuxing, who didn't scream at all in the wooden barrel, but cozily took a hot bath, Akatsuki looked at him in surprise. He had made a fool of himself when he first soaked in this tub of medicinal bath. This bucket of medicinal bath nearly killed himself a few days ago. Although my whole body was much lighter after the soak, it was as hard as it could be at the time. It was all because the two senior brothers pressed down on his arms that he was able to hold on. Even though he'd soaked it twice already, he still wasn't used to it. The other brothers are a little better off. They're used to soaking, after all, but every time he did, it was like being tortured. But this person who had taken his fifth senior brother's position actually didn't say a word. What's more, today's medicinal bath was specially made with more ingredients according to the master's instructions. How is he holding up? A bone-chilling pain, followed by a cool, soothing, drifting sensation, vaguely feeling as if something was being expelled from his body. Again, it seems to absorb something in. There was a warm current in his body that kept hovering in his dantian. Lu Yuxing didn't know what herbs were used to make this medicinal bath, but he could actually feel the changes in his body. While it doesn't feel like there's an obvious direct increase in power, but vaguely, he could sense that the body contained endless potential. The boiling black bath of medicine soaked his skin. Under the double immersion of heat plus medicinal power, Lu Yuxing only felt his head rising and sinking. Wanting to sleep, raising his hand, he rubbed his clearing point to clear his head a bit, then began to use breathing techniques, controlling his exhalations. Suck. After rhythmic exhalation, the heat flow began to travel from the dantian along the tendons and began to travel throughout the body. The rapid breathing gradually calmed under his control. The whole person enters a realm of empty self, forgetting all worries in general. After an unknown amount of time again, Lu Yuxing was awakened. He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a cloudy breath. By the time he got up from the barrel and was ready to wipe his body, it was only then that I realized that the ink-like medicinal liquid in the barrel had become much clearer. I don't know if it was due to the fact that I had absorbed the medicine inside. Lu Yuxing got up from the barrel and grabbed the clothes on the side just after drying himself. Resheathed in black and white dhoti. Chapter 42, Factory Origins. As he was returning his hair, Ao Yoko approached. Looking at the water in the barrel, he then nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. The medicinal power absorbed a full 90%. I really did pick up a treasure, worthy of being a seedling who has opened his orifices and has already induced chi into his body. This saves me a lot of effort. You don't have the core technique yet, do you? It's okay. When you've recovered from your injuries, Master will then pass on your feats. Oh yeah, I think you use a knife. Should I find 2 scarecrows for you to hack in practice? Lu Yuxing shook his head. There was no longer any difference between practicing or not practicing sword techniques for him. He himself had practiced for 7 years with a set of military swordsmanship passed down by General Xiahou, and had beheaded no less than 1,000 men. Blade techniques were summarized by himself, and based on hundreds of times of actual combat experience has long been practiced to perfection. What kind of knife skills can you practice by chopping up a scarecrow? True swordplay is all about collision in actual combat, so he politely declined the old Taoist's kind offer. There was no need for Lu Yuxing to chop up scarecrows, but he cared about Qin Yangzi's previous sentence. What do you mean by opening the orifices and drawing chi into the body? Drawing chi into the body. Lu Yuxing knew. When she had escorted Mo Chu before, she had spoken to herself about the cultivation methods of cultivators. Drawing chi into the body meant that one had stepped into the immortal path. Lu Yuxing wasn't sure when he had induced chi into his body, but since Qin Yangzi said that he had done so, then he should be in the chi drawing realm correctly. In contrast, what does it mean to have an open orifice? Lu Yuxing asked this question to Qin Yangzi. Qin Yangzi was silent for a moment, and then said with a heated smile, "It doesn't matter. Some martial artists will have the possibility to stimulate the human orifices through chance and coincidence. It will be beneficial to their cultivation. But for us cultivators, it doesn't really matter if we open our orifices or not. It doesn't prevent us from becoming immortal and entering the Tao." Seeing that Lu Yuxing still wanted to ask questions, Qin Yangzi waved his hand. "Alright, go down first. I'll teach you the feats when you've recovered from your injuries." After Lu Yuxing heard this, he didn't ask any further questions, but instead saluted and turned to leave. Late at night, Lu Yuxing meditated and practiced breathing techniques. He had moved away from the room where he had been recuperating from his illness to the inner disciple's exclusive compartment, having stayed in the penultimate room by myself. In the last room next door was the 5th senior brother, who looked at himself somewhat unfavorably, listening to Fatty Tang Xiaoqing. That man's name was Wang Jizhong. It was picked up from the factory by the master. Well, The East Factory's factory. I heard that he met the master after he stole silver from the factory and was beaten and kicked out of the factory. It was only brought here. Speaking of which, they're kind of old-timers. After all, they are all from Great Way. However, Lu Yuxing didn't have any good feelings towards this old hometown. I don't know what I have offended him. This guy is kind of targeting himself. But on second thought, Lu Yuxing was relieved. After all, coming from a factory, it's only normal to have a bit of a temper. Throwing away the distractions in his mind, Lu Yuxing began to cultivate. It's not clear if it was the bucket of medicinal baths. When practicing breathing techniques today, Lu Yuxing felt that with every breath he took, all the bones in my body are twitching. At the same time, the inhaled breath produced a change. The breath that was only passively felt as inhaled began to change to white as it deepened. Previously, I heard Mo Chuchu explain that chi refiners who can internally visualize the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth that they inhale is the middle stage of chi drawing. These white breaths that he inhaled, were they the auras of heaven and earth? Could it be that old Taoist's bucket of medicinal soup had soaked himself alive into the middle stage of the chi drawing realm? As the breathing continued, the inhaled white aura continued along the bones and meridians. It traveled through the body over and over again. The whole process was slow and clear and lasted until dawn. After a night of cultivation, Lu Yuxing slowly stood up, and a hot breath came out from his mouth and nose. When he opened his eyes again, in his subtle perception, the originally esoteric and unfathomable aura would be clearly reflected in one's vision, or gathered or scattered, sunk or floated. Looking up and out, these auras were at the tops of the mountains, in the treetops, between the clouds, seems to be everywhere. What you see, what you hear, what you feel are all embodied in an esoteric atmosphere. There wasn't anything to be seen around them, but a subtle fluctuation could be felt to be present. Doesn't look like gas, doesn't look like smoke. This is the aura of heaven and earth. This is the world that monks see and perceive. Am I really a genius? Lu Yuxing couldn't help but move his arms and legs. Bones crackled violently all over his body, as if he had been transformed. He felt inexhaustible strength in his body between one breath and the next. After meditating and feeling the changes in his body, how could it be more comfortable? Lu Yuxing, who was looking at the world with a novel perspective, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. The pain caused Lu Yuxing's eyes to go black, nearly falling straight off the bed. I don't know if it was the aura pulling the meridians affecting the flying sword in the body that had been dormant for a long time. The thing suddenly stirred for some reason, vibrating slightly within itself. A gust of sword energy was inspired. Lu Yuxing clenched his teeth, and this pain lasted for an incense stick of effort before gradually easing. He was paralyzed on the bed, breathing heavily, until after a long time, the 3-inch thin sword stopped trembling, and the pain in his body gradually disappeared. It was only then that Lu Yuxing wiped his sweaty head and stood up holding onto the wall. Although his legs were still a bit weak, he barely managed to support himself to stand up. Heading outside, the early morning sunlight fell on him. Qingyun Peak was surrounded by clouds and mist, as if the clan at the top of the mountain was not in disrepair. Rather a good place for a retreat. While lamenting the scenery, Lu Yuxing was also thinking about what to do next. This old Taoist obviously couldn't just let go. And Fatty Tong Pak Fu said there are man-eating demonic beasts in the mountains. Even if you want to sneak away yourself, at the very least, you should pull out the 3-inch thin sword in your chest. Get well before you go. But this thing was embedded deeply in the body, and it wasn't some mortal concealed weapon. Lu Yuxing felt that the slightest big movement could involve this flying sword. And how do I take it out? Plucking out the blood and flesh of a happy mouth with your own hands? Let's not talk about whether Lu Yuxing can follow the example of Guan Ershi in scraping his bones. Even if he does it himself, he doesn't have that surgical experience either. Not to mention operating on yourself. It's harder than it should be. Lu Yuxing pondered. Nowadays, the only way is to find a doctor who knows how to heal people to help them get their swords. But where would a doctor come from in this hellhole? Moreover, there was one more thing that Lu Yuxing cared about. He was injured so badly, and he was still accepted by the old Taoist as an inner disciple. Then why just heal his wounds and not help him take out his flying sword? Lu Yuxing stroked his chin and pondered. Could it be that the old Taoist actually didn't want him to take out the sword? Chapter 43, The Bullied Little Fatty. During the period of recuperation, Lu Yuxing finally had a few days of comfort. The comfort made him a bit oblivious. 3 meals a day were delivered to the door by the outer disciples. What beef, lamb, pork, everything. Eat. Lu Yuxing mouth full of oil. He didn't have to clean up after himself, and when he wiped his mouth after eating, someone else would come and clean up after him. Every day, someone serves to change the medicine, and one only needs to cultivate, eat, and nourish one's injuries in the meantime. This day made Lu Yuxing feel like his originally tense nerves had relaxed. Lu Yuxing, who deeply felt that he couldn't go on like this, decided to move his body and take a look around the sect. Taking advantage of the southern spring sunshine, Lu Yuxing strolled through the dilapidated but quiet clan. On the way, he happened to meet an outer disciple, and when they saw him, they all bowed respectfully to get out of the way. Lu Yuxing returned the salute and continued forward, and when he reached the vicinity of the medicine pounding room, he heard crying coming from inside. Wha? Lu Yuxing walked in to check it out and found a familiar broad figure squatting on the porch and crying. It was the Tang Xiaoqing character Pak Fu who had watched over him before. Because he was so impressed with him, Lu Yuxing walked over and, seeing the little fat man squatting there covering his face and crying, wiping his tears with his hands every now and then, he spoke. What's wrong? Hearing the voice suddenly, Tang Xiaoqing was startled and lifted his head and, only after seeing Lu Yuxing, who was from his hometown, did he relax and then hurriedly saluted. Lu, no, senior brother Bright Dust, why are you hiding here alone and crying? Is someone bullying you? No, I'm homesick, Tong Pak Fu said with a mouthing of words. Lu Yuxing sighed when he heard it, and then squatted with him under the porch, patting him on the shoulder. He said, next time before you lie, remember to get rid of the marks on your body. Tang Bohu was flabbergasted when he heard this, and only then did he recall that there were footprints on his clothes that had been discovered by Lu Yuxing. At that moment, he lowered his head in resignation. Master, senior brother, for the fellow villager in front of him who had taken care of him, Lu Yuxing had a favorable view of Tong Pak Fu, but given that Tong Pak Fu was still a little scared, instead of asking for the name of the abuser directly from the mouth of Don Bosco, he talked to him about his family. I remember you are from Jiangyu. Where is your home? Lu Yuxing asked casually. My family is in Ruan? I know about Ruan. It's rich in medicinal herbs and rice paper, and it's near Changshui. It is famous as the land of fish and rice in the water stage. Hearing Lu Yuxing talk about his hometown, little fatty's mood turned from cloudy to sunny, especially when Lu Yuxing chatted about his hometown specialties. Little fatty Tang Xiaoqing was even more proud. That's for sure. My family is in the business of medicinal herbs. The whole of Wei. There's no such thing as not using the paper we make and the medicine we ship over here at Ryan's. Chatting away, little fatty took the initiative to ask, where is elder brother's family from? Longyi, Wuan, Longyear. The little fat man scratched his head. I haven't been there yet. Lu Yuxing echoed. And there's not much to go on, the border walls full of Hun cavalry and roiling yellow sand. It's so desolate that you can't even eat fish. Really? Well, are there especially a lot of horses where you are? After some conversation, the two of them became acquainted, and the little fat man learned Lu Yuxing's hometown and name. The two are from the same hometown and practicing in the same school. The direction of the chat naturally came to the cultivation aspect without realizing it. Lu Yuxing was actually still in a state of half-knowledge about cultivation. That 3/4 human, 7/4 ghost-like master besides letting him nurse his wounds and soak in medicinal baths, there was no more mention to him about the cultivation aspect, and Lu Yuxing didn't have any books on cultivation around him. Learning of Lu Yuxing's confusion, little fatty Tang Xiaoqing explained for Lu Yuxing, if senior brother asks about cultivation, I actually don't know much. Truth be told, I've only just induced qi into my body as well. In the outer disciples, inducing qi into the body, there are no more than 10 counts of people who have entered the primordial realm of qi drawing. And what realm do you see me in? Lu Yuxing asked at this time. Hearing Lu Yuxing ask this, Tang Xiaoqing then looked at him seriously, said after a long time, elder brother's body is tough, his qi and blood are full, and he looks to have an aura that is far stronger than ours, so he should be at the forging realm. As for the specific realm, I can't tell with this bit of qi lookout technique. Qi looking can distinguish cultivation realms? Is this the skill that master taught you? No. Tang Xiaoqing shook his head. My family is a medicine merchant, and we know medicine. So naturally, we learned it when we were young. This chirography is a skill that has been passed down from generation to generation in my family. Lu Yuxing was instantly interested. Then can you teach me? The little fat man froze for a moment, then said, I only noticed the difference in breath because I was idly observing the aura with my lookout technique. 2. It doesn't really do much. The further up I go the less I can see. That's okay. Lu Yuxing said, can you teach me to try? Lu Yuxing is so interested in this qi finding art. Mainly, it was still because I heard Mo Chu Chu say that cultivators who had stepped into the right track, the heaven and earth aura inhaled in the inner mansion constituted a cycle. Exhaling the aura of heaven and earth is as natural as breathing, and if one is observant enough to be meticulous, the eyesight and judgment are old enough, it would be able to analyze a cultivator's basic cultivation and even gongfu fluctuations through the other party's throughput, rhythmic speed, and exhalation components. Analyzing a cultivator's basic cultivation level could avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. so as long as it's a proper cultivation sect, all of them would teach their disciples how to judge each other's cultivation and hide their own. The old Taoist was obviously not happy to teach them, and Lu Yuxing turned to the little fat man, Tong Pak Fu. He thought for a moment before finally agreeing. Lu Yuxing was overjoyed, and quickly said to him, "Thank you, and if you need any help in the future, feel free to talk to me." Fatty Tong Pak Fu was also happy, being able to get acquainted with Lu Yuxing, the inner sect's senior brother. One would not be bullied next. He was a little afraid of the other party just now, but after chatting with him about the Disk family and the exchange of benefits, an initial trust has been established. As he was talking, he suddenly heard a gurgling sound. It turned out to be Tong Pak Fu's stomach, which was indisputably rumbling at the moment. Tong Pak Fu scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Sorry, senior, I'm a little hungry." Lu Yuxing nodded and said, "I have some more food in the house. Wait and I'll bring it to you." Aha! Tong Pak Fu nodded repeatedly with glowing eyes. At Ryan's mansion, he was the rich young man who ate and drank. Now that I'm down here, I can't even get enough miscellaneous food cakes. Dr. Lu turned around and went to his room to bring half a roast chicken and a few steamed buns for little fatty. Meanwhile the mind was pondering. This Tong Pak Fu's family is a family of medicine. I wonder if he is proficient in the art of healing. Could he help himself to the flying sword in his chest? Chapter 44 Master Dao. You're here. With nothing to do today, Lu Yuxing slept until he woke up naturally. After the medicinal bath, he now sleeps even less. I don't know if it's because of that medicated bath, but I often get all hot and bothered in the middle of the night. It feels like there's endless energy to squander, but it also messed with the fact that he had to take a cool shower in the middle of the night to cool his body down. Today's breakfast was delivered by Fatty Tong Pak Fu. Lu Yuxing appointed him to deliver the food to himself. The outer disciples ate significantly less than the inner disciples. Tang Pak Fu can only eat some miscellaneous grain dry cake and thin porridge and salted vegetables every day. Just right for the poor old folks. But for this rich young man, it belongs to scraping the oil for him. Today's meal delivered was beef with noodles. Lu Yuxing lifted a look, and sure enough, there are no more slices of beef left inside. Only the pasta and marinara left. Lu Yuxing simply let the rest of the noodles go to little fatty as well. He feels like it's okay for him now even if he doesn't eat for 3 or 5 meals. After breakfast, let the lunchbox be taken away by Fatty Tong Pak Fu. Lu Yuxing went outside the house to move his body. First, he took a short stake walk and practiced breathing techniques on the side. He then picked up his own horizontal sword and began practicing the few sword moves that he had practiced for I don't know how many times. No sooner had he been in motion than he saw a walking tug coming from the distance. Lu Yuxing fixed his eyes. "C is from the factory out of the 5th Division Brother Mingyu. The guy whose real name is Wang Jizhong is here." After sweeping a glance, Lu Yuxing pretended not to see it and continued to exercise his body, not even looking at each other. Unfortunately, he ignored him, but the other party came to him. "Yo, walking the 5th brother?" Wang Jizhong came to Lu Yuxing and said. Lu Yuxing didn't respond, but looked at him calmly. Wang Jizhong disapproved of Lu Yuxing's cold attitude. He let out a cold snort from his nose, then flaunted towards Lu Yuxing. "5th senior brother has been recuperating recently. I wonder if his cultivation has fallen. I've already induced chi into my body and have officially stepped into the immortal way." "Alas yes. I forgot that master hasn't taught you the kung fu yet. It's a pity. Senior brother. I have already practiced the gung fu taught by master to the 2nd layer, and it only took me 10 days from the introduction of chi to now." Oh. Wang Dizhong changed his tone from smug to a look of sudden realization. Lu Yuxing ignored the other party's sarcasm and said in an indifferent tone, "If that's what you came here to say, then please go back. I'm going to get back to my workout." Seeing Lu Yuxing ignoring himself after he finished speaking, Wang Dizhong, who didn't succeed in showing off, said with a cold snort, "Humph. I don't know what makes you rank ahead of me. Let's go. Master is calling you at the Cloud Shadow Hall." After saying that, Wang Jizhong turned around and left first. Lu Yuxing, on the other hand, understood from the other party's words the reason why Wang Jizhong looked at himself in a bad light. The feeling was that he was jealous of the fact that he entered the sect on the same day as him, and as a result, he was ahead of him in line. Lu Yuxing sighed helplessly, then followed the other party's footsteps to the Cloud Shadow Hall. He said that he was worthy of the talent that came out of the factory. When he arrived inside the Cloud Shadow Hall, the old Taoist was sitting on a futon and seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Seeing Lu Yuxing come, the old Taoist asked cheerfully, "Bright dust, you've been here for many days, and your injuries should have healed well." Lu Yuxing said honestly, "The wound is indeed much better. It's the flying sword stuck in his chest that hasn't been taken out yet. Can master help my disciple take out the sword?" Upon these words, the other inner disciples present at the, including Wang Duanzhong's face, They all looked at Lu Yuxing with a surprised expression. The old Taoist also gave an appropriate eek. Then asked, "Is there even such a thing? Ming, dust you and come forward to let my master take a look." Lu Yuxing stood in front of the old Taoist, who opened his cloudy eyes and, ripping open the lapel of Lu Yuxing's chest to check it out. Naturally, he noticed the flying sword that remained in Lu Yuxing's body without any surprise. Well, it's okay, it didn't hurt the heart. After examining it, the expression on the old Taoist's face changed from one of celebration to one of disappointment that was visible to the naked eye. It's like picking up a treasure from an antique floor stand, and the treasure turns out to be flawed. Ming Chen, although the sword was not inserted deeply, it was right next to the heart, severing the meridians, and it's not hard to get it out, but it can be hard to recover. Master, but take no harm, disciple can resist. Lu Yuxing said archly. Oh, anxious isn't it? The old Taoist laughed. In fact, whether you take this sword or not is not a hindrance to your cultivation. This sword has to be taken up slowly. There's no rush. You've got a nice, sturdy body. You can wait for the meridians around the flying sword to recover before taking it. As the old Taoist said, his palm flipped and a black pill appeared in his hand. This is a healing elixir. Take it first and slowly recuperate. Lu Yuxing took the pill after learning from the old Taoist about his attitude towards flying swords. Took it down. The old Taoist nodded in satisfaction. Then asked with concern, "How does your body feel from the medicinal baths and pills you've taken these days?" Lu Yuxing answered truthfully. "I feel very changed. I have endless energy in my body. I think they are all very tonic herbs. I'm sorry for the master's trouble." That's good. That's good. Satisfied, the old Taoist averted his gaze from Lu Yuxing's body. "I called you here today, firstly, to look at your injuries, and secondly, to teach you the Kung Fu. You have a special physique that is different from your other brothers and sisters, and come with me, and the master will personally teach you the appropriate technique for you." "Thank you, master," Lu Yuxing said with an arch of his hand respectfully. After dismissing the crowd in the Cloud Shadow Hall, Lu Yuxing followed the old Taoist into the back of the hall. As he reached an empty room, two familiar woof-woof barks came from the side. Lu Yuxing looked sideways, found to be the two man-dogs of that day, naked and chained to the door of the, sprawled on all fours on the ground. A barking sound came out of his mouth. "Ugh, my two good boys." The old Taoist reached out to tease the two dogs. The human dogs scrambled to stick out their tongues to lick the old Taoist's palms and curry favor by arching toward the old Taoist's side. Seeing the human dog again, Lu Yuxing's two eyebrows knitted together. Okay, step aside." After playing with the two man-dogs, the old Taoist raised his foot and kicked the man-dogs out of the way, taking Lu Yuxing into the compartment. As soon as he entered the house, Lu Yuxing smelled a strong fishy odor mixed with the smell of Chinese medicine. The house wasn't big, but there was a lot of stuff laid out. A large porcelain vase lay on an offering table. Lu Yuxing was shaken when he saw the porcelain vase. The mouth of the tiny porcelain vase was topped with the head of a saucy woman with tightly closed eyes. It's just laid out on the offering table. And just then, the woman's head suddenly opened her eyes and a pair of glazed and radiantly beautiful eyes exuded extreme charm upon seeing the old Taoist. The small, vermilion lips parted in a dainty purr. "Master Dao, you're here." Chapter 45, Returning to Wan Xian Gong. "Ugh, good baby, did you miss me?" "Missed you, Tao," Bottle Beauty said as she threw a flirty wink. "Good baby, the Taoist master will hurt you again tonight." Xing Yangzi teased the Bottled Beauty's chin and said joyfully. Lu Yuxing watched the scene from the side. Even though he had experienced many battlefields with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, however, when he saw this bizarre scene, he still couldn't help but let his cold hairs stand on end. The old Taoist and the Bottle Beauty frolicked for a while before reluctantly leaving. Turning around and walking to the bookshelf, Xing Yangzi took out a brand new secret book and turned around to hand it to Lu Yuxing. "This return to Wan Xian Gong. Take it and read it first, and then come back and ask master afterward." Lu Yuxing took the gongfa and turned it over. The handwriting was fresh, and it was a topography at first glance. What is written on it rather looks esoteric. Lu Yuxing flipped through the pages for a while and became engrossed. The gongfu was thin, with some preface to gongfu cultivation written on the front. For example, the human body is like the universe, a realm and a creation. 10,000 things are born in the body, and the Tao is all natural, etc. After reading the preamble, Lu Yuxing began to watch the content behind the return to Wan Xian Gong. There is not a lot of content and it is divided into two parts, before and after. The first half of the book explains the method of invoking qi. They are, entering the body, kneading the qi, stretching the veins, and transforming the energy. The second half of the book explains the method of using qi. They are, qi gathering, vein opening, qi convergence, and body tempering. After reading the technique, Lu Yuxing closed the secret book and handed it back with Qing Yangzi. Qing Yangzi retrieved the secret book and then asked, "Bright dust, can you remember much?" Lu Yuxing replied, "Disciple has memorized it all." Qing Yangzi nodded and said, "Very well, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to come and ask your master." "Yes, master." Lu Yuxing asked his question, "The chi of returning to the one, does that mean Reiki? But why doesn't it look much like cultivating aura to me on the Gongfu?" "Good question." Qing Yangzi nodded approvingly. "Worthy of being a senior disciple of the master. You asked the point at once." Qing Yangzi explained for Lu Yuxing, "The so-called return to unity is actually the chaotic chi, and cultivators practicing. It refers to the incorporation of worldly chi into one's own internal spirit platform. Everything in this world has chi. However, common people cultivate by specializing in one type of aura. In this way, then there are various gong methods that correspond to each other, constraining each other and mutually reinforcing each other. For example, if you practiced a fire attribute technique as your core technique, even if one is able to cultivate other spells in a compatible manner, the inner mansion spiritual platform will definitely not be able to accommodate water attribute techniques anymore. And as the saying goes, the Tao begets one, the Tao begets two, the Tao begets three. Three births for all things. The auras of all things in the world are mutually exclusive. But between this heaven and earth, aura is everywhere in all its variations. Water is chi, fire is chi, earth is chi, wood is chi, gold is chi. Everything in heaven and earth is aura. In this way, there are 10,000 kinds of auras that. This is chaos. The so-called chaos, which contains the beginning of heaven and earth, is the Tai Chi, which encompasses everything. So what is practiced on this Gong method does not refer to the 10,000 things in the Gong method, but the Tai Chi. Speaking here, Qing Yangzi deliberately paused for a moment, leaving Lu Yuxing to digest. "Master, is Tai Chi the one in return to one?" Only after Lu Yuxing showed that he had listened and did Qing Yangzi continue his explanation. "Precisely. All laws come to one. Its cultivation is chaotic, and its origin is Taiji. Everything in this world is negative yin and holds yang, rushes qi for harmony. The Tai Chi divides the two instruments, that is, yin and yang. The two yi divided into four elephants is then the uniformity of the qi combined by the yin and yang. The four elephants give birth to the 8 trigrams, from which all things are born. Heaven and earth have been in existence since the beginning of chaos, and all things have been in existence since the beginning of chaos. Chaos. It is the most rooted chi that comes out of the aggregation of all kinds of auras. This constitutes a circumferential cycle. I.e., chaos becomes one, a life is born, and all things return to one. The so-called cultivation by others is merely taking the corresponding aura and drawing it into one's own body through gong methods. It is used to fill the spiritual platform with the inner meridian. In that case, drawing on the aura of the heavens and the earth is cultivation, then drawing on the aura of all things. Again, it's practice. After this explanation from Qing Yangzi, Lu Yuxing finally understood what the chaos practiced by the so-called return to one Xiangong was. While understanding, Lu Yuxing couldn't help but smack his lips. It's such a powerful technique, majoring in chaos, where everything comes back to one. That is, it can be practiced in any environment, and anything that comes along can be swallowed into the inner sanctum. In exactly what extreme circumstances is a. It took an extreme person to create such extreme feats. However, being so extreme also contributed to the strength of this technique. It seemed to have seen Lu Yuxing's shock. Qing Yangzi said with a stroke of his beard, "Don't worry about it. Although this technique is extreme, the path of immortal cultivation is nothing more than the word competition. Wealthy couples and lawful places are all resources. The word immortal has always been accompanied by the Chinese character for human. If you are a human being, you can't hide from the word fight. Fight for territory, fight for spirit veins, fight for techniques, and fight to become an immortal. It may seem ethereal and dusty, but it may not be so noble." Disciple understands. Qing Yangzi nodded slowly and looked at Lu Yuxing, who was bending his head down. A glint of essence flashed in his eyes. "You'll understand later." Lu Yuxing turned around and left the compartment. After Lu Yuxing left, the bottled beauty, who had been at ease as a vase, gently shook her head. Asked Qing Yangzi, "Master Dao, is this your new disciple?" Hearing the words of the bottled beauty, Qing Yangzi, who had just been acting like an immortal master, suddenly degenerated into his previous uninspired appearance. Ha 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 laughs. Yes and no. He was too heavily wounded, and the Taoist master has been recuperating since I picked him up. Master Tao is truly blessed. This trip out has brought together the Tai in true body. But Master Tao, this kid I see is cultivation, is a walk martial arts or a body hardening realm late. This can also be chemical food? Takashi, hey, you're really underestimating him. Not only has that kid gone on to the first realm of Wufu Dengtian, he's also opened an orifice, and it's the Divine Crawl orifice, which is one of the most beneficial to martial cultivation. Speaking of this, the old Taoist couldn't help but sigh. Truly heaven-defying talent. Without a gong method, without an inheritance, he's hardwired to go to the late stage of the body-tempering realm, relying on Wufu's strong physical qualities and innate sword body. This brat hardened himself to fight and kill chi refiners far deeper than his cultivation. Honestly, if this kid is seen by the sword sect in Cloud State, I'm afraid I'll have to snatch it back immediately as a true disciple. Bottle Beauty couldn't help but interject when she heard the old Taoist's words. Then, Master Dao, can a martial artist who has already entered the country still practice chi? Why not? The old Taoist laughed sorrowfully. It's all cultivation. If he can enter the martial way, he can't enter practicing chi again? It's the flying sword inside this kid that's a bit troublesome. Taken. This kid is recovering fast, relying on the divine cure orifices, and having an innate sword body to quench his sword intent. It's not really easy for me to catch him when he's running away at full strength. If I don't take it, I'll have some trouble following up. Chapter 46, His Kung Fu was different from mine. That night, Lu Yuxing sat cross-legged and cultivated the return to one Xian Gong. Slowly exhaling a mouthful of turbid breath, Lu Yuxing held his breath and concentrated his mind, his chakra fully open and, revolving the techniques he had learned, he absorbed as much of the surrounding aura into his body as possible. Lu Yuxing's entire body had entered a psychic realm. Devote all your attention to the small changes in the outside world, and use meditation to communicate and merge the chaotic aura that all things in this world are made of. With his gongfu running at full strength, Lu Yuxing absorbed all the spiritual chi of the heaven and earth around him. It was not long before nuances were found in it, like wisps of streaming light of varying lengths and brightnesses, and sometimes interlacing and sometimes merging. The 10,000 changes rose in Lu Yuxing's perception. Lu Yuxing seemed as if he were in a piece of nothingness, and all things in the world were in his perception. All of them were turned into chi and existed, and there was nothing else to be felt. Immediately after that, the chi began to take shape, gradually transforming from a stream of light into the appearance of their origin. Lu Yuxing first saw a rattler wandering under a wall root. It probed around its burrow looking from side to side, as if wary of its natural enemies. Then came a poplar tree in the distance, which stood proudly above the wilderness, and the leafy canopy provides shade for the creatures below. And then, the roe deer running through the jungle, the wolverine foraging for food, even the wooden furniture in the house, the dirt floor and pots and pans all reverted to their origins at times and turned into streams of light as the silk threads shifted. When all the spirits flashed before his eyes, Lu Yuxing was like seeing all things. The rats were then tackled by a civet while foraging for food. The poplar tree collapsed under the lightning strike, and the wooden carcasses were made into tables, chairs and benches. The roe deer uses its keen sense of smell to evade its natural predators. This is the rise and fall of the world. Everything either rises or falls, and that's the way it's always been. Lu Yuxing, who wanders between the rise and fall of all things. Gradually, I felt that those streams of light made of the chi of all things began to weave a bright boundary. According to what was explained in the Di Xian Gong, that boundary is the cultivator's inner spirit platform, and the spiritual roots of the practitioners are rooted here. Streams of light enveloped the inner mansion, turning it into a curtain of light. This was the effect of the gong method on the spirit root. Forms a filter-like presence. Beyond the boundary was the omnipresent heaven and earth aura, and within the boundary was the cultivator's inner sanctum. Of course, for Lu Yuxing, who had just embarked on the path of chi practicing, he can't yet talk about the inner house within his boundaries. It's merely a plot of land. The cultivation of monks is, in the simplest of phrases, it is to absorb the outside world's aura into the inner house to build the shape you need. The more complete the inner house, the stronger it is. Those cultivators who stepped above Jindan Yuanin all possessed a flourishing inner mansion. It's vibrant like a small city. The more complete the inner mansion is built, the more efficiently and quickly it can transform Reiki. The most crucial factor in this process is one's spiritual root attribute. It's also the presence of that filter. The vast majority of mortals in this world, due to the lack of spiritual roots present, do not have meridians in their bodies that are visible. The aura was so severely blocked out that it was impossible to absorb enough aura to transform it into mana. And there was no way to cultivate. Cultivators with spiritual roots are further categorized into 5 grades because of the attributes and qualities of their spiritual roots. The lowest level miscellaneous spiritual roots are also called 5 elemental spiritual roots, although they can accommodate a variety of attributes of spiritual chi into the body. However, there is no distinction at all in the process of absorbing Reiki. Inhaled auras have a complex and highly randomized composition. Trying to convert it into mana is which is not efficient. This is because the aura that your spiritual root needs to process is just too complicated. It's the same spiritual root. I suck 1. You suck 5. In a match of the same realm, the amount I inhale of 1 is almost the same as the amount you inhale of 5. But converting up a single property is handled at once. You suck so many kinds. The same attribute mana sparring volume is not as good as me, with the rest of the attributes. You haven't even had a chance to convert your aura into mana yet, and the attack from my side is already here. In the cultivation world, fast is everything. I'm sucking more than you, converting faster than you, so I'm better than you. The time it takes to break through the realm is just faster than you. Thus, from the lowest level of being able to feel the 5 auras of the 5 elements of the miscellaneous spiritual roots, then to the celestial spirit root that only perceives one type of aura. The more single and pure the aura that can be inhaled, the stronger the grade of the spiritual root will be, the higher the ceiling given to the monk. But the appearance of the Gui Yi Xian Gong broke this traditional concept. In Lu Yuxing's perception, after the Gongfu's operation combed and extracted, tens of thousands of streaming wisps of light with different scents eventually turned into the same source. That is, returned to one chaos. The operation is simple and crude. It is through breathing in and out, only unlike ordinary breathing, which has to be centered on the boundaries of the inner house, mobilizing the whole body's qi and blood together to vibrate and flutter, constituting a suction force on the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Every time the stream of light transformed by the returning aura crossed the boundary, the sky would drip a few drops of golden rain. The more aura of all things that were gathered, the faster the golden raindrops dripped. Soon, with Lu Yuxing's realization, the golden raindrops gradually transformed into a drizzling rain, and after several hours of gathering, a small, shallow puddle had formed within the grounds of the inner sanctum. This was the result of his one night's cultivation. This speed wasn't comparable to a first-class spirit root like the heavenly spirit root, but the speed wasn't slow either. Lu Yuxing exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and looked out the window. The east was bright, and the night had just passed. Opening his hands, he examined the fruits of his cultivation with the technique of Qigong. Lu Yuxing saw a faint Qian Huang Qi lingering on his body. According to the deduction of the cultivation progress, he was successfully drawing Qi into his body and stepping into the Qi drawing realm. After practicing the Gongfu, Lu Yuxing realized that all his 5 senses had been greatly improved, especially the eyes. Originally, one could only distinguish auras through meditative sensations. First, he quenched his eyes with the golden spirit liquid from the small puddle, and focused his gaze on a single thing. Paired with the lookout technique I learned from Little Fatty, Lu Yuxing could then clearly see the colors contained in that heavenly and earthly aura that wandered around. From there, you can tell what kind of property that is. For example, the wooden table beside you, which contains aura, although thinly, but there was also a faint glistening green color that swam in front of the eyes. On top of that, he seemed to be able to tell where the aura was the most dense. Through the observation of the Qigong technique, Lu Yuxing saw the room of Wang Jizhong next door. There was also the aura of heaven and earth hovering over it. He seemed to be in the midst of meditative cultivation as well, and the aura of the house was not inferior to his own side. That is, it's not the same as the basilisk on yourself. Lu Yuxing saw the lingering aura in Wang Jizhong's room through his qi-looking technique, interspersed with the scent of the moon's splendor that had not yet dissipated. Within that white jade-like moonlight, there were hidden hints of crimson blood qi. What technique does he cultivate? How come it doesn't look quite the same as the one I cultivate? Lu Yuxing said doubtfully. Chapter 47, The 9 Realms of the Cultivator. Another half a month slipped by. It's already the season of long grass. The green hills are returning to green and the climate is warming up. Lu Yuxing had already been in the green cloud sect for more than a month. After obtaining the Gui Yi Xian Gong from the old Taoist, Lu Yuxing began practicing day and night. He also practiced on the side the art of looking for qi that he got from Tong Pak Fu. The progress of practicing the 2 feats is encouraging. Wang Jizhong from next door saw Lu Yuxing's rapid progress. Those who were bent on catching up with Lu Yuxing also began to accelerate their cultivation. He was even more diligent than Lu Yuxing, practicing all day and all night, basically not leaving his room. It seemed to be trying to get fired up to prove that he was better than Lu Yuxing. Lu Yuxing didn't care about this. He just practiced breathing techniques and pile walking during the day on a daily basis, occasionally practicing swordplay. At night, he meditated and practiced the return to One Xian Gong. The daily routine of the clan seems to be simple. The inner disciples only needed to cultivate hard, but the outer disciples had much more to do. On this day, after Lu Yuxing finished his cultivation, he was ready to come and find Tang Xiaoqing to discuss the matter of taking the sword. Little fatty Tong Pak Fu has seen better days since he was taken care of by Lu Yuxing. They all knew that he was Lu Yuxing's hometown. No one dared to bully him anymore, but he still needed to work with his fellow pharmacists. A couple of men over from the pharmacy to carry the stuff. A disciple in black and white Dao robes came over and shouted to the crowd that was busy pounding medicine in the pharmacy. Little Fatty lifted his dirty face to see that it was the new eldest senior brother Ming Yuan. Ming Yuan made his rounds of the people in the pharmacy, and with one glance, he fell in love with the small fat man's body type. That who? You come here, too. Little Fatty obediently put down the medicine mill and walked over, helping to follow the crowd to carry things. Tang Xiaoqing followed a few outer disciples from the pharmacy to the outside of the courtyard, following Ming Yuan all the way to the open space in front of the clan entrance. Seeing several black cloth bags piled up outside the Taoist temple, and a dozen or so forceful men carrying up the Dan furnace, a number of copper pots and idols, the Rikers aren't allowed in. Ming Yuan commanded the outer disciples of the apothecary to carry the unloaded items inside the sect. Carrying the huge copper pot, Tang Xiaoqing and the crowd moved slowly. Although there were a few qi-inducing stage disciples in this group of outer disciples including Tang Xiaoqing, but just a few people are carrying the furnace. The copper pot and the black cloth bag is also very laborious. Tang Xiaoqing only felt that the black cloth bag he was carrying was heavy and wet. Originally he thought it was sweat from Rikuo's body. However, it wasn't until the black cloth bag on his shoulder gradually dripped and oozed a smell of fecal water. It was only then that Tang Xiaoqing felt something was wrong. Although he was the youngest son, his family ran a medical clinic cum drug dealer. Practicing medicine and healing is a family skill, and since childhood, I have seen sick people who died of incurable diseases. Incontinence is caused by the relaxation of muscular forces and the loss of forceful restraint of the organs after death. Often the stench caused by incontinence hits the body before it even begins to decompose. It was unsettling to him. The stiff touch on his shoulder and the smell of fecal water convinced him that he was carrying a body on his shoulder. And it should be a half-grown child. And I'm afraid there's more than one in the cloth bag. Strongly enduring the nausea and mental discomfort, Tang Xiaoqing and a few other outer disciples trudged forward. However, just as they were about to reach the middle hall, one of the inner disciples who was carrying the copper cauldron had an unsteady center of gravity and staggered and fell to the ground. The huge copper cauldron fell down smoothly. It directly smashed one of his legs. Ah! With a miserable scream, the disciple fainted. The copper pot tumbled and smashed over. Little Fatty Tang Xiaoqing and a few disciples carrying black cloth bags were behind the copper pot. Throw down the cloth bag in a hurry and run away. Don't crush the herbs. Big brother Ming Yuan was shocked at this time. Jumped to the copper pot before the power of a palm shot. Blocking the hundreds of pounds of copper pots crushing the black pockets. You're not even smart enough to do some work. If the herbs are crushed, let's see if master doesn't skin you. Eldest senior brother Ming Yuan cursed. Then a few disciples who were supervising the work were about to do it. Tang Xiaoqing knew that those were the disciples in charge of the punishment. Although their status was not as good as the inner disciples, but it was also far above them. The new disciples, knowing that a beating was inevitable, Tang Xiaoqing simply curled up, but the memory of the fiery whip didn't land. He raised his eyes and saw Lu Yuxing standing in front of him against the sun. Reaching out, he pressed down on the hand that held the whip. Eldest brother, we all come from the same sect. We share the same spirit, and this time it was a complete accident that, can we not be penalized? Looking at Lu Yuxing who was pleading for the outer disciple, Ming Yuan thought for a moment. He didn't have any conflict of interest with Lu Yuxing, and he didn't need to find his own prowess from a few low-status outer disciples. That being the case, one would not want to offend a fellow inner sect member of the same status as oneself for this. Then he smiled. Since fourth senior brother has said so, let's give senior brother face and all stop. Thank you, eldest brother, for your acceptance. The other party was willing to let the favor go, and Lu Yuxing was naturally happy with the result. Thank you, elder brother Lu, and elder brother. Several of the disciples who were spared punishment patted the dust on their bodies and thanked them, then got back to work. With nothing else to do, Ming Yuan and Lu Yuxing climbed into conversation. Haven't seen you for many days. How many layers has senior brother's return to one Xiangong cultivated to? Lu Yuxing was stunned. Eldest senior brother also cultivates this technique? Yeah. Ming Yuan only found Lu Yuxing inexplicable. What else can I practice if I don't practice the return to one Xiangong? My brother has already practiced to the 6th level. It's about to break through from the peak of the Qi drawing realm to the body forging realm. Alas, it can't be helped. Master's pushing for cultivation so hard. Basically, there are inquiries about the progress of cultivation every day. As the eldest senior brother, I don't dare to be lazy. How long has eldest brother been in the sect? Not much, just a year. Although it was self-effacing, Ming Yuan's tone had an indescribable smugness. Lu Yuxing nodded. Mianwan should indeed be pleased. The current him was no longer a cultivation buff. Naturally, he knew what kind of cultivation speed it was to break through from mortal to peak Qi drawing in a year. Although Ming Yuan's cultivation speed could not be called heaven-defying, but it was also a first-class advancement speed in the cultivation world. The 9 realms of the cultivator, starting from the initial introduction of qi, all the way through the forging of the body, the condensation of the spirit, the jindan, the yuanyin, harmonization of God, lingxian, dongxiu, and Mahayana. After the Mahayana is the 10th realm of the Jiexian through the robbery. The cultivator will be able to fly up in the daytime. Generally speaking, starting from qi introduction, each realm was further divided into 4 smaller stages. Beginner's realm, middle realm, back mirror, peak. It takes at least a significant amount of time at each stage to rush the border successfully. To break through at the qi drawing realm, it would take at least about 3 years, but it only took eldest brother 1 year to break through. Of course, the breakthrough speed of some heavenly spirit root cultivators was even more exaggerated. However, this breakthrough speed of eldest brother is considered first class in the cultivator world. Lu Yuxing intended to see if eldest brother's spiritual root was a heavenly spiritual root through the qi-looking technique. That's why it broke through so fast. Yet by the time he had quenched his eyes with the spells, seeing that eldest brother had the same arcane yellow aura on his head as himself, and it was even more intense, yet the sense seemed to be being guided by something. Lu Yuxing saw wisps of breath drifting towards the cloud shadow hall. That's exactly where the master is. Lu Yuxing was looking at himself. He opened his hands and, the quenched eyes saw a faint wisp of Xian Huangqi drifting from the top of his head, leading to the same place as his eldest brother's breath. Chapter 48, The Big One is Coming. Is returning to one Xian Gong, like this for eldest brother and me? Or is it like this for all inner disciples? Lu Yuxing felt that this matter was definitely not that simple. Earlier, he had read Wang Jizhong's cultivation technique, and used his qi technique to see that there was the aura of blood and moonlight. Other than that there is nothing else unusual. But the return to one Shandgong that he and his senior brother cultivate, to a very uniform degree. A wisp of breath drifted into the cloud shadow hall. Why is that? Could it be that it was because of the return to one Shandgong that I received from Qing Yangzi? So the Xian Huang Qi one cultivates is chasing after the chaos of a greater breath? Thinking about it while advancing with the group, but watching the slow progress of the... He was originally looking for Tang Xiaoqing to discuss the matter of fetching the sword. He simply rolled up his sleeves and went forward to help. As soon as he touched the cloth bag, Lu Yuxing felt that something wasn't quite right. How does this feel? So much like a corpse? He looked at Tang Xiaoqing, and the other party just blinked at him. Lu Yuxing didn't say any more as he helped Tang Xiaoqing carry the black cloth bag inside the cloud shadow hall. In the center of the main hall, the white-haired Qing Yangzi group sat on a futon and waited for a long time. Seeing Lu Yuxing follow the eldest senior brother in charge of escorting in, he was also carrying a cloth bag. He said to Lu Yuxing with a wisp of his beard, "You did well to help a fellow disciple. But you won't need to do that next time. Cultivation is your task, but it just so happens that you're here as well. Don't go yet. Master is just about to look for you." Lu Yuxing stood with his eldest brother after giving the cloth bag down. Tang Xiaoqing along with the other disciples were busy setting up the copper pots and the dan furnace. After finishing all this busy work, Qing Yangzi swept the outer disciples all gently to the side with a wave of his duster. Then he clenched his hands and mouthed the words, "Rush!" with Qing Yangzi's oral command. The woodpile under the copper cauldron and the dan furnace simultaneously ignited with eerie blue flames. Pour the elixir. The 2 outer disciples, who were a bit older, began to pour the pitch-black liquid into the copper pot 1 bucket at a time. Lu Yuxing looked from here and felt similar to the medicinal bath he had taken. The smoke is wispy. Qing Yangzi held a bell in one hand and a duster in the other. The bells in his hands dinged and dangled, and his feet stepped in a unique dance. The auspicious time has come. Serve the herbs. Several black cloth packages were cut open to reveal the herbs inside. A pair of ghastly white legs were exposed from the cloth bag, being dragged outward by 2 outer disciples. The undeveloped body was exposed to the hall crowd. Lu Yuxing slowly closed his eyes. It was the body of a small girl, only in her teens. This scene stunned some of the newly arrived outer disciples. They watched in disbelief as their senior brother numbly reported the birth and death dates of the bodies of boys and girls and then threw them into the pot. As the herbs were thrown in, the copper pot began to shake violently. The black as ink medicinal liquid began to spin ceaselessly along with Qing Yangzi's mantra. A huge vortex was formed, devouring the bodies of several children and boys all together. A few of the new outer disciples were terrified, and they were just like Lu Yuxing. All have just been brought up the mountain for a short time. In their impression, the Green Cloud sect should be a high and mighty immortal sect. Although I work every day, I do practice. Moreover, the inner sect brothers within the gate were also progressing rapidly. They also aspire to one day gain the master's favor. When you have completed your training, you can punish evil and promote goodness. You can suppress demons and retreat from evil. And you can return to your hometown with your clothes on your back. One can pursue immortality. However now, looking at the Dan liquid being stewed in the copper pot. Many people's dreams of cultivating immortality shattered at this moment. Qin Yangzi didn't care what these outer disciples thought. The rigidity of gold, the toughness of wood, the softness of water, the fierceness of fire, the unboundedness of earth, the blue waves of the South Seas, all things come together. He chanted a spell for quite a while, and his tightly closed eyes snapped open after the bodies of the young boy and girl inside the copper cauldron had all sunk into the dark, ink-like liquid. Jindan certifies the great Tao, transcends into the sacred heart, and is in a hurry. Bang! An ink dragon suddenly sprang out of the vortex within the copper pot and darted into the Dan furnace on the side. With all the ink dragons entering the Dan furnace, the two disciples closed the furnace door. The Dan furnace shook and rolled out black smoke. Qin Yangzi's hands were like claws. Veins popped up on his head, as if he was heating the Dan furnace with his internal energy. It wasn't long before I heard a giggle. The Dan furnace stopped shaking. An eerily rich aroma filled the air. Seeing that this furnace of elixir had been refined, Qin Yangzi closed his eyes and took a deep breath before stroking his dirty beard on his chin. A satisfied smile appeared on his ugly face. He then looked at the disciples present. Neither eldest brother Ming Yuan nor Lu Yuxing had any reaction. However, there were quite a few frightened outer disciples who were taken in to do odd jobs. Qin Yangzi wanted this effect. He rarely punished his disciples, but that didn't mean he wouldn't intimidate and, in order to maintain the clan, he also preaches a graciousness. This time when Master's alchemy was successful, you guys also contributed to it. Come on, everyone gets a share, Qin Yangzi said, asking two outer disciples to pick out the still hot crimson pills. Give one copy to each outer disciple present. Looking at the portion of the elixir in their hands that had been refined using a human being as a medicinal guide, Tang Xiaoqing and the others looked at me. Let me look at you, and then look at the kind face of the master. After a moment's hesitation, all of it was taken. Well, very well, all disperse. Ming Yuan and Ming Duan come with me, Qin Yangzi ordered. Lu Yuxing had to squeeze a look to the little fat Tang Xiaoqing, signaling him to wait for him at night. He then followed Qin Yangzi towards the back of the hall. After the Cloud Shadow Hall, Qin Yangzi called all the inner disciples. Eldest brother Ming Yuan, second brother Bright, third brother Ming Jing, eldest brother Lu Yuxing Ming Duan. There is also the fifth senior brother, Ming Yue Wang Dijon. The five stood in a row, listening to Qin Yangzi's words. However, among these five people, Lu Yuxing could clearly see that all of them were slightly rejecting Wang Jizhong. These people and himself all nodded to each other in greeting, except for Wang Jizhong, who was somewhat indifferent. After the five people had gathered, Qin Yangzi said with a big smile, "Do you want to ascend to immortality with the poor Taoist?" Including Lu Yuxing. Several people froze for a moment before saying in unison, "Think." Yes. Qin Yangzi first gave a compliment and then said, "Immeasurable Heavenly Father, Ming Yuan, you're the eldest senior brother, and have been with Master the longest. Do you know what kind of twists and turns you have to go through to achieve ascension? This, Master, the apprentice is stupid. I only know that to become an immortal you have to cultivate step by step, cultivating all the way from drawing qi into the body to robbing the immortals." "Stop." Qin Yangzi impatiently interrupted him. "You still don't know. It's better for the master to tell you." Qin Yangzi reached out and stroked his beard. "It is difficult to attain the way, and even more difficult to become an immortal. Since the opening of the Great Way, how many have sought in vain? Looking through the history books there are very few records of people who have become immortal by practicing the art of cultivation. The rest of the cultivators are either trapped in their transitions or in their qualifications, or trapped in the land of wealth and couple laws and other reasons. History books only record those who succeeded. While there are quite a number of practitioners in the world who have truly attained immortality, how many people have stepped into the great Tao? The rest, however, have all been reduced to a handful of yellow sand." The more the old Taoist spoke, the more engaged he became, while Lu Yuxing had a premonition that the big one was coming. Chapter 49, Cultivation is about fighting. From the time we got here, Lu Yuxing had then quietly used his qi-looking technique to look at the breath of himself and a few of his brothers and sisters, finding that apart from Wang Jizhong, there was Xian Huang qi floating towards Qin Yangzi on the heads of all the inner disciples, including himself. How could this not make him suspicious? The way is hard, and few have attained it. Thus there are many more ethereal metaphysical sayings such as taking the golden elixir and being enlightened by the immortals, and there are no meticulous records. Unbelievable. Unbelievable nah. Speaking here, Qin Yangzi paused and smiled mysteriously. But, as a teacher, knows a set of methods to become immortal and attain the way, and it takes people with it to become immortal. When these words came out, several disciples sniffed and shook. The heart is feeling a little weird. Immortalism is the quest for immortality, yes. the law that might take someone to immortality. It was the first time they had heard it. There are 3 treasures in heaven: the sun and the moon, the earth, water, fire, and wind. And the human being has 3 treasures: the essence and the spirit. The Taiping Jing says, the lady is born of the chaos of the gas begets the essence begets the god, and the god begets the light. This is in the chi of yin and yang, and the chi turns into essence, and the essence turns into God turns to light. Qing Yangzi continued to preach. The so-called essence, chi and spirit is nothing more than the transformation of the 3, refining essence to transform chi, refining chi to transform spirit, and refining spirit to merge with the void, refining the void and merging with the Tao. The Gong methods I teach you are based on this. Qing Yangzi spoke very plainly. The world's chi practicing methods are all derived from this. The few people present are not little cuties. They're all on the path to immortality. How can you not know this dharma? Refining essence in order to keep refining until it sublimates into yuan essence, and refining chi step by step to purify in order to approach yuan chi. The refining spirit then gradually coalesces into one and becomes the yuan shen. Through the above progressive cultivation of refining essence and transforming chi and transforming God, until one merges with emptiness. At this point the human body is free from physical constraints and can exist in a spirit-like state. This is the Taoist explanation of the 3 transformations of essence, chi and spirit. At this point, the physical body source essence, the breath source life, and the spiritual source mind, for this reason, can be converted into each other. As a matter of fact, at a realm like Yuaning transformation God, one did have such divine abilities. For example, the firstborn is out of the body. When one's cultivation level reaches Yuaning, it's like having a second life. Not only is a cultivator able to give up his physical body when facing a life and death crisis, his Yuaning flies away, and he is later reborn by seizing his body. In times of need, one could also take the initiative to separate the Yuaning and use it as an out-of-body avatar. Of course there were weaknesses. A separate Yuaning lacking a physical body to protect it would be particularly vulnerable. Above Yuaning, it was even more so. But what did all this have to do with them? The group of chi drawing mirrors? How is it possible to cultivate into a Yuaning bigot in such a short period of time? Qing Yangzi also saw the doubts of these disciples and explained, your cultivation is still shallow, but the master does not blame you for knowing the way of cultivation alone. But I don't know that this avenue was also widened into an avenue by man's step-by-step trips. When one begins to sense the aura of heaven and earth and thus embarks on the path of cultivation. In fact, initially there was no realm of distinction, because everyone is just feeling their way through the practice, just in a different direction. Everyone has their own path to follow, and no one is better than anyone else, but it's just the difference between having the talent and not having the talent. Of course, this difference creates a distinction between realms as the talent grows larger. When the first cultivator who stepped on thousands of cultivators, succeeded in crossing the threshold and ascended to immortality appeared. In later times, after discovering that the paths from chi induction to body forging, and then to God congealing, Jin Dan, and Yuanyin could lead straight to the path of immortality. And those side roads that were lagging behind in progress were discarded. After all, the path of immortal cultivation is strewn with thorns. When people realize that they can go all the way to immortality by strictly following someone else's path, who else is going to be idle enough to open up side roads? The most amazing man in the world. It is also small and humble in front of the path of mortals to the immortal world. So, for so many years, this path, too, has become the avenue of cultivation, and the rest, naturally, it became a sideline and much reviled. It's just a shame. Taoist, I found it. Qing Yangzi grinned his big mouth as he laughed maniacally, his gaze sweeping over the crowd of disciples. It finally settled on Wang Jizhong, looking at the clueless disciple in front of him, who was looking at him with a face of adoration. Qing Yangzi let out an exclamation from his heart. Since he grew up with 2 dead parents, he has never been able to rely on himself. He was adopted by an uncle from the same village, but his family only used him as a laborer. After years of enduring humiliation, he killed his uncle's family in a fit of rage and fled the country. Homeless, he became a monk. When the monk was also bullied, he killed the abbot and burned down the temple to escape. Later, when he met his master, he said he had spiritual roots and could cultivate, so he joined the clan as a Taoist priest. However, his master told him that he could never ascend to immortality. It was fate. Life. Why can't I become immortal myself? My destiny is my destiny. One is to attain immortality. He became addicted to the left path and experimented with various ways. He had gone to great lengths to find children born on the sunny day of the sunny month of the sunny year to lock up their souls using the 5 elements method, then use the soul-attracting needle to draw out the soul and devour it so as to become immortal. Unfortunately it failed. He had thought of disarming himself as a way to ascend. In the end, not only did he fail, he almost died himself and ended up in this state. The youngest sister in the sect who had originally favored her had also become estranged. Later on, he thought about the soul drawing streamer and the All Souls blood sacrifice. As a result, not only did he fail, but he was discovered by his master, who regarded him as a sinner and was ready to sweep him away. The result was naturally that he killed his master, burned down the sect, and took the secret book to continue his experiments in a different place. They say no good deed goes unpunished, but he's still alive and well. He himself robbed money and food and land, but in the end, he still didn't rob a clan. Maybe it's from being the head of the sect. Qing Yangzi's character has tightened up. Still, he took the disciples of the sect as his bloodstone. There was one thing that Qing Yangzi didn't tell his disciples. That is, the return to Wen Xian Gong not only refines the aura of all things, even the qi of other cultivators practicing the same technique. It can also be refined. As long as one is on the verge of a breakthrough, one can raw and forcefully draw mana from his disciples to feed himself. Relying on this hand, he, who had no hope of Jin Dan in his life, squeezed hard into the Jin Dan realm. And then it's a double take. The method of forcibly drawing mana to feed oneself applies up to concentration at most. Further up, the mana needed was not something that a mere dozen or so, dozens of qi drawing and forging could scrape together. Unless one bred thousands of cultivators for one to smoke, it would be impossible to break the realm in any case. But how many clans could have such a large number of people, except for the universal heaven? Already disappointed to the core, Qing Yangzi once again turned his gaze to the side door. It really did allow him to discover another side path that could be used for ascension. That is to borrow the Taiyin true body of the leakless body and present it through the imperial stream plasma that comes once in 60 years. Embrace the moonlight baptism, thus transforming into a fairy spirit. Chapter 50 Borrowing a body to become an immortal. You have all heard the words of the party, and as the master has said, apart from the great Tao, there are other ways to become immortal as well. At a certain level, one's body can be interchanged with one's essence, and I will not hide it from you. Master, among you, the master needs to borrow the shell of one of you to transform the Tao and break through the void realm and ascend in one fell swoop. That is to merge with the Kung Fu and refine the body to become an immortal. At which point, let's master and disciple ascend to immortality together, live freely and happily, and not be subject to this earthly bird's breath. How about it? A few disciples looked at me and I looked at you. All they felt was a chill at what Qing Yangzi said. Lu Yuxing's brows sank even further. So that's what the previous build-up was all about. All this talk about the three transformations of essence and spirit is just to confuse people. Isn't the real purpose to take over the body? Master, borrowing a disciple's body to become immortal. Wouldn't a person die without a body? Eldest senior brother Ming Yuan couldn't help but step forward and said. It was something he just found outrageous. What dead? Qing Yangzi blew his beard and eyes out. It's just borrowing the shell of one of you. And this opportunity isn't for everyone. Whether or not the master will see it is another story. Besides, who told you that people die without their shells? And what do those unjust ghosts cultivate? Doesn't a person still have chi and God without a body? When I have refined my body and ascended to immortality, you will be able to bring your chi and God with you to become immortal. So why do you need a body if you're already immortal? If you really want a body, why don't you transform another one yourself? After Cheng Yangzi finished speaking, his gaze swept towards the people present. I'll be ugly, for the master prides himself on treating you well, not even willing to take out such a small contribution. It's really in vain for you white-eyed wolves. Master, I do. Surprisingly, Wang Jizhong actually came forward and expressed his willingness to offer his torso. Good. That's what a good disciple of my master is. I appreciate your feelings, but I don't want your body. Don't worry. When master succeeds he'll take you with him to ascend to immortality. Thank you, master, Wang Dizhong said happily. This also raised doubts in the crowd present. Could it be that master was just testing them? Lu Yuxing looked at Wang Jizhong. Is this guy from the factory genuine? Or is he a trustee? I've heard he gets the most attention from the old ways. However, just as the crowd hesitantly pondered, Qing Yangzi, however, said with a twist of words, well, it's getting late, and if any of you don't want to stay here any longer, just tell me to return to secularism. After saying that, Qing Yangzi waved his hand to signal them to leave. Lu Yuxing and a few inner-sect brothers retired and left. After seeing the disciples leave, Qing Yangzi's eyes looked through the windowsill and branded on the departing disciples. The corners of his mouth lifted into an imperceptible smile. Shang Yangzi did not want to take over Wang Jingzhong, but he does need Wang Jizhong. It's not a takeover. Rather, he chose a safer way. That is, using his leakless body to refine the Tai Yin true body and condense the Yin blood. It was then absorbed into his body. replacing the Tai Yin true body to welcome the Emperor's stream plasma. Yin blood is actually very easy to obtain. For example, a woman's regular monthly menstruation is Yin blood, but this Tian Koi is draining Yin. Even if you use a virgin, you'll not be old enough for it. The quality of the refined Yin blood is not high, but Wang Jinzhong is different. He is a heavenly eunuch, although he is a man's body, but his innate nature is Yin, with a body without leakage and a great age. The innate Yin blood was extremely thick. There's another rare variant amongst the heavenly spirit roots, the moon spirit root, which simply refines Yin blood, a perfect candidate for the baptism of the imperial stream plasma. For this reason, he had specially taught Wang Jinzhong a cold moon heart technique, which was one of the Yin Yang in Kung Fu. Only the Yin method is taught, all just to become immortal. Who says fairy spirits aren't immortal? Immortal spirits can also live forever. If you can live forever, it's worth a try. Qin Yangzi seemed to be forgetting that with his virtuous Taoism, he could only cultivate into an evil spirit at most. Retracting his gaze from Wang Jinzhong, Qin Yangzi returned his gaze to the other 4 disciples. Qin Yangzi had snatched all kinds of cultivation resources from the south and north of the sky, but of course it wasn't free. These supplies, which are normally responsible for providing for their own, as well as bloodstones used for sacrifice to replenish yourself if necessary, all have superior talent. Basically, they were all around the level of a single second-grade earth spirit root. There are individuals who can be gifted a little more prominently. Although he had a spell, there were several other disciples that Qin Yangzi did not intend to let go of. The purpose of giving them the ability to practice the Gui Yi Xiangong was originally to facilitate their own reclaiming and rebirth. Walking in the world, Qin Yangzi is used to leaving himself a back way out. This was his original method of becoming immortal. Since you're stuck with qualifications, you might as well get a more qualified body. Having them practice the return to one Xiangong, both to facilitate their own extraction of mana. It was also to clear their inner sanctums, so that in the future it would be convenient for him to take over his own body. And these disciples, Qin Yangzi stopped his gaze on Lu Yuxing. This is one of the best in terms of talent, but unfortunately flawed. If it wasn't for the imminent arrival of the Emperor's stream plasma, Lu Yuxing would be the best bloodstone for his own reincarnation. Unfortunately, he had a magic treasure-level flying sword stuck in his chest. This flying sword was not of a low grade, and it had been tempered by Lu Yuxing's innate sword body. Nowadays, even if they are removed, they are bound to carry injuries. Having taken over this body, it was not possible to recover quickly from carrying injuries for a short period of time. You can't take it out. Directly using this body with the flying sword to absorb the Yin blood refined by the Tai Yin true body, it would only die faster in the Empyrean stream plasma. In a month at the most, it will be 60 years of armor. Qin Yangzi no longer had the patience to wait any longer. He intended to keep only the one with the best talent as an alternative for taking over the body after failing to become immortal. The rest will find a chance to make them return to the world and turn into bloodstones to add to their own cultivation, to increase the chances of metamorphosing into an immortal in the baptism of the Emperor's stream plasma. The only regret was that the timing of finding Wang Jinzhong was just too unfortunate. When you find yourself in such a leak-free body, the remaining time was almost just enough for Wang Jinzhong to cultivate to the minimum level of refining Yin blood. If you miss it, you'll have to wait for the next armor. And Qin Yangzi knew that he had taken too many wrong turns in his life. Even though the Jindan realm had a long life of several hundred years, he had actually run out of gas and light. It's all thanks to taking over the bloodstone that we've gotten this far. Each day burned not only his lifespan, but also his cultivation. Unless one could have a life-extending elixir or spiritual fruit to help them. Otherwise he simply didn't have the life expectancy to wait another armor. The one who walks 100 miles is half 90. Qin Yangzi did not want to make an extra trouble. Not to mention that Wang Jinzhong had yet to break through to the realm he needed. The cold moon heart technique for quenching Yin blood would require him to reach at least the middle stage of the Qi drawing realm. The Gongfu should be practiced to at least the 4th level. If he didn't cultivate hard, and his Gongfu cultivation wasn't the return to one Xiangong, even if one were to use pills or mana to instill it hard, it would be difficult to instill it to the realm one needed in a short period of time. Now it's time to close the net. Step by step, these disciples were quietly returned to the world. A month later, leaving only Wang Jinzhong and a backhanded, to meet that Empyrean plasma that comes around once in an aeon's turn. Chapter 51. Leaving the Cloud Shadow Hall. Lu Yuxing thought about his heart and silently veered away from the group of people leaving together. Things were as expected. Seeing that the Xian Huangqi was on everyone's head and pointed to Qin Yangzi without exception, Lu Yuxing knew that there was an ulterior motive behind this old Taoist. Now this old Taoist showed his sincerity to them, wanting to borrow their shells to become immortal then bring them to immortality. Lu Yuxing is clear as either take over the body, or they are the sacrificial bloodstone. Ming Yuan had been with him for the longest time and didn't even know about this secret method of the old Tao to become an immortal. It seems that either the old Taoist has been preparing for this day for a long time, either that or did learn about the spell not too long ago, but whether the old way has been scheming for a long time, or on a whim, the end result is nothing but three ways. 1. Caught up in the old Tao's kindness of passing on the power and guiding the way, feared the consequences of losing his body. It wavered back and forth between the two, and in the end, when the time came, it was devoured by the old Tao. 2. Directly proposed to the old Taoist to return to the world. 3. Leave without saying goodbye to be discovered by the old Taoist, or die in the mouth of a demonic beast outside the clan. No matter which one you choose, the result will be death. After all, how was a bunch of chi drawing and forging going to get past the demonic beasts outside? Or the demonic beast was either made up by the old path, either that or the old path itself was playing the demonic beast. Lu Yuxing thought it was time to get out of here. He hadn't wanted to stay here to cultivate this immortal in the first place. He's been away from home for far too long. Old Bean is probably in the yard every day by now, looking forward to his return. And I still don't know what the safety of Mo Chuchu of the White Lotus sect is. He himself has been delayed by personal matters and is now stranded here. It is estimated that this single business is yellow. In any case, etc. Should go back to inquire about the intelligence of the White Lotus sect. Of course, this all presupposes that the flying sword on his body must be taken out earlier so that he can leave this place. Lu Yuxing made up his mind. Today, in the evening, while the disciples of the sect were eating, the little fat man, Tong Pak Fu, brought himself food. Lu Yuxing said to him, "Do you want to get out of here?" "Ha!" Grabbing the chicken leg that the kitchen had brought to Lu Yuxing in his hand, Tang Xiaoqing, who had eaten with his mouth full of oil, was stumped. "Do you want to escape?" Lu Yuxing asked again. A look of hesitation appeared on little fatty's face as he hurriedly put down the chicken leg in his hand. Gil struggled to swallow the chicken in his mouth. Senior brother. You're not kidding." Lu Yuxing shook his head. "I'm not kidding you anymore. I'm serious. Do you want to run away?" "Of course I want to." Little fatty sniffed and immediately said, "I can't even get enough to eat here. It's only after elder brother came that I stopped being bullied. I have long been homesick for a long time, but I am afraid that I cannot escape. There are still demonic beasts outside." "I'll help you," Lu Yuxing said decisively. "I'll get you out of here and escort you back to your home in Ryan. But there's a catch. That is, you have to help me take out the flying sword from my chest. Otherwise I'm not sure I can protect you from the demonic beasts." Seeing that Lu Yuxing's expression didn't look like a fake, Tang Xiaoqing nodded. "Then let Lu Yuxing open his chest and he needs to look at the wound before making a decision." Lu Yuxing undid the bosom of his shirt and loosened the bandage inside, showing Tang Xiaoqing the wound where the flying sword was inserted. Tang Xiaoqing looked at Lu Yuxing's wound with a grave expression. The location and depth of this flying sword insertion was a bit beyond his expectations. The sword was plunged deep into his chest, only a little trace of the hilt leaking out. The location of the wound, although scabbed over, was still red and swollen in a large area, and looked not only bruised, and the meridians are not recovering well. Tang Xiaoqing's face turned green. The injuries of this Master Lu in front of him did not look like he could live, no matter how he looked at it. With his cultivation level that had just entered Qi drawing, he could tell that this flying sword was not a mortal product, and it was also inserted deep into the chest position, close to the heart. An ordinary person would have died a long time ago, but the Master Lu in front of me was not only alive and well, even still alive and well, practicing martial arts and walking stakes every day. "How was it? Was it hard to take?" Lu Yuxing asked as he rewound the bandage and closed his lapel. Tong Pak Fu looked puzzled. "Senior brother, this flying sword is close to the heart, and it's still a magic treasure, so even if it doesn't plunge right into the sword, energy and impact alone could have shattered the heart. I don't know how senior brother survived, but now to take out the flying sword, it's kinda hard, and even if it's taken out, elder brother probably won't be able to get off the ground for several days." "About what percent sure?" The little fat man pondered for half a day and said, "It's about 50-50. My family runs a pharmacy and peddles drugs though, but I'm also only marginally skilled in the art of healing." "Bet on it," Lu Yuxing said decisively. "Then to choose the old path given to 10 deaths. The 50-50 road in front of us is clearly a much more worthwhile option. Do you need to prepare anything?" The little fat man thought for a moment and said, "There's quite a bit to prepare for when you need to cut open a sword, but a lot of the tools are right there in the dispensary. It's just that there's some trouble with the anabolics. There's no ingredients in the pharmacy, and I don't dare to go to the forest to pick up the herbs." "No means no," Lu Yuxing persuaded. "It is nothing more than following the example of Mr. Guan's bone scraping once. Big deal is biting the towel when you cut." The two discussed and settled. When Tang Xiaoqing got together the tools and materials, He came to Lu Yuxing's bedroom in the middle of the night that day. Begin to take the sword while the night is still young. When Lu Yuxing recuperated for a few days to slow down and his chest injury got better, the two of them then leave the place quietly in the night. As the moon and the stars were thinning, Ming Yuan was lying on the bed in his bedroom with mixed feelings in his heart. After listening to his master's words, the more Ming Yuan thought about it, the more he felt it was wrong. Frankly speaking, Master was very good to him, or rather to all of them, the inner disciples. Though the Master is not good looking and has a pretty big temper and quirks sometimes, he had human dogs, but the two Masters said it was supposed to be stupid. He's got a bottle beauty, too, but the Masters said it was a poor woman. By her enemies were cut down to swine. In the end, it was the Master who used a secret method to keep her in a vase, which saved her life, including himself, who was saved from the mouth of a demon by his Master. Master is a great guy. He just wants to become immortal. Even if you want this flesh of your own, which is as it should be. After all, this life of his own was also saved by the Master. But, he just doesn't want to himself. He's thought of many ways to repay his Master in the future, but the only thing I didn't think about was giving up my own flesh. In case Master fails to become an immortal, his old man's magic power is so strong that he might still be alive. But what about yourself? Think about it and toss and turn. Myungwon finally made up his mind. It's better to go down the mountain, say goodbye to the Master and return home. This immortal will be cultivated here. Master's favor will be repaid later when he has a chance, after he returns to his hometown. Just offer the Master's incense altar at home and pray for him day after day. Ming Yuan leapt up from the bed, pushed open the door of his room, and quietly came behind the cloud shadow hall where his Master practiced. Before he could get close to the compartment, he heard the Master's muffled voice come through. Ming Yuan, in the middle of the night, what is it that you are looking for, Master? Master. After standing still and swallowing, Ming Yuan said, the disciple wants to return to the world. Silence. A long time later, a voice came from the compartment. Good. Then Master will send you back to the world this time. Chapter 52, The Escaping Disciple. After Tang Xiaoqing and Lu Yuxing parted ways, they ran back to the resting place of the outer disciples. Lying on the big bunk, seemingly asleep, Tang Xiaoqing felt as if someone was calling himself in his ear. Hey, hey. Tang Xiaoqing opened his eyes and realized that it was a few disciples in the same room. A white-looking fellow disciple said to him, Fatty, we're leaving, do you want to join us? Go where? Tang Xiaoqing subconsciously asked. Of course I ran away and went home. Didn't you see what happened that day? The white-clean young man who spoke recalled that day when he used children and boys to make pills, as well as they also all ate down the old Taoist's elixir. They could not help but feel a wave of nausea. Come to think of it, what kind of clan doesn't let people go down the mountain? Except for those inner sects who spend their days in seclusion and cultivation. There won't be any outer disciples who think it's a good thing to stay here. The old Taoist doesn't even treat the outer disciples as human beings, living under the heavy pressure of. Several of the new outer disciples felt like running away. Staying here will only lead to death. Escaping might have a chance of survival. The man behind him whispered. Tang Xiaoqing didn't think it was a good thing to take the risk of escaping by following these few disciples whose highest strength was at the beginning of the chi drawing stage just like him. He already had an appointment with Master Lu. Don't say you can't do it yourself with such treachery. But in terms of security, following a few people who had no friendship, Tang Xiaoqing himself didn't feel at ease. Tang Xiaoqing hesitated for a moment and finally whispered, but there's someone guarding the outside of the sect gate. That's the outer sect senior brother who's been here the longest. Can we beat him? We knew that. So a couple of us scraped together some gold to bribe him, and he'll pretend he didn't see it. Tang Xiaoqing was silent for a moment and finally said, even if senior brother is willing to release, what about the demonic beasts in the outer gate? Dodge it. And there are many of us, all with immortal techniques. Still afraid of a demonic beast? Yeah, you never know until you try. And I sure as hell don't want to be here anyway. And if we run in separate directions, it's impossible for the demonic beasts to catch up with so many of us. Yeah, it's better than staying here and working until you die. Tang Xiaoqing. Seeing that they were determined, Tang Xiaoqing was somewhat helpless, knowing that it was useless for him to say anything more. Then he closed his eyes. Then you run away. I won't. You're really not running away? The white, clean boy at the head of the group asked. Tang Xiaoqing turned his back and stopped talking. Humph. Just stay here and work until you die. Thanks to our kind reminder. Seeing Tang Xiaoqing's insensitivity, the man spat, then added a warning. Tell you what, if you dare to go and tip someone off, we won't spare you even if we turn into ghosts. Tang Xiaoqing said with his back turned. If you're not comfortable with that, you could have tied me up and gagged me. After hearing this, a few people thought it was reasonable, so they took a rope and tied up Tang Xiaoqing. After gagging their mouths with half a dry bun, Several people quietly left the room. The next day, early morning, Lu Yuxing woke up from his state of meditation and cultivation. Looking out the window at the first ray of morning light, Lu Yuxing exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Regardless, the feat still had to be practiced. Every time he meditated and breathed, Lu Yuxing would mobilize his entire body's qi and blood to vibrate and relax together, absorb the aura of all things into the body, and then transformed by the boundaries into golden raindrops. As the return to Wen Xian Gong became more and more skillful, Lu Yuxing realized that his breathing method seemed to be much smoother. He could visibly feel the changes in his body. Through practicing his gongfu, he could now perceive that the veins in his chest were being repaired bit by bit. It's a good thing that, for every point now, after the flying sword was taken out, he had one more point of certainty to take Tong Pak Fu out. As more and more of the aura of all things is inhaled, the golden liquid that had accumulated began to stretch and pave the ground of the inner mansion, gradually beginning to cast the foundation. Lu Yuxing thus felt that the vital essence was becoming more and more vigorous. The golden raindrops were constantly nourishing his body and spirit. However, if the flying swords in the body are not removed, the occasional excessive range of motion during morning exercises still tore through his chest and left him in pain. But what struck him as strange was that although he had been practicing for a month, the realm was still the cultivation level of the qi-drawing beginning realm. But Lu Yuxing felt that his strength had increased by more than one notch, especially the physical strength. He felt that his speed and strength were far superior now. Although he still had his short sword stuck in his body, Lu Yuxing felt like he could beat up two of his former selves. It is reasonable to say that the progress of the cultivator is marked by every power of the, but Lu Yuxing didn't feel that it was the reason brought about by the gongfu, especially the speed. When practicing pile walking in an unusual way, Lu Yuxing could only take 5 steps in a row at most. He had to stop for a moment to catch his breath, but now he actually took 8 steps in a row in one breath. The stepping stump step taught by the general was taken by himself in one go. The others could be ignored, but this treading horse pile step was a genuine martial arts step. Especially the last stump is called as the frightening horse stump. Speaking of potential as a horse, force from the ground, 2 feet together, a fall swiftly hit the ground, so the name of the horse pedal. At the same time, the weight is always at one's center, and one's intention is to step out with a strong body like a strong pine. The average person can walk on 3 steps is gifted. Step out of the energy is not a few. Lu Yuxing had the best score at that time, stepping 4 times in a row while stepping out with vigor. Now, the last and swiftest of the shocking horse treads was stepped out by him in a single breath. Do all 8 steps of the full style. Lu Yuxing felt the qi energy swimming in his body and was in an unprecedented state. Is it because your martial arts have improved again? Or is it because of what the old Taoist said about the tricks? Lu Yuxing had some trouble guessing. He asked Fatty Tang Xiaoqing, but even though he was well versed in the healing arts, he didn't know that those orifices could allow for so much progress. Lu Yuxing had to stop. As he was relaxing his body, a mellifluous bell rang out. Lu Yuxing heard that it was the bell that summoned the crowd, so he washed his face and, getting dressed and ready to go out. Upon exiting, the door to the room next to him was also opened. Lu Yuxing and Wang Jizhong exchanged glances. The other man skimmed his head with a cold grunt and went ahead. Lu Yuxing followed behind and arrived outside the Cloud Shadow Hall. As soon as he arrived outside the hall, Lu Yuxing smelled a bloody odor. When he and Wang Jizhong arrived around the same time, they saw 7 or 8 corpses neatly arranged outside the hall. Lu Yuxing narrowed his eyes. Those corpses were all outer disciples, judging by their dress, and all of them are as thin as firewood, eyes protruding, bleeding from the 7 orifices, mouth wide open, as if they were dry corpses. At this moment, Qin Yangzi's voice floated from within the hall. People have arrived. For the master, to make a long story short, last night there were a few outer disciples who went out privately to go down the mountain. It was crashing into the demonic beasts in the mountain, and master didn't have time to save them. As Qin Yangzi spoke from above, Lu Yuxing looked around at the dozens of people in the Qin Yin sect, noticed a familiar figure was missing. They say they're all here, but why don't we see Big Brother? Chapter 53, Fetching the Sword. Eldest brother Mianwan has returned to the world. That's what the master said. The crowd felt surprised that in less than 2 months, it's already been returned to 2 grand masters. When Lu Yuxing heard this, he felt nothing but amusement in his heart. Since that this Big Brother is still a mobile system, the small sect was in an atmosphere of panic. Both again returned a Big Brother. After the death of 7 or 8 outer disciples, the clan, which originally only had 20 to 30 people, cleared up a lot at once. The manpower to manage meals, sweeping, medicinal herbs, and other daily maintenance of the clan was all of a sudden insufficient. So Qin Yangzi decided to go down the mountain to recruit some disciples to the mountain. He summoned the inner disciples, including Lu Yusheng, and instructed them to be responsible for taking care of the sect's daily and after cautioning a few people that there was a forbidden system in the sect that he had left to ward off the demonic beasts on Qingyan Mountain, he stepped on a whirlwind of feet and descended the mountain. Lu Yuxing felt that this was an opportunity. After waiting for so long, I finally waited for the day when the old Taoist would come down from the mountain. It was unclear how many days the old Taoist was going to be down the mountain, but there was no need for him to sneak around and fetch his sword. That old Taoist hadn't been able to fetch the sword for himself, obviously with an ulterior motive. Lu Yuxing made an immediate decision to find Fatty Tang Xiaocheng, fetch the tools from the refinery and start working on taking the sword. Back in the bedroom, a pot of herbs gurgled and boiled. Lu Yuxing was naked and lying on the bed with his bandages undone. The tip of his nose was filled with the fresh and bitter scent of herbs. Senior brother Bright Dust, do we really need to take the sword now? Tang Xiaoqing burned a tiny dart with the fire of a burning pot. That was given to him by Lu Yuxing. There are no knives small enough and sharp enough in the alchemy room. The smallest are kitchen knives and wood knives. After the dart's blade burned with heat and scalding, Tang Xiaoqing came to Lu Yuxing's body. Beads of sweat covered his chubby face. There's hope for a man if he doesn't die. Come on, there's no better chance than this. It may be that the old way will be down for many days. Lu Yuxing lay on the bed and said firmly. The little fat man nodded. By now the room was filled with smoke, mixed with the smell of charcoal, herbs and liquor. Lu Yuxing sterilized and decontaminated his bedroom with the little knowledge he knew about disinfection. I don't know if it was God helping himself, but Tang Xiaoqing found a few jars of white wine. After distilling the alcohol by the native method, and after a simple sterilization, Tang Xiaoqing used a sterilized dart to carefully cut through the flesh of Lu Yuxing's chest. Since the flying sword was too close to the heart, not only did Tang Xiaoqing have to maintain a high level of mental concentration, Lu Yuxing also had to endure the pain of the flying sword penetrating his body and the burning dart slicing through his flesh. Giggling, the skin is scalded for moisture and quickly steamed dry again. Lu Yuxing clenched his teeth. Pain. It hurts too much. It didn't even hurt this much when I fought that alchemist. The towel in his mouth was chewed to pieces. Tang Xiaoqing held the knife to slice through the flesh and blood around the flying sword. The constant gushing of blood made the flying sword slippery. He struggled to control the shaking of his hands. Having lived so long, after all, too, it was the first time he had done such a big job of healing without the use of anesthetic. The flying sword was inserted so deeply that he didn't dare to shake it rashly. One can only continue to cut through the flesh and blood bit by bit along the damaged meridians. As the surgery progressed, Lu Yuxing only felt that his consciousness was gradually dissipating. He'd had many injuries, but they were all during engagements when the whole thing was in a state of hyperactivity. There was basically nothing to be done now except to fight hard with his will. Time passed bit by bit. Lu Yuxing could barely keep his eyes open at first. As the surgery progressed, Tang Xiaoqing's figure and voice became more and more blurred. And yet, he could clearly feel the knives moving, cutting, slicing through his body. Hiss, drilling pain came, and Lu Yuxing felt that the flying sword seemed to shake a little. Immediately after that, little Fatty's anxious voice came. Senior Lu, hold on. I'm going to start taking the sword. Lu Yuxing could only feel the smell of blood flooding out of his mouth and nose. The pain of taking the sword was expanding further, like a rat gnawing at his own flesh and blood bit by bit. Soon the pain was less intense. Lu Yuxing's consciousness gradually became weak, and at times he seemed to feel something that, at other times a distinctly gouging pain was felt, as if a piece of flesh had been plucked out alive, and then a convulsion of. It felt like the blood in his veins surged outward. Everything in the world seemed to have nothing to do with him anymore. A feeling that was like the soul leaving his body, and himself from a previous life when he came here because of a failed attempt to see. The feeling of being a world away was exactly the same. Walking visions began to float before his eyes. The cold winter of Longyue, the dying little beggar. A returning veteran takes his hand and leaves the snowy alley. More and more people appeared in Lu Yuxing's memories. Many dead people to be exact. He saw his own captain, Old Li, who died under the iron hooves of the Huns, as well as the old Chen who stood firm on his moral principles. They held out their hands towards themselves, as if inviting them over to catch up. Is it finally time to go back? To leave this fantasy dream? Lu Yuxing moved a step forward, but at that moment, from the sky it seemed as if another voice rang out. Senior Lu, wake up! Tang Xiaoqing's hoarse voice rang from his ears, rawly yanking Lu Yuxing's consciousness from a space that didn't know whether it was heaven or hell. Ahem! Lu Yuxing spat out blood and opened his eyes. Light ingested the blurry eyes and a blurry fat face gradually coalesced into shape. Elder brother. Great! You're still alive. Just as Tang Xiaoqing broke down and despaired, Lu Yuxing finally opened his eyes. This made his hanging heart finally fall. Lu Yuxing raised his eyes and a flying sword with an ancient shape was placed on a side table. The body of the sword was silver white in color, like a long sword scaled in the same proportion. Looking at the sword, Lu Yuxing hardened his smile while sighing in his heart. That's the thing that almost killed you. Touching his chest, the wound had been stitched up by Fatty. The veins were also reactivated, and the heartbeat was weak but still strong. Alive. Himself after all. Just as Lu Yuxing and the two of them looked at each other and laughed, lamenting the fact that it was not easy to fetch the sword this time. A shrill voice came through the door. Master, am I right that the pharmacy disciple said that there was an outer disciple that moved a bunch of herbs and tools to the fourth senior brother's room? They must be behind your back in the wrong thing. Fang also shouted, and I haven't seen them come out of their rooms all day. It was Wang Dijong's voice. Lu Yuxing heard it truly. Before the old Taoist left, he had explained to them about maintaining the daily operations of the sect. One manages the alchemy room. Hundreds of secrets. Forgetting Wang Jizhong, the dog leg that came from the factory. Before Lu Yuxing was ready, the next moment, the closed door of the room was kicked open with a bang. The old Taoist who walked in had an ironic face and, looking towards Lu Yuxing who was lying on the bed and Tang Xiaoqing who was at a loss for words on the side, Lu Yuxing raised his eyes and saw that one of the old Taoist's cuffs was drooping and the Taoist crown on his head was broken. His clothes were disheveled and his eyes were dead on them. Chapter 54, No More Blemishes. Qin Yangzi's face looked very bad. After leaving a surveillance ban outside the clan's gate, after letting Wang Dingzhong, who was the most loyal to him, be in charge of managing the sect, he then went down the mountain to select new consumables for the clan. However, because the loss was only the disciples of the outer sect, and since there were practically enough bloodstones in the inner sect, Qin Yangzi didn't have the patience to carefully recruit people. One by one, they also had to check their spiritual roots, and make up a bunch of blind stories to act like they were worldly immortals. Trouble. Now that I'm about to finish my big job, I'm missing a couple of miscellaneous supplies, directly half luring and half scaring to terrorize those villagers. It didn't take much. He then picked out a dozen or so usable consumables from several villages at the foot of Green Cloud Mountain. Prepare to bring it to the mountain immediately, before anything goes wrong. However, what I didn't expect was that this time, when I left the Green Cloud Mountain, it was just a short day's work. I was surprised to run into one of the 4 Confucian scholars of the Yuelu Academy. The Yuelu Academy is a worldly Confucian school that often sends its disciples to the mortal world to experience and grow their knowledge. He himself had once killed a disciple of the Yuelu Academy, leading to a feud with the academy. This time, I didn't expect that this time, I actually traced it to this tiny Baiyue country. He fought with the scholar himself and fled in defeat. He made a big circle to make sure that he got rid of the pursuing enemy before escaping back to Qingyun Mountain. Although he had escaped with his life, the remnants of his own original body were even more tattered. Nowadays, relying on those disciples to provide a share is definitely not enough for one to recover. Bloodstones, one had to replenish them or risk falling out of the realm. Qin Yangzi returned to the Taoist temple, and the disciples working in the sect were startled when they saw him. Because of the injuries, the result was that Qin Yangzi's face, which had originally become ugly and old after the military disintegration, became even more aged and haggard, with corpse spots appearing on his face. It's like a candle at dawn. Back inside their cloud shadow hall, the 2 human dogs saw their master return and, immediately, as usual, he came over and licked his hand to curry favor. Woof woof. However, at this time, Qin Yangzi was in an extremely poor mood. Seeing 2 human dogs shyly approaching, Qin Yangzi, who was already on the verge of losing his temper, kicked a human dog's head out. Only a headless corpse remains in place. The other human dog, witnessing his companion's head turn into a meteor, dropped back into his kennel in terror. And Qin Yangzi is still not enough. Has not yet dispelled the fire. He raised his duster, dragging the remaining mandogs out of the dog hole and using the Buddha's dust as a whip to whip the mandogs all over their bodies, smoked to death before stopping. Back inside the house, Qin Yangzi took out several precious healing pills from the secret room. Hold your breath to heal your wounds. At the same time, he mentally began to pre-select which bloodstone he would pick to replenish for himself this time. Since Ming Yuan had returned to the world, the bright mirror brothers became the ones who had been with him the longest. Their cultivation is also deeper. Either one of these two could serve as a takeover in their own backup plan, and Wang Jizhong's blood was his greatest dependence on his path to immortality. Then, a certain gifted but flawed subject becomes the only option. After Qin Yangzi finished running his power to heal his wounds and left the Cloud Shadow Hall, he heard Wang Jizhong's little report. Ha! Just give yourself a reason to make him return to the world. Qin Yangzi let out a grim smile, then followed Wang Jizhong to the door of Lu Yuxing's room. Looking at Lu Yuxing in front of him, who was weak but had a gleaming gaze and whose breath began to climb steadily, Qin Yangzi was surprised. This kid broke the mold. Of course it wasn't practicing qi, but the martial arts cultivation had broken through the second realm of Wufu Dengtian, came to the qi gathering realm. Within his body, A cyclone was gradually and steadily forming. Qin Yangzi wasn't much surprised by Lu Yuxing's breakthrough. After all, when he had just met him, Lu Yuxing was at the late stage of the body-tempering realm and was already about to usher in the peak of the realm breaking. After his own month-long supply of medicinal baths and elixirs. This kid can't even say that without breaking the realm. What really surprised him was that the flying sword inside Lu Yuxing's body was taken out. Originally, he himself judged that if the flying sword in Lu Yuxing's body was taken out, there's at least a 30% chance you'll die on the spot. He was not sure that he was 100% sure that he could help him fetch the sword. It's a matter of trade-offs. There was a superior body of flesh in front of him, but there was a fatal flaw. If the defect is removed, there is a 1 in 3 chance that the flesh will die on the spot, though it's also more likely that he got a body with better talent than the brightness realm. But it was also possible that Qin Yangzi would get nothing. On the contrary, if the sword is kept, then one can steadily obtain a bloodstone that feeds one and can be turned into nourishment for one's immortality at critical moments. With a guarantee, you can't lose money on your own. So, after some deep thought, Qin Yangzi chose to give up taking the sword, and keeping Lu Yuxing was like keeping a bloodstone that could be taken at any time. But he never expected that this kid's qi, or the will to survive, was so strong. Seeing that he didn't fetch the sword for him, he actually found someone to fetch the sword himself and succeeded. Now, what lay before Qin Yangzi would be another question of trade-offs. The original flawed body removed the flaws and transformed into a diamond in the rough. Even more than the grade is going to be higher than even your own original alternative. Look at Lu Yusheng. Then look at the little fat man who helped him fetch the sword. Qin Yangzi's heart struggled. What a gift! Another heavenly spirit root, another innate sword body, and an opening of an orifice. If he fails to become immortal and takes over his life, the 3 extreme attributes caused Qin Yangzi to struggle. After a long time, he made up his mind and said slowly, "Why don't you wait for Master to come and get your sword for you?" Hearing the old Taoist say this, Lu Yuxing's hanging heart finally fell. He said, "Master has a lot of work to do day in and day out, so I didn't dare to trouble Master. So I did it on my own end. It was just a fluke." Knowing that this was a step given by Lu Yuxing, although it was well received. However, Qin Yangzi's face was still a bit unsettled. After all, he was the head of a clan, and he always had to have a face. Ahem, courage is commendable. The path of cultivation is to have the awareness of the thorns and thistles, but next time, it's better to talk to your master before you do so, Qin Yangzi said, fished out an elixir from his pocket and handed it to Lu Yuxing. Take this blood congealing pill later. It will help stop the bleeding. And you shouldn't practice these days. Nurture your injuries at ease. Don't worry about the pills for healing. Master will send someone to give them to you. After arranging Lu Yusheng, Qin Yangzi shifted his gaze to the little fatty Tang Xiaoqing, then extended his hand. Little fatty shivered slightly in fear as he watched the old Taoist turn his gaze to himself, with his heart in his throat. However, the old Taoist simply placed his hand on his head, his rough palm gently caressing it. Well, it's not very talented, but it's good craftsmanship. Milling pills is condescending. From now on, you will be Master's named disciple in charge of the pharmacy. Go. Phew. Tang Xiaoqing let out a long breath. He then thanked Qin Yangzi. Many thanks, Master. Chapter 55. The flying sword recognizes its owner. Qin Yangzi is gone. The crisis is over. Tang Xiaoqing continued to stay in the house to take care of Lu Yuxing. The two looked at each other and both smiled at each other. Senior brother. I was really scared to death just now. Tang Xiaoqing wiped the sweat from his fat face and said, "Anyway, this passes us by, and I have to thank you for it." Hey, senior brother is overstating things. We're all from Great Wei. We're all hometowns. We should be out and about. Tang Xiaoqing scratched the back of his head and said with some embarrassment. Lu Yuxing opened his mouth. No matter what, I've taken your favor. Don't worry, when I've recovered from my injuries in a few days, let's just escape in the night. Aha. Tang Xiaoqing nodded, then asked, "But senior brother, is there anything else I should prepare?" Kinda. Lu Yuxing leaned on the head of the bed and half straightened up. Attach your ear and I will speak with you. Tang Xiaoqing moved over and Lu Yuxing whispered a few words in his ear. Can it be done? The little fat man thought about it and nodded. It should be fine. The alchemy room is very well stocked. And that old Nubizi Taoist promoted me to be a steward again. It's easier for me to pick it up. Well, that's good. You'll prepare it in the next few days. It doesn't have to be powerful. Our aim is to escape. We'd better make more. I'll leave the method to you. We have to prepare for the worst in advance. Got it, elder brother. Tang Xiaoqing nodded in response. After instructing Tang Xiaoqing, Lu Yuxing turned his gaze to the flying sword that had been scrubbed clean. Taking it from the bedside table into his hands, Lu Yuxing held it up to his eyes and scrutinized it carefully. The flying sword is light in the hand, and the texture is viewed. Thinking back to that day when the chi refiner manipulated this flying sword with his hand pinching the sword, Lu Yuxing recalled that. Remember the 8 points. At that moment, he was ready to apply his energy to imbue the flying sword with mana, but he did not expect that this application of energy would. Lu Yuxing was surprised to find that there was a chi energy in his body's dantian that was steadily forming a cyclone. This chi was even stronger than the mana he had refined these days. Lu Yuxing had an intuitive feeling that this chi must have had something to do with his great increase in strength that day. At that moment, he left his palm and slapped it against the floor tiles under the bed in the air. Bang! The floor tiles instantly cracked a not-so-small gap under the power of the palm. This, Lu Yuxing vaguely guessed that he might have stepped into the martial arts without realizing it. He couldn't help but laugh at the thought. What is this? Dual cultivation of magic and martial arts? What an ancient trope! And as for the flying sword, Lu Yuxing thought about it and gave up on infusing the already small amount of mana into it. Instead, the chi was overlaid on the surface of the flying sword. Buzz! As the chi covered the flying sword, it began to tremble on its own. It was like a fierce rebellion, and like cheering the arrival of a new master. The trembling of the flying sword grew louder and louder, and Lu Yuxing let out a low gulp, pouring all of his true chi into the flying sword. Clang! The flying sword finally couldn't take it under the intense chi boost and, under the impetus of the true chi whoosh sound, turned into a stream of light deeply rooted in a side wall. Lu Yuxing recalled Luo Rong's gesture, and at that moment, his hand clenched his sword technique, made the same retracting gesture as he did then. The flying sword again whoosh, driven by Lu Yuxing's true chi to return to the side. Again, it circled around him constantly. Good spell. Recalling his flying sword, Lu Yuxing marveled. The flying sword seemed to be inspired, and the sword trembled for a moment. It seemed to be responding to Lu Yuxing's compliment. For some reason, Lu Yuxing had an intuitive feeling that he sensed that the flying sword seemed to be happy. I don't know what you're so happy about, but I almost let you stab me through the heart. After lamenting a bit, Lu Yuxing put away his flying sword and lay down on the bed to recuperate at ease. The moon was over, and the two bright Spiegel brothers were nestled inside their room. The two of them are twin brothers and eat and live together. At this very moment, the two are whispering in their room. Is it really so? Brother Bright said, 1,000 times over. The younger brother, Der Spiegel, said in a decisive voice. I saw with my own eyes that eldest brother went into the master's room and then didn't come out. Hearing what Spiegel said, Bright began to wonder as well. 2 consecutive months of returning 2 grand masters, and not even a goodbye. The first time, it was an accident. So the second time can't be an accident too, can it? What's more, this time the master didn't even mention it, that is, but said that senior brother Ming Yuan had returned to secularism. Then he passed on the seat of Grand Master to himself. This is too fishy. Seeing that his elder brother was still a bit hesitant, Mingjing persuaded again. Does big brother still not trust little brother? It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that the two of us, even if we had to run away, but it can't beat the demonic beasts in the mountains. Then get more people together. Spiegel whispered. Let's go find senior brother Mingchen. Don't look at the fact that he was initiated later than the two of us, but the strength is higher than both of us combined. That can't be right. Bright was a little unconvinced. He's only been initiated for less than 2 months, and he's still a chi drawing beginner. The chi drawing beginning realm can easily lift a copper pot of several hundred pounds with one hand? Spiegel said, lowering his voice. Does brother not know that besides the immortal path, there is also a path to heaven that martial artists take? Martial way? Master Lu is an entry martial artist? Spiegel nodded. Well, senior brother Bright Dust often practices in front of his courtyard. I've seen him from afar a few times. The moves he practiced were complete martial arts techniques, not like they were taught by a master. A martial artist can walk the path of immortality? Of course, a martial artist opens a vein to cultivate. An alchemist cultivates with a spiritual root. That and opens a vein and has a spiritual root. How can you not practice the immortal way? After listening to his brother's statement, Bright pondered for a moment before tapping the table and saying, Good, then I'll go find senior brother Mingchen tomorrow, explain the situation to him, and invite him to come along. Good. Who are you looking for here? A familiar voice came from outside. Bright Mirror suddenly shuddered and turned his head stiffly. The sight of their master's green, white face pressed against the window. In the next moment, Qing Yangzi went straight through the wall and came to Bright Mirror's side. Say it, Qing Yangzi asked softly. The two brothers were speechless at this point, shaking like chaff, pouncing down on his knees and admitting his mistake. He said, Master, we were larded. Master, we were wrong. Alas. Qing Yangzi sighed, then violently raised his hands and pressed them on the two brothers' heads. Padawan, don't blame the master. Then his hands became claws, grasping the two brothers' heads in a death grip. Master! Miserable screams rang out suddenly. Suck! Qin Yangzi opened his mouth and inhaled, and a misty breath floated out from the two brothers' 7 orifices. The two struggled desperately, but they simply couldn't break free and were held down by Qin Yangzi. The breath kept drifting into Qin Yangzi's body, and the movements of the two brothers became weaker and weaker. The skin surface rapidly dried out and only muffled sounds could come out of his mouth. Save! Save! After only a moment's work, the two stopped struggling, their bodies hunched over into a bureau of dry corpses. After absorbing the 2 bloodstones, Qin Yangzi's originally pale face gained a few more threads of blood color. The 2 dry corpses on the ground were also turned into flying ash by Qin Yangzi's duster. Chapter 56, The Human Centipede. After recuperating for some days, Lu Yuxing felt that he was almost well enough. The wound had recovered 80%, and the hole in his chest had basically grown back. It's okay to let go. However, having been a nighttime no-show, he was very attentive to intelligence gathering. I was wounded and couldn't check it out. One could only infer the intelligence from the clues within the sect and the words of little fatty Tang Xiaoqing. Now that you can move around without restriction, it's only natural that you should go and explore the, is this hellhole forbidden or not, as well as what type of demonic beasts are out there and how powerful they are. According to the disciples who escaped, the old path most likely did not have the ability to monitor and restrict all of the clans, but he's relieved that, because every time someone escapes, the only option is to end up as a dry corpse. Changing into a pair of night clothes, Lu Yuxing went out with his sword. He first held his breath and watched for any movement from Wang Jizhong next door. After making sure that all was quiet and silent inside, only then did Lu Yuxing land lightly on the roof with a flip, climbing up and confirming the route. Lu Yuxing executed his stance and, along the eave slope all the way to avoid the patrolling outer disciples, and climbed over the wall. Finally out of this hole, Lu Yuxing pressed down the joy in his heart and waited against the outer edge of the sect's perimeter for a small half-hour later. Nothing happened. This further confirmed Lu Yuxing's deduction. The old Taoist should be very relieved about the demonic beasts outside the sect. He was sure that as long as anyone dared to escape, it would definitely be the demonic beasts outside. The only thing that needed to be determined now was the traces and strength of the demonic beast. Lu Yuxing quenched his eyes with the golden droplets filtered out from his inner sanctum. Then he used his lookout technique to view his surroundings. Everything has a scent. Then searching for traces in the flesh, and using a lookout technique to observe the surroundings. Analyzing the breath inside is a much quicker approach. As long as we confirm tonight what kind of thing the outer demonic beasts really are and how strong they really are. If the strength was average, then he would be able to take Tang Xiaoqing out of here the next day. If the observed aura was far stronger than his own, then Lu Yuxing would need to make other plans. Find a path that avoids the demonic beasts. The moon tonight is as close to full as a jade disc. After scanning the circle, Lu Yuxing's eyes originally skimmed to the side unintentionally, but what he didn't expect was that, surprisingly, he was able to see a place where the Yin Fury Qi was extremely dense at the location of the sect's back mountain. That's the back of the mountain outside the Green Cloud sect. The thick, black, dark Yin and demonic Qi entwined with the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth to turn the back of the mountain into a place of extreme Yin. The intensity of the Fury and Yin aura far exceeded the sum total of what could be glimpsed in the entire Qin Yin sect. Lu Yuxing also vaguely sensed a trace of the moonflower's aura there, and the scent is all too familiar. 2. It was clearly the same aura that was released when he saw Wang Jizhong's cultivation technique. Lu Yuxing remembered that the back mountain was the burial ground for all the dead disciples of the Qin Yin sect. The bodies that had been sucked like dry corpses were all laid to rest there. Prompted by curiosity, Lu Yuxing rushed to the burial site in the back of the mountain. Looking quietly in the shadows, he realized that Wang Jizhong was indeed there. He was sitting in the center of a group of barren graves, where the Fury and Yin Qi were at their most intense. The Yin and Fury coiled above the barren grave coalesced into pitch-black lines of. As Wang Jizhong's exhalation began to surge away in a steady stream, these Yin Qi and Fury Qi, which ordinary practitioners avoided, seemed to have become the perfect place for him to cultivate. The moonlight overhead fluctuated gloriously. A channel of moonlight was introduced into Wang Jizhong's body like a ripple under Lu Yuxing's watchful eye. Why is he practicing here? Lu Yuxing was a bit puzzled, then shook his head and prepared to plan to leave the place. Knowing that the duo's feats might be different, Lu Yuxing did not intend to stay here and watch him perform. Whatever Wang Jizhong was going to do, it had nothing to do with his next self. Already turning around and turning back, he hadn't taken 2 steps before he felt as if he had stepped on something. Lu Yuxing shifted his gaze to his feet and saw that what was trampled to death was a black centipede. That centipede had a huge mouthparts and a fat body, but at this moment, it was pulverized by Lu Yuxing's kick. Stick to the ground. Lu Yuxing frowned and prepared to continue to leave this place when a rustling sound was heard coming from the bushes of the weekly newspaper. Like something was crawling. Lu Yuxing stood still and used the sheath of his sword to pluck the blades of grass around him. In the waist-deep grass, several dark shadows flashed by. By the light of the moon, Lu Yuxing saw that the black shadows were a few centipedes that were even bigger than the one he had just trampled to death. One of them not only had a huge mouthparts, but its head was patterned to resemble a human face. All of these centipedes headed towards the star-studded graveyard in the distance. In Lu Yuxing's shocked gaze, these centipedes crawled out of various crevices or bushes almost the next moment. At the same time, the centipede swarm like a tidal wave covered the periphery of the graveyard in just an instant. Wang Jizhong, who was cultivating at this time, also noticed that something was wrong, and when he opened his eyes, finding himself surrounded by a swarm of centipedes, Wang Jizhong was clearly startled. It's like he never thought he'd be in a situation like this. Fang nearly fell off the high platform he was sitting on in a state of confusion. A sickeningly sweet and fishy odor began to fill the air. All sorts of rustling and numbing noises resounded around them. Just as Wang Jizhong was in a state of confusion, a tomb suddenly burst open. Lu Yuxing saw two long tentacles sticking out from the tomb. Subsequently, a giant long-legged centipede, nearly 5 feet long and redundant, with a waist as thick as a bucket of water. From underneath the collapsed tomb quickly burrowed and surged out. In the blink of an eye, he rushed through the open space between him and Wang Jizhong and darted towards him on the high platform. Master! This isn't the same as what was promised. Didn't we say it was a full moon today? This place is heavy with yin qi. Is it suitable for me to cultivate? Wang Jizhong was so scared that he tumbled off the high platform. The giant centipede opened its poisonous hooks and attacked Wang Jizhong. The large, horny curved hooks on either side of the mouthparts looked like a pair of crimson iron pincers. From his mouth, he spewed viscous venom. Just as that centipede was about to rush to Wang Jizhong, Lu Yu lividly moved. The long knife in his hand drew a smooth arc and slashed at the centipede's mouthpiece. Tick-tock. The giant centipede's bodily fluids dripped from the severed mouthparts. Standing in front of the frightened Wang Jizhong, Lu Yuxing examined the knife with a grave expression. It didn't feel right in my hand, and even though it cut through the mouthpiece, it was like cutting on a rock. But Lu Yuxing knew that with his cultivation, even the hard basalt rock would be cut by him. Even carving is not a problem, but chopping this guy, for the first time, felt strained. Seeing that he was saved, Wang Jizhong's face regained its blood color, and he asked with a trembling voice, what are you doing here? Lu Yuxing asked back, who told you to come here? Wang Jizhong paused for a moment and spoke, it is Master, his old man, who let me come here to cultivate. Hey, it is Master. When Lu Yuxing heard this, he quickly looked back and saw Qing Yangzi standing on the collapsed tomb at that moment, was smiling and looking his way. Chapter 57, You are the only thing I can rely on. Master. Wang Jizhong got up from the ground and ran towards Qing Yangzi. Lu Yuxing opened his mouth, feeling that he had nothing to say, and finally could only give up. The giant centipede, whose mouthparts had been cut off by Lu Yuxing, hissed angrily before. Supporting his upper body high, he looked at Lu Yuxing with a crushing stance, and then with a long whistle he swooped down with a titanic momentum. Lu Yuxing sharply avoided his opponent's attacks. While dodging the attack, the horizontal blade swept and teased, cutting off 2 more sections of the giant centipede's footsteps. The 2 sides crossed paths on this. Lu Yuxing turned back around and stared at the giant centipede with a deadly stare. Zip! The centipede seemed to let out an angry roar after being fooled by Lu Yuxing. Lu Yuxing stared at the human face pattern behind the centipede, especially the eye part. It was as if it wasn't a beast that was staring at him, but a thinking, spiritual creature. Lu Yuxing brushed his hand over the blade, his chi energy exuding outward and adding to the dark blade. Along the staggered flow of the cloud pattern, the blade emitted a slight tremor that, the cloud pattern suddenly lit up with a sparkling light. The sword chirped gently, like a river flowing on, growling and sending out a shocking shudder. I should have known that this sword is not immortal. Lu Yuxing was also relieved to add all of his chi to the blade, and facing the behemoth in front of him, Lu Yuxing was ready to fight. As if realizing something, the centipede spirit let out a low roar before. A large mass of sticky venom was violently sprayed out of his mouth. Like a black net suddenly descending from the sky, it covered Lu Yuxing's entire body. Lu Yuxing's knees sank. Then he suddenly exerted his strength, and a piece of cold light flashed through the blade went straight to the lower abdomen of that centipede spirit, and the cold aura in his hand chopped along the centipede's abdominal nodes. An ear-piercing sound of gold and iron clashing came. When that centipede spirit saw Lu Yuxing heading straight for its vitals, it instantly retracted its body and, protect your vitals with long, staggered steps and feet. When Lu Yuxing saw that the surprise attack didn't work, he sank his chi into his dantian and lucked the soles of his feet. The whole person then sprinted as if he were a ghost, wandering around the centipede spirit at an extremely fast speed. stirring up a cloud of swords and shadows. The sound of clanking iron is interspersed with the occasional spark in the night sky. Centipede spirit was tired of defending and made a mistake, which Lu Yuxing managed to get. Ow! It let out a howl of pain, and a deep gash erupted in its abdomen. The black blood immediately flowed out in a torrent and soon formed a small river at its feet. Wherever the black blood went, the grass and trees suddenly withered and decayed. The wailing sounds of the centipede spirit came from his ears, and Lu Yuxing gasped. He then began to hold his breath and regulate his mind, his breathing technique running at full force to restore his strength. After a few breaths, the centipede spirit snapped out of its pain and charged at Lu Yuxing once again. Lu Yuxing, who was holding his breath while guarding against Qing Yangzi, had to raise his sword and fight again. Fang took a moment to rest, and he took a look at the old Taoist side. Seeing Qing Yangzi was pinching the centipede that was balled up and handing it to Wang Jizhong, and Wang Jizhong put it into his mouth without looking at it. I don't know what the intention is, master. Taking advantage of Lu Yuxing's tussle with the centipede spirit, Wang Jizhong ran to Qing Yangzi's side. The only person he knew well in the sect was his master. Those fellow brothers seemed to respect themselves, but in reality, all because of their status as eunuchs. Turn away from yourself. The people in the clan had vaguely ostracized themselves. This he knows. He doesn't care. The one who reaches the top on the path of cultivation is the first. He worked very hard for it. Master, was it you who asked senior brother Ming Duan to watch over the disciple? Coming to Qing Yangzi's side, Wang Jizhong couldn't wait to ask. Qing Yangzi looked at Lu Yuxing, who was fighting with the centipede spirit in the distance, and smiled faintly. Let's not talk about this. Ming Yue, have you followed your master's instructions and cultivated here until the full moon? Although he didn't understand why master was digressing from the topic, Wang Jizhong still said, I dare not slack off, and have been following my master's orders to cultivate here. Yes, Qing Yangzi exclaimed in admiration, then pulled out a pill from his pocket and handed it to Wang Jizhong. This is the spirit pill of metamorphosis, which has the meaning of metamorphosing the mortal body. Take it and you'll be further along in your cultivation. Looking at the elixir in his master's hand, Wang Jizhong was pleasantly surprised, but he acted reservedly. Master, this kind of elixir that aids in breakthroughs must be very precious, right? I'm a humble disciple. How about? Ha ha, Ming Yue, my good disciple, don't be presumptuous. Qing Yangzi shook the duster in his hand and revealed a kind smile. Among your many elder brothers who have returned to the world, only you and Ming Duan have the highest talent. Unfortunately, Ming Duan wants to go down the mountain and return to the world, so you're the only one that master can rely on. That guy's going back to his roots? Wang Jizhong gave Lu Yuxing a puzzled look. No wonder this guy showed up out of nowhere, but after all, he was the one who saved himself, so Wang Jizhong could not blame the other party. Besides, earlier he was still because Lu Yuxing had taken his senior brother's position. Disgruntled about it targeted him a couple times. The other party didn't even care about it, but instead disregarded the previous suspicion, which made Wang Jizhong feel a little guilty in his heart. Lu Yuxing is a good man. There aren't many people in the world who are good to them. After the death of the parents who gave birth to him, the only ones who had saved themselves without any agenda were Master and Lu Yuxing. One brought himself out of the misery of the palace, and the other came to his rescue regardless of his past. But what Wang Jizhong didn't understand was that the master was so nice to everyone, and there was a lot of fish and meat. It's another elixir. Why do they all want to return to secularism? Master, does Master Lu know that Brother Lu has returned to the mountains? For the master knows, Qing Yangzi said with a stroke of his beard. Then is Master here to bid farewell to senior Brother Lu? He's in trouble now, so Master isn't going to tend to him? Bright dust is more than that. You're overthinking it. Qing Yangzi saw that Wang Jizhong was hesitant to take the medicine, so he said, if you want to help him so much, why don't you take the elixir and break through the realm of the... How about going back to help him personally? Wang Jizhong's eyes lit up. Still, Master is right. After saying that, Wang Jizhong took the pills. The pills were pitch black and felt a little wet and hard in the hand. I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but he always felt as if the pill had moved a bit. However, remembering his master's words, Wang Jizhong simply threw it into his mouth and swallowed it whole. After swallowing the elixir, the raging heaven and earth aura began to pour into his inner sanctum. Some auras even broke through the boundaries filters and broke directly into the inner mansion. Started tearing up the foundation he had laid. The whole thing hurt, like dozens of people pulling tightly on their guts. And keep knotting and pinching and twisting, to stretch the whole gut. But Wang Jizhong felt he could endure it. This pain is nothing to him. A real cramp. The pain that tore at his heart and soul he had endured. Chapter 58, is it not cheating if you don't say anything? It hurts. It still hurts so much. Thinking back to the last time it had hurt this much was the time he had been thrown out of the palace. At that time, he was dragged out of the palace like a dead dog. It seems to have been such a bright night, too, when the blood mingled with his muddy teardrops. He was thrown into the mud pit along with his full of resentment and humiliation. What did you do wrong? Is it just because there's less nafs to pay? But he has given all, though a little less. Should he be damned? Do you deserve to be labeled as a criminal? He clenched his teeth in death, feeling the bloody murky air that continued to pour out of his throat. It felt like the blood surging under every inch of his body was boiling. The orifices and meridians all over the body were sucking the aura into the body, pushing it to quickly sprint towards the chi-drawing middle realm. Hold on a little longer. You'll be able to rush the realm soon. Feeling the loosened bottleneck begin to gradually pull itself up, Wang Jizhong kept cheering himself up, and the blood chi in his body, over time, shifted from agitation to frenzy, finally calming down again. Only a cloudy rain fell in the middle of the inner sanctum, signaling the end of everything at this moment. Wang Jizhong sat paralyzed on the ground, his body erupting with a strong aura of blood. At this time, a bright moon in the sky was reflected in it, and the bright moonlight flooded with invisible ripples. The rich moonlight essence seemed to seep into the body within a breath, but Wang Jizhong did not care about this. His entire mind was occupied by the joy of breaking through to the middle level of the chi drawing stage. It doesn't even occur to you to think about how your environment has changed. Watching Wang Jizhong in front of him cooperating with his carefully arranged grudge spirit locking break formation successfully lured Yuehua down. Qin Yangzi couldn't help but nod slightly. It was successful. The Yin blood had been refined and the full moon's lunar splendor had been successfully drawn down, although it's still a few days before July 15th. However, this experimental formation had confirmed that it was able to completely detonate the dead spirit grievance, locking up the moonlight with the greed of a grumbling spirit for Yin energy, transforming the back of the Qing Yin Sex Mountain into an excellent place to collect moonlight. When the moonlight of the entire Qing Yin Mountain gathers in one place, the Emperor's stream plasma itself will be within reach at that time. Now that everything is in place, it's time to harvest the Yin blood. As for the uninvited guest not far away who was trying to sneak down the mountain, Qing Yangzi didn't care. Although he had fallen down in the realm, and had been knocked back from Jindan to the peak of God concentration, but a martial artist of the Qi-gathering realm was a handful to hold by himself. Not to mention the fact that martial artist couldn't even defeat the elfin centipede he was going to use to merge with himself. Not to mention myself. Now that the Yin blood had been refined, absorbing it was the top priority. Thinking of this, Qin Yangzi couldn't help but let out a sigh. If he hadn't fallen down the realm himself, he wouldn't have had to activate the formation so early. Blame it on that damn Yuelu Shuyuan husband, messing with the fact that he couldn't recover from absorbing 2 bloodstones, causing him to refine the Yin blood ahead of time, then merge with the demonic beast, borrow the rest of the time, use the power of the moonflower to re-break the barrier, and finally just use the formations of this place to embrace the baptism of Empyrean plasma. Looking at Wang Jizhong, who was covered in a sinister blood aura, Qin Yangzi said kindly, Ming Yue, have you already broken through the Qi drawing middle realm? Back to the master. Disciple has already made a breakthrough. I'm now going to assist senior brother Mingduana arm. Kill that demonic beast. The corner of Qin Yangzi's forehead jumped, but it quickly calmed down. Good. Master really didn't misjudge you. Truly worthy of being a good disciple of master. Qin Yangzi praised him repeatedly. He grabbed Wang Jizhong's arm and laughed. Courageous, but hold your peace, for the master has prepared a fine treasure for you. And you watch, baby, is it a magic treasure? Wang Jizhong was secretly thinking in his heart, but he only saw a flower in front of his eyes, and before he could react to it, the body will not be able to move. Raise your eyes again. It was only then that he realized that he was bound solidly by a rope made of mana condensed into a rope. Division. The alarmed Wang Jizhong wanted to ask for clarification, but the moment he opened his mouth, Qin Yangzi pointed a finger at his throat. Wang Jizhong only felt a numbness in his throat, and the next thing he knew, there was no feeling, and his voice got stuck in his throat. Couldn't make a sound no matter what. Couldn't even hum. Now, even he, who had always trusted his master, realized that something was wrong. Qin Yangzi condensed his qi at his fingertips, and then gently pointed at Wang Jizhong's wrist meridians. A crimson line of blood was then stripped out and scattered in the air with the wind. Qin Yangzi operated his gongfu, and the blood threads transformed into mist and flew into the inner mansion as the gongfu operated. During this time, Wang Jizhong struggled desperately, but could not shake the rope no matter what. All that could come out of his throat was a whimper of complaint. Oh, Qin Yangzi didn't give a damn. His entire attention was attracted to the Yin blood that Wang Jizhong had cultivated, was fighting to incorporate it into his inner sanctum. When he handed Wang Jizhong the mass of centipedes cultivated with his own essence blood, it sheds the outer shell of goodness and reveals the real sinister intentions hidden under the skin. As the Yin blood continued to be absorbed, Qing Yangzi's heart gradually became pleasurable. Looking at Wang Jizhong, who was immobilized by the talismanic seal, Qing Yangzi said with a smile, Mingyua, don't blame me. Look at how your torso is willing to dedicate itself to me. I'm sure you don't mind this bit of nether blood, do you? Wang Jizhong couldn't speak, just blinked back tears. He's willing to give his body because of the master's saving of his life. It's because the master said he could take him to immortality, and he could do it without a body. He loathed this body of his as well, but he never imagined that it would be his blood that the master really wanted. Looking at the teary-eyed Wang Jizhong, Qing Yangzi couldn't help but lament. Don't cry, child. The one thing that master needs to look up to the most is you. You are a heavenly eunuch. Entering the palace and being rejected by that eunuch, the mundane world would not allow you. It was the master who took you in. Although I was unwilling to repay you for your kindness, I have treated you well. So help me. Offer the Yin blood to fulfill the immortal dream of the master. Qing Yangzi gently stroked Wang Jizhong's forehead, but Wang Jizhong only felt that Qing Xuanzi's gaze towards him was like looking at an object, an item that is not needed when you don't have it, and then discarded when you do get it. After learning of his master's true purpose, Wang Jizhong's heart was as good as dead. He came back from the dead. I thought I had finally met the only person in the world who was good to me, but I didn't realize that the master I respected just wanted my blood. His heart was sobbing. In order to be appreciated and to live up to his master's kindness, he practiced hard every day. Obey the words of the master. Whatever the master says, he would be the first to step in and chastise any disrespectful behavior towards the master. He knew he couldn't repay his master now, but he thought his attitude was important. Those who are kind to themselves, who feed and clothe themselves, who provide for their practice, be sure to show enough respect to come out. Even if I can't contribute anything to master now, when I also cultivate to Jindan, then you can feed the master. Unfortunately, one's own loyalty was only rewarded with such a fate. He himself was born a celestial eunuch as a child, and his mother was forced to die by the clan. My father died of depression within a few years. The clan left him to fend for himself, and he grew up begging for a living, ending up with a skinny body. Later, when he heard that the heavenly eunuch was suitable for the palace, he himself traveled thousands of miles from the countryside to Dalian. As a result, he was set up as a scapegoat because he didn't have the money to pay his respects. Why? God always gives him hope and at the same time has to give him the deepest despair. Thought he could enter the palace as a eunuch, but he was almost killed. It was not easy to meet the master, but the one who could give him a second life, and yet this life is to be ruthlessly stripped away. He felt so weak and powerless. The mass, recalling those days of self-righteous giving, there was also the sweat of hard practice, as if they were all laughing at his ignorance. It's been wishful thinking on his part since the beginning. The clan resented his status, the palace eunuchs resented his lack of money, and even his only benefactor, the figure is no more than his own blood. It turns out that living in this world, no one really cares about themselves. Everyone wants me dead. Am I too willful to live? It's just that maybe one shouldn't have been born in this world. Thinking of this, Wang Jizhong's consciousness grew more and more trance-like, and in a trance, he saw a white-clothed swordsman with a 3-foot green peak in his hand, attacking as a stream of light. The old Taoist who was sucking in blood suddenly felt a sharp edge behind him heading straight for his back. His neck felt a hint of coolness as he flicked his duster. Dang! The duster collided with the horizontal sword, and Lu Yuxing was knocked back several steps by the force of the recoil, had to stabilize himself with a crossword thrust into the ground. Phew! Exhaling a cloudy breath, Lu Yuxing looked at the old Taoist. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel that it really wasn't that easy to cross the level of challenge. Qing Yangzi gazed calmly at Lu Yuxing, realizing that the clothes on the other party were tattered and torn, but the whole thing was pretty much intact. Another look in the distance revealed that the giant centipede was already lying dead on the ground. The two gazed at each other for a long time before Qing Yangzi lamented. That's really good guts. Why don't you run? Since you've already killed that elf? How dare you come back to stop me? Saving lives. Lu Yuxing gazed at Qing Yangzi and said, Rescue? Qing Yangzi looked as if he had heard some kind of joke. You mean this dog with a broken spine? The realization that you would give your life for him? Bright dust. If my teacher remembers correctly, he even targeted you. Can you tell me your reasoning? Do you need a reason to save someone? You can save them if you want to. Besides, if I don't kill you, and how to get away from here? Lu Yuxing is holding a horizontal sword. An austere atmosphere permeated his confrontation with Qing Yangzi. That's true enough. You really can't get away from here. As Qing Yangzi spoke, tentacle after tentacle was revealed from the collapsed tomb. In a few moments of effort, Several centipedes bigger than the one Lu Yuxing had dealt with earlier were revealed. Lu Yuxing looked at this scene and thought to himself that he had guessed correctly. There couldn't be just one of this demonic beast. Go back, my disciple. Master doesn't want to kill you yet. There are still uses for keeping you. Qin Yangzi made a light leap and jumped onto the head of a 100-legged centipede. When the 15th day of the 7th month comes, as long as the master succeeds in cleansing and transforms into an immortal spirit, you will be free. Lu Yuxing was silent. He silently brought up his horizontal sword and pointed it at Qin Yangzi. Save your bowl ****** for ghosts. Why do you say that? Lu Yuxing pointed at Wang Jizhong, who had been drained of his yin blood and was dying. Here's one that just got the living daylights out of you. Joke. Qin Yangzi stood tall at the head of the 100-legged centipede. The path of cultivation is nothing more than the word struggle. If I don't think for myself, who else will think for myself? I've been practicing for 100 years, and this cultivation is all from fighting, and cultivators who can't fight would have died long ago. Besides, you say I lied to him. Where did I lie to him? Qin Yangzi said condescendingly, if I hadn't picked him up, he'd be dead. I just want something in return. I have been a great kindness in letting him live so much longer. With that, he turned his words around, including you, Ming Chen. Even you were saved by Master, and now you want to disobey Master. You've really chilled the heart of your master. Lu Yuxing was silent, but instead walked over to Wang Jizhong's side and looked at him. Wang Jizhong spat out blood, and after he saw that the visitor was Lu Yuxing when he was dying, smiled from the bottom of his heart. He's the only person in the world who's ever been nice to him, regardless of what he's done. Never let him die again. Wang Jizhong used his last breath to say towards Lu Yuxing, quick, run. With that, he closed his eyes. Lu Yuxing stood by Wang Jizhong's side, listening to Qin Yangzi's grandstanding. The monstrous gas of anger in his heart was again suppressed. After suffering a loss, he finally remembered Lao Chen's words. He turned to Qin Yangzi. You know, he couldn't stand me in the first place, because I brought a sword into the temple. He had no reason to worry that I might turn on you. Before I let Tong Pak Fu take away the equipment and items in the refinery, he's worried that I'm embezzling from the clan. He can see that I have no respect for you as a master or disciple. It doubly displeases him who has great respect for you, how he trusts you as a master, even if he worries for no reason. He was even willing to give you his body when you spoke that day about borrowing a shell. He gives you a heart along with his life. With that, Lu Yuxing turned his words around and said to Qin Yangzi in a snorting tone, just this one little cutie who would even give his life for anyone who was nice to him. Know why he didn't want to when you tried to take his blood earlier? He'll even give you his life? Why not a little blood? Lu Yuxing didn't wait for Qin Yangzi to respond and said directly, for you have deceived him, and he is devoted to you. You just stomped on his true heart. It's not just him, it's Ming Yuan, Ming Jing and the rest of them. They all went up the mountain with you with a practicing heart, but whereas you are truly an unscrupulous fiend, and you eat human flesh and drink human blood, the purpose in the beginning was to take people captive and use them as bloodstones on the mountain, and it was made clear to everyone that it was to suck them up one by one. I don't have much to say, but you lied to everyone. You didn't really care about them at all. You're ostensibly concerned about their cultivation, but you're actually urging them to be bloodstones for you, because of your immortal way, your fight. You can set aside everything that. All of us are your bloodstones and spare materials for taking over. Saying this, Lu Yuxing let out a miserable laugh. I don't suppose you've ever been betrayed? What it's like to be betrayed by the people you trust the most. A cold-blooded creature like you probably won't understand it in your lifetime, because you're the only one who betrays people. Lu Yuxing muttered to himself, completely ignoring Qin Yangzi's face as he became more and more agitated as he spoke. What do you take human life for? What do you take their trust in you for? What do you take the respect they give with all their heart? Roadside weeds? The more Lu Yuxing spoke, the more angry he became, and the boiling blood in his heart could no longer be suppressed. You destroy their flesh. You trample on their trust. You despise anyone that. You have eyes only for yourself, and everyone can be sacrificed for your dream of becoming immortal. I'm telling you, using everyone as a bloodstone consumable for you to become immortal is not your greatest sin. Arrogance and deception it is. Qin Yangzi laughed. What's this? I just told them I could take them to practice. I didn't say anything wrong. It's just that the rest of it wasn't told to them. So what's the deception? Doesn't it count as cheating if you don't say it? Lu Yuxing only felt like he couldn't hold down the knife in his hand. That's really the biggest joke I've ever heard. Chapter 59, I Pray to the Immortals. Looking at Lu Yuxing below, Qin Yangzi's face turned blue, his heart burning with anger. It always felt like he was going to be unable to suppress his Taoist heart, which had gradually been perfected by his cultivation over the years, and rush straight over to take his head off. Is it because of the other person's words? But a mere martial artist of the Qi gathering realm. On what basis can the words spoken shake one's own moral heart that has been held onto for 100 years? He was not gifted, and his master had said that going to the middle stage of sea condensation would be the end of his immortal path, but he was not convinced. Relying on the word competition, he competes for opportunities, spiritual veins, techniques, and immortality. It was only by relying on this word of contention that he himself was able to glimpse the Jindan Avenue, although he was hit hard and fell down by that shameless Yulu Fuzi. But it is ultimately by fighting that one sees the landscape as never before. Immortal heart running and suppressing the fluctuations, Qing Yangzi warned one last time. Bright dust, my master will give you one last chance. Put down your weapon and surrender. I can still spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame my master for being impolite. Lu Yuxing just raised his head and looked at Qing Yangzi, who was towering over him and scorned everything. His eyes burned with rage. His body's blood qi inspired him to raise his horizontal sword and point it straight at his opponent. There's no such word as surrender in the Ansei military rules. After a long time, only a cold snort could be heard from Chang Yangzi. You're asking for death. Saying that, the 100-legged centipede, which had already circled around to Lu Yuxing's sides, extended its huge body. The huge mouthpiece whistled and swooped down. Lu Yuxing uses his qi to move his sword. After boosting his qi, he swung his sword and chopped out sharply the moment the 200-footed centipedes lunged at him. Two invisible blade qi chopped at the 100-footed centipede's body, erupting into loud stabbing chirps. Qing Yangzi frowned. These two slashes of fawns were clearly qi energy externalization, the signature ability of a martial artist of the qi-gathering realm. But Lu Yuxing was actually able to learn without a teacher, which was something Qing Yangzi hadn't expected. The 200-legged centipedes that he had summoned by himself were cut off in unison by the qi-energized blade qi. The entrails and slimy green juice spilled into the sky like a torrential downpour. Lu Yuxing carefully avoided these corrosive raindrops. At the same time, he stared at Qing Yangzi's position with a deadly stare. He knew very well in his heart that after he had realized the externalization of his sword qi, it would be impossible for Qing Yangzi to let these 100-footed centipedes get their hands dirty. As expected, the other tiptoed down the forehead of the largest centipede. With every step, there were runes of mana condensed underneath his feet, and if you didn't look closely, Qing Yangzi is just walking on air. Qing Yangzi did not place Lu Yuxing in his eyes. He himself used the sea condensation realm to beat him at the qi-gathering realm, and the difference was more than one whole major realm. Within 3 moves it's enough, without any padding. After walking down the 100-footed centipede on the void, Qing Yangzi drove his mana at the wary Lu Yuxing and spat out true words. True words, fixed. In an instant, Lu Yuxing detected a strange movement in the aura of heaven and earth around him. After more than 2 months of practicing the return to one Xian Gong, it was natural to be able to feel this attack launched with aura. He subconsciously dodged, trying to avoid the binding of the true words. However, the true words sent out by the sea condensation realm cultivators were too fast. It worked on him almost instantly. Lu Yuxing's center of gravity had only just tilted to the left when he felt as if his chest had been hit by something. A moment later, a dull, wooden but unstoppable force traveled along his shoulder and around his body. It paralyzed him and made him unable to move. It was the fixation technique, a spell attack that cultivators cast with their cultivation mana. The fixation initiated by using aura to activate the true words can cause the opponent's body to be paralyzed and unable to move to a lesser extent. If the force is heavier, even the heartbeat is locked up. It can simply be said to be a one-shot kill. A single true word from Qing Yangzi was enough to immobilize anyone whose cultivation realm was lower than his. Looking at the immobile Lu Yuxing, Qing Yangzi snorted. Fang shouted at the top of his lungs, but in the end he couldn't even catch a single move from himself. Then with a sweep of the duster, an air force with a lingering and unrivaled power slammed head-on into Lu Yuxing's chest. Unable to move, he was sent flying a dozen feet away by a flash of dust. This was still Qing Yangzi controlling the force and not laying down a deadly blow. After all, this was the flesh of his own takeover alternatives. Weak, just too weak. Qing Yangzi shook his head, but this flesh is still quite good. To have this kind of cultivation at such a young age. Of course, if one had such a talent and body, then in your own hands you may be able to achieve something higher. But, Lu Yuxing, who had been sent flying, propped up his horizontal sword with a trembling hand after spewing out a large mouthful of blood. Finally, it didn't go down. Ahem. Lu Yuxing coughed twice, feeling as if he had suffered internal injuries. Blood flowed down his mouth and nose as Lu Yuxing struggled to support his body with his horizontal sword. The horizontal sword was stained with a lot of blood that had been spewed out from the party. The blood gradually spread out along the lines of the star cloud pattern, adding a touch of bleak red to the dull blade, and the original star pattern, after being drenched in blood, seemed to have become blurred, and the dark blade seemed to be dissolved. On the blade, A little bit of black debris drifted down unnoticeably, a small portion of it floating in the air. More drifted down on Lu Yuxing's body. Seeing that Lu Yuxing was still able to stand up and once again pointed the horizontal sword at himself, Qing Yangzi felt that this guy was truly annoying, as if he was a small strong force that could not be defeated. It just never ends. Letting an expert like himself make a move to beat up a chi-gathering realm martial artist who still had to make a full 3 moves. It's a disgrace. Just as well. This time I'll make you completely unable to crawl. A trace of hostility was released from Qing Yangzi's functioning Dao heart. Originally restrained from putting out power, he used twice as much power this time as he did last time. Swing out the duster again. Looking at the duster that Qing Yangzi swung out, Lu Yuxing raised his spirit strongly and tried to move to avoid it, but his legs were as heavy as lead. The otherwise flexible feet seemed like striking workers. Any orders given by the brain are ignored. Realizing that there was no way to avoid it, Lu Yuxing let out a long sigh from the bottom of his heart, and then held his sword squarely against Qing Yangzi, preparing for the final fight to the death. Suddenly, from the blind spot of his vision, a skinny figure lunged at. It was in his way. Thud! The figure that had helped him deflect the fatal blow flew out a long way and, finally, he crashed hard and headfirst into a large tree. Lu Yuxing looked back. Who else could that figure be but Wang Jizhong? When Wang Jizhong woke up from his coma and had his yin blood drawn because he was interrupted by Lu Yuxing, so it's not completely drained. But at this point he knew he wasn't far from death, because the body doesn't feel pain anymore, and the last time it felt that way, it's when you're thrown into a dirt pit. He knew it was a prelude to a return, and right after he came to his senses, he saw Lu Yuxing and Qing Yangzi exchange words and then power. That unsuspecting guy who went against his own master with a praying mantle. Why is he so stupid? It was clear that he was a heavenly monster that the heavens wished to take away sooner, but why should he strive for such a self? He clearly could have escaped. No, I can't let him be stupid anymore. Dragging his tired body, Wang Jizhong saw Lu Yuxing struggling to stand up again and the master's next attack was about to arrive. Wang Jizhong made a vigorous leap and blocked Lu Yuxing. The airwaves whistled past, and in that instant, Lu Yuxing saw Wang Jizhong's figure. He was flung out by the airwave like a ball of tattered rags, scattered messily to the side. Qing Yangzi was also surprised that Wang Jizhong would climb up to block this blow for Lu Yuxing. That's something he didn't expect, but it didn't matter. Just in case, it was nothing more than another truth spell. Lu Yuxing looked at Wang Jizhong, who had blocked a blow for himself. Dragging his injuries with him, he rushed to his opponent with a sprint. After seeing the other party's body, which looked like a tattered rag doll, Lu Yuxing only felt that a taut string in his brain snapped. Clearly feeling the crushing gap in realm, a deep sense of powerlessness swept through his body. Why? Why would it be this kind of guy who cultivates so powerfully? Why does he trample upon the hearts of men? He abuses human life. He scorns the weak. He does what he wants and there's no one who can sanction him? Immortals who kill demons. Where are you? With a bitter heart, Lu Yuxing knew very well that with his own strength he was by no means a match for Qing Yangzi. He wasn't afraid to die, but he just couldn't look away. What's wrong with the world? Why is it that one-blooded people are always sacrificing? Why is it that people with good intentions are always let down? It is said that there is no seat for the weak in the eyes of the strong, and that with great power one can do as one pleases. A reason to live for yourself is a grand enough reason to erase all the mistakes made? A light-hearted comment about the immortal way relying on the dispute could take away so many lives that trusted and honored him. Didn't these guys ever learn to do unto others as you would have them do unto you? His brain was buzzing. Lu Yuxing only felt that every inch of his muscles, every drop of blood was boiling. At this moment, Lu Yuxing's hatred for Qing Yangzi reached the extreme. The aura on his body also began to climb, and the horizontal sword held in his hand was trembling slightly. With each tremor, tiny bits of black debris were shaken down the dull blade began to bloom with bright white light along the starry auspicious clouds. Lu Yuxing's eyes turned scarlet. The original broken breath also traveled from the dantian through the soles of the feet and back to the dantian, forming a cycle. The aura on his body was climbing, and a bleak blood color once again enveloped his entire body. The air around them fluctuated. Boring trick. Qing Yangzi didn't care about Lu Yuxing's change. The absolute advantage in the realm was his absolute confidence. He raised his hand and changed it to slam another truth speech art. True words, set. As Lu Yuxing's body stiffened, a smile appeared at the corner of Qing Yangzi's mouth. However, the next moment, Qing Yangzi couldn't stop laughing. The immobilized Lu Yuxing only felt a warm current pass through his Qi Jing vein after. The power of the fixation spell was disintegrated in an instant. I only felt a tremor in my body, and the heavy pressure like a mountain had dissipated. Almost immediately, he broke free from the bondage of the true word and broke free. Lu Yuxing, whose body was shrouded in a bleak blood color, looked at Qing Yangzi in turn at this moment. The corners of his mouth lifted as if in mockery. Is that all you got? In the next moment, with a flash of blade light, Lu Yuxing disappeared into thin air. There were a few remnants left chasing his main body. How? Qin Yangzi, who had never thought that his true speech technique would actually fail, was faced with such a sharp target. At that moment, the Yuanshan suppressed the panic state of mind with a single turn, and adjustments were quickly made. True word, solid, another truth spell. This true word converts the aura absorbed by the cultivator into mana through the inner mansion. It turned into an invisible barrier covering the circumference, although it was not visible at all from the outside. But with the cultivation of a sea condensation realm cultivator casting out, its defense is comparable to a thick city wall. Any attack that did not contain heaven and earth aura would never be able to break through the defense. However, a sense of crisis welled up in Qin Yangzi's heart. Almost the very next moment after using the true word solid, Qin Yangzi then immediately threw out another tiny substitute grass puppet. That's a little bit of Yuanshan he separated on this with his origin mana. It can be used to absorb and deflect a single fatal injury on your behalf. And the moment he flung the straw man, only a slight crack of air could be heard. The original true speech art that was as strong as a city wall was shattered in an instant, and Lu Yuxing's figure appeared on his side as if he were a ghost, and then he slashed downward across his sword. Put! The magic treasure level green shirts and Taoist clothes were cut through by a single slash, while Qin Yangzi himself was not in any trouble at all, except that the straw puppet, which he had thrown away from him, had a body that went from the left key to the right rib, cracked open a large avenue of mouths. It almost split it in half with a slash diagonally. Move! With another truth speech technique, Qin Yangzi's figure flashed to 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. Looking at Lu Yusheng, who was shrouded in the color of blood, Qin Yangzi felt his forehead sweating for the first time. What the hell is this strong and violent body protection aura? When could a Qi-gathering realm martial artist have the ability to ignore the astral body protection of a sea condensation realm cultivator of his own? And why? He was a martial artist at the Qi-gathering realm, and even with the enhancement of the divine crawl point, being able to achieve that speed is barely explainable. But that slash of his just now didn't have any aura attack at all. It was purely Qi plus the force of his own swing. But why was he just able to break through his own defense, and even chop through his magic Dao clothes? What's the principle of this? There was just no reason why a martial artist of the same realm could break through his defense so easily. Qin Yangzi, who couldn't think straight, didn't dare to slack off as he waved his hand and, from his sleeve, he invoked a cloud of greenish smoke. The smoke hovered in the air for a while before emitting an ear-piercing buzzing sound and flying straight towards Lu Yusheng. Qin Yangzi sneered, "No matter how much you protect your astral body, you won't be able to stop my compulsion." This mass of parasites was his spectral heart-snatching compass that he had refined with his life essence blood. A mass was enough to poison and refine an entire town, and there was room for further growth after the sacrifice. Using this move to send Lu Yusheng to his death could be considered a generous burial. However, in the next moment, Lu Yusheng was seen standing in place with his sword in his right hand, and his left hand was pinched with an unknown sword trick. Then, a tiny flying sword also came out of his sleeve and, after hovering and ascending into the sky, it turned into a bright meteor, piercing through the dark twilight of the sky and heading straight for Qin Yangzi. Chapter 60, The Sword of Peace. The flying sword White Rainbow attacked Qin Yangzi under the guidance of Lu Yusheng's sword skill. Seeing the flying sword coming, Qin Yangzi didn't dare to be careless. The flying sword's grade wasn't low. He was aware of it. It was basically enough to be a top-grade magic treasure, and was just one rank away from being a closer step to a spirit treasure. With this he immediately used the true word, solid character technique to act as the first defense. Clang! The flying swords collided with the solid character technique, and the surrounding air was shaken out of ripples by the intense impact. The White Rainbow flying sword trudged forward in the solid character technique, and Qin Yangzi then flung out a few spirit talismans. There's the void body, the protector of the spirit, and the stagnation, respectively. The spirit talisman of the imperial sword effect immediately spontaneously combusted after being thrown out of his sleeve. This was one of the dozens of spirit talismans he had on reserve, and each one was quite difficult to refine. Each of these spirit talismans thrown out was drawn against sword cultivators. With several spirit talismans working together, Qin Yangzi was able to complete the transformation of his sword body in a short instant. Perfectly resists the opponent's sword damage and physical damage. The flying sword, White Rainbow, finally broke free in its duel with the solid character technique and pierced through the shield. At the same time Qin Yangzi's body became illusory. The flying sword White Rainbow pierced through Qin Yangzi's body with a single stroke, but the vigorous killing intent on the sword failed to cause any damage to him. Qin Yangzi breathed a light sigh of relief, while his heart was infinitely puzzled. Although this flying sword is of high enough grade, a martial artist of the Qi gathering realm, able to do the imperial sword to break his own solid character technique? If he hadn't used a spirit talisman, he might have been seriously injured by this flying sword. But that's about it. After the burning of the spiritual talisman stagnating in the imperial sword, the flying sword was disrupted from condensing its true chi once it passed through his body, and fell to the ground without its source of power. Qin Yangzi then wanted to see the state of Lu Yuxing's side, yet when he shifted his eyes over, they widened in shock. Where's the compulsion? That's a parasite capable of poisoning an entire city, although the body is slightly fragile. But unless a cultivator of the same realm made a move, how could one break up such a large mass of parasites? However, Qin Yangzi was in the end a sea condensation realm cultivator. With a sweep of his yuan shun, he noticed that the parasites that were supposed to cover the sky had all fallen at Lu Yuxing's feet. Somehow it's all dead already, and die in pieces. Qin Yangzi projected the results with his yuan shin and found that the parasites actually died from the accidental discharge of the sword. It was simply the sword intent that killed the soul. This result shocked him greatly. Yet what shocked him even more after Yuan Shin's projection was yet to come. Qin Yangzi clearly saw Lu Yuxing in the distance begin to slowly move forward from standing with his sword. Instead, he was in a strange state, and behind him, a shadow began to emerge and congeal. At the same time, the dull pattern of starry auspicious clouds on the horizontal sword began to chafe. A crack crisscrossed the dull horizontal blade before it cracked and fell off. The breaks down into fine black debris. The debris drifted around Lu Yuxing and proceeded to form several circles of black nothingness around him. The circle of nothingness began to expand as the dark, sunken pattern on the blade cracked in pieces. When it had swelled to a certain size, the circle began to contract again. Rapidly, the circle from nothingness contracted into a black line and finally merged into Lu Yuxing's body as much as it could. This result, both from the Taoist mind and the origin of the Yuan Shen, the faint tingling sensation was all telling him the truth with unmistakable clarity. The Lu Yuxing in front of me actually exudes a sense of Tao from his body. There has always been such a legend in the immortal cultivation world that once you achieve enlightenment, you instantly ascend. Enlightenment is to realize oneself and thus become immortal in one go. But that's just a legend. And even if the legend is true, a kid at the Qi gathering realm, how is it possible to realize any great path at once? Do you really think that those last-minute enlightenment and ascension robbery mortals are little cuties? What? People have their own Taoist hearts, too. Shocked, Qin Yangzi's yuan shun made a sweep and, finally, I realized where the suppression from the Tao came from. Surprisingly, it was the unassuming horizontal sword. Looking at the horizontal sword in Lu Yuxing's hand that was shedding its cloud patterns and beginning to shapeshift, Qin Yangzi realized that was actually a Tao weapon. A Tao weapon is a prop that distinguishes itself from any magic treasure, spirit treasure or even immortal treasure. In terms of rarity, Tao artifacts are even rarer than immortal treasures, and usually only ascended cultivators. Only then is it possible to leave behind a Tao weapon. However, in terms of the degree of use, Tao weapons were again the most easily useless magical treasures, for only when one has truly condensed one's own heaven and earth path, and one knows and acts in unity, it is only those who have followed through with a lifetime of enlightenment that can bequeath a Taoist weapon that carries on their mantle. Taoist tools inherit the Tao that has been practiced throughout the lives of their predecessors. That was the way he summarized his life with becoming immortal and attaining enlightenment. As the saying goes, a golden elixir proves the great Tao. The great Tao is such a mysterious and esoteric thing. From drawing chi into the body all the way to the Mahayana immortal robbery, it is the cultivator who, step by step, gathers the Taoist heart into a straight path to immortality. To become an immortal and testify to one's own immortal path, Taoist artifacts are left behind to prove one's path to attainment and can leave a sense of enlightenment for future generations. Yet only the heart, the understanding, and the temperament are fully compatible. A true resonance with the holder of the Tao weapon was required to activate the strand of consciousness left behind by the holder of the Tao weapon, thus obtaining the Tao's assistance. Tao artifacts were quite special treasures, and very few people could resonate with a Tao artifact. Generally, even if a cultivator obtained a Tao weapon, they could rarely utilize it for its purpose. At this moment, Qin Yangzi hated his teeth. A Taoist heart could no longer suppress the indignation in his heart. This guy in front of him didn't know what kind of luck he had, but he was actually able to resonate with a Tao weapon. This is going to be difficult. At this time, Lu Yuxing, the shadow on his head finally condensed. It was a dusty swordsman dressed in white, holding a long sword and standing with his arms folded. That phantom was highly aligned with Lu Yuxing's pace. At this moment, in Lu Yuxing's hand, the originally dark horizontal sword bloomed with a dazzling light. He held the knife in his right hand and clutched the glowing blade in his left with a firm swipe. The original thick back of the blade changed into a sword blade, and the blade grew a sword tip. With a bloom of golden light, the horizontal sword in Lu Yuxing's hand disappeared. In its place was an ancient longsword with a cold, sharp body and a killing intent. After the horizontal sword was transformed into a sword and faded into a dark, dull-colored starry, auspicious cloud, 2 words with sharp strokes emerged on the sword. Peace. Lu Yuxing held the Taiping sword, and a boiling qi and blood in his chest could no longer be held down. He raised his eyes, and the death grip of his gaze locked onto Qin Yangzi. Wisps of sword qi from the Taiping sword began to wrap around his body. The entire person's aura began to climb. The determination to clear the world of lawlessness and to exterminate all demons and evils surfaced in his chest. Lu Yuxing pointed his sword in front of him, while the silhouette behind him made the same gesture together. The world is at peace and the sword is not out. When the world is not peaceful, peace comes out. Chapter 61, Every man for himself, and heaven and earth for him. The horizontal sword washes and washes to peace. The process was just a split second, yet it seemed incredibly long. Lu Yuxing held the Taiping sword in his hand and pinched his sword, and the silhouette above his head did this with him. In the next moment, heaven and earth suddenly changed color. Qin Yangzi felt that the moonlight that was originally being steadily absorbed by him was suddenly cut off from his inner sanctum. Qin Yangzi felt bad, then wanted to use the spirit symbol to escape. Instead, he found himself disconnected from the location he was bound to with the spirit talisman as well. He then realized that the space of this place was actually locked. One could raise their hands and lock up space, something that only a great power of the cave void realm could do. Qin Yangzi man was no longer able to think. He never dreamed that he could encounter such a strange thing. A sense of panic welled up from the bottom of his heart. Even though he ran his Dao heart to frantically suppress it, it was to no avail. On the other hand, Lu Yuxing turned his sword around and stuck it on the ground. The left hand stood on the ground with the sword, and the right hand began to gather qi. In an instant, the surrounding barren hills and lonely graves, countless unjust souls drifted out as if summoned. The entire back of the mountain was turned into a ghostly place in an instant, and God knows how many people Qin Yangzi had actually killed here. How many more mass graves were buried to transform this place into a place of extreme that welcomes the moon? The unjust souls drifted around Lu Yuxing, and the gusts of ghostly aura seemed to be telling him that he had been killed in vain. The resentment of being deceived. Injustice in the world comes from anger, resentment and grief. Lu Yuxing said as he looked at the right hand that was gathering qi. We are angry at the injustice done to us, and we resent the fanatics who have gotten away with it. We blame ourselves for being powerless. Anger, resentment, and grief are not everybody's problem. It's the wantonness of the powerful who oppress everyone. It's the worldly heavens that can't give us a just result. Now, if you would all give me all your anger and resentment, I will do justice to the people who have killed, failed, lied to, and finally labeled justice. Whitewash the scourge of sin for the final decisive punishment. As Lu Yuxing's declaration ended, countless grievous spirits voluntarily flew into his hands. It was transformed into the power of Lu Yuxing. With the added weight of the resentful soul, Lu Yuxing felt as if there was 1,000 pounds in his right hand. On the other side, Qin Yangzi tried to break the enclosed space, yet no matter how much more he cast his spells, nor could he leave Lu Yuxing's side more than half a mile away. No, it can't be. Feeling the great killing intent and hatred towards himself ahead, Qin Yangzi's Dao heart finally couldn't support it. This is the way to fight, to keep people from themselves. The guy who holds heaven and earth as truth simply fails to comprehend the true meaning of the phrase. The original meaning of the phrase is that if a person doesn't fix himself, God will not forgive him. It means that if a person fails to restrain his behavior by self-discipline, then neither heaven nor earth can tolerate for it. With the spiteful spirit rage collected in his hand, Lu Yuxing stepped forward with one foot, and stepped back with the other. While alternating between his right and left hands, the wrath of the grievous spirit merged into the body of the sword, and a poignant red light enveloped his entire body. Lu Yuxing roared, holding the sword in his right hand backhanded, the blade close to his forearm, and then swung with great vigor. A sword qi that carried out the dome of the sky was chopped out to the front, with a 3-foot green peak. Break the world's inequality. A raging red light enveloped the entire back of the mountain, like a dike-breaking flood that. It expanded rapidly the moment the sword came out, yet such a violent and overwhelming sword qi was directed at only one person, Qin Yangzi. From the moment the Taiping sword was revealed, it was destined to pronounce his death sentence. The dying man kept releasing various spells and throwing out various looted magic treasures. They all seemed so small and powerless before the unrelenting sword light, as if how he treated those who were less weak than him in the first place. The sword light began to annihilate sin from the soul of God. No matter how much the distant Qin Yangzi struggled and shouted angrily, in this heaven and earth deviated from the red light sword qi. It was useless. Heaven and earth will be destroyed and turned into flying dust. The red light dissipated and there was silence. After Lu Yuxing lowered his sword, he heard a whisper in his ear. In that case, you have touched my sword Dao, and I can leave without worry. Afterwards, He only saw the shadow above his head dissolve into bits of starlight and dissipate. And the typing sword in his hand was once again transformed into a horizontal blade, only unlike before, the dark pattern on the horizontal sword all but disappeared. The blade was as clear as a clear spring. It was as clear as if light had been thrown, so that the figures could be seen. Lu Yusheng, who had been maintaining his sword-swinging stance since just now, could no longer support himself at this time. The body shook for a moment before Lu Yusheng fell headfirst to the ground and gasped for air. A sense of unprecedented relaxation swept through his body as Qin Yangzi died. It was clear to him that this time it was really over. However, Lu Yusheng was still puzzled. The sword of the party, as if uninstructed, although the sword style was memorized. But he knew very well that he was simply not capable of sustaining these exertions. Whether it was breaking through Qin Yangzi's defense or cutting out that shocking sword, all after the crossblade has undergone a mutation. He remembers that at the very beginning, when he suddenly got stronger, it was the black debris that came off the top of the horizontal blade that was absorbed into itself, although it cannot be understood. But he still somehow realized that this was the Tao left behind by the previous owner of the horizontal sword. One is resonating with the path taken by the owner of the horizontal sword. It was only in the end that they were able to gain access to the power left behind by the other side. At the thought of this, Lu Yusheng lay down on the grass of the deserted grave and picked up the horizontal sword by his side and looked at it again and again. I knew you weren't anything mortal. I didn't expect you to be able to transform into a sword in 2 stages. Lu Yusheng laughed softly, then with a roll of his eyelids, he fell into a deep sleep. He's too tired. By the time he woke up, it was dawn. Lu Yusheng got up from the barren grassy ground and looked at the mess, letting out a long breath. Luckily, it's not a dream. After lamenting about last night's battle, Lu Yusheng looked around, trying to find Wang Jizhong's body. If the other party hadn't blocked the blow for him, I'm afraid he would have been the one to die last night. Lu Yusheng said there was no way he could let him expose his body to the wilderness, or at least bury the other party. However, when he came to the tree where Wang Jizhong had fallen, he saw nothing. After looking around, there wasn't even a trace of it in the vicinity. Lu Yusheng's heart was bleak. Could it be that he was mistakenly injured by the sword energy? Last night, Qin Yangzi went up in smoke under that sword, and those present, except for himself and Qin Yangzi, it's also only Wang Dijong lying here. On second thought, the other party's flesh was defenselessly exposed to the roiling swordlight. Being vaporized by sword chi like Qin Yangzi was more than normal. After Lu Yusheng sighed, he dismissed the idea of continuing his search. Turning around, he returned to the Green Cloud sect from the back of the mountain. He's going to tell the gang in the sect that Qin Yangzi is dead, and the demonic beasts have been eliminated as much as possible. Everyone can get out of here. Chapter 62, Beauty in a Bottle. When he returned to the Green Cloud sect, Lu Yusheng looked at the fact that although it was dilapidated, however, the clan's still tidy mountain gate was in a mess at this time. Scattered robes, furniture, herbs, and even a body lay there. Lu Yusheng couldn't help but be a little worried about little fat Tang Xiaoqing's situation. The kid's honest, and he's not much of a fighter. God knows what has happened in this Qin Yin sect during his own absence. Observing the surrounding area with the qi-looking technique, before Lu Yusheng could observe the qi that belonged to Tang Xiaoqing, an excited voice was heard. Senior Lu. Lu Yusheng looked at the sound, seeing little fatty Tang Xiaoqing hurrying over from a hidden corner. By the time he ran to Lu Yusheng's side, he had already come up for air. Senior, great, you're fine, Lu Yusheng asked after letting him catch his breath. What's going on? Where's the clan? Little fatty replied. Seeing you fight with the old Taoist, elder bro. The commotion colored half the sky red, and everyone was afraid that the old Taoist would come back to punish the group. So they killed a few of the senior brothers who were watching the door, grabbed something of value, then ran off down the mountain in a huff. Saying that, little fatty Tang Xiaoqing sullenly spread out one of his little fat hands and said, Look senior, they grabbed it too fast. I only picked up this little bit of money. Lu Yusheng looked at Tang Xiaoqing's hand, which had 24 copper coins on it. There was also a scrap of silver about $3. Then he pacified the other side. It doesn't matter, we'll figure out the rest on the way. Let's go down the mountain first. Qin Yangzi is already dead. Tang Xiaoqing, who had hurried all the way here, still couldn't believe it when he heard that the old Taoist had died. Hurriedly asked Lu Yusheng how the old Taoist died. Lu Yusheng briefly talked about the process, and little fatty bent down to look at the horizontal sword at Lu Yusheng's waist. As he said, the color of the blade had changed from dull to white, a mirror with a chilling light. It looks more than a notch higher in face value. At that moment, he clapped his hands and praised. Worthy of the name, senior brother is simply the son of heaven's destiny. Lu Yusheng just said blandly, it's just luck. As the two of them talked and walked, Lu Yuxing thought of those books in the old Taoist house. Then he wanted to go and see if he could still have 1 or 2 feet left. Even if he and Tang Xiaoqing couldn't cultivate, taking it out and selling it on the road could still serve as road money. At this moment, the sect was as quiet as a pool of stagnant water. The duo walked through the dilapidated clan and could only hear their own footsteps. When he came to the Cloud Shadow Hall, his cultivation was even deeper. Lu Yusheng, who had 5 keen senses, heard a slight sob. Woohoo! It's coming from the backyard. Lu Yusheng thought that the disciples who hadn't left yet were in some kind of trouble, so he walked over and wanted to take a look. Come to the backyard. It was only then that he realized that what was making the noise was Qing Yangzi's captive human dog was curled up in its kennel and trembling gently. Lu Yusheng's eyes were strong, and through the dimly lit kennel, you can see the whipping marks all over the human dog's body. Probably hearing someone coming, the human dog looked up and saw Lu Yusheng. The original sobbing expression switched to joy, but before he could rejoice for a moment, he saw Lu Yusheng draw his horizontal sword. The human dog retreated to the corner of the kennel in fear. Lu Yusheng raised his hand and chopped out sword chi. With ease, he cut through the chains securing it to the wall. Before the human dog could understand what was going on, he saw Lu Yusheng sheathing his sword and strolling towards him, whispering gently to him, "Let's go. The old man is dead. You're free." 2 lines of tears crossed the human dog's face. Ow, wow, wow. Perhaps it had been too long since he had spoken a human word. The human dog wailed and howled for half a day before finally holding a sentence from his mouth. Shrimp, shrimp. Lu Yusheng understood what he meant and reached out to hold one of his hands. A single thrust lifted him from his sprawled position. The man-dog rose from the ground, staggered a few times, and it seems to have forgotten how to walk on 2 legs. After a few staggering steps, it was a struggle to run. Witnessing the human dog leave, Lu Yusheng grabbed his own business. He looked around and went inside the backyard house where the old Taoist was perched. First, he picked out a neat Taoist robe that was still clean and changed out of the clothes that were covered in blood and grass clippings and dirt. At this moment, Tang Xiaoqing came over and said to Lu Yusheng, "Senior brother, let's go too. He doesn't want to be here any longer. Dreams of the family's grand mansion and the beautiful little cook's gourmet meals." If he hadn't been worried about Lu Yusheng, his senior brother Lu who had been waiting for him, Tang Xiaoqing would have run down the mountain a long time ago. "We don't have much on our plate, so go to the alchemy room and see if there's anything of value there, including prescriptions and such that can be sold for money. And go to the kitchen and get some water and dry food. We'll need those for the road." Okay. Fatty ran out to prepare food and water. Lu Yusheng, on the other hand, came to the house where the old Taoist was perched. All over the place, there were a few more yellowed volumes on the bookshelf, and Lu Yusheng was just about to pick them up and read them. A voice was heard saying, "Little brother, those are the Dan formulas. Take them if you want." Lu Yusheng looked at the sound and saw the bottle beauty at the offering table position speaking to him. Lu Yusheng saw that it was the bottle beauty raised by the old Taoist, and wondered what the other side's background was. Is it an evil spirit or a person? Lu Yusheng could only raise his guard, quietly gripping the horizontal sword with one hand. "Little brother, don't be afraid. Look at me. I don't have arms or legs. How can I harm you?" Lu Yusheng slightly relaxed his guard, but still asked, "What's the matter with you?" Bottle beauty replied, "Little brother, I just heard a ruckus outside. What's going on?" Lu Yusheng replied, "The old man is dead and the others are gone." When Bottle Beauty heard this, her eyes glowed for a moment. "You said he died. How did he die?" Lu Yusheng replied, "Killed by me. Killed by you." Well. The Bottle Beauty stared at her words, then burst out laughing. She laughed a piercing laugh that caused Lu Yusheng to be a little creeped out. "How did you kill him?" "Alas. No. It seems to me that your strength has risen again. The last time I saw you, you were only at the peak of body hardening. How is it that in just 1 month, you've popped up to the after chi gathering realm? The true chi in your body is on the verge of converging into a sea. I believe that in less than 2 years, you will be able to break through the chi gathering realm and rise to the Yuan Hai realm." Gathering chi, Yuan Hai. Lu Yusheng looked at the Bottle Beauty and knew that the other party knew a lot. So he asked what the girl said. "But martial arts?" Bottle Beauty nodded. "Not bad. Your kid's talent for martial arts cultivation is good. The realm is far stronger than you practicing chi. But I'm still curious. How did you kill the old Taoist? He's a Jin Dan, although he's fallen down to the sea of condensation. But the strength is still far superior. Surely those black debris had raised their realm upwards again?" Lu Yusheng thought. Earlier, it was still difficult to release chi energy externally, but this time, after the battle with the old Taoist, it felt like the strength increase was unusually obvious. It should be the gift left behind by whichever predecessor. Chapter 63, 9 Orifices passing the 3 passes. From the words spoken by the bottle beauty, Lu Yuxing understood that the other party knew a lot about martial arts, so he asked for some knowledge of martial arts. He understood about cultivating qi, but martial arts was still a black eye, unfamiliar and ruthless yet. Hearing that Lu Yuxing wanted to ask her for advice on a question, the bottle beauty replied after a moment of contemplation. No problem, but I have one request. Yes, whatever I can do. Lu Yuxing agreed without hesitation. When I'm done explaining to you, kill and bury me, preferably with a monument in place. Bottle beauty spoke such heavy words in a light tone. Lu Yuxing was silent for a moment before he finally said, is that necessary? I can take you down the mountain and maybe it's possible to meet a great power who can cure you. Bottle beauty smiled. Do I look like this and go out and scare people? From the moment I was given this look by that, my heart is dead, holding on to not dying just to see the day he dies. Well now, he's dead and I can rest in peace. Seeing that the bottle beauty was insistent on this, Lu Yuxing had no choice but to comply with the other party's opinion after persuading her for a while. Regarding martial arts, it can't be explained clearly in a few words. Bottle beauty then said to Lu Yuxing, you go under Chang Yangzi's bed. There's a secret compartment with all the kung fu he robbed. One of them is the wind-chasing sword technique 24 decisions. That's the technique I practiced after I opened my veins, and it contains all the notes I've taken since I opened my veins. It's enough to last you until the late Yuan Hai stage. Lu Yuxing followed Bottle Beauty's directions, and sure enough, he found a copy of the wind-chasing sword technique somewhere. Inside was a note with the word In Hong Mei written on it. That would be the name of the Bottle Beauty. Seeing that Lu Yuxing had gotten the sword skill, Bottle Beauty laughed. Well, I created this technique myself, and it's not exactly a divine secret. Relying on it to get to the Yuan Hai realm is my limit. I hope you can go farther in the martial arts path. Also, Bottle Beauty reminded, the way of the martial and the way of the immortal. I would suggest that it would be best for you to follow the way of the martial, even though you have a spiritual root. But the Gui Yi Xian Gong that Qing Yangzi taught you is not a complete Gong method. What's in there can only support you up to the sea condensation realm at most, and there's nothing at all for the rest of it. Even the one he himself cultivates is a remnant. So his innate technique isn't the return to one Xian Gong at all. If one persists in practicing, one will become empty of realm but without means. Cultivation for cultivators relies on the thousands of changes brought about by the aura of heaven and earth. Even the body cultivators and sword cultivators that are close to the martial path will also have spell aptitude conversions, so cultivators have a wide variety of means. And martial arts is even simpler, basically practicing the physical body horizontally and using force to break all laws. Finally embarking on the path of ascending to God and accomplishing the martial God heaven and earth will live the same life. So it's more important to value enlightenment. You're well enlightened, and you've been given a great opportunity. It's still more suitable for you to follow the path of martial arts. Lu Yuxing nodded. Then what senior means is that I should go find a sect that cultivates martial arts? Bottle Beauty shook her head. Martial cultivation relies on personal perception. I'm ashamed to say that the martial way started much later than the immortal way. The cultivation world's perception basically considers martial arts to be one of the last side paths to be proven to ascend to heaven. Since the martial Tao witnessed the ascension to heaven, there have only been a total of 3 great powers who have ascended to the summit of the martial god. Granted, that's a pretty good score for a sidekick, but it's still nowhere near Sento. Therefore, even if one can cultivate through the chakras, most people will choose to continue cultivating their chakra-evolving spirit roots and walk on the immortal path. I see. So there are no sects to follow in the martial arts at all? This is only part of the reason. Because of the late start, although there are many people practicing martial arts in the mortal world, and many sects have been established, but they are all external kung fu, and through chakra cultivation can't even be done. Its more important reason is that there is no way for the martial way to live forever like the immortal way. Nagisa? Lu Yuxing was a bit puzzled. Didn't you say that martial arts is also considered successful in proving the Tao? Is there a left path with actual ascension battles? Why would you say you can't live forever? Because the lifespan growth of a martial artist is different from that of a cultivator. Bottle Beauty said. A martial artist's realm advancement is one thing, a lifespan advancement, another. It is not the realm that governs the lifespan enhancement of a martial artist, but the 9 orifices through the 3 gates. 9 orifices leading to 3 passages? Does that mean orifices? Lu Yuxing asked. Yes, Bottle Beauty explained. A Yuan Hai realm martial artist wouldn't normally lose to a sea condensation realm cultivator, but the longevity of the two is truly worlds apart. Cultivators practicing with their spiritual roots will increase their lifespan from the time they draw qi into their bodies. Typical longevity can add decades, and the forging realm can even live as long as 200 years, 300 for the sea condensation, and 500 for the Jindan. The Yuaning transformation god is even known as a 1,000-year-old monster, but a man who, with great difficulty, has opened his veins, realized the great Tao of heaven and earth, and embarked on the path of cultivation. What is the lifespan of a martial artist who spent decades cultivating to the sea condensation realm? It is 100 years, and even some long-lived mortals reach that age. So that's why the martial arts sects aren't thriving. Because the difference between the bottom line and the practitioners is just too great. The other sect can casually bring out a few old monsters that are hundreds or thousands of years old. And the average martial arts sect master is only 80 or 90 years old at most. So it's not even enough to be a great-grandson to someone. Based on Bottle Beauty's words, Lu Yuxing thought about that scene. A dying old man performed a late disciple salute to a young man who looked to be only in his 20s. It's really quite a comical image. If martial cultivation is so difficult, then why would anyone ascend to God and fly? Is it because of the previously mentioned trick? Lu Yuxing asked. Yes, Bottle Beauty explained. The 9 orifices leading to the 3 passes refer to the 9 orifices in the 9 mysteries of the human body. It is rumored that those 3 great martial arts masters who ascended to godhood opened all 9 orifices and passed through the 3 gates, and that's why they were able to successfully ascend to godhood. Achievement of the martial god. The lifespan of this martial artist is also related to these 9 orifices, Bottle Beauty said. Taking a closer look at Lu Yuxing, I myself opened the Xianguan orifice, the most basic orifice, before I was able to cultivate to the sea condensation realm, but still lost to that old. Your words have opened not only the Zhenken orifice, but also the Xinshui orifice. This is the orifice that benefits martial artists the most in the early stages, and if I'm not mistaken, your divine cure orifice has already been cultivated to the middle stage. 2 orifices? Lu Yuxing was a bit stunned. He knew he was fast, but didn't really know what it was because of. Now that he had heard the Bottle Beauty explain it, he then understood the principle. But I still don't know how to tell the difference. This is simple. You don't know the internal vision method yet. You can't see your meridians. There is a set of internal vision methods in the sword technique I taught you, so take it and cultivate it, and you'll be able to tell the progress of your realm and orifice cultivation. Chapter 64, Why are you crying? The internal vision method can be seen, so that's how it is. Thank you senior for pointing it out. Lu Yuxing arched his hand and thanked Bottle Beauty in Hongmei. Dare I ask elder? These 9 orifices lead to 3 passes. What are all the orifices besides the Xianguan orifice and the Xinshui orifice? And what are the 3 passes? And how do they govern the lifespan of a martial artist? Bottle Beauty paused, determined to explain it all at once to this young man who had ignorantly stepped into the martial arts. The so-called 9 orifices lead to 3 passes, which are 3 orifices and 1 palace, 3 passes and 1 gate, and 3 halls and 1 door. The abdomen of the leg is the yin of the Ren chakra, on which there are 3 orifices and 1 palace, and the 3 orifices of the Ren chakra are the Xianguan orifice, the Xinshui orifice, the Yin Cun orifice and the Tangong. The back belongs to the yang as the Dushir chakra, on which there are 3 passes and 1 gate. They are the yin and yang, the 3 gates, and the 3 yuan gates, clip spine pass, jade pillow pass and fate gate, totaling 3 passes to protect 1 gate. The essence of yin and yang combines with the taiji to form the imperial court spiritual platform, on which are the 3 halls of the yellow court, the hall of Wuji, and the hall of taiji, the imperial extremity hall, the spirit terrace, totaling 3 halls and 1 unit. This is the 9 orifices of the martial artist's 9 orifices through 3 passes in which all of them have to be opened and passed. After the Bottle Beauty finished explaining for Lu Yuxing, she added, regarding the 9 orifices and 3 passes, I actually don't know much about them. Most martial artists the ones that can be opened are basically the 3 orifices of the Ren chakra, and only a very small portion of martial artists can open the directing chakra, opening the 3 passes and going straight to the gate of destiny. A martial artist's lifespan will only increase once he passes the gate of destiny. Otherwise the lifespan of a martial artist is similar to that of a mortal. After listening to the words of the Bottle Beauty, Lu Yuxing finally understood the cultivation path of a martial artist. He thanked the Bottle Beauty, and Bottle Beauty just smiled and then added, actually, it's okay for you to take the immortal path. But, if you take the immortal path, even though it won't waste your cultivation in the martial path, the immortal path initiation isn't an easy task. After all, the cultivation sects that have entered the world, except for the Confucian and Taoist sects such as the Yuelu Shuyuan, those immortal cultivation sects that have been established for more than 1,000 years are all dedicated to cultivation behind closed doors, and unless they take the initiative to recruit disciples to organize the Immortal Ascension Conference, if they want to join, it's only up to the sect elders to appreciate it or the disciples to recommend it, said Bottle Beauty with a sigh. I was the one who missed the Sword Sect's Immortal Ascension Conference back then, and my talent was insufficient for the immortal path. Only cultivate martial arts, and if you have both the opportunity and the chance, you might as well try it. That's all the advice I can give you. Thanks for the guidance, Senior. Well, there's nothing more I can teach you. The way to cultivate the orifices is in my sword still notes. As for the way to open the orifices, I'm not sure about these, so it's only up to you to figure it out. Lu Yuxing nodded, with a solemn bow to the bottle beauty. After the bottle beauty had received the salute, she smiled and broke her own meridian, and not a moment later, and he died of exhaustion. Lu Yuxing was a little sad. He felt that the bottle beauty was more like his master than the old Tao. Despite only spending a short while with her, she had taught herself all that she had learned. To the corpse of the beauty of the bottle, Lu Yuxing paid 3 more obeisances, and then holding the vase in one hand, with one hand, he held the bottle beauty's head and carried her outside the house. Finding a location with good feng shui, Lu Yuxing dug up the earth and buried him. He also found a green stone slab and carved the words in Manhwa's tomb on it with a horizontal knife. After doing all this, he took one last look at the broken and depressed clan. Then he set off on the road down the mountain with Tang Xiaoqing, who had sought water and dried food from the kitchen. There is only one trail mountain road in the Green Cloud Mountains with treacherous terrain. The mountains and forests are also full of poisonous insects and beasts. And apart from the hunters who collect medicines and hunt, very few people go up the mountain. Especially after Qin Yangzi had cultivated several gigantic 100-footed centipedes here, and even less people came. These centipedes, besides being used to spread panic, the biggest role is to look after the back mountain as well as to be refined and fused by Qin Yangzi in the future, and merge with these demonic beasts so as to meet the baptism of the Emperor's flow pulp. Now that all these demonic beasts have been decimated by Lu Yuxing, so the way down the mountain was an easy walk for the duo. The poisonous insects and beasts in the mountains and forests basically had to go around the two of them. If Tang Xiaoqing was a beginner cultivator of qi attraction, not enough to frighten these unspiritual beasts, then he's next to the real qi out. Lu Yuxing, who was covered in fury, was a pure humanoid natural disaster in the eyes of the beasts. Dappled sunlight poured through the cascading leaves on the tree-lined paths of the. It fell onto Lu Yuxing's body, turning into a swaying halo of varying patterns. Along this abandoned hunting trail down the mountain, Tang Xiaoqing panted as he followed behind Lu Yuxing. The traveling bag he was carrying on his back had long since been handed over to Lu Yuxing to help hold because he couldn't walk. But for all that, such a rugged and difficult mountain path for his obese frame, the burden is still too heavy. Fatty only remembers that when he went up the mountain he was given a gust of wind by his master to bring him up. I thought the descent would be easier, but who knew it would be so difficult? Lu Yuxing had to stop every now and then to wait for Tang Xiaoqing to take a break to recover his strength. After a bit of fussing, the duo finally descended the mountain. Tang Xiaoqing wiped the sweat from his forehead and panted. Gee, that's exhausting. I've never traveled so much in my life. Lu Yuxing chimed in. Didn't you say you followed your uncle out to talk business? How come you can't walk on this bit of road? Tang Xiaoqing gasped. Elder brother, to talk business. You don't have to walk to talk business. Aren't there carriages? Ha ha, thanks for being a monk. Which cultivator can't stand walking a few steps up the mountain like you? Elder brother, don't laugh at me. If you were as fleshy as me, you wouldn't be able to walk either. The little fat man said defiantly. Ha ha, I'm not going to get fat like you. The two of them talked and walked along the way, the cultivator's footsteps fast. Even an obese teenager like Tang Xiaoqing only took half a day to walk down the mountain. By the time it was past noon, the two had come to a small turnoff at the foot of the mountain. It's a major thoroughfare, with a few tea stores, noodle stores, picket fronts that set up a hayloft to do business here. Seeing that there were noodles to eat, Tang Xiaoqing's stomach rumbled. Lu Yuxing came to the noodle store and asked for a bowl of veggie noodles at 3 cents a bowl after. Then he sat down here with Tang Xiaoqing to rest and eat noodles. I'm only going to eat 1 serving. Is 2 servings of pasta enough for you? Lu Yuxing sat down and wiped his chopsticks and asked. Tang Xiaoqing waved his hand in a domineering manner. Not enough. 4 bowls in 1 shot. I'll cover it all. Put. Lu Yuxing and the old man selling noodles both laughed. The old abbot did not go for long, and brought 4 bowls of noodles out on a wooden tray and placed them in front of the two of them. Guest eat first. There's another bowl of noodles that won't fit. I'll bring it to you right away. As soon as the noodles came up, Tang Xiaoqing moved a bowl in front of himself and copied the chopsticks and took a big bite. All that could be done in response to the store's questioning was to grunt. Lu Yuxing told him to eat slowly, then also brought a bowl of noodles in front of himself. The heat came to his face. Lu Yuxing buried his head into the bowl and ate no slower than little Fatty. The soup was thick, the noodles were smooth, and Lu Yuxing ate the. I can't help but think back to the bowl of hand-rolled noodles I ate when I was first picked up and brought home by the old man. It's as delicious as it is now. Putting down the bowl, Lu Yuxing raised his head. Tang Xiaoqing, who was wiping his mouth on one side, happened to look at Lu Yuxing at that moment, and instantly asked in surprise, Elder brother, why are you crying? Ah, what? When Lu Yuxing sniffed, he couldn't help but touch his face, and 2 lines of hot tears rolled down with his fingers. Seeing the tears on his hands, Lu Yuxing was stunned for a moment. Yes, why was he crying? Was it because the bowl of noodles made him think of his home in Longyu? Suddenly, a pinch of heartache stabbed Lu Yuxing to cover his chest, and for a moment, he did not hold back. Tears were falling in large drops. What's wrong with you? Is it because you're homesick? Also, it was midwinter when I left home, and now it's late spring. Lu Yuxing looked into the distance, his mind drifting to that compound on Cross Street. I don't know how home is now. The old man is still lying in his rocking chair in the yard, cursing yourself while looking at the doorway with earnest anticipation. Chapter 65, The Lonely City is all white heads, all Han family members. Tap. The Hun's roving horsemen rode recklessly through the city of Anxi. The road was lined with fallen bodies. There were soldiers and there were people. The governor who guarded this place had hung up his seal and left long before the siege. The dusk is setting and the remaining sun is like blood. The crows that were picking up scraps of belly on the ground were startled by the sound of hoofbeats. The mournful chirping of the crows mingled with the wails of the living in the city. Flooding most of the city. 2 Huns dragged over a pudgy, bloody man. His limbs had been broken as far as they could go, missing 2 ears, and he was being dragged forward by his legs. Long hair cascaded to the ground. The Hun soldiers dragged him to a man who looked like the chief of the, grabbing his hair and pulling up his head. Although this person had lost his face, if Lu Yuxing had been there, one could instantly recognize that this was one of his superiors. General Xiaoho's deputy, General Zhang Ji, senator of the Anxi army. With a face full of blood, Zhang Ji's eyes were closed tightly, and red liquid flowed from the tips of his hair to his eyelids. Then slide it to the corner of your mouth. As soon as the grip on his hair loosened, his head slammed back down to the ground helplessly. After the Huns had stormed the walls of the city with a wall of earth, he led the remaining remnants of the Anzai army in an alley fight to the death. He cut down no less than 10 Hun pioneers in that grueling battle for the walls of. Also killed a lead Mangan, a man with a shaved, pot-braided hairstyle characteristic of the Huns, wearing a robe that. The trembling Weiman was brought before that Hun chief. After conversing with the other party for a few moments, that Weiman leaned down to look at Zhang Ji, who was drenched in blood. A shake of the head followed. Great Khan, this isn't Xiahou Feng, it's his second in command, Zhang Ji. Hearing that this person is not the one he wants, the Xiongnu Khan looked twice at the bloody man on the ground with mingled disgust, and immediately instructed the man to go over and ask him where Xiahou Feng had gone. Zhang Ji, who could no longer open his eyes, let out a toothsome laugh when he heard this. Tartar slave, General Xiahou returned to the capital a long time ago to meet his majesty, and when he returns, we'll bring the imperial army to break you all into pieces. Ha ha. The Wei told the Xiongnu Khan what Zhang Ji had said. Xiahou Feng was seriously injured because the border wall was broken earlier. He was transferred to the rear to recover from his wounds by a gold medal from the court. Therefore the Anxi army had been led by Zhang Ji during this time. Some other reinforcements came to the rescue during this period, but were either still on their way. Either that or they were tussling with a small Hun blocking force that for some reason hadn't been able to break through the Hun block. A hint of displeasure sprang up on the face of the Hun Khan, who understood a little Chinese, and, with a grimace, he swung his horsewhip. The Hun soldiers below then dragged the half-dead Zhang Ji to one side of the rut and tied him up. He then pulled out a meat cleaver and cut the flesh from his body piece by piece, and Zhang Ji was tied to a rut, screaming and yelling with every cut he received. Kill the slave. The Hun executioner, who was absorbed in lynching him, was unperturbed and, slicing the blade slowly and methodically into the skin, turning it to allow Chang Chi to feel even more pain before slicing down with a slice of flesh and blood. Kill the slave. Kill. Slaves. Zhang Ji's hissing gradually lowered, and as he lost more and more blood, there was no longer a single piece of good flesh on his body, and he finally died of gas at the 1600th cut. The city was a mess, and the pungent odor of blood emanated from every household. With the remnants of the Anxi army completely defeated, the people in the city finally lost the courage to resist. Rudimentary weapons were thrown all over the ground, and people were on their knees begging the Huns for mercy. Fierce and brutal Hun soldiers broke into homes. One by one, the people who were so attached to their land that they couldn't leave their homes behind were mercilessly killed. Some of the tycoons and bullies who had defected to the Huns also took the opportunity to join in this feast of abuse against the people. For a time, the city was in mourning. A few Hun soldiers drove dozens of Wei men as if they were cattle or sheep, and with a slight struggle, then they immediately wielded their swords and killed them. Several good-looking women were now stripped to their skivvies and chained together for the Huns to abuse for their pleasure. The streets were a mess of corpses, hardly any of them intact. The Khan has ordered that the sword will not be sealed for 3 days after the city is broken, and all that is looted will be theirs. The sound of horses' hooves passed in the distance, and the cavalryman who carried the message carried it to all parts of the city. For a while, all parts of the city were like hell on earth, with their livers and brains on the ground and their sobs filling the fields. Piles and piles of people were driven to the wheel by the soldiers, and those above the wheel were uniformly killed. The man who tries to escape is caught up from behind by a Hun soldier and slashed to the ground. Hun soldiers were killing people all over the city, and the ground was littered with broken limbs. Cross street alley, a child running hard, and behind him, chased 2 Hun soldiers, shooting arrows in his back like a game. As soon as the child stopped, the Hun soldiers would immediately shoot an arrow through. Finally, the child ran out of energy and planted himself in front of a compound. The 2 Hun soldiers saw this and saw that the toys were not motivated to, so I was ready to give him closure before I went looking for a new toy. The child fell to the ground and watched helplessly as the blood-dripping butcher's knife was raised above his head. Just as he was about to close his eyes, the door behind him was kicked open with a thud. There was a clattering sound of armor shaking. The one who rushed out from the house was not a hot-blooded youth, nor was he a warrior of divine might and invincibility, just a thin old man with white hair. The old man was dressed in a somewhat worn and bloated-looking suit of armor. In his hand he held a standardized lance of the Anshi army, and with a roar of rage he killed his way out of the gate of the courtyard. A single jab stabbed the Hun soldier closest to the kid. Kill. This Hun soldier didn't even expect that there would be any resistance in the city. Straight up, the old man stabbed him to death. His other companion, seeing this, gave a strange cry and drew his sword to slash. The experienced old man's footsteps changed the instant after he discharged his gun, and the pommel retracted. A horizontal shot hit another Hun soldier in the side ribs. Put! The Hun soldier spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his chest became tight with air. One more flick of the old man's gun and he would have pierced his throat with a single shot. Quickly find a place to hide. Don't come out until it's dark. With that, the old man dragged his gun away. Coming to the mouth of the alley, hordes of Hun soldiers drove a bunch of way to this place, and, instead, he saw an old man in armor holding a lance stopping at the intersection. The people scattered while the Huns froze, and the old man looked at the corpses in the street, and then at the flag of the king of the Huns flying over the city. The heart was in a state of grief. He withdrew his gaze and stared dead at the Huns in front of him, then took a deep breath. Wei Anshi Army, Xuanga Battalion Lu 14 is here. Tartars, your ancestors. The sound was like thunder. The Huns smiled at each other when they saw that he was the only one, then drew their swords to kill. The old man roared, and with all the hatred of a charge was made against an enemy force dozens of times his size. The sun sets and night covers the city. The old man's dead head was nitrate and hung on the city wall along with many of his fellow soldiers. All the heads of the lonely city are white. All of them are Han people. Chapter 66, Invitation to an Appointment. In the days that followed, the two did nothing but rush. Tang Xiaoqing really didn't lie when he said that he hadn't had enough to eat in the sect. He really hadn't. Wufu cultivation can't be about a pesky grain and no food. This was what Lu Yuxing had learned from the Bottle Beauty's sword skill notes. In fact, Lu Yuxing thought so too. When I'm not hungry, I can still hold on with my qi. But when I'm hungry, I'm really hungry. Hate to eat a whole cow. However, Lu Yuxing was self-conscious that he, a qi-gathering posterior realm and a half-step to Yuan high. Meals can't be lower anyhow. Who knew that the little fatty Tang Xiaoqing beside him could actually eat even more than him? Lu Yuxing had a headache. If this goes on, the two of them will have to spend all their money before long. In his spare time, Lu Yuxing would practice maneuvering his flying sword, White Rainbow, while rushing along. During breaks, he reads and practices the 24 wind-chasing swords. The journey begins with the first step, and it's better to start practicing today than tomorrow. Lu Yuxing is not a person who likes to procrastinate. He was well aware that his skills were actually inadequate. In the small ancient temple, Tang Xiaoqing was half lying in the house eating the burnt cakes he had bought, and Lu Yuxing stood outside the temple door, holding a horizontal sword in full stance, meditating and concentrating. A few moments later the right hand opened and the courtyard bloomed with the light of a sword. The blade light was like silk, dense as a net, and the momentum was like chasing the wind. 24 styles of wind-chasing sword technique. Through the sword secret book, Lu Yuxing has already understood that when this sword skill is practiced to its great completion, the sword is like the wind. It's continuous and defensible. The Kung Fu was further divided into 12 realms. However, only the first 7 levels from the Wind Rising realm to the Blast Wind realm have perceptions and notes. It was thought that In Hongmei had only practiced to the Blast Wind realm as well. Lu Yuxing looked at it. The next level was the Gale realm, which required that the first 3 swords could be swords like a swift wind. The sword was like electricity. This sword skill suits you, but it doesn't suit you. This was Lu Yuxing's perception of this technique. There was no particular reason for it. purely because the wind chaser's sword didn't match up well with his own horizontal sword, though some of the cleaving, slashing, stabbing and other sword techniques can be practiced on their own. But a horizontal sword was a horizontal sword after all, and it was still quite different from a sword. Lu Yuxing knew that the horizontal blade in his hand could turn into a sword, but he wasn't really sure about the trick of turning a horizontal blade into a sword. Tang Xiaoqing watched his senior brother practicing outside the door, only to feel the blade like the wind. Yet another breeze on the face. Lu Yuxing danced wildly with his sword, sensing and practicing the tricks of the wind-chasing sword technique. He intended to improve the gong method and simplify it. The key to the wind chaser sword is to combine speed with damage, requiring the swordsman to focus on force. Strive to slash out with one sword and split gold and stone, then improve towards that, and refine the sword style into a stance that is common to both swords and knives. To be honest, it was rather tough, but fortunately, his perception was not bad, and he had finally made a breakthrough in the last few days. The strokes gradually became skillful, the light of the blade was dense, the wind of the blade was biting, and the force became stronger and stronger. There has been a hidden trend of chasing the wind. Phew! After some practice, Lu Yuxing put away his sword and sheathed it, then gently beckoned and the flying sword white rainbow flashed sharply from a distance and fell into his palm. When practicing the wind-chasing sword, Lu Yuxing would also try to use two minds at once. Try to manipulate that flying sword with your mind. Remember that the last Qi refiner would manipulate a flying sword while using a split body to transform a shadow. Lu Yuxing thought that if he encountered a strong enemy in the future, the flying sword's surprise attack would also be a winning hand. The good thing was that using two minds at once wasn't that hard for him. After practicing for a few days, he was soon able to get the flying sword to combine with his sword skill moves. Seeing that Lu Yuxing had finished practicing with his sword, Tang Xiaoqing hurriedly gave up half of his body from in front of the futon next to the idol. He took out the rest of the baklava again and handed it to Lu Yuxing. Elder brother is hungry. Lu Yuxing took the burnt cake and saw that Tang Xiaoqing was holding a yellowed booklet in his other hand. Instead, it was a handwritten codex that recorded potions. Tang Xiaoqing was originally the son of a medicine merchant, and when he was at home, apart from eating, he was researching prescriptions. Now it is to get these treasures are more carefully thought out. After leaving from the Green Cloud sect, Lu Yuxing and Tang Xiaoqing took away all the remaining Dan formulas. Lu Yuxing was thinking about the medicinal bath that the old Taoist had given himself. He remembers it working really well. Tang Xiaoqing was just purely interested in the Dan formula inside. His family is a drug dealer who runs a medical clinic and sells herbs. If there were a few of these elixirs that could be used, his family could have a few more life-saving prescriptions. Still watching. Ha! Lu Yuxing took the burrito and took a bite. Did you find the part about the medicinal bath? Tang Xiaoqing shook his head. Not yet, senior brother. The Dan formula in here is too evil. So many parts of it use people as a guide. You also have to be born in various auspicious numbers to make it work. And it's often evil. But the part about worm medicine is somewhat useful. And I'm looking into it. And I'll try to get a prescription for a medicinal bath together for you. There's no rush. Lu Yuxing took a sip of the boiling hot tea. Take your time. Lu Yuxing looked at the color of the sky and estimated that it was about past the unspecified time. And if he couldn't find the head of the hostel, we'll just have to make do with a night in this broken temple or in the wilderness. Tang Xiaoqing flipped through a book with one hand and held a burrito in the other. You don't have to worry, senior brother. My family guarantees that I have everything on the top of this book. At that time, senior brother, you can take whatever you want. By the way, senior brother, why don't you go back to Longyue? Just stay in my house. Stay at my house. It's a big house. When the time comes, I'll invite you to try my cook Taohong's handiwork. I'm telling you, her handiwork is one of the best in Ruian. Seeing that Lu Yuxing didn't seem to have much interest, Tang Xiaoqing added, if you can't get used to it, I'll buy you a manor house out in the country, with 10 more servants arranging 2 maids of honor. From now on we brothers will eat, drink and play in Ruian, and cultivate in the meantime. Lu Yuxing just smiled and listened, observing his little fat man's speech and behavior as well as his ability to practice medicine. It is clear that he has a good family education. As the youngest son of a drug dealer, Tang Xiaoqing, in addition to eating greedily and fattening himself up, there's not much else wrong with it. Even the family healing art is not bad. According to him, he still followed Uncle Sam out to see the world. Learning to deal with material dealers, encountered mountain bandits before being forced to come here. Pretty good, Lu Yuxing thought. Those who are good deserve something in return. I appreciate the kindness, but I don't think the old man in my family wants to go south. The little fat man froze. Why? It's hard to love the earth. I guess old people do. Talking about home, Lu Yuxing felt some inexplicable chest tightness. It was like this since yesterday, so he simply changed the subject and said, tell me about you. Will your family be anxious if you've been missing for so long? As soon as he talked about his family, the loquacious Tang Xiaoqing also froze for a moment, and then his expression sank into silence. My mother should be worried sick. She treasures me the most. My father died early. The family's business is all Uncle Sam's family helping to maintain. I've been missing for so long. My mother must not feel well. Uncle Sam took me out to learn how to talk business, and then we ran into bandits. And I don't know if Uncle Sam escaped. Lu Yuxing slowly narrowed his eyes as he listened. Is it a coincidence? He thought. Chapter 67, There's a Demon on the Mountain. After Lu Yuxing and Tang Xiaoqing left the broken temple, they continued their journey back to their hometown. After descending the mountain, and after inquiring, it turned out to be within the country of Baiyue. It's a vassal state nominally dependent on Wei. Just come to the capital, Xiangping. Then you can take a boat all the way to Wei territory. After asking the way to Xiangping, the capital of the country, the two of them traveled down the official road. A gust of spring wind blew away the clouds. A rare good day. The stream gurgled. Fish jumped out of the water, and Lu Yuxing filled his water bladder with stream water. A fish was close by, floating on the surface of the water, opening and closing its mouth from time to time. It seemed to be sizing up the uninvited guest. Lu Yuxing filled up the stream, then raised his hand and struck over with a chi energy. Bang! The water splashed and stunned the silly fish. Lu Yuxing nodded with satisfaction. There would be grilled fish meat to eat tonight. Even if you can't find the head of the host, there's no need to panic. After walking a little further up the mountain, and seeing the sun about to set, Lu Yuxing and Tang Xiaoqing finally came across a village at the foot of the mountain. In the quiet and empty dusk, Lu Yuxing and Tang Xiaoqing entered this small mountain village. Sunrise and sunset. The tiny mountain village has long since ended its busy day. Even under the big tree at the head of the village, there are no longer old people chatting here. Lu Yuxing and the two of them walked along the mountain village path, and only their footsteps could be heard along the way. A farmer's rhubarb lay down at the entrance of the village and barked furiously at Lu Yuxing and the others when it saw a living person. The two walked to a house at the entrance of a village and knocked on the wood door, laboring on the almsgiver. The passing Taoist seeks lodging then. Not a moment later, a village woman came out of the house. Seeing that outside the door were two Taoist priests, one tall and one fat, he was relieved and embarrassed at the same time. Two Taoist masters. It's inconvenient for my family to stay overnight. If the Taoist masters don't mind, my family still has some leftover rice nests. It's okay. I'm sorry to bother the Shih Tzu. Lu Yuxing and Tang Xiaoqing made a bow. They were dressed in Taoist clothing and walked as Taoist priests all the way. Seeing that this one didn't work out, the two of them left and found another one. Excuse me, the passing Taoist wants to ask for a drink of water. Go. Go up to another house and ask for it. The stinking beggar is even pretending to be a Taoist priest. Ate a closed door. Little fatty Tang Xiaoqing muttered. Senior, why don't we pay for it? Do you have any more money? Tang Xiaoqing took a look in his arms. The 3 coins of silver had already been spent with only 1 coin left, but the two of them were still more than 200 miles up the mountain from the capital of the 100-year kingdom. The territory of Baiyue country is mountainous. If it is a straight official road, if Lu Yuxing doesn't care about Tang Xiaoqing, you can run the whole thing yourself. In the wind-chasing sword technique, there was even a great skill of flying with a sword. But alas, he won't. Currently there is nothing but 2 legs to imperialize. Right now neither of the 2 would work, Lu Yuxing said as he walked towards the third. In trying the last house, or failing that, camping out for the night. Don't worry about the money. Let's see if we can sell something tomorrow. Did you write down those Dan recipes? Anything written down can be sold. Came to the last house, knocked on the door, and out of it came the man in rough clothes. Stepping on a pair of straw shoes. Anything? I'm sorry to bother the monk. Passing Taoist. Greedy traveling missed the head of the night. I wonder if I can borrow a night. The Hanyu shot a glance at Lu Yuxing and Tang Xiaoqing, and saw that their faces were warm and sincere. He was also wearing a Taoist costume, so he didn't look like a bad person. So he said, alright, 2 masters inside please. Thank you. Schizo successfully stayed overnight in the village, and the man of the house was very welcoming. Carried over 2 bowls of sorghum water rice and a little pickle. 2 Taoist masters, have some fasting food. Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. Lu Yuxing and Tang Xiaoqing had eaten and had nothing to do, so the Hanyu chatted with them. Where are you 2 Taoist masters planning to go? Go north. Over the mountains ahead to Xiangping, the capital of the country. You have to go over the mountains to go north? The Hanyu's face changed slightly. Lu Yuxing asked when he heard something wrong in his tone. Schizo, what happened to the mountains to the north? The Hanyu smiled bitterly. The 2 Taoist masters don't know. Our village is situated under the Cowpoke mountain in front of us. The mountains are the source of our livelihood. and there used to be a lot of hunters and foresters, but that's not the case anymore. Ever since a demon that became a demon came from nowhere on the mountain, no one in the village dares to go up the mountain anymore, and even the passing caravans don't dare to take the mountain road. Don't the local authorities care? Lu Yuxing asked. Who cares in these wild mountains? Not to mention the fact that this demon doesn't do much harm. There are people who go up to the mountains and just intimidate and don't let the trees be cut down. 2 months ago, our village pulled together some money and hired an accomplished monk to collect demons. As a result, that high monk hasn't come back yet, scaring us into thinking that the demon would retaliate, and the village almost ran empty. But that demon didn't come after all, and our village was saved. Seeing that the demon did not kill anyone, the county magistrate didn't bother, and only offered a reward to anyone who could drive away or get rid of the demon. Just give 100 taels bounty and leave it alone after that. Lu Yuxing nodded. Then he asked, and how much longer would it take to travel around this mountain to the north? At least 10 days and a half. Lu Yuxing frowned slightly. To go around so far? The village man sighed. 2 mountains are sandwiched between one mouth. It will take a lot of effort to go around. The further you go the harder it gets. Lu Yuxing frowned slightly after hearing this. 2 Taoist masters, I advise you to make an honest detour as well. Although the demon doesn't harm anyone, but it's not something to be messed with. That high priest didn't come down. Maybe he was victimized. Nothing is as important as life. Nurikan advised. Thanks for the reminder. Lu Yuxing nodded. After presenting the village Han with the straw fish he had with him as a token of appreciation for staying the night, the Han could not resist. Then he happily accepted it. Not long after, the aroma wafted from the kitchen, and the solitary man had actually steamed the fish. He carried out another jar of muddy village wine and invited Lu Yuxing and Tang Xiaoqing to drink some together. A few people pushed and the Hanyu got drunk. It was only when the rooster crowed the next day that the Hanyu woke up in a ghostly state. Sleepy-eyed, he suddenly remembered that there were 2 other Taoist priests staying at the house, so he hastened to look into the side room. It's empty inside. Another look at the inner room revealed that the wine table, which had been a mess last night, had long since been cleaned up. A small piece of silver was placed on top. Looking at the silver, the Hanyu scratched his head. I didn't say I wanted money either. So these 2 Taoist priests are just leaving? Let's hope they don't go up the mountain. The man collected the silver and shouldered his hoe, ready to work the ground. Meanwhile, 2 young men and women appeared at the foot of Mte. Nyo Mang. Sure enough there is a demonic aura. Senior sister, let's go up the mountain to subdue the demon. Elder brother, why do I always feel a little furtive in my heart? Might as well go back and report to master. A young woman in plain clothes said rather worriedly. What are you afraid of? You and I are both at the peak of Qi invocation and are about to step into body forging. It's the time when we need to practice, and we're still afraid of this district's small demon? Unlike women, young men are quite confident. Chapter 68 Wei is a novice village. Senior brother, is it okay if we just go up the mountain? Lu Yuxing and Tang Xiaoqing came to the bottom of Gadfly Mountain and watched the quiet stream of the mountain valley ripple away. Tang Xiaoqing always felt furtive in his heart. Didn't that uncle say that there are demons on this mountain, but they don't harm people? Lu Yuxing said calmly. Besides, we're just passing through, so maybe we won't encounter the demon at all. After walking halfway up the mountain, Lu Yuxing and his duo passed through a woodland. Suddenly, he noticed the scent of a man and a woman under the stone wall to his left. Although he didn't care about it on his lips, Lu Yuxing was still always on guard against the demonic beasts on the mountain. This sudden feeling of a human being made him a little puzzled. When they turned to the stone wall there, a pair of handsome men and women dressed in plain clothes were seen sitting on a green stone and resting. Upon seeing Lu Yuxing and the two of them were first startled and then he watched Lu Yuxing and the 2 of them vigilantly. After confirming that the other party did not have any baneful demonic aura on their bodies, and that they were also cultivators who had achieved success in invoking Qi, that's when he let his guard down a little. Lu Yuxing also judged the strength of the 2 to be around the Qi drawing back realm and his breath outward perception. The male is a little stronger. Fellow Taoists, I wonder what I can do for you. The man and woman first clasped their fists, saluted and asked. 2 Taoist friends. Lu Yuxing took the lead in greeting. The 2 of us were just passing by and bumped into fellow Taoist, and please don't be offended. Where? After some courtesy, the male cultivator observed that the 2 of them did not look like bad guys. The realm was also lower than his own and his senior sister's, and only then did he drop his sword-wielding hand. Which sect do you 2 brothers and sisters come from, and have come here to practice as well? The 2 of us are both casual cultivators, just passing through this mountain. Oh, that's right. The male cultivator nodded while the female cultivator persuaded. If the 2 of you are just in a hurry, please take a detour. Right. The male cultivator also reacted at this time and said, the 2 of you should be new to this place. as this mountain is infested with harmful demons. We, brother and sister, are here this time to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils. Lu Yuxing nodded and said, we are from outside the country, and we have heard a lot of rumors, but I haven't heard the local villagers say that demons have harmed people. Hearing Lu Yuxing's words, the pair of young siblings looked at each other. A demon that doesn't harm people? I've never heard of it, but we heard from the local magistrate that there's a monk stuck on this mountain. All of them. Lu Yuxing thought for a moment, and instead of arguing further, he turned to ask, since someone has already been lost, you two still dare to go up the mountain to get rid of the demon? Not afraid of meeting the demon and not being able to get away? The male cultivator laughed. What are you afraid of? My sister and I are both practicing superior techniques, and the demonic chi on this mountain is weak. I think this demon's Tao is not enough. It's precisely to completely cut off the roots before the other party has formed a climate. I didn't expect the two of you to have the determination to rid the people of evil at such a young age. You are truly chivalrous. The opposite duo heard that Lu Yuxing was being flattering, but the two were young after all. Although Lu Yuxing's words had the suspicion of flattering, but who doesn't want to hear good things? Plus, they could see that Tang Xiaoqing's cultivation was low. Although Lu Yuxing beside him couldn't see the bottom, he was only similar or even worse than them when he observed his exhaling. Therefore, he was very receptive to Lu Yuxing's flattery. The two sides chatted for a while longer, and Lu Yuxing learned that the male Taoist priest's name was Chen Yunfeng. The name of the female Taoist priest is Xie Jin. All of them were initiated disciples from the White Cloud Temple in Yunzhou, who had crossed the North Sea by boat to come here to practice and cultivate. The duo were supposed to be going down for the first time, although they didn't say that but Lu Yuxing could tell from the conversation. Young and uninvolved. But there was one thing Lu Yuxing was curious about. He hadn't heard of any cultivation sects even when he was in the Great Way, and only the royal family provided some cultivators. Why, after leaving the Great Way, did he first encounter the Qinyan sect and then the two disciples of the White Cloud sect? Lu Yuxing asked his question out. When the opposite demon-subduing duo learned of Lu Yuxing's question, they both froze for a moment. After the two looked at each other, the young male cultivator asked, fellow Daoists didn't come from Yunzhou? No, both of us are local. No wonder. The male cultivator looked at the Lu Yuxing duo with a sympathetic gaze, and the female monk replied, the two fellow Taoists must not find it easy to cultivate, so why don't we wait until after our demon removal adventures, then follow the two of us back to Yunzhou? Faced with the invitation from the senior siblings, Lu Yuxing asked suspiciously, why? It's impossible to practice by staying here. The senior siblings said in the same voice, fellow Daoist, I do not know that there are many mortal kingdoms in this place. Most of the aura spiritual veins have been transformed into dragon veins and the chi of national fortune. Thus the immortal way is not flourishing, the male monk explained. Plus it's too far from Jin Demon Pass, and the aura is thin. Other than some initiated sects that can cultivate with the help of the dragon vein national fortune that would send their disciples, as well as some casual cultivators who can't make it in Yunzhou would run to this place. Very few cultivators would come here, the friaress explained. Spirit veins were transformed, so that's how it is. Is there no mortal kingdom in the cloud state then? Lu Yuxing asked. That's not true. Our cloud state is all about immortal mundane symbiosis. The aura is thick. There are many initiated cultivation families and sects in charge of cities or forces. There are some very small mortal kingdoms, too, but they're not going to amount to much. Unable to compete with us cultivators for spirit veins. Immortal mundane symbiosis. Won't it clash? The two young cultivators looked at each other. What conflict can there be? Would mortals dare to clash with us? Lu Yuxing understood. On this side, mortals rule mortals, and on that side, immortals rule mortals. This also answered one of his doubts as to why the imperial family of Wei was able to recruit cultivators. It turned out that he had come to cultivate with the help of the national dragon vein. Thinking of this, Lu Yuxing let out a bitter smile. No wonder people don't look at the Anxi army. It turns out that as long as they're around, they can guarantee the existence of the royal family. The dragon vein would not be broken, and the country's fortunes could continue to be drawn upon. Since he can stay by the side of the emperor with peace of mind and cultivate with the help of the dragon vein and the luck of the nation. And how could they run to the borderlands to chew on salted fish with a bunch of them stinking chowderheads? After all this time, it turned out that he was just a big-headed soldier in a novice village who happened to step onto the path of immortality. After the pleasantries were over and the two of them had rested enough, they bid farewell to Lu Yuxing and the two of them. Lu Yuxing arched his hand and said, I wish the two of you every success. The senior siblings returned the salute and quickly performed their feats, disappearing ahead in the blink of an eye. Lu Yuxing watched the two of them leave, and then picked a well-traveled mountain path. Go the other way with Fatty. Traveling to the middle of the night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Along the way, When he looked with his chi technique, he felt that the demonic aura was getting stronger and stronger. Little fatty Tang Xiaoqing was sleepy, so the two of them rested in a cave, holding the horizontal sword. Lu Yuxing meditated and practiced breathing techniques while Tang Xiaoqing huffed and puffed. It wasn't long before he, who was meditating and practicing, suddenly smelled a pungent scent that, the brain begins to drift. Some bad memories are starting to surface. Chapter 69, The Tiger Cat Waiting for Her Mother. Good disciple, come and join your master in everlasting life. Qin Yangzi's figure surfaced in his mind, and he laughed maniacally. The whole thing, but only one head exists. A huge centipede swooped in and swallowed his head off. Then a face that looked like Ao Yoko's grew out of the shell. Good disciple, come and become immortal with your master. The huge human-headed centipede pressed in head-on. Lu Yuxing dodges to avoid it. There's no way Qin Yangzi is still alive. It didn't feel right and he reacted to what must be some sort of illusion. I remembered that one of the moves in the wind-chasing sword technique was the clear wind-breaking delusion, and I saw that the scenery in front of me shifted with it. Become different. Lu Yuxing made an immediate decision, and would dance the sword technique, meridian chi sinking into the dantian, followed by a slash. All of a sudden, a clear wind whipped by, the wind of breaking delusion that specializes in breaking falsehoods. As the breeze blew, the human-headed centipede-bodied Qin Yangzi's body began to rapidly decay. The limbs flopped and fell, and after a final gust of wind, were reduced to flakes. Lu Yuxing opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that he was still at Gadfly Mountain. Suddenly, he heard a plea for mercy, and then looked at Tang Xiaoqing beside him. He shouted, "Don't kill me," and then got up and ran out of the cave and towards the top of the hill. Lu Yuxing followed up with a leap and was just about to use the wind of breaking delusion on him as well. But then he thought that, why not take this opportunity to see where the demon was going to lead him, and maybe find the lair. So Lu Yuxing sheathed his sword and followed Tang Xiaoqing closely. The wind in my ears rustled the trees and bushes. It was like resisting Lu Yuxing's arrival. With his 5 keen senses, he could see from a long distance the presence of an abrupt wooden house in the direction Tang Xiaoqing had run to. When I walked in, it turned out to be a mountain temple. Lu Yuxing leapt forward and stopped Tang Xiaoqing, who was running towards the mountain god temple, then slashed out with a knife. The clear wind broke the delusion, and the mesmerized Tang Xiaoqing lost his momentum and staggered a bit to plant on the ground. After Lu Yuxing tested his nostrils and realized that he had only fainted, he turned back to look at that mountain god temple, observed there with a lookout number. Lu Yuxing realized that the 2 male and female cultivators who had solved his puzzle earlier were also here. Observe his breath. It's still smooth. On top of that, there were 2 unfamiliar scents in there, one a little weak and one with a childish demonic aura. Lu Yuxing thought about it, but walked straight over. The door to the temple was sealed, and a dim light was lit in the windows. Knock knock. He knocked tentatively on the door. Soon the door was pushed open. The man who opened the door was a lean monk with a distinctly vegetable face. The body was weak, but it didn't seem to be in any serious condition. The monk said enthusiastically, "Second brother is back. The food is ready, just waiting for you to be seated." Then without any further ado, he pulled Lu Yuxing into the mountain god temple. Lu Yuxing walked into this mountain god temple and looked around. From the outside it's a dilapidated temple. Inside, except for an unknown idol on the offering table in the center, the rest of the decoration was similar to his old home in Longyu, or pretty much the same as all the people's homes. The furniture was all in place. The offering table turned into a dining table, and a circle of people sat around it. Lu Yuxing looked at the other 2, and unsurprisingly, they were Chen Yunfeng and Xie Jin, whom he had met earlier. They sat there with their eyes lost in thought and some pasties stuffed in their mouths. It looks like they should be carrying it with them. Between the 2 of them sat a little girl wiggling her 2 little short legs and was looking at Lu Yuxing with a curious gaze. At first glance, it kinda looks like that family of 3. That monk elder brother pulled Lu Yuxing to the offering table. From the dinner plate, he was offered a dead mouse with chopsticks sharpened from a tree branch, then asked, "Why don't you eat, second brother?" Lu Yuxing looked at the atmosphere. If you ignore what they are eating, like a family having dinner here. The few people in front of him gave Lu Yuxing the feeling like he had lost his memory. No, I should say it's more like playing a role in the family. The monk, the 2 monks who got rid of the demons, and the most suspicious little girl. Lu Yuxing's gaze swept over the little girl. The little girl was lowering her head, taking small bites of a piece of noodle cake that Xie Jin had handed her earlier, showing a look of happiness. Suddenly, as if she had sensed Lu Yuxing's line of sight, she lifted her head up. The dripping round eyes turned, locking eyes with Lu Yuxing. A fierce aura that penetrated deep into the soul struck the little girl, causing her expression to stiffen. In her eyes, the Lu Yuxing in front of her had both blood and fury. It almost dispersed all the demonic aura left in the room. as the little girl's demonic aura was suppressed by Lu Yuxing's fury. The illusions enveloping the mountain god temple also began to crumble and collapse under the impact of the powerful baneful aura. The little girl's demonic aura was even weaker than Lu Yuxing had imagined. In just a few moments, everything in the room disappeared. The temple of the mountain god was restored to its original form. Except for the idol, all the furniture was gone, and it was transformed into what it should have been. The little girl turned and ran, turning into a tiger cat and burrowing under the idol. The illusion disappeared, and the monk and the two monks collapsed headfirst onto the offering table after a moment of shaking. Lu Yuxing came to the idol and found the tiny tiger cat that was hiding under a rock and cowering in a ball. The tiger cat heard the sound and his tail moved first, then he carefully raised his head up, and when he saw Lu Yuxing, his expression suddenly tightened again. "You're the demon that's doing evil in the mountains?" Lu Yuxing asked. The tiger kitten shook her head. "What kind of demon?" "I don't know." "Then why are you here?" "It was mother who brought me here." "What about your mother?" The tiger kitten's head dropped low. "Mother said there were bad people after us, and after leaving me here, she went out on her own." "When?" The tiger cat thought for a moment. 91 full days. "Did she say she'd be back?" "She didn't say, so she told me to wait here for her." After listening to the tiger cat's statement, Lu Yuxing instantly understood the original story here. It looks like the illusion was set up by the tiger cat's mother to protect the little tiger cat. The outer illusion should only be used to scare people, while the inner illusion has a mesmerizing effect. It looks like the monk who came to get rid of the demon and the two White Cloud Guan Taoists are the ones who fell for the inner illusion. And this little tiger cat should be missing his mother too much. Only then did he pull the monk who was controlled by the illusion and Chen Yunfeng Xiajin over to accompany him. However, her Tao was so shallow that she couldn't even tell that she wasn't being controlled by the illusion. I guess her mom didn't get around to teaching her any other backhanders. After figuring out what happened, Lu Yuxing said to the tiger cat, "And you're just going to stay here the whole time?" The tiger cat nodded. "I'm going to wait for mother to come back." "What if we can't wait?" "Then I'll be waiting here all the time." Chapter 70, Eating the Cat's Soft Food Too. The tiger kitten's eyes were quite determined. Lu Yuxing was silent for a moment, then added, "Those people were trapped by the illusions your mother left behind. Why do you even bother keeping them around?" When the tiger cat heard Lu Yuxing's words, it scratched its ears with its tiny paws. "They're the ones who are trying to get me, and they're trapped by mom's spells, and I can't free myself from them. Just stay around." "So what do they eat these days?" "I caught them all." Cat looked up proudly. "Mother used to catch mice to feed me, and later, when she's back, I'll be able to catch mice to feed her." Lu Yuxing recalled the dead rat that the monk elder brother had pinned for himself, and after a moment of silence, "And again, you, then, may be out of luck." Cat wondered. "Why?" "Because they don't like mice, and if you feed them mice, they'll wake up angry." "What then?" Cat's ears drooped and her expression was lost. "But I can only catch mice." "It's pretty impressive to be able to catch mice, too, especially to be able to feed such a big one." Lu Yuxing remembered that the monk's elder brother had survived by eating rats for the past 2 months. Can't help but feel a moment of silence for him. Is this breaking the rules? And when the tiger cat on the side heard Lu Yuxing praising himself, his lost mood calmed down again. "Of course it's marvelous. Mother said a cat that can catch mice is most useful. By the way, mother said we should treat a guest when he comes over. Do you eat mice?" Lu Yuxing froze for a moment as he sniffed. "Not in this life, although there have been a few times when the Huns have besieged a city and almost had to eat rats, but really haven't had it yet." Words from a past life. Does buying bamboo rats count? Thinking of this, Lu Yuxing nodded and said, "I've eaten a few times." Cat is happy. Mother said that the one who eats mice is his own cat. "So what kind of cat are you?" Seeing her so happy, Lu Yuxing joked. "So what kind of cat do you think I am?" Cat tilted her head to look at Lu Yuxing and said after a careful inspection, "I see you're so big. You must be a big cat." Lu Yuxing smiled. "If I'm a big cat, then you're a small little cat?" "No, I'm a tiger cat. I have a name Day. It's Spirit O. Is that an introduction?" So he pointed a finger at himself. "Lu Yuxing." "Lu Yuxing?" Cat mused for a moment before shaking her head. "Report here, or I'll call you Dada Cat." "It's good that you're happy." After a conversation, the tiger cat Ling Ling's wariness of Lu Yuxing basically dissipated. Lu Yuxing looked at this little wildcat waiting for her mother and felt the need to take her away. At least there's getting her off this mountain. Let's not talk about whether the release will hinder the lives of the surrounding mountain people, but the loss of 3 practitioners here was enough to draw attention. It's only a matter of time before this kitten stays here and gets killed by a demonic descent. Lu Yuxing thought for a moment and persuaded the kitten. "Come down the mountain with me. I've broken the illusion here. More people will come up the mountain in the future. What if another elf comes and bullies you then?" The kitten's demeanor was a little downcast. She'd been through all of this before. Cat may be innocent, but she's not stupid. Myself and my mother were chased here by the other elves. The wind whistled in the night, and the tiger cat put his head down and muttered in a small voice. But what if mother comes back and can't find me? Lu Yuxing said to her. You can write and tell your mother that you went there, and when she comes back, she will surely come to you. The tiger cat perked up at hearing this, then hung his head. But the cat can't read. I can write it for you. Lu Yuxing looked at the tiger cat and said seriously. It's a less fortunate psychic kitten. With her low magical power and no more kin, she was left on her own to guard a temple that had no one to offer it to. The end result was predictable. In staying here it was hard to say that there wouldn't be other elves or monks who came to get rid of demons coming to this place. Come down the mountain with me if you wish. The kitten's fur was stretched and her head was lowered in a downcast manner, drawing haphazardly with his paws on the lapis lazuli tiles. But Spirit can't do anything. Don't you know how to catch rats? I happen to have a bit too many rats in my house, so you come and catch them for me. I'll raise you and wait for your mother to come to you in the meantime. The kitten blinked. Spirit doesn't need you to feed him. Spirit can catch mice to feed himself. Lu Yuxing nodded. I believe you. So, care to come back with me? The tiger kitten bowed her head and pondered for a long time, and finally, she made up her mind. Okay, then I'll follow you down the mountain. Returning to the temple again, Lu Yuxing made sure that the few unconscious people were nothing serious, except for the big monk brother who came to fight the demon who might be a little malnourished. The other two newly mesmerized male and female monks were in great shape. I'm sure it won't take long to wake up. So Lu Yuxing didn't care about them, and after waking up little fatty Tang Xiaoqing, explained for him the reason for what happened. It wasn't long before the little tigress had packed up her belongings, a small bundle of skins, picked with a stick and carried on tiny shoulders. Walking out of the temple door, the kitten looked back at her home with reluctance, and she sniffled. When Lu Yuxing saw this, he gently placed his hand on her small head and stroked it. Go, he said. The group went down the hill. Although the little girl was able to briefly take shape, her body was still a small toddler after all. Not to mention keeping up with Lu Yuxing, even Tang Xiaoqing she couldn't keep up with. Lu Yuxing then picked up the little girl and placed her on his shoulder. Looking at the little girl who was looking around curiously over her senior brother's shoulder, Tang Xiaoqing only felt that this matter was too bizarre. But after all, it was from the Qingyun sect, and there was nothing that was unacceptable about it. But there was one thing that bothered Tang Xiaoqing a little, and that was that they had run out of money. And the dry food is finished. Elder brother, what should we do? Lu Yuxing thought for a moment and said, it's fine. When we get to the town ahead, let's see if we can sell something for silver. Ugh, Tang Xiaoqing sighed. It will have to do. At that moment, the spirit on Lu Yuxing's shoulder heard the conversation between the two and let out a question of her own. Silver? Is this it? Saying this, she opened her little bundle of. From inside, he held out a large silver dollar and handed it to Lu Yuxing's eyes. Looking at this huge silver dollar treasure, Lu Yuxing and Tang Xiaoqing both fell silent. Where did this silver come from? Lu Yuxing subconsciously asked. Mother saved it for me. Do you want more? I have more here. Ling Ling said as she handed her small bundle of skin to Lu Yuxing's eyes. Lu Yuxing hit his eyes an X. The bundle contained nothing but a few miscellaneous articles and wooden toys, and a book that. It was all loose silver and even a gold piece or two. Enough is enough. Lu Yuxing felt that he had never made enough money in his life as an assassin to get all these things in the little girl's bag. Then he hurriedly persuaded the kitten. Don't take these things out in front of outsiders in the future. Besides, are your hands tired? Why don't I help you with your stuff? The little girl on her shoulder thought for a moment, then nodded. Well, it does seem a little heavy. With that, he handed the bag to Lu Yuxing. Lu Yuxing took all the silver and gold in the little girl's baggage, tucked into his body in batches. Lu Yuxing, who had done all this, saw Tang Xiaoqing's incredulous gaze. He said after a soft cough, I'm not putting my eggs in one basket. No need to say it, elder brother. I get it. Chapter 71, Return to Wei. All the way to Xianping, the capital of the Baiyue Kingdom, Tang Xiaoqing's mind was unusually soaring. It's finally time to go home. The next thing you need to do is to find a big boat, and then you can follow the Meizhou River into the territory of the Great Wei. When we get to Wei, will it be easy to go back? His Tang family is at least a big family with business spread over several provinces in Jiangnan. When the time comes, we'll find a Tang family pharmacy first, and send the good news back. Then treat your senior to a nice rubdown. When we get to the Tang mansion, we'll pay our respects to senior brother. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaoqing couldn't help but sigh. Unfortunately, senior insisted on going back to his hometown in Longyu. He had repeatedly persuaded his elder brother to simply bring his foster father with him, but he had refused on the grounds that it was difficult for an old man to move from one land to another. No matter what, when we get back, we must thank our senior brother. If it wasn't for him, he himself is still staying in the Green Cloud sect to suffer nowadays. Arriving at the pier, the group smoothly found the boat backed away. After paying for the boat, 2 men and a cat boarded the boat to return home. There were no words along the way, and Tang Xiaoqing's appetite, after getting the silver that Ling Ling had taken out. Finally, satisfaction. A table of delicacies was ordered that night on this great ship. Invite Lu Yuxing and Ling Ling, the tiger cat, to come and feast together. It was a luxury passenger ship, and naturally there were private rooms on board for the rich. Tang Xiaoqing's mouth was watering as he looked at the table of delicacies in the private room. Desire nearly overcomes reason. No, we have to wait for Brother Lu to come before we can eat. Why hasn't Brother Lu come yet? Tang Xiaoqing swallowed his saliva, and was about to order the junior to go and urge senior Brother Lu. Then he saw Lu Yuxing bring the transformed kitten to the private room. Senior brother, you're finally here. The food is getting cold, Tang Xiaoqing said with a smile on his face. Didn't I tell you to eat first? No need to wait for us. Lu Yuxing led the little girl over to sit down. Hey, where can I? Although Tang Xiaoqing was a glutton, he still knew the quality of etiquette that should be present. Lu Yuxing swept the table, a table full of dishes, elbow in sauce, braised carp, beef stew, raising his hand to clip a piece of fish, while Tang Xiaoqing had long since impatiently picked up the sauce elbow and nibbled on it. Lu Yuxing pinched the fish to the little girl. Eat? Smelling the aroma of the dishes on the table, the corners of the little girl's mouth had already been flooded with crystal clear saliva. She put her finger in her mouth and lifted her big sparkling eyes to look at Lu Yuxing. Can spirit eat it? Lu Yuxing laughed. Of course, it was bought with your money. Even though this guy will make it up when he gets back. You're the golden one right now. In the end, the cat is a spirit. The little girl doesn't need to be taught by Lu Yuxing at all. Eating fish is more skillful than he is. Lu Yuxing saw her eating so favorably. He also picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. The fish is tender and the flavor lingers between the lips and teeth. And one taste tells you it's live fish from the day it was caught. A braised carp. The two of them each ate half of it. Lu Yuxing spat out the fish spikes and let out a long breath. It's as if the pain of the journey was worth all the hard work. On the other side, Tang Xiaoqing's chopsticks were like dragonflies dabbing at the dishes. Bowls filled with rice were stacked in front of them, gradually rising in height. Lu Yuxing looked at him and shook his head. In the end, he was born in a rich family and would not eat, and his food was still too refined. He beckoned one of the fellows, asked for a larger rice bowl, and put the rice and the wanted. Pour in the dishes that don't taste like each other and eat them. Tang Xiaoqing froze at the sight, then followed suit and asked for a large rice bowl to come as well. The fellows waiting on the side are also surprised. Have not seen the customers in the private room eat like this. It's almost like a starving ghost. Not long after, Lu Yuxing put the rice bowl, which was clean as if it had been licked, back on the table. After eating and drinking, Tang Xiaoqing went back to his cabin to sleep. According to him, unless one reaches the Great Way, otherwise he'd stayed in the cabin for the last few days and not come out. It seems to be a case of having money and then immediately reverting to the pampered days of old. Lu Yuxing, on the other hand, returned to their cabin with Ling Ling. Lu Yuxing closed his eyes and sat in meditation, and began to recall the contents of the orifice cultivation recorded in the sword technique to begin cultivating. According to the Yin sword technique about the orifices, the first of the 9 orifices and 3 passes to be opened, the Xianguan orifice, also known as the Guanyuan orifice, is located near the 4th finger below the navel. Xianguan is the place where the nature converges and where the end nature converges. Refinement goes with the flow. Showcasing the mysteries of the foyer has the potential to unfold the original potential. Only by opening the Xian pass can a martial artist utilize the meridians for cultivation. This orifice is like the spiritual root of a cultivator, and is the basic of the orifice. Lu Yuxing ran his gongfu, and his qi veins traveled around his body, then probed to the Xianguan, and then began to meditate. Allow the Xianguan to devour the chakra on its own, and subsequently begin a new cycle. This is the way to initially stimulate the Xianguan to power up. Before the middle stage of the Xianguan advancement, one needs to keep running the peripheral weather chakra through the Genkan and let the Genkan handle the distribution. After the Xianguan rationality cultivation was finished, Lu Yuxing used the internal vision method to observe the divine conjuration orifice. There are 2 Xinshui orifices, both of which are located in the center of the foot according to the records, and once they are opened, they are double points. This point connects to the Ren chakra, opens the Dantian, and the luck to the soles of the feet can make the speed of the martial artist increase exponentially. This is the benefit of a martial artist opening an orifice. Once an orifice is opened, it It would be able to instantly leave behind the efforts of a cultivator who had meditated for several years or even decades, and a martial artist who had opened an orifice and one who hadn't opened an orifice. That wasn't a concept at all. According to legend, when the divine crawl trick is cultivated to the extreme, once it is fully exerted, it can be made to move with one's heart, like a shadow. It's comparable to a cultivator's shrinkage. It was only Lu Yuxing who was not clear about the cultivation method of the divine conjuration orifice. It wasn't in the Bottle Beauty's sword notes either. He tried cultivating the divine conjuration orifice the same way he cultivated the Xian Pass, but unfortunately with little success. But Lu Yuxing is not discouraged by this. Time is not urgent. Take your time. The next few days were cloudy and light. The boat Lu Yuxing was on traveled upstream to the border city of Wei, Liuzhou. As soon as he got off the boat in Liuzhou, Tang Xiaoqing excitedly ran down, because he knows there's a pharmacy for their Tang family here. When he gets to the pharmacy, he'll report his identity, just waiting for the family to send someone to take themselves back. Of course, I'll have to reward my senior brother properly when I get back. Maybe it's been a turnaround since I met the kittens. As soon as Tang Xiaoqing arrived at the pier, he saw familiar people. It was Old Feng, who followed Uncle San around to keep the books, who was climbing the docks and talking to the drug dealer. Upon seeing Old Feng, Tang Xiaoqing scurried over and shouted, "Old Feng, Old Feng, Old Feng," who was negotiating the purchase price of medicinal herbs, heard someone shouting at him and followed the sound. Upon seeing that it was Tang Xiaoqing, he was first taken aback, and then an expression of surprise appeared on his face. "Young master, why are you here? Go, I missed you." "Old slave." Tang Xiaoqing was also in tears. "Old Feng is here, which means that third uncle is also here. Finally get to meet loved ones." "Old Feng, where's my third uncle?" "The third master is at the nearby tea house with Boss Lin." "Young master, why don't you go back to the pharmacy first? I'll go inform the third master." Tang Xiaoqing thought about it, and it wasn't a good idea to disturb his third uncle's business, so he readily agreed. "Okay, then I'll go to the pharmacy first and wait for Uncle Sam there." After saying that, he took Lu Yuxing and Ling Ling to the Tang family medicine shop in the city. Chapter 72 World Collapsing Tang Xiaoqing. Don's drugstore is easy to find. Basically every city where raw materials were purchased had a raw medicine store run by the Tang family. The group easily sought out the Tang family's medicine store. After resting in the medicine store for half an hour, Tang Xiaoqing's third uncle finally came. Finally seeing her relatives, Tang Xiaoqing cried her eyes out. Thinking back to all the things that happened to him after he was taken away by his master to the Green Cloud sect, Tang Xiaoqing felt like he had endless things to say to Uncle San. All the aggravation along the way seemed to have finally been released. Looking at the scene in front of her, Ling Ling, who had transformed back into a tiger cat, was somewhat empathetic. Lying on Lu Yuxing's shoulder, she thought of her mother and couldn't help but emotionally shrug down her ears. Lu Yuxing gently stroked the kitten's head to soothe her. Then after glancing at third uncle who was hugging and crying bitterly with Tang Xiaoqing, he left the place with the kitten, leaving space for their relatives to reunite. In the evening, Lu Yuxing ate the dinner brought by the kitchen, stopped by to ask for a copy of the Pawn News to see if there's been any big events lately. By the bright light of the oil lamp, Lu Yuxing leaned back in his chair and looked through the Pawn newspaper, and the tiger cat Ling Ling had long been sleepy and yawning, curling up and nestling in Lu Yuxing's lap to rest. It didn't take long to look through the Pawn newspaper before Lu Yuxing heard a thumping knock from outside the door. After calming his mood while reading the newspaper, Lu Yuxing said, "Enter." The door opened, and from within entered a man dressed in fine silks and middle-aged man with a small crown on his head. It was Tang Xiaoqing's third uncle. The other party arched his hand and saluted. "Many thanks to the Taoist master for escorting my nephew home all the way. It's been a hard day's work. Out of the way. Passing favor." Lu Yuxing looked at the other party's eyes and said calmly, "Ha ha, favors naturally have to be paid back with favors." Uncle Sam sat down rather ostentatiously and, from his arms, he pulled out a brocade money bag and placed it in front of Lu Yuxing. "Here are 50 taels of garlic bar gold, as a reward for saving my virtuous nephew's life. Also I've heard that your excellency is in need of some medicinal herbs, and I've already sent someone to prepare them. I'll have a good horse ready tomorrow. After all, it's not good for your excellency to take so many herbs, is it?" Tang Xiaoqing's third uncle said with considerable sincerity. Lu Yuxing nodded and left the gold in the money bag. Then he felt out the tiger cat's silver money from his body and took out 20 taels of silver and handed it over. "Money for medicine." The middle-aged man on the other side clearly froze for a moment, then pushed back. "How can you ask for money from a benefactor? Keep it, I only take what I deserve." Lu Yuxing said calmly. The middle-aged man laughed and did not push for more. Before leaving, he politely said, "Anyway, thank you very much. Our caravan will be departing back to Ruian tomorrow. If your foot is on the way, You might as well come with us. Lu Yuxing nodded. Thank you very much. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Senior brother even said that he'd gift me a mansion when he returned to Ruan. There are still hundreds of acres of paddy fields. The middle-aged man also looked happy when he heard Lu Yuxing's answer. Ha ha, it should be. I'll entertain my benefactor when we get to Ruan. Then I won't bother. Farewell. The middle-aged man smiled and left and took the door with him. Watching the door being closed, Lu Yuxing recovered from his polite expression as before. He looked at the enameled newspaper in his hand, took a deep breath, and after calming his emotions, tucking the sleeping Ling Ling into his arms, he then arrived at Tang Xiaoqing's bedroom. Earth-shattering snores rang out as Tang Xiaoqing lay on the bed, sleeping through the night. Lu Yuxing was sitting next to Tang Xiaoqing, and after estimating that the time was almost up, then he walked over and gently pinched his nose. Humph! The earth-shattering snoring was interrupted, and Tang Xiaoqing opened his sleepy eyes with a jolt. You're awake? Lu Yuxing asked with a smile. Shifu? Why are you here? Tang Xiaoqing straightened up and scratched his head. Lu Yuxing patted him on the shoulder. Put your clothes on first, then come with me. I'll show you a good show later. What good show? Empty city. The unknown Tang Xiaoqing was pulled out by Lu Yuxing after getting dressed and hiding in the dark. At this point, even if he was stupid, he could see his senior brother's intentions. Elder brother, there's a change of heart tonight? Hush, just be quiet and watch the show. Hearing his senior brother say that, Tang Xiaoqing had no choice but to endure the mosquito bites and wait here. After a while, as Tang Xiaoqing himself drifted off to sleep, a dozen knife-wielding black shadows came in bright and early through the courtyard gate, seemingly aiming for the bedroom where the group was resting. Tang Xiaoqing's expression was a bit uneasy. Lu Yuxing calmed him down. Don't worry. Hearing his senior brother say this, Tang Xiaoqing breathed a sigh of relief. Who would have thought that Lu Yuxing said in the next sentence? It's just coming at us. Tang Xiaoqing. Then why doesn't senior brother hurry up and inform the others? My third uncle is still here. Notify who? And look more closely. Lu Yuxing pointed to the most conspicuous guy in the pile of black-clothed men. Following the direction Lu Yuxing pointed, Tang Xiaoqing suddenly saw his third uncle in the crowd. What's going on here? Tang Xiaoqing looked at this scene in disbelief for a moment. What's he and the gang doing here? Uncle Sam? What are they doing here? Can't you see? Lu Yuxing asked rhetorically, although his tone was very calm. To Tang Xiaoqing's ears, it was like a bolt from the blue exploding in my ears. No way. Absolutely impossible. He's my third uncle. It's the third uncle who has watched me grow up since I was a child and has always taken care of my family. How could he possibly want to harm me? Lu Yuxing spoke in a flat tone. I'll just say one thing. Think about who would benefit the most from your death. And then think about how you strayed into the Green Cloud sect. Tang Xiaoqing stood frozen in place, not knowing what to say. His father had died early, and the family business had been supported by the help of his third uncle. Family business. And Uncle Sam has his own estate. But if he dies, that father's legacy of ancestral property will surely be eaten out of house and home. And how can mother, a woman, keep this property? It's possible to be banished from the house outright. Although he had come to his senses, Tang Xiaoqing was still instinctively unwilling to believe it. And just then, the words of Uncle Sam, who was mingling among the black-clad men in the distance, it completely made Tang Xiaoqing's hanging heart fall to the bottom. Be careful going in there later. The guy that kid brought back is unusual. I don't think he's an easy mark. He himself seems to be in the door. Rest assured, we'll go in later and chop them up indiscriminately, and we'll make sure not a single one of them is left alive. Make it a fine job. I want to see his body with my own eyes this time. Hearing third uncle's words, Tang Xiaoqing took a deep breath. At this moment, he only felt a chill down his spine and a wave of dizziness that, it feels like everything has been turned upside down. He was brought to the Green Cloud sect by his master. Being bullied by fellow disciples was not as profound as the despair this moment brought him. He crumpled against the wall, his pupils glazed over, his chest heaving, fists clenched and unclenched. A lost look. Chapter 73, I'm an assassin. I'll take the job. Lu Yuxing saw that he was so badly hit, then he leaned over and patted his shoulder. Sometimes, one has to learn to face reality and make choices. But elder brother, I don't know what to do. That's my third uncle. And I'm not sure I can win against Uncle Sam and the others. Lu Yuxing looked at the other party and said, would you forgive him for trying to kill you? Tang Xiaoqing opened his mouth and finally shook his head. That's your choice. You didn't choose to resign yourself to your fate, so the default is to resist. But I don't know what to do. Tang Xiaoqing lowered his head in some shame. It was actually clear in his heart that the only thing he could rely on, it's this Master Lu in front of me. But Lu Yuxing has already helped him all the way, and now this family scandal of his own. Do we have to trouble you again? It's simple. he does what he does, you do what you do. It just depends on whether you have the courage to take that step. Lu Yuxing looked at him with a hint of a smile on his face. Do you know what I did before I came to the Green Cloud sect? Isn't senior brother a lieutenant in the Anxi army? Tang Xiaoqing remembered the first time he met Lu Yuxing. The waistplate that had been removed from his body clearly bore the 4 large letters of Captain and Shi. That was before I left the army. And after I left the army, guess what I was doing? Do what? Be the killer. Lu Yuxing said flatly. Pay the money and I'll take the order. These words made Tang Xiaoqing shiver. Seeing that his senior brother's expression didn't look like a joke, Tang Xiaoqing hesitated for a moment and finally made up his mind. He dug into his pockets, only to turn out a penny from his body. This penny was still the last penny they had left after leaving from the Green Cloud sect. Tang Xiaoqing said with embarrassment, Senior brother, I don't know how much you want. I'll give you the rest when I get back. Lu Yuxing reached out and took the penny. That's enough. I never kill for more or less money. Saying that, Lu Yuxing handed the tiger cat in his arms to Tang Xiaoqing. Turning around, he drew his horizontal sword from its sharkskin sheath and walked toward the distant assassin. Tang Xiaoqing looked at his senior brother's distant back, knowing that the next scene was bound to be bloody. He had made his choice, but he hadn't had the realization to appreciate the view, because it simply doesn't make sense anymore. Tang Xiaoqing knew very well in his heart that senior brother could even defeat a high-ranking person like Master. Who else in this way can stop him? At least Tang Xiaoqing couldn't think of anything. Listening to the screams and pleas for mercy coming from the distance, Tang Xiaoqing hugged the tiger cat and left the place. Going a little further, after handing over that penny, Tang Xiaoqing felt as if what was handed over was his own soul. The once naive little fat boy disappeared completely with the penny given. In its place as a grown-up version of yourself. He no longer resented Uncle Sam, because there was nothing to resent in the dead. The only thing he wanted now was to hurry home and see if his mother was okay. If the mother was really kicked out of the house, then he would never spare anyone who had hurt his mother. Keep walking out of the courtyard until you can't hear the screams and pleas for mercy. Tang Xiaoqing hugged the tiger cat, his heart filled with emotion. He used to be carefree, but now, he must think of the family. After the death of Uncle Sam, then he must support the Tang family himself to be able to do so. Looking at the moon and the sky, Tang Xiaoqing made up his mind. There were no words in the night, only the bright moonlight waved above the earth, embracing everything in the night. 10 days later, the caravan arrived in Haizhou. Ruian is under the jurisdiction of Haizhou. In the land of the right side of the river is also considered a rich county. The Grand Canal, which runs through the north and south of Wei, passes through the province, which is flat, rich in produce and easily accessible. And because of its location in the southern part of the country, far from the wars in the north, coupled with a powerful navy, and competent naval generals, sufficient to maintain safety on the canal. As a result, Jiangyu was also one of the economic centers of Wei, and merchants from all over the world gathered here. They have established their own clubs here, each with their own specialties. Business travelers like weaving, boat masts lined up, car hubs gathered, prosperous and thriving. The car, the boat, the store, the foot and the tooth, all the trades and professions were here, competing and cooperating with each other. Together, they maintain local commerce. A caravan of merchants hauling raw herbs passed through. Tang Xiaoqing rode his high horse at the front. After Uncle Sam died, he took over the merchant fleet. The process was exceptionally smooth, and even third uncle's beloved old Feng immediately knelt down and swore allegiance to him. Tang Xiaoqing knows in his heart that everything has to be done slowly, and even if he replaces someone, he has to be unobtrusive. So he decided to settle the score after he went back and developed his own inner circle. At least it can't delay the Tang family's herbal business. Elder brother, we'll be at the Tang mansion soon. I'll take you to see my mother later on. Don't be in a hurry to leave before you finish. I'm going to treat senior brother to a good taste of my cook's handiwork. Along the way, he had lost count of how many times Tang Xiaoqing had bragged about his cook's skill. Lu Yuxing said with a yawn. I'm a little sleepy, so I'll get in the car and take a nap. Ah, is senior brother sleepy? Well then, come to my compartment. It's fully furnished with bedding. It's cozy. No, I'll just rest in the car at the end of the line, and watch to keep people from falling out. By the way, that's fine. I'll send someone to bring you the bedding. The carriage traveled through the crowded streets, looking around at the familiar scenery and listening to the familiar language. Tang Xiaoqing's taut nerves finally relaxed a lot. Finally back home, he now wants to see his mother in particular, no matter how far away from home. When I think of my mother, Tang Xiaoqing always felt like he was still the same little fat kid who hadn't grown up. At this time the heart has long been free of the pent-up feelings of the previous days, but filled with the joy of going home. Not long after, seeing the Tang mansion in front of him, Tang Xiaoqing excitedly summoned a fellow to say to him, "We're home. Go get my senior brother. The fellow answered and went to the carriage where Lu Yuxing was sitting, and in a short while, the fellow came running again and a note was cupped in his hand. Seeing that the fellow came alone, Tang Xiaoqing frowned. Didn't I tell you to call my senior? The fellow handed over the note in his hand. Look, Grand Master. Tang Xiaoqing took the note, and there was only a short sentence on it. The mountains and the waters always meet, and the coming days are all to be expected. Looking at the note, Tang Xiaoqing stood in a daze. A gust of wind blew and the note went with it. With Tang Xiaoqing's incomprehension, regret and reluctance, he eventually drifted off into the distance. Looking in the direction the note floated away, Tang Xiaoqing eventually smiled. Yes, the coming days are all possible. There will always be a day when we see each other again. Gathering his wits, he rolled over and dismounted. And at that moment, the anxious woman who had received the message from her subordinate came out of the Tang mansion and, the moment he saw Tang Xiaoqing, he said with emotion, "My son." Hearing this incomparably missed voice, Tang Xiaoqing's eyes burned. "Mother, I'm home." Chapter 74. Cat doesn't understand why you're sad, but Cat will. The flat earth swept into a gale, and the yellow sand in the sky turned into raging waves. A figure drove a horse slowly on the yellow sand road. Beside the desolate old road was a long line of corpses. Lu Yuxing has read the pond report. After the Huns broke through Wuhan City, the stronghold on the right side of the Long River, then they began to drive into the northwestern borderlands of the Great Way, and penetrated deeper into the northern territory, burning and looting. The greater part of the northern lands are ablaze with war. From the recent pond report that the court has reinstated General Xiahou and re-established the Anqi army, and give all the support you can. The situation is now under control and is gradually and steadily regaining lost ground. Lu Yuxing had traveled all the way here, and it was true that most of the land had been recovered. Lu Yuxing just scoffed at this result. The Huns have all robbed their brains out, and won't have to go south to hit the He Valley for years to come, since Wei still has power left, and they don't have the ability to destroy the country with a single blow. But we'll have to retreat back to the steppes. The journey went on, all the way through several empty towns and villages, and after several more days he finally saw the familiar border fortress. When I came here, I finally saw the people. Familiar city. Strange flag. With his 5 keen senses he watched the fluttering flag of the king of the Huns over the city from afar. And a series of nitrate heads hanging from the citadel. Lu Yuxing bowed his head in silence. Months away from home. Things are different. Lu Yuxing knew very well that with his old man's temperament, it was impossible to move to another city. This half-hundred-year-old man who had joined and followed General Xiahou since the beginning of the Anqi army would never surrender to the Huns, much less live on. Standing on the yellow sandpost, Lu Yuxing watched this forlornly. From the time he saw the pond report that the Huns had broken through the city, he had actually guessed how things would turn out. I just don't dare, or want to think about it. Now that I've finally returned to my hometown, I'm thinking back to what used to be here. Lu Yuxing suddenly felt as if his body had been emptied. He was picked up by the old man, just outside of Wuhan. The old man was wounded and discharged to his hometown, while he was huddled at the base of the city wall, about to starve to death. A veteran thus meets a 3-year-old beggar, and the two become a family. In my past life, my surname was Lu, and in this life, it is also Lu. The old man never took another wife in his life, but raised himself as his own son. To Lu Yusheng, the old man was a father. Now that he's finally grown up on his own, and he's got the skills and the money, you could open a hotel and let the old man live out his days. But who would have thought that this departure would be goodbye forever? Lu Yuxing breathed heavily, his figure trembling slightly. It was so big that it woke up Spirit, who was lying on his back. The tiger kitten woke up from her sleep and saw Lu Yuxing's expression of grief to the point of losing her mind. For a moment, they didn't know how to comfort each other. She lightly leapt onto Lu Yuxing's shoulders and, gently caressing Lu Yuxing's cheek with her soft and fleshy pads and gently rubbing his face with the fluffy fur on her neck, she purred softly as she did so. A soft call rang in his ears, awakening Lu Yusheng, who was immersed in grief. He shuddered, then noticed Spirit on his shoulder. Lu Yusheng wiped a handful of tears and asked with a hint of crying, "That's what does it?" "I don't know." The tiger kitten shook its head, then raised its little face to look earnestly at Lu Yusheng. "Cat doesn't understand why you're sad, but Cat will always be there for you. That's what mother taught me." A smile surfaced on Lu Yusheng's face. "Thanks," he said. "You're welcome." Ling Ling continued to rub Lu Yusheng's cheek. "Dada Cat, are you feeling better? If you're still feeling sad, you can rub Spirit's belly." "Thank you, I've been better." Lu Yusheng calmed his mind and said to the tiger kitten, receiving an affirmative answer. The tiger cat Spirit was satisfied and rejoined the pack behind the horse's back. Curl up and fall asleep again. After his mind stabilized, Lu Yusheng turned his head and with a grim look at a caravan preparing to leave the city. It was the Hun's trophy caravan, which Lu Yuxing couldn't be more familiar with. Lu Yuxing could have imagined it. These loaded Hun Tartars withdrew to the grasslands with such a long string of caravans. How happy they had to be along the way. Is that all there is to it? Lu Yuxing gritted his steel teeth, rolled over and dismounted, tethering his horse to a side dead tree, then drew his sword and moved forward. These guys kill, rob, and pillage, and they want to walk away? The world is not so cheap. Bending down to run. After a few accelerating steps, the divine crawl orifice was fully activated. Lu Yuxing was like a speeding wind, and in the blink of an eye, he was close to the caravan in front of him. In the Hun caravan, the Hun leader in charge of escorting the loot was named Batu, called the first warrior of the grassland. This time, when he went south to fight in Chaogu, his clan contributed greatly to the capture of Wuan Castle, opened the last line of defense for the southward invasion of Wei. The Khan was so pleased that he rewarded him with the ability to make a great pillage for 3 days without sealing his sword. So Batu led his tribe to kill for 3 whole days and 3 nights in the city of Wuan. The entire Wuan city of 120,000 people was killed by him with less than 300 people left, used to carry and clean bodies. Next, batch after batch of goods and people were looted and brought back by the tribes that had traveled south. It was transported back to the steppe via the Batu-occupied city of Wuan. Nowadays, enough robbing and enough killing. Batu with all his loot this time. Prepare to hurry back to the grasslands and live your own free days before Wei's counterattacking forces hit here. He could even imagine going back and watching the Wei slaves herd their own cattle and horses. The scene when the captured Wei women were ravaged is now. With this fancy, Batu sat in his carriage, with the robbed Mickey in his arms, and, yummy, 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 yummy. Suddenly, the carriage stopped. An unimpressed Batu thought it was a dead body on the road that was blocking the driveway and dismissed it. He had a convoy of several hundred men and was able to clear the road immediately. Just as he was about to proceed to have a kiss with the beauty, one of his men reported from outside the carriage. "Chief, there's a Wei in front of us stopping the caravan." "Then what are you guys doing?" "It's just a Wei man. Just kill him." Batu was tempted to slash the henchman who was spoiling his fun. "Chief, you'd better come down and take a look. That man, he's not quite right." The stammering words of his men puzzled Batutan. "Isn't he just a bold Wei? As for letting yourself be seen?" Batu stepped out of the carriage, mounted his own high horse, and looked forward. The prairie man's eyesight was better, and he saw at once that it was a Wei man in a black and white Taoist robe, holding a blood-dripping horizontal sword, and at his feet, the bodies of dozens of Hun soldiers lay strewn across the ground. Batu felt bad at once, a feeling that he had only ever felt when confronted by the Great Khan. There are also some tribes where it can only be seen on a shaman with strong magical powers. At that moment, the Wei man with the sword advanced slowly and the Hun soldiers around them, who were obviously scared of being killed, followed and slowly retreated. I don't know if he was overwhelmed by his opponent's aura, but Batu's face was covered in cold sweat, and the next thing I know, the Wei across the street looks up and stares at himself dead in the face. A word came out that gave him the creeps. "None of you will escape today. All of you will die." Chapter 75, Doubling Down. In Batu's eyes, the next moment, the young Wei man in Taoist robes right in front of him charged in a straight line in the blink of an eye. Boom! It's like thunder on the ground. A dozen Hun soldiers then crashed into the sky. Lu Yuxing didn't hold back in the slightest. His strength at the Qi-gathering back realm was fully utilized by him. Having stepped into the martial way, his strong physical body made it impossible for any sword or gun in the mortal world to pose any threat to him. It was a one-sided slaughter. The Qi energy was externalized and attached to the horizontal sword. Lu Yuxing slashed out with a sword, an invincible blade Qi cutting everything along the way in half. A single swing need not touch human flesh at all. The wave of air that the blade cut through would be enough to tear a person apart. Lu Yuxing was like a god of killing out and returning and killing out in the crowd. After 7 in and 7 out, the convoy was plowed through several bloody lanes. Lu Yuxing will die if he touches it, and will be shattered if he touches it, as if he is in no man's land. In an instant, the men were turned over, and before the Hun soldiers in the caravan could react, just half of them died. Fear filled their hearts, and one by one they threw down their weapons and were about to flee. Lu Yuxing clenched his hand in a sword technique. Pulleys, flying swords and white rainbows sliced through the sky, disemboweling all the Hun soldiers who tried to leave the caravan. "I told you, none of you are leaving today." Lu Yuxing, drenched in blood, stood with his sword, pronouncing his judgment. "You, don't come any closer. Come any closer and we'll kill them." Some Hun soldiers tried to use captured Wei slaves as shields, but before they could get close to those slaves, they were killed by the flying sword white rainbow through their chests. Lu Yu vividly, A black shadow indistinguishable to the naked eye whistled through the crowd. Each flash brought up a gust of strong wind. Human lives were harvested in a flash. And Lu Yuxing almost effortlessly. Then the convoy escorted by several hundred people was swept away. Exhale a cloudy breath. Looking at the blood-dripping horizontal sword in his hand, Lu Yuxing recalled the last time he faced so many people and, still escorting Mo Chu. It was a woeful time. Almost being run over from start to finish, now embarking on the path of cultivation. It was only then that Lu Yuxing intuitively felt the strength of cultivators crushing ordinary people. The intercepting encounter didn't take long to end, and the captured Wei had long since taken advantage of the chaos to run away. The only people left on the scene were myself and a man with a machete. Cold sweat broke out on the bare head of the Han leader. Lu Yuxing purposely left him at the end. You, don't come over here, I have everything you want here. Feeling the inhuman gap in front of him, Batu, who had the reputation of being a warrior, had long been scared out of his wits, flopped down on his knees, faced with the threat of real death. Batu then realized that it turned out that he was just like those Wei people who begged for mercy. Looking at the kneeling Batu in front of him, a trace of disgust flashed through Lu Yuxing's eyes. To keep this first warrior of the steppe is to think that if in the end he still dares to fight with himself, then give him a hard time. Now he's actually giving up on his own. Lu Yuxing shook his head, then raised his hand to fling out a flying dagger. The flying daggers were enriched with chi energy and carried the strong-bodied Batu to a dead stop on the carriage. The flying dagger was embedded deep into the bone and secured to the carriage. Batu can't break free. Lu Yuxing slowly walked towards him with his knife, then raised his hand to slice off the tip of Batu's nose with a single slash. Batu let out a scream. The significance of his opponent's move couldn't have been more obvious. It is they who have so often taken the night off against the Great Wei, and those commonly used by soldiers who would rather die than give in. Cutting and lynching. A knife cuts off an earlobe. A knife cuts off a finger. Lu Yuxing with great skill carved the piece you want on the struggling and unceasing Batu. Pieces of blood and flesh flew across the ground. Lu Yuxing slashed after slashed. Each time, only a small sliver of flesh and blood was chipped off. The Envision newspaper said that Senator Zhang was lynched by the Huns more than 600 times. Lu Yuxing decided to double him. The blade flashed, and the blood and flesh dissolved. 3,200 slashes later, only a tall, blood-red skeleton remained on the carriage. Lu Yuxing hooked the skeleton up to Batu's clothes and hoisted it high up on a tree, and carved a line into the tree. Captain of Anxi, Lu. Leading his horse, Lu Yuxing returned to Anxi City. What came into view was a scene of decay. There was dried blood all over the houses on both sides of the road. The city of Anxi, which at its peak had up to 200,000 people, was now left with less than 300 people. Lu Yuxing led his horse through the familiar streets, passing by the empty Spring Breeze house, crossing the silent cross street to his home. Unsurprisingly, the courtyard wall had collapsed, and the furniture was strewn about, already caked with ash. Look at the dilapidated yard and then look around at the equally dilapidated neighboring homes. Lu Yuxing couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Finally, there was no longer a place for myself in the world. As lost as my old self was, I finally had a home to go back to. Now, at last, he was a man without a home. Down the road, one may meet more interesting people and more interesting things, but no one would ever again remain in this courtyard waiting for his return. There is no longer a home here. Where can I return home? Leading his horse, Lu Yuxing left Wuan City. It was getting late and the sun was setting. Walking along the desolate ancient road, a sudden wolf howl came. The yellow hussar was startled, and Lu Yuxing hurriedly pulled on the reins to control the yellow hussar's movements. In the darkness, wandering wild dogs degenerate into hungry wolves. After realizing that there were living things over here, a dozen hungry dogs that had eaten the corpses surrounded Lu Yuxing. The yellow hussar let out a fearful neigh, which further aroused the vicious dog's ferocity. Ow! Simmer! The leader of the vicious dogs had just let out a howl when a flying sword penetrated his throat. The dogs turned their heads and ran. Yet it was too late. A few moments later, Lu Yuxing set up a fire and started grilling the dog meat. In a short time, the dog was roasted with a nice sizzle, and simply sprinkled with fine salt. It is a meal that comes to your door. Lu Yuxing feasted around the fire, while Kat seemed uninterested in dog meat. She caught a gerbil that was as big as she was, turning into a little girl's appearance. She learned from Lu Yuxing to skewer the gerbils and roast them on the fire. I don't know if it was the aroma of dog meat or the nighttime campfire that was so prominent. From the distance came the tumultuous sound of horses' hooves, and a few moments later, several riders came near Lu Yuxing. What kind of people spend the night here? We're about to pass the soldiers over here. If you delay the general's recovery of Anxi City, you can't afford to take the blame. Move away quickly. The lead rider scolded Lu Yuxing. Lu Yuxing didn't reply, but nodded, then prepared to pack up and leave. And just then, one of the several cavalrymen had been staring at Lu Yuxing since the beginning. It wasn't until Lu Yuxing turned around to pack his bag, revealing the horizontal sword at his waist, that he exclaimed, "Captain Lu, is it really you? I've worked under you as a knight no account ah." Hearing this, Lu Yuxing looked up and met the man's gaze. "Song Mingho, why are you here?" Reporting to the school captain, "We have been ordered by General Xiaoho to come and scout Anqi City," Song Mingho said excitedly. Chapter 76, You Kid is just taking the power pill. Outside Wuhan, Lu Yuxing followed a few scouting rangers to see the large army camp 10 miles ahead. According to Song Mingho, General Xiaoho is also in the middle camp. He also invited Lu Yuxing to meet his old friends at the barracks and said that they would be very happy if they knew Lu Yuxing was here. Lu Yuxing thought about it and agreed. With a sharp sound of horses, several riders came into the barracks. Lu Yuxing was brought to rest inside a tent. Song Mingho went to report to the general. Lu Yuxing told him about the situation within Wuhan City in passing. It's got all the Huns in it, killed off by themselves. There was another batch of intercepted property stopped at the official road out of the city. Sitting in the tent, Lu Yuxing closed his eyes and rested his mind. As the night grew thicker, a subtle movement was caught by Lu Yuxing in the dark tent. Boom! A gust of punching wind came from behind. Lu Yuxing slightly inclined his head, and the stiff punch fell short. Then his legs gave out and he leapt up, landing firmly on the ground after flipping over in the air, right at the guy who sneaked up on him. The man was dressed in black, hidden in the shadows. After seeing Lu Yuxing dodging his attack, he followed up with another heavy punch with both hands using his luck. Lu Yuxing deflected and dodged as their bodies brushed. The opponent's punch blast was fake, and the change of stance behind it was real. The footwork changed and a kick flew out like a storm. Lu Yuxing raises his hand to catch the kick, then uses a backhanded takedown to use a throwing technique. The black-clothed man who was thrown out had a steady figure and landed firmly on the ground with a flip. Without saying a word he attacked again in quick succession. Lu Yuxing only had to take it. The two fought with punches and kicks and looked evenly matched. After a dozen rounds of fighting, Lu Yuxing felt that it was about time, and began to mobilize the true qi in his body. There was a muffled sound of crackling bones all over his body. Shaking his circumference, he stomped with one foot and lightly slapped the black-clothed man squarely in the chest. The man in black was caught off guard by Lu Yuxing's palm strike and exited a long way away. After letting out a muffled grunt, he fell to the ground while looking at Lu Yuxing with surprised eyes. "Well, still fighting?" Lu Yuxing asked with a smile. "No more fights. No more fights. When did you kid become so strong?" The black man on the floor covered his chest and tried to stand up by holding onto the chair. But as soon as his hands went limp, his body, which was just half supported, immediately fell down. Lu Yuxing took a step forward and grabbed his opponent's wrist before he fell. A gentle force then pulled him up. The man in black was plucked up from the ground by a strong force like a carrot. He gave Lu Yuxing a strange look, then patted the dust on his body and the black cloth covering his face was pulled off, revealing his true colors. It was a very young man, with a country face and a nondescript scar on his neck. His face was as dark as Lu Yuxing's, and his age looked close to his. Lin Feng, one of the four great masters of the Anqi army, served as Lu Yuxing's second-in-command after he was promoted to lieutenant in charge of Nightfall. After Lu Yuxing left, he was the one who took over the Night Harvest unit. It was also one of Lu Yuxing's best friends in the military. "Good guy. What kind of strength do you kid have now? Taken the power pill?" Lin Feng covered his chest and hissed. "Not so much the power pills, but the medicinal baths have soaked up a lot," Lu Yuxing said calmly. "A medicated bath?" Lin Feng froze, and after a moment he reacted. "You kid wouldn't have stepped into the immortal way, would you?" Lu Yuxing ambiguously said. "Sort of." "Good man. So how much force did you use?" Lu Yuxing thought about it. "There's always 10% power." These words froze Lin Feng's ears. 10% strength? What exactly is your kid's realm now? Qi invoking middle realm. I guess that shouldn't be. Lin Feng said to himself. "I've seen the strength of Qi drawing realm cultivators in Daliang. Strong is strong. But there's no way you can beat me like this with just 1 point of force. Is there? The immortal Dao is the Qi drawing middle realm, and the martial Dao is the half-step Yuan Hai." Lu Yuxing continued. "Half a step of what?" Lin Feng felt like he was either going to be pissed off or shocked to death by Lu Yuxing today. He looked at Lu Yuxing with eyes like he was looking at a monster. "Less than a year? Half-step Yuan Hai? And you said you didn't take the power pill." "Not a year to be exact. It took 3 months to advance to the peak of Qi gathering. I think." Lin Feng didn't want to talk. He felt that Lu Yuxing had come here today just to pretend in front of him. "Still fighting?" Lu Yuxing was smiling. "A fart. Your old man could slap me into a pie with one shot." Lin Feng cursed. As the two of them chatted idly, Lu Yuxing asked. Where's the general? Still in the center tent conferring with the staff general and the other lieutenants. I don't think it'll be over before an hour is up, so I'll come to you first. Lin Feng spoke and persuaded. You should rest first, and wait until tomorrow to take you to see the general. Lu Yuxing was silent for a moment and said, Actually, I just came to see you guys. It will be time to go in a little while. Go? Lin Feng's eyes widened. No, you're not going to come back? Lu Yuxing nodded. Why? Lu Yuxing thought about it. Nothing, just tired of trying to find a quiet place to open a hotel or open a martial arts school and take a wife for the rest of your life. Lin Feng just wanted to refute it, but he saw the glint of exhaustion revealed in Lu Yuxing's eyes. Eventually, he swallowed back the words he was about to say. Although Lu Yuxing didn't say outright what he had experienced in the days he had left the army, but I'm sure it's never as easy as he makes it sound. 1,000 words eventually turned into a sigh. Alas, you don't come back. That's a pity. I thought we Anshi army. What about finally having an expert to sit in on it, so that if we encounter another Hun cultivator, we won't have to be afraid? Lin Feng said with emotion. I have the feats. If you want to learn them, I can teach you. Lu Yuxing said flatly. Hearing that there were feats to practice, Lin Feng was very interested. His lips trembled twice before he finally sighed. Forget it, we don't have such extraordinary talent as you. We don't have any visible veins, and we don't have any spiritual roots. Giving the feats will only serve as asswipe paper. What? The emperor didn't bother to give the vein-penetrating spirit liquid? How could he spare us big-headed soldiers? Lin Feng sneered. It's so expensive. The emperor must save it for his sons. For us. Is he too secure in his kingdom? Lu Yuxing was silent for a moment and said, Actually, I have the vein-penetrating spirit liquid here. You have? Lin Feng looked at Lu Yuxing, his eyes revealing a hint of hope. But the vein-passing spirit liquid is not in my possession. So if you need it, you can go to the White Lotus sect to ask for it. White Lotus sect? Lin Feng frowned. That's a rebel. How did you get involved with them? Lu Yuxing told Lin Feng the cause of the matter and confessed. If their holy maiden is well, the White Lotus sect will be considered to owe me a favor. I'll leave a copy of the letter. So if you take my letter and go to them, you should be able to ask for this vein-passing spirit liquid. Of course, it depends on whether they recognize it or not. And if they don't, it's actually justifiable. After all, I did fail to send their saintly daughter on her last journey. Hearing Lu Yuxing's words, Lin Feng hesitated for a moment before finally making up his mind. If you can go on the path of cultivation, even if it's only on the path of martial arts, it's also better than being immortal all the time. The general has made many enemies in the dynasty, and with Lu Yuxing gone, the only person the general can rely on in the future is himself. Chapter 77, Willing to reunite with you as a river. After the two of them caught up for a few moments in the tent, Lu Yuxing saw that it was almost time to leave. Lin Feng sighed softly and, I thought you were going to come back again, but it turns out you really just came back to visit. Lu Yuxing laughed. It's not like we can't see each other in the future. Lin Feng didn't want Lu Yuxing to leave. Really go wow. Aha. Lin Feng couldn't stay bitterly, so he could only persuade. Let's wait a little longer. Well, at least until the general arrives and meets us. Lu Yuxing thought about it and nodded. Okay. Lin Feng clapped his hands together and said happily. That's right, just wait. I'll go see if the general and his meeting is over yet. After saying that, Lin Feng ran out of the tent, and Lu Yuxing stayed alone in the tent, waiting for his late friend. Not long after, Lin Feng came back running and jumping, yelling, the general will be right with you. Just as soon as he lifted the curtain, Lin Feng's words stopped on his lips. The seat where Lu Yuxing had been sitting earlier was already empty. Lin Feng hurriedly ran over, only to see Lu Yuxing's waist plate placed there. Lin Feng picked up the belt plate bearing the name of Captain and Shi. A note and a thin pamphlet were found pressed underneath. Nothing beyond that. Pick up the piece of paper and the booklet. Lin Feng unfolded the note and took a look. There was only a short sentence on it. I wish to be a river and reunite with you. Lin Feng put down the note and looked at the pamphlet again. Written on it was the cultivation know-how of a sword skill. It was Lu Yuxing's improved 24-step wind-chasing sword technique. The original sword technique and modified moves are on there. Looking at the note and the cultivation manual in his hand, Lin Feng was silent. After a long time, he sighed. You always like to tug on acidic words. It's so annoying. On the old yellow sand road, a horse rode away in the dust, gradually disappearing into the night. There is a marketplace 20 miles outside of Qingtian County on the right side of the border. Because of the remoteness of the place, the Xiongnu invasion and most choose to invade the hinterland of Wei, thus fortunately escaping the invasion. But having escaped the Huns, they couldn't escape the subsequent spreading and banditry. These years have been bad, and the Huns have broken the border wall and robbed us. There are many who fall into the grass when their hearts are crossed. For a while it was a case of a gun being the king of the haystacks around the neighborhood. Pulling together a few dozen men, he dared to take over the mountain and rob along the road. White Cloud Place was targeted here because it hadn't been raided by the Huns. Horse bandits have been known to infest the area from time to time, causing harm to the people. After one batch of edicts, there will be another batch, and it won't end. As the old saying goes, gather and you're a bandit. Scatter and you're a citizen. With more competition, the mountain kings who went up to the mountains to fall into the grass seldom gathered more than 100. It's all about the cottage keeping a few dozen men and scattering the rest in the folk pile. This made it extremely difficult to fight the bandits. When the government fights thieves, it often leaks the wind. When the officials came, the bandits split up into small groups, or disappeared into the mountains, or hid with the people. The local authorities were incompetent and unable to eradicate the problem, so the bandits became more and more rampant. Along with that, most of the stores in the marketplace couldn't operate anymore, and there were fewer and fewer shopkeepers. On this day, a man and a horse came to Xiao Silence's workshop, and it was Lu Yusheng. After leaving the barracks, he traveled all night and arrived here 2 days later. I would have expected to see a place that hadn't been infested to flourish a bit. I didn't realize it was as depressed as the towns and villages I passed along the way. Looking at the marketplace where most of the stores were closed, Lu Yusheng rode through the marketplace to the end. Fong saw a tavern with an open door. Seriously, if the owner hadn't happened to come out to clean the street in front of his house, Lu Yusheng really couldn't tell that this tavern that didn't pick a front and didn't set up a hayloft was open. When the owner saw Lu Yusheng on his horse looking towards his family's hotel, he took a closer look, seeing that the other party was about the early 20s of age, dressed in a strong suit, with black boots. A stick wrapped in black cloth was wrapped around his back, like a walker. On taking another look at the face, and finding no seal on it and a circumspect appearance, he greeted it warmly. "Are you alone, sir? Are you stopping over or staying at a hotel?" Lu Yusheng asked as he rode on his horse. "Shopkeeper, how come you don't even hang a front when you open a store?" The owner sighed. "Isn't it bad business because of the bandits? There aren't many customers passing by on weekdays. I have to pay a tribute to those, so fewer and fewer of them can stay open, and I've lost all the guys in my store. It's just my husband and wife here. Just barely." After Lu Yusheng thought about it, he dismounted his horse and prepared to stop here for a rest before hitting the road. After all, although he himself could keep on rushing, the horse couldn't stand to be rushed so much. Leading the horse to the backyard of the hotel and bolting it, Lu Yusheng entered the store. Seeing that it was empty, Lu Yusheng believed the boss's words. After finding a seat and waiting for Lu Yusheng to sit down, the shopkeeper asked, "What would the guest like to order?" "The small store has all the beef and mutton, and also fat chickens and tender geese." In the face of the first business of the day, the store owner took out 12 points of enthusiasm. "Serve tea and water all the time. I'll have 2 pounds of beef, a fish, a meal, and some vegetarian dishes. One less stop counts as money back to you." "I'm sorry sir, I don't have any fish here, but I do have salted fish." The shopkeeper apologized. "Then replace the fish with roasted chicken, and I'll take it with me on the way. Also, please feed the horse some good material." "Okay, customer, wait a moment," the shopkeeper answered. In a short time, the wine and meat were served, and the shopkeeper went out to feed the horses with grass. Lu Yusheng took the opportunity to release the kitten in his arms and used his chopsticks to clip some beef to feed Ling Ling. When the shopkeeper came back and saw Lu Yusheng feeding the beef to the cat, he first froze for a moment. It was then dismissed as just rich people out looking for a thrill. Anyway, as long as the money is paid, even if the customer feeds the beef to the pigs, the store owner won't say a word. After finishing his own business, the shopkeeper added some rice to Lu Yusheng and sat at the neighboring table. From time to time, he had to chat with Lu Yusheng. "Don't you want any wine, sir? Usually a warrior like you. Anyone who comes to our store orders a nice pot of wine," the owner said half-jokingly. "Not a warrior, just a jungle runner. Can't drink in a hurry. Boss, forgive me," Lu Yusheng said as he swallowed the rice in his mouth. "Hey, what to forgive or not to forgive? Customer want to drink is to do as you wish. I'm just selling a little." He was chatting without a word, when Lu Yusheng moved his ears and only noisy footsteps could be heard in the distance. "Boss, why don't you close the store door a bit first? It's windy." "Wind? Do we have to turn off this little wind?" The shopkeeper muttered and reluctantly got up, ready to close the store door. However, by the time he got to the front of the store, he saw a group of figures in the distance. Who else could it be if not the neighborhood bandits? The store owner was so scared that he closed the store and shut it down. Yet it still didn't escape the bandits. A group of people trooped straight to the store, kicked in the door and walked in. Chapter 78, Live for Yourself. Old Lu, unkind How to see the man straight shut the door ah? The scarred man at the head said with a leathery smile. Which can ah shopkeeper? This is not looking at today, not many people to come. This is thinking of closing the door. The shopkeeper said with a smile. Nobody? We're not people. No one's here, aren't we brothers here to take care of your business? The scarred man pushed the store owner away and walked in with the 20 or so men under his command. The shopkeeper's heart secretly screamed. This gang cannot afford to mess with the big master came. Now the county magistrate are running away. None of the surrounding garrisons had recovered, not even to report to the officials, and could only be busy entertaining them. The group of bandits swarmed unceremoniously. The small tavern was suddenly packed. At that moment, the bandits' boss saw Lu Yusheng, who was occupying a table for dinner. Then he asked the shopkeeper, Old Lu, you're doing good business, ordering so many things by yourself. What's the deal? As soon as the shopkeeper heard the other party's words, he knew that the other party was eyeing Lu Yusheng and said in a hurry, Boss Shah, that's just a rusher, and you can see that he's dressed shabbily, too, without much oil. The boss was so persuasive that he finally got the other man to divert his attention. The shopkeeper served the bandits with good wine and meat. The gang pushed the cups and even ate and spoiled. The leader of the bandits said, Brothers, all eat and drink. Eat and have strength so that we can go down the mountain to smash the kiln. How dare Zhao Zhuang not pay the grain? Isn't it looking down on us? When the brothers arrive at Zhao Zhuang in a while, we'll definitely give them a good show. It's Big Brother. No problem. The bandits ate and drank. And the shopkeeper, in between serving them food and serving them, quietly going around to Lu Yusheng's side, he whispered to him, I'm sorry, sir, as you can see, I'm a bit busy here, so if you're ready to eat, just go ahead and come back another time. Lu Yusheng didn't move and glanced at the surrounding bandits, then asked the boss in a harmonious voice, Shopkeeper, it should be a pain in the ass to clean up later when you have so many people. The boss had a bitter face. Who says it isn't? But clearing the table isn't that hard, as long as they don't get drunk and lie down in my store. Lu Yusheng nodded. Okay, then I'll leave you alone and take my leave. Hey, guest, you walk slowly, go out the back door. The shopkeeper accompanied the smile and sent Lu Yusheng away through the back door before going back to continue entertaining the gang of bandits. After about an hour of eating, the guys were finally full and ready to leave with a wipe of their mouths. Line don't send old Lu. Meal money first, bookkeeping wait for my brothers to come back to give you not. The bandit leader shifted and joked as he stepped out of the store. The group surged into the street in a mass, and before they had gone 2 paces farther, they saw, in the street in front of them, there was a horse riding across the road blocking the way, and the rider above rolled over and dismounted very sharply, and with a flick of his wrist a horizontal sword fell into the hands of then strolled closer to them. The bandit leader, who had just been blowing 6 whistles with his companions, sensed that something was wrong, and as he took a closer look, it was found to be the same man they had met earlier when they were drinking and eating at the store. Humph, it just so happens that I've had enough to do, just in time to come and take him off his feet. Give it to me. The bandit leader pointed his big sword, and a few bandits under him with pikes and big swords were about to go on. In a flash, a cold light flashed. 3 or 4 of the bandits who had rushed to the front then fell to the ground screaming miserably. None of them had a large hole pierced through their throats and chests. Blood splattered in all directions, staining a section of the street red in an instant. This, without waiting for the bandit boss to react, Lu Yusheng flipped his wrist, and his cold blade swept out and, an arrow rushes in, turned into a phantom. Without even looking at Lu Yusheng's movements, the bandit leader stared at a pair of eyes and saw a familiar headless body. His body has been separated from his head. The clamor suddenly stopped at that moment. The wind whistled through the empty streets. The bandit leader among the bandits had his head removed instantly, and the rest of the bandits reacted immediately. Ghosts, demon, yelling and throwing down their weapons and running for their lives, and a few others gave in to begging for mercy on the spot. Grandpa, have mercy. We're all forced into grass. Lu Yusheng wiped his sword into its sheath and clenched his hand in the sword sequence. The white rainbow of flying swords is like a ghost demanding life, operated by Lu Yusheng at the best angle in the narrow streets across the whole field. The cold light is like snow, and the flakes are withering. A few moments later, the noise in the street was gone, and it was as clear as day. The hotel owner had long since been scared half to death by the banging and begging in the street. It wasn't until the streets were quiet that the shopkeeper dared to look out through the doorway. The only thing you could see was blood flowing in the streets and corpses all over the place. None of the 20 or so bandits survived. Pushing the door open, the young man was long gone outside. The shopkeeper wiped his sweat with a rag and lamented, Today, I've met a high-ranking person. I should have known that I shouldn't have asked him for money. The owner wiped his sweat and suddenly realized, Hey no, did I ask him for money? While the shopkeeper was torn between whether he wanted the money or not, Lu Yuxing had already walked away. I thought it was a stable place, but that doesn't seem to be the case now. Phew. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Lu Yuxing pondered. Is this way in this state because he didn't try hard enough? Lu Yuxing knew that he was not very educated and could not take the imperial examinations. You can't take the path of civilization to save the country, nor could he do business. And he hadn't memorized the gunpowder formula. Maybe he'd learned about it when he'd gone through the videos before, but it's long since been forgotten. He couldn't remember anything other than the charcoal and saltpeter and sulfur mnemonics, not to mention making guns and cannons and steel and pharmaceuticals. Before he crossed over, he was an ordinary programmer with 5 grains and 4 bodies. After pushing a girl who fell into the water to the lifeline at the end of her shift one time, he then lost consciousness and came here, after being picked up by the old man, who also took up his father's work, choosing the only way the poor without access could save their country, the military. He joined the army at the age of 13 and served Wei for 7 years. Lucky to have met a general worth following. I also met a lot of like-minded colleagues, but the result is that the more efforts this big Wei, the more competitive. All the damn people let the border wall are broken. When the dog emperor cut off food and wages to the Anqi army, Lu Yuxing advised the general to give the court some color a long time ago. However, the general refused. After the two argued a few times, Lu Yuxing left the army. After leaving the army, Lu Yuxing had been thinking about this problem. Is it wrong for the general to be loyal to Wei? Seems right. Is it wrong for you to feel sorry for your fellow soldiers whose families are so poor that they can't make ends meet? That seems about right. So who's wrong? Lu Yuxing couldn't figure it out. He wasn't going to think about it either. Since the dragon vein of this great Wei can attract so many cultivators to take advantage of the cultivation, that means this Wei can't die at all for a while. That's it. This Wei can't afford to save itself. Whoever wants to save it. He's tired of his heart, and now he's going to go about his day and live for himself for once. Where to open a store? Jiangnan? Or Liaobei? Along the official road, Lu Yuxing made his way forward. Chapter 79, Meeting Chen Ziming again. Say goodbye to the valley rain and welcome the beginning of summer. The sunlight filtered down from between the dense layers of branches and leaves, spilling onto the dark team traveling the mountain path trail. The ground was imprinted with money-sized patches of light. Last night the dark team traveled for a whole day and night. Although it was on an official road, it was really not peaceful these days, especially such caravans loaded with valuable goods. In one day they met 2 waves of people who came to rob the dart in a row. But fortunately, with the name of Xinglong Dart Bureau, he only paid some nominal tolls. After all, we're all out to make a living, and we're not trying to get rich. That's the way it is with darts. Black and white. To be black and white, you need someone behind the government, and the relationship with the jungle should also be close. The owner of the merchant caravan was very satisfied with the Xinglong Dart Bureau, especially Chen Ziming, the dart master who led the team. Although he was a handful of years old, he was well known and deserved to be the #1 dart master. The bandits on the road were giving face, and his convoy was able to get through without any danger. Watching the sun was up and it was starting to get hot this midday. The dart master Chen Ziming proposed to his employer, Boss Sun, to rest for a while in the forest not far away. Boss Sun cheerfully agreed. For such a powerful dart master, Boss Sun was happy to listen to him. Chen Ziming led the dart team, slowly leaving the official road and arriving at the forest not far away. It was said to be a forest, but it was actually a sparse patch of trees standing on both sides of the official road. Can't hide anyone at all. Not long after the dart team entered the forest to rest, hitting the official road to the north. Along came 2 horses side by side. They said they were side by side, but from a distance you could tell there was one rider just trying to go fast to lose the people behind him. But unfortunately his horse wasn't very good, and every time he accelerated he was easily caught up by his opponent. Hey, uncle, if you're going to race me, this horse won't do. The youngster, whose face had not yet lost its boyishness, rode without a stray hair. The mighty kicking snow piebald horse said with a smile. The young man's surname is Su, and his first name is Hongfei. He just turned 14 this year, and his hobby is jabbing guns and juggling sticks. Poor in literature and rich in martial arts. His family has some assets. He has handled several masters since childhood. Practicing martial arts, because I like the Fast and Furious and the Jianghu, especially I like those martial arts novels. From time to time, I fantasize about the various acts of chivalry of the fictional protagonist, the warrior, and with the various female warriors, the saints, ladies, and flower girl encounters, erotic encounters. With his heart in the right place, he said goodbye to his parents, bought a good horse and left home to make his way to the jungle. He was curious about everything when he first entered the jungle, having met the same rush half an hour ago, also the same as his own after a jungle atmosphere of Lu Yuxin, then pestered him. One moment, he wanted to race with him, and the next moment, he pestered Lu Yuxing to compete with him in martial arts. Lu Yuxing only thought of it as one more little bee around him. It was just perfunctory all the way to him. In his mind, it was a half-grown boy, and it wouldn't take more than half a day to, would have gotten tired of being a bore and subsequently left. The duo arrived side by side in front of this forest and immediately caught the attention of the dark team leader. The alert Chen Ziming immediately burrowed out of the forest and the men were brought outside to watch what the visitors really were. It was a passing pedestrian or a stinging scout. It doesn't matter. Chen Ziming could tell at a glance that the one coming from afar was a deceased person he had longed for. The great warrior Lu. Lu Yuxing followed the voice and looked over. It was a familiar middle-aged man in relatively decent clothes. Lu Yuxing remembered him, called Chen Ziming, a dart master. A few months ago, when he was escorting Mo Chu south, he encountered his dart team at a black store. Later, when the black store broke in with horse bandits, Lu Yuxing sort of indirectly saved his dart team. Another encounter ensued at Mount Xinghua, where, being in a hurry to get there, so he didn't go with him but went straight up the mountain. Bodyguard Chen. What a coincidence. Lu Yuxing arched his hand and said politely. Chen Ziming didn't expect to meet Lu Yuxing again and was filled with surprise. I didn't really expect to run into you here. The jungle has a destiny. The two exchanged pleasantries. Lu Yuxing learned that they were escorting a merchant boss's goods to Suiyang City this time. Suiyang is located in the Central Plains, relatively close to the capital city of Daliang. Lu Yuxing was already planning to go to Jiangnan, which happened to be on the way with them. Chen Ziming had seen Lu Yuxing's skill, and knew that he was a good person and a man of honor. Definitely someone you can trust. So he immediately made a request to go together, and said bluntly that both sides would be better off on the road, and Lu Yuxing's food and lodging for this journey is covered by their dark team. If you arrive at Suiyang safely, you will be thanked again. Lu Yuxing thought about it. He was alone, and had no pursuit of speed in catching up, so it was agreed. Seeing Lu Yuxing agree, Chen Ziming happily prepared to introduce him to Boss Sun. After all, people are employers. They still need to be informed. Chen Ziming's excessive enthusiasm for Lu Yuxing made the teenager Su Hongfei on the side look dumbfounded. When Chen Ziming left, he asked in disbelief, "Uncle, you know the people from the Xinglong dartboard?" Lu Yuxing nodded. "Why are they so polite to you? But they don't even come to ask me?" The teenager asked in disbelief. "Maybe he thinks you're my employer." Lu Yuxing soothed the teenager's falling heart. "Oh, I see. So you did the dart team and that's why he knows you, right?" The teenager thought he had deduced the truth. "You guessed it." After Lu Yuxing said that, he rolled over and dismounted from his horse, and went to meet with the oncoming Boss Sun. "This is the grand warrior Lu that bodyguard Chen mentioned, isn't it?" Disrespectful, 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 disrespectful. Sun Boss was happy. It was thought that Chen Ziming was reluctant when he said that two passers-by would be traveling with him. However, after hearing Chen Ziming say that the other party was very strong and that his character was absolutely reliable, this Sun shopkeeper agreed. Since it doesn't require him to pay more money to get an extra force for nothing, why not? Along with Boss Sun, besides Chen Ziming, who accompanied him, it was also followed by a dartboarder who came along to see it because he was curious. A clean corseted power suit still couldn't hide his broad chest, unpowdered and naturally fresh. The dry single ponytail thrown back looks heroic. For Lu Yuxing, who was able to single-handedly fight a dozen or so horse bandits according to his senior brother, Yun did not place him in her eyes, because she can do the same thing, and she's pretty confident she can do it better. No reason. Just because she's the force to be reckoned with in the Xinglong Dark Bureau. Inbound martial artists born with revealed meridians. Also the woman who is destined to take over the dartboard's #1 darkmaster in the future. Looking at the plain and ordinary Lu Yuxing in front of him, and the half-big kid looking around him, the only woman in this team, Yun, the new female darkmaster of Xinglong Dark Bureau, asked, "Senior brother, what is this Lu's origin that warrants you to esteem him so highly?" Chapter 80 Yun's Provocation. Faced with his senior sister's casual inquiry, Chen Ziming was a bit unhappy. "Sister Yun, this is the benefactor of our Xinglong Dark Bureau. If it wasn't for him, my brother was about to lose his money on his last dark trip. What's the matter with that? It's because you didn't bring me last time, and if I'd had, who dares to rob our dartboard's goods? Senior sister, don't be ridiculous. Last time you were still in seclusion. How can I take you on a dart journey? Che, who told you not to wait for me to finish my closed-door breakthrough before walking the dart? You." Chen Ziming was tempted to say wait until you get out of the gate to walk the dart. Then our dartboard would have closed down long ago. But there are outsiders here, and you can't argue in front of people if you have conflicts. Chen Ziming was actually helpless. Ever since senior sister stepped into the martial Dao entry, she has become more and more competitive. Sometimes it's clear that the road can be traveled peacefully. She was hardwired to pick on the bandits who had befriended their dartboard. The last time I told her that I encountered horse bandits who didn't follow the rules of the road at the Inn of Fate. This little ninny's first reaction turned out to be that it was great. She could prove herself by being chivalrous. Chen Ziming was speechless when he heard this. What do? They work the dartboard. Their duty is to the shipper and the shipper's goods. That chivalrous thing is not their turn. And even if she could control the immediate future. But could she control the future? This way is now half dead and half alive. Even if she cleans up the bandits along the way. If the government doesn't care, there will still be a large number of people who fall into the grass and become bandits. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Chen Ziming apologized and then pulled his senior sister away. Lu Yuxing chose a large clean green stone and prepared to take a break here to eat something. And by the way, let the horse rest too. Teenager Su Hongfei, who was new to the dart team, was curious. He hadn't thought about following the dart team, but it was better to go along for the ride. He then stopped to rest as well. Lu Yuxing glanced at Su Hongfei and didn't care, but took out the dry food and ate it himself. There were a lot of people here, so in order not to cause trouble, Lu Yuxing didn't let Ling Ling, the tiger cat, come out. Instead, he stayed cowering in his arms and slept. Lu Yuxing was eating dry food when he suddenly felt someone coming in front of him. He looked up to see the single ponytailed girl in front of him with a smirk at the corner of her mouth looking up at him. After swallowing the burrito, Lu Yuxing asked, "Something?" "Nothing much. I just heard my senior brother bragging that you're very powerful and wanted to come over to see what's going on." The young girl pinched her waist with her hands, raised her willow eyebrows, and looked condescendingly at Lu Yuxing. "There's nothing powerful about it. I was just trying to protect myself that day," Lu Yuxing said flatly. "Don't be polite. My senior brother said you're great, so you must have something to offer. How about it? Want to compete?" Lu is a bit tired. "Next time for sure." Cut. Seeing Lu Yuxing's unhesitating refusal, Yun Yun grunted before turning to leave. Before leaving, the young girl noticed the fallen leaves floating down from the trees and her eyes twinkled. A lightning-fast punch blasted out as the falling leaves drifted down in front of him. The moment his fist touched the leaves, the surging internal force shook the leaves into pieces. After throwing this punch, Yun Yun looked at Lu Yuxing with a provocative look. Lu Yuxing sighed in admiration. Good inner strength. The teenager Su Hongfei on the side was stunned. A punch that exploded the leaves falling from the air. What kind of tall person is this? Afterwards, Su Hongfei looked at Lu Yuxing. "Uncle, you can tolerate this? She's provoking you, hey?" Lu Yuxing just said. "Next time for sure." Seeing that Lu Yuxing didn't dare to take the move, the teenager was disappointed. "Thought you were really some kind of high roller." After Su Hongfei finished speaking, he turned his head to go find Yun Yun, the dark master who had left. His dream is to walk around the world and meet strange encounters. There was such a high-ranking person who shattered the leaves with a single punch in front of him. So what's the point of not going to pay homage to the master at this time? The teenager took off in a huff. Lu Yuxing continued to meditate and cultivate on the green stone. The tiger cat Ling Ling poked her head out from the lapel of Lu Yuxing's chest, curiously surveying everything around her. "Hungry?" Lu Yuxing asked. The kitten shook her head. "The cat is not hungry." "Where is the cat?" "On the way to Sunderland." The tiger cat's eyes glowed after hearing this, and its tail swept back and forth in front of Lu Yuxing's chest. "Is that where we're going to make our home?" Lu Yuxing thought for a moment and said, "Depends, not always." "So?" The tiger cat blinked and asked again. "So, did Dada Cat leave an address for my mother?" Stayed all the way," Lu Yuxing said with conviction. "Great, thank you big cat." The tiger kitten gently rubbed the fluff on her head against Lu Yuxing to express her feelings. "A man and a cat are resting here." The young man soon caught up with Yun Yun, the female dart master, and informed him of the request to learn from his master. Yun Yun was happy. It was obvious to her that this teenager knew what he was doing. One could tell the difference between himself, a pulse-opening martial artist, and an ordinary person. However, when she placed her hand on the top of the teenager's head and examined it for a week with her internal energy, she frowned slightly. Checking with his inner strength, the youngster had neither spiritual roots nor veins to show. Instead, he was blocked everywhere, and even with the vein-opening spiritual liquid, he was unable to unclog his veins to allow him to step into the martial arts path. Moreover, the vein-penetrating spirit liquid is so precious that the entire dartboard would be hard-pressed to get a copy of it. How could it be left to this teenager? Wouldn't it smell good to take it to your senior brother, or absorb it yourself to consolidate your chakra? Yun Yun shook his head speechlessly and confessed that the teenager was unable to cultivate and that he could not teach him. Su Hongfei lost his mind for a while, and then suggested that he could learn martial arts. He also confessed that he was willing to stay and work in the dart team. only to learn higher martial arts. However, Yun was not interested in teaching martial arts to mortals, so he sent the teenager to his senior brother. Seeing the sullen teenager, Chen Ziming said cheerfully, "Don't mind her, she's a bit arrogant. You want to learn martial arts from her? Ha, at least prove yourself." Su Hongfei sniffed and asked, "And how about proving myself?" "That? First you have to be able to fit in with the dart team and prove yourself cross-eyed," Chen Ziming said cheerfully. "Yes." Su Hongfei shook his fist, and then he stayed in the dart team as an apprentice, following his studies. For the next few days, the journey was uneventful. But when you walk in the jungle, you will inevitably meet all kinds of people, not to mention such a voluminous dart team. There were naturally many unsuspecting people on the road. Somewhat intimidated by the size of the dart team, after weighing his strength, he had no more thoughts of moving. The rest of those are the dartboard in advance to make a good relationship, all the way to release without incident. At midday on this day, the dart team stopped to rest at the outskirts of Suiyang City, which was 50 miles away. While the crowd was relaxing its vigilance, a beautiful woman came from a distant wooded path. Without an entourage and unaccompanied, a man with a flowery umbrella walked slowly to the vicinity of the dart team. Chapter 81, Kindness Meets Evil. It was mid-morning, and the woman was wearing a light shawl with a voluptuous figure. Occasionally a brow glanced up, looking at the men in the dartboard. Eyes like hooks. There is a special flavor between the knitted brows and the smile. That air of mature beauty is something those young, green girls definitely don't have. Naturally, for those in the dart team who are always on the go, the attraction of males who have no place to unleash can be so much more than the girls who are in love with each other. The woman's upper body rose and fell as the road wound its way through some of the dart's eyes bobbed up and down. Yun looked at the men on this side of the dart team and, looking again at the woman whose knitted brows revealed flirtatiousness, he cut out, "Humph, Tai Fox." The crowd in the dart team all looked straight, including the new teenager. It wasn't until Chief Dart Master Chen Ziming barked an order that the crowd came to their senses. Su Hongfei was right next to Chen Ziming. Looking back at the woman's distant steps, he gulped. She goes out alone like this, and she's not afraid of meeting bad people? Su Hongfei's words elicited the approval of a group of dark masters. This is the countryside. A beautiful young woman of this caliber, traveling alone. What's the difference between that and delivering it to your door? Chief Dark Master Chen Ziming glanced at Su Hongfei and admonished him. My gang of brothers I know in my own heart. They just look. You're not the same little guy. I tell you from the bottom of my heart. When you meet this kind of woman in the Jianghu, the best thing to do is to stay away from her. Why? Su Hongfei, who had read many warrior erotic novels, asked in disbelief. Why? Just because she is a woman. The jungle is dangerous. Do you think that woman is not capable of anything? That she dares to travel alone? Chen Ziming said seriously. Yes, is it that bad? Su Hongfei shrunk his neck. Humph, if you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. Chen Ziming said disdainfully. Sometimes the true hunter, often disguised in the form of prey, waiting for the prey to approach. The hunter suddenly storms back to kill the other. Su Hongfei looked at the beautiful young woman's distant back. It feels like the jungle isn't as nice as you thought it would be. He was a little discouraged. I've been away from home for so many days, and I've been doing odd jobs in the dart team. Worship is far away, and there is no flamboyance at all. There was even less hoedown episodes along the way for him to show his hand. Was I thinking too simply? He thought of it this way. The dart team continued to move forward, and at the current speed, they wouldn't be able to reach Suiyang City today. It was nearing twilight when the dart team passed an old road. Suddenly a cry for help was heard from the jungle by the roadside. The crowd looked around and saw a middle-aged woman holding a child in her arms. It was a mess. Seeing someone passing by, he rushed forward. Gentlemen, please, take us with you. We ran into some criminals on the road. The head of the family was killed. Only my son and I escaped. The woman fell to her knees in agony, crying out in pain. Chen Ziming was a bit embarrassed. The dart team darting is most avoided to pull people into the team temporarily, because the routes are not known. Although the woman in front of him was pitiful, but in the spirit of the principle of the dart team, Chen Ziming had to politely refuse. I'm sorry, big sister, it's not very convenient for us to take in women here. So, I'll leave you a little dry food and money, take it and find another. With that, Chen Ziming had someone bring over dry food. He himself pulled out a money bag and tossed it to the woman. However, this move caused Yun's displeasure. Sympathizing with the encounter with the woman, Yun came over and said to Chen Ziming, Senior brother, not far ahead is Suiyang. It's just a matter of taking her a ways. It's not that difficult. Senior sister, don't be ridiculous. Have you forgotten the rules of our dart team? But that's no way to see death. I left her dry food and money. And what if we meet another outlaw? Sister, Chen Ziming frowned. Don't be a nuisance. Go about your business. Elder brother, you're not being reasonable. How am I being unreasonable? You said you couldn't add anyone to the dart team after they left, but what's the deal with these two? Yun pointed at Lu Yuxing and Su Hongfei. It made Chen Ziming's expression look awkward. It was a long time before he squeezed a few words through his teeth. It's not the same. How is it different? Aren't they outsiders too? Yun clasped her hands on her chest and proudly watched her senior brother get defeated while thinking in her heart. Humph. Calling me unreasonable. You yourself have the nerve to drag outsiders into the dart team first. Facing his senior sister's prickliness, Chen Ziming was in a difficult position. In his opinion, there was no comparison at all between pulling Lu Yuxing and this woman who didn't know the bottom line into the dart team. He knew what kind of character and skill the great warrior Lu had, although senior sister wasn't sure about Lu Yuxing's character. However, Chen Ziming was sure that his senior sister was likewise unclear about the bottom line of the woman in front of him who was seeking help. One vouched for by himself and one vouched for by no one at all. Such a simple truth. Why doesn't she understand it? Seeing Chen Ziming in a difficult position, Lu Yuxing stepped forward. I'm sorry for disturbing you so much these days. Since Mr. Lu's presence has caused Brother Chen difficulties, then it's just for Mr. Lu to leave. After saying that, Lu Yuxing took his yellow horse and prepared to leave. Chen Ziming sniffed and hurriedly stopped it. Lu warrior, the situation is not what you think. I really don't see death. Chen Ziming didn't even know what to say. He had intended to invite Lu Yuxing to join their dartboard on the way. But who knew such a thing would happen? Isn't that forcing people to be unhappy? Lu Yuxing wants to go. Su Hongfei feels more difficult. Although Yun's words were not directed at himself, but the meaning is clear enough. The teenager was a bit lost, having met a high-profile person on this trip, but was disliked. Should we just do it and leave it there too? The teenager mused. And right at this moment, Lu Yuxing, who had already walked to the front of the official road, suddenly turned around and said to Chen Ziming, "It's been a long time since we met again, and I'm still glad to have met Brother Chen again. Before I leave, let me do one last thing for you." What is it? Chen Ziming was still thinking about how to keep Lu Yuxing, or just obey the words of the senior sister and leave that woman behind as well. It was then that Lu Yuxing suddenly snapped. Kura drew his sword and sheathed it, a flash of rainbow like electricity. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, the horizontal sword wrapped in strong chi energy chopped out. A bright wheel of light winked out. As the crowd stared in shock, the woman's head flew high into the sky. The strong wind of the blade blew through, and wherever it went, the grass and trees broke off in unison. A large tree on the side of the road also slowly fell. Hey, you! Yun was the first to react. Thinking that Lu Yuxing was killing innocents indiscriminately, she just wanted to go and accuse the other party. But the woman's body was seen shaking a few times and falling to the ground. And poof into a headless fox. And what was that baby boy it was holding in its arms? A gnawed-up stillborn, respectively. What's going on here? Seeing that it was a fox, Yun suddenly felt a pang of fear. If she really left this vixen behind, by the end of the night, Yun didn't dare to think about it in detail. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Lu Yuxing wiped his sword and sheathed it, then turned to leave. The teenager Su Hongfei looked at the fox corpse on the road and then looked at Lu Yuxing, who was far away. Then, as if he had made up his mind about something, a touch of determination surfaced on his green and childish face. Then, he caught up with Lu Yuxing with his horse. "Master, wait for me." Under the night, the young man rode off at a furious pace, leaving behind all the cares of his heart, chasing after him in the direction he had decided to go. Chapter 82, Luoshui City. All the way south, the landscape is shaped, along the river, all the way to the city of Luoshui. It was already evening. The setting sun dipped into the sparkling rocky river. A halo of orange spread across the water, the reflection of the red sun elongating infinitely in the water. A few fishing boats drifting amidst the red tide depict a scene of harmony and serenity. From a distance, it looks like a poetic landscape painting. Lu Yuxing found an inn and prepared to rest here tonight. The store assistant brought the yellow hussar to the back of the store, and Lu Yuxing handed him a grain of broken silver. "Labor to feed some concentrate and salt. Don't worry, guest." The junior took the silver and then guided Lu Yuxing to the second floor of the inn. Lu Yuxing picked an upper room with a tub, the kind that could take a bath. After resting for the night, on the second day, Lu Yuxing instructed the second boy not to send up any food today. Then they went about their business. Boil and pour water. After filling the tub, Lu Yuxing opened the package of medicinal herbs that he had gotten from Tang Xiaoqing's third uncle. Place in the middle of boiling water. The medicinal bath formula obtained from the old Taoist Dan formula. After being selected and improved by Tang Xiaoqing, this was Lu Yuxing's first time experimenting with the improved version of the medicinal bath. Poisonous insects, snakes and scorpions, All kinds of medicinal herbs that Lu Yuxing could and couldn't name were poured into it in a brain. The boiling water soon began to stain black, and in no time at all, it had turned into a bucket of black as ink medicinal bath. Lu Yuxing stepped into the boiling water that was gurgling with black bubbles. First it felt hot, then a bone-chilling coolness went straight to the bone marrow. Hiss! Lu Yuxing was comfortably soaking in the tub. And by the way, I cleaned my windswept cheeks with pitch-black hot water. Now that I'm soaking in this bucket of medicinal bath again, I wonder if it's because my physique has been strengthened. Lu Yuxing didn't feel as stimulated as he felt when he soaked in the medicinal bath in the green cloud sect before. Of course, it's also possible that the prescription for the medicated bath is different. After all, it was improved by Tang Xiaoqing, and it was normal to have one or two herbs that didn't match up. Lu Yuxing rubbed as he washed and rubbed down a lot of mud on his body. It seemed like he hadn't taken a bath since he came out of the green cloud sect. As the efficacy of the medicinal bath continued to take effect, Lu Yuxing soaked in the tub to cultivate. As the medicine is absorbed, Lu Yuxing, who had been cultivating the Xianguan orifice, felt that his own bottleneck seemed to have loosened a touch. There is a slight increase in throughput in the foyer. According to the sword recipe, it was the precursor to the Xianguan advancement. An hour later, Lu Yuxing opened his eyes. After getting out of the bath, he looked down again, and the medicinal bath that was originally as black as ink had cleared up by as much as 90%. It was not far from the medicinal bath that the old Taoist had gotten for himself when he was in the Green Cloud sect. It had to be said that although Qin Yangzi's Dan formula was evil, most of them required a human seal, but it's still a pretty good medicinal bath. Before leaving, Lu Yuxing and Tang Xiaoqing copied away those Dan formulas. Tang Xiaoqing took a part of it, and Lu Yuxing also had a share. What's written on it is a mess of that either requires one's organs to be used in medicine, either you have to have whatever attribute the child is in the medicine. Among them are some particularly remote herbs, such as the bile of the barred snake. Lu Yuxing didn't even recognize it. There is no such snake in Wei, and even if you ask Tang Xiaoqing, he can't tell you. Lu Yuxing then wondered if these things could be living in Yunzhou. The recipe says that the balsam snake's bile can be used in wine or a medicinal bath. Lu Yuxing then wondered if he could use the snake bile of this thing with the medicinal bath, thinking that it should be a higher boost for him. However, Lu Yuxing was only thinking about it, now that he had just arrived here. At least look for a suitable house. Luoshui City was located in the hinterland of the Great Wei, belonging to the northernmost part of the south. Lu Yuxing felt that the landscape here was nice, so he was ready to settle down here. Getting out of the tub, getting dressed, and waking up the tiger cat, who had fallen asleep on the table nestled in the. Lu Yuxing was ready to go out. Earlier, he had rewarded the silver and asked the shopkeeper to help find the toothman. Lu Yuxing wanted to dish out a house down first. Where are we going? The tiger kitten rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat on the edge of the table after taking the form of a small girl. The two white, tender, lotus root-like, rounded calves swayed back and forth. We're going to buy a house, Lu Yuxing said as he rubbed on her hair. Buy a house? Do we have the money? The tiger kitten cocked its head at Lu Yuxing. The little girl had long forgotten that she had given Lu Yuxing her entire savings. All the way here she'd thought she'd spent her money long ago when she'd gotten here. Yes, Lu Yuxing said helplessly. Not to mention the little girl's own savings. Even Lu Yuxing has 50 taels of gold in his hand. Of course, these are the capital for the subsequent opening of the store. Lu Yuxing did not move. The duo didn't eat or use much on the road, so all they spent was the little girl's money. Anyway, the other party didn't mind, so Lu Yuxing wasn't polite. Whoever's convenient to spend whose, their hands are all gold. Take out how conspicuous what if it brings in the thieves? Right. Lu Yuxing was carrying a baggage with heavy silver in his arms. Taking Cat's hand, he left the inn. Are we going to buy a house now? Walking down the street, the transformed little girl looked around curiously. Well, an appointment to see the dentist. Lu Yuxing nodded. What's a toothman? It's someone who specializes in selling houses. Oh, specializes in selling houses. So he must be rich. Why do you say that? Lu Yuxing asked. Cat replied seriously. Because he sells houses. He has so many houses to sell. Of course he has money. Lu Yuxing smiled, then slowly explaining to her what the toothman meant, pointing out that the houses weren't his. He also sells for others. Cat nodded her head as if she understood. Then he honestly held Lu Yuxing's hand and walked behind him. I don't know if it's the nature of cats, or if she's simply never been on Earth. No matter what he passes, the cat is always looking at something new. Lu Yuxing had been carrying her in his arms when he was rushing earlier. Now that we finally have a chance to come out in the open, the little girl felt like she didn't have enough eyes. Along the way, pedestrians, picking the burden of the road, stalls selling, driving a mule pulling goods. There are people coming and going in front of wine shops, tea houses, vegetable stalls and butcher stores, a vibrant and peaceful atmosphere. The tiger kitten looked this way and that, its eyes darting around. Lu Yuxing saw how hard she was looking back and forth, and after thinking about it, he leaned down, stretched out his arm and, bringing her shoulder close to the little girl and tapping to signal her to come up. The cat hesitated for a moment, but finally jumped along Lu Yuxing's arm and onto his shoulder. With tiny people sitting on their shoulders, passing pedestrians looked at the meeting will be a good harmony of the scenery. One man and one cat then went thus to the appointed place to meet the toothman. Chapter 83, The Evil Mansion in White Ox Township. The toothman of the appointment was out of town, and Lu Yuxing took cat through Luoshui City. Come to a small town outside the city. The town was called White Bull Town, and when Lu Yuxing ordered the shopkeeper to, he specifically asked for a reliable one and promised a reward after the job was done. The shopkeeper was therefore very much on the ball, and the toothman recruited was said to have a pretty good reputation in the locality. It's a reliable one. After both sides met, the dentists exchanged pleasantries for a while, but after seeing the little girl on Lu Yuxing's shoulder, he asked half-jokingly, "Dude, looking at houses and bringing out the kids?" Lu Yuxing said with a smile, "A relative's child. Follow me. It's not safe to stay at the inn alone." "Fair enough, you can't be too defensive these days." The dentist expressed his understanding and then took Lu Yuxing and then started to look at the house. With Lu Yuxing in tow, the toothman introduced 4 or 5 houses that were being sold out in one morning. But Lu Yuxing wasn't even too happy about it. Some houses are too small for the yard to exert itself and are not convenient for practicing on your own. Some of them are big enough yet remote enough to be out of town. And none of them are convenient for buying anything. There are no neighbors or anything. Others are purely too expensive. Although Lu Yuxing's hands are generous, he can't afford to be wasteful. Walking to midday in a row, the toothman was also a bit tired, but he didn't say anything in the face of the fussy Lu Yuxing. Lu Yuxing knew that the other party was so dedicated, he should also show some good. So he invited the toothman to the tavern in town for a drink or two. Coming to a nice tavern, Lu Yuxing ordered 4 dishes and a soup, and asked for a pot of good wine. "Invite the toothman to eat here." After pushing the cups and exchanging a few drinks, the toothman who drank on the head turned red and patted Lu Yuxing's hand and said, "Older brother, don't worry, I'm sure I'll find you a suitable house today." Lu Yuxing nodded. "Well, it's all up to big brother to arrange it." There was more wine and more talk, and the toothman looked at the table grasping the little rice balls that had been pinched into a ball. The little girl, who was eating it bite by bite, couldn't help but say, "Brother, your relative is really lucky. Look at this child. She's so beautiful. Unlike my girl, who is as black as carbon." Lu Yuxing handed over chopsticks to the little girl while chatting with the toothman. Older brother overpraised. "Isn't it always like that when anyone's girl is young?" "Fair enough." The little girl's 2 little white hands were each grasping a chopstick, poking at the rice balls over there. Then hand it to your mouth and take a bite." Look at the toothman grinning. "Alas yes, old brother. You said you want to come over here to open a hotel, so why don't you just buy a restaurant?" Lu Yuxing said casually. "I just have this intention. I haven't decided yet. I have to learn everything if I don't know it. In the past, I came to the tavern only knowing how to eat wine, but I didn't know how to run the business, so I plan to ask for the door before I try to open the store." Hearing Lu Yuxing's words, the toothman also nodded and said, "That's right. You're here alone, and you don't have much experience. It would be a loss if all the capital was folded inside." With that said, the toothman couldn't help but feel emotional. These days, it's not easy to open a store. You don't see that there's a government in this place, but in reality, there are 3 gangs entrenched in this White Bull town alone. It's all privately divided up, and it's clear which rows and which neighborhoods belong to whom. It's not easy for out-of-towners to come here and open a store. "Oh, which gang is running that tavern?" Lu Yuxing asked. "There's more of this." The toothman rattled on. "Let's say you open a tavern. Old brother, first of all, the official yamen there, you'll have to get rid of them, or else come and check up on you from time to time. And secondly, the beggars have to be dispatched as well, or you'll just have to wait and see what happens to. That gang of shrewish beggars can give you a tavern without a single person coming back, and you have no place to talk about it. By the way, there's the Iron Foot Society, who, on the contrary, will not, like the Beggars Association, but the due piety you have to shell out, or you won't be able to buy groceries." After listening to the words of the toothman, Lu Yuxing thought for a moment before deciding not to open a tavern. The place looks smooth, but there's too much of this gang and that faction to be annoying. Lu Yuxing was too lazy to bother dealing with these people. When the time comes, you must have hit the little one to attract the old one. One hit leads to a group. It's inevitable to kill and kill. By then, not to mention the onlookers' aesthetic fatigue, he himself also felt annoyed. Killing a bunch of people in the store. Is this business still in business? Now that the tavern is ruled out, there's only one option left. Older brother. Which gang does that martial arts school fall under? Hearing Lu Yuxing's words, the toothman's wine sobered up halfway. No, old man. You're opening a martial arts school? Well, let's just say there's some kind of doorway to open the doors of a martial arts school? Those beggars. The magistrates. Will the Iron Foot Club or something come looking for trouble? Well, there is that. And those noobs won't come after the martial arts school, unless they're tired of living. But martial arts schools are under the control of the local martial arts organization. When people from out of town try to open a martial arts school, I've heard that people will come up here and kick them out. It seems like you have to all win or draw and meet the president to open it. Are other martial arts schools the only ones that will come kicking? Yes. Lu Yuxing knew it in his heart. After eating and resting a little, when it was past noon, the dentist took Lu Yuxing to continue looking at the house. After sifting through 2 or 3 more, it was almost time to move on to the next house when Lu Yuxing saw the toothman hesitate for a moment, and then he was ready to lead Lu Yuxing around that house. Why did you bypass this house, old man? It looks like it's the right size and location to me. Is it expensive? Lu Yuxing flipped through the information about the mansion listed on the paper. It's not expensive. It's just. The toothman wore a few scornful expressions for a while before speaking. This mansion is a bit evil. Let me introduce you to another good one. Oh, how evil? Lu Yuxing asked. That house was haunted, and a family had lived there before. I don't know why I always hear squirting at night. Then one day the children in the family got up at night and saw a female ghost in white crawling out of the well in the yard. Spray water from your mouth as you walk around the well. Just fainted with fear. Several Taoist priests were invited but to no avail, and the family was disturbed and could not be driven away. There was no way out, so they had to move. That house became famous as a shady house and couldn't be sold at all. Has there ever been a death? That's not true. At most it's just a mess. Then go and see. Lu Yuxing said straightly. The size and location of this house is very flattering, since the female ghost that sprayed water didn't harm anyone either. Lu Yuxing thought that there was nothing to be afraid of. The dentist persuaded him twice, and when he saw that Lu Yuxing insisted, he didn't say anything else. He thought to himself that this old brother was young and fiery anyway, so he might be able to suppress this female ghost with his young energy. Okay, then I'm going to show you. Chapter 84, A Cat That Can't Clean Up Its Own Nest. Unlocking the door and entering, Lu Yuxing looked around and felt satisfied. The house is a good size, with a 2-entry, 2-exit yard and a small garden in the front yard. The backyard is connected by a round archway and the well and woodshed are in the backyard. After walking to the backyard, the toothman was reluctant to go further inside, although it was said to be broad daylight. When I thought of the evil well in the yard, the toothman just couldn't help but shiver. So Lu Yuxing had the toothman wait for them in the front yard. Take cat on a tour of the backyard house by yourself. 2 compartments, east and west, with a veranda connecting the main house. The little girl in the guise of a tiger cat followed Lu Yuxing obediently. Only one pair of eyes looked around curiously at the rest. The house has been uncleaned for a long time. Lu Yuxing looked at it, and it was covered with dust. The result is a somewhat rundown, unpopulated look. But that didn't bother him. Lu Yuxing was very happy with this house. Pack it up before you move over and you'll be fine. After looking carefully for a while and turning enough in each room, Lu Yuxing looked at the little girl. What do you think of this place? Cat looked up. What a big house. Is this where we're going to live? Yes. Lu Yuxing said. Pick a room if you like. This is our home. Oh, is this the address left for mother? Lu Yuxing said after a moment of silence. Yes. The little girl circled the house happily. Lu Yuxing smiled from the bottom of his heart when he saw her like this, and then prepared to go and negotiate the price with the dentist. The toothman who was waiting for Lu Yuxing in the front yard couldn't wait to ask when he and the little girl walked out. Well, how does it feel? The house is fine. I just don't know if the price could be any cheaper. The toothman nodded. The price is negotiable. Just this mansion. Old brother. Brother, I can advise you. Ghosts and gods can't be fully believed, but also can't be disbelieved, and should be respected. Because Lu Yuxing was carrying the little girl, the dentist was afraid that the child would be frightened by the water-spraying ghost. Lu Yuxing thanked him for the reminder and straightened out that it was fine. When the dentist saw that he insisted, he did not say anything more. As the saying goes, money is not earned ***. Sell this house and you won't have to worry about food and drink for half a month. The deal was made, and the toothman first took Lu Yuxing to pay the deposit, then went to the court again to put down the handprints, draw the pledge, and transfer the household. After finally paying the full amount, the toothman handed the key to Lu Yuxing. They then left together after a midday meal at the tavern. Lu Yuxing returned to the inn and retrieved his luggage, and the yellow hussar was led into the courtyard by Lu Yuxing. With that he was in trouble. No stables were left in this house, and it became a problem how to accommodate the yellow hussars. Sell it. Lu Yuxing is a little reluctant to part with it. The yellow hussar carried him and the herbs all the way from Jiangnan to Longyu, and then from Longyu to Luoshui. Do whatever you need to do, and never make a fuss. Thinking about it, Lu Yuxing had to tie his horse in the front yard first. We'll build a barn for him when we have time. The entire house is unoccupied for years and cleaning is inevitable. But before he could get a broom, the cat was seen transformed in there with a rag wiping the table. The tiny body faced a table that was taller than her and had to carry a stool to step on and wipe it. I don't know if she had touched her nose with her hand, but Lu Yuxing saw 3 black marks on her face. I guess I wasn't paying attention and wiped my face with my little dirty hands. Looking at Kat's serious appearance, Lu Yuxing walked over and wiped her face, then said to her, "Why don't you go clean up the yard and leave this place to me?" Kat shook her head and hid the rag behind her. "No. Mother said that a cat that can't clean up its own nest isn't a good cat." "And did your mother ever say that cats should listen to big cats?" Kat froze for a moment, then nodded. "Mother said this too. Ugh. What then?" Kat was in distress. Lu Yuxing was just about to tell her that she had to learn to divide and conquer, when he saw the cat tapping her head and said, "Cat got it. Cat said for cat to clean up the yard. Mama said the cat should listen to the big cat, so the cat will have no problem cleaning up the yard and the house." With that, the cat ran out in a gust of wind to clean up the clutter in the yard, leaving Lu Yuxing where he was. He looked stunned. After thinking about it for half a day, I couldn't figure out how she got that logic. Think about it. LOL. Don't say it. You don't say it. She's got a damn good point. Lu Yuxing in his heart lamented this silly cat one day be cheated away to sell all still help count money it. If she really opened a hotel, she might be able to trick her into working for her for nothing. Thinking of this, Lu Yuxing suddenly remembered that he was the one who tricked her into coming here. After a sigh in his heart, Lu Yuxing picked up the rag that the cat had left behind and began to clean up the house. In any case, the purpose was served anyway. 1 man and 1 cat divided the labor, and the 2 spent a small half-day sweeping the floor of the tables were wiped down and the house was finally cleaned. Standing in the yard, Cat looked at the fruits of her labor, crossed her arms and, quite proudly, "Dada Cat, look, Cat is all done." Yeah, cats are the best. Lu Yuxing praised the little girl, and then he told her to stay home and watch the house. He himself went to the street to buy bedding, benches, tables, chairs and other necessities. After circling around the marketplace, Lu Yuxing returned with the yellow horse that had carried a bunch of things. "Furniture and whatnot will be delivered by the shopkeepers and brought back our pots and pans and other such most important things. It's not too late to buy the rest when you need it." The little girl was sitting on the threshold, with her eyes fixed on the street beyond mentally counting the number of times he waited for Lu Yuxing to return. When he counted to the 900th or so, he saw Lu Yuxing and the yellow hussar returning from afar. Kat got up cheerfully and stood on the threshold waving her hand to Lu Yuxing. Lu Yuxing bought 2 bacon buns on the street. With his new house he feels like he's accomplished half of his life's goals. Now it's just a matter of finding a wife who knows what's hot and what's cold. I'm ashamed to say that, in both my past and present lives, adding up to almost 50 years of life experience, Lu Yuxing has never been in love once. Only, he didn't know if he would be able to do what he wanted here. However, since he was able to accomplish half of his former goal in this side of the world, Lu Yuxing thought that the other half of that goal would definitely be realized. He still has a longing for love. Returning to the door, the cat circled him cheerfully, and suddenly her nose moved up and then the eyes lit up, amber eyes shining brightly. It smells so good. Lu Yuxing smiled and raised the bacon bun in his hand. "Hungry? Come and eat." Yeah. As the sun sets, Lu Yuxing and Cat move into their new home and start a new life. Chapter 85, Taiping Martial Arts School. Take a bite of the juicy bacon bun. The cat tried to wag its tail in contentment, and couldn't get enough of the food. Lu Yuxing, on the other hand, watched the cat eat. It doesn't really matter if he eats it or not. After 2 drinks with the toothman today, there's no need to eat anymore. The bedding was laid out and the house was simply cleaned up. Lu Yuxing sat cross-legged on the bed, gulping in the qi of heaven and earth and letting it flow through the Xian pass in his body. The return to 1 Xian Gong was a good technique, and Lu Yuxing found that this technique not only enhanced the cultivation of the cultivator. One's own martial arts can also be practiced through this kung fu for knuckle dragging. It was much faster than running the wind-chasing sword technique on its own to cultivate the return to 1 Xian Gong, absorbing the chaotic qi of heaven and earth. The golden raindrops that were absorbed by the spiritual root boundary stayed behind to cast the inner mansion. All the rest was squeezed into the Xian pass by Lu Yuxing running his gongfu. The transforming power of the metaphysical orifices has been significantly increased by the cultivation of the Lu Yuxing felt his body's qi energy grow more and more robust and vigorous. The true qi was as vast and dense as the sea. The sword recipe mentioned that the true qi transforming into a sea of true energy was the precursor to stepping into the Yuan High realm. Right now the true qi was approaching the critical point of transforming true essence. Lu Yuxing felt that he only needed to close his eyes for a while before he could step into the Yuan High realm. As the night grew darker, an oil lamp illuminated the bedroom. Spiritual energy and true qi flowed through Lu Yuxing's body like two distinct rivers. The breathing method was practiced non-stop every moment without the slightest delay. Lu Yuxing kept exhaling his muddy white breath. And with one mind and three hearts, the breathing method had long since become a habit for him, and it didn't require much effort at all. Ever since the old man had taught him this method, he had been applying it all the time. In the process of applying and then improving the refinement, it is really as natural as breathing. Late at night, with the slightest hint of coolness bubbling up for no apparent reason, the tiger cat rubbed her sleepy eyes with her tiny paws. Noticing that Lu Yuxing, who was running his gongfu, was hot, he curled up in Lu Yuxing's arms to rest. Feeling the movement in his arms, Lu Yuxing stopped the operation of his gongfu. Seeing the tiger cat nestled in his arms, Lu Yuxing stroked the soft fur and also noticed the in air seeping in from outside the house. It wasn't long before a proof came from outside the house. Lu Yuxing was not surprised. He knew the squirting ghost girl would surely reappear. The tiger cat was also awakened by the squirting sound, and when it heard the squirting sound, its fur exploded all over its body and eyes gazing out the window. Not sleeping? Well, there's Ian out there. It seems to be our house guests who have come to welcome us here. The kitten's eyes blinked. Guests? Of course, it's our house. Drawn and quartered in black and white and recognized by the authorities, Lu Yuxing carried the kitten to the side, then rolled over and stood up from the bed. Cat inquired, "What does Dada Cat want?" "Go check on our guests." After thinking for a moment, Lu Yuxing decided that it would be better to bring along the horizontal sword. Taking the cat out into the backyard, across the Lu Yuxing then saw a woman in white circling the well. The woman's white dress floated in the wind, and her long hair poured down so that she couldn't see her face at all. Each time she circled the well, the woman spewed out a mouthful of water and then continued circling. Lu Yuxing looked at her for a while, then approached the woman in white with cat. The closer you get to the well, the more yin and yang there is. The cat also carefully followed behind Lu Yuxing. She was still just a newly transformed kitten and had no idea what to expect from this female ghost. Seemingly sensing someone approaching, the woman in white stopped circling then slowly turned in the direction of the visitor. Upon seeing that the visitor was a martial artist with a bloody aura and a fierce and astral aura that rushed to the sky, as well as a transformed cat demon queen, Put! A large gulp of water erupted from the woman's mouth, and then she turned and leapt down towards the water of the well. It was gone in a flash. Lu Yuxing. Cat cocked her head. Dada Cat. What happened to the guest? Lu Yuxing sighed. Our guest seems a little scared. Ha! Cat was a little confused. The big cats are so kind and mean no harm themselves. Why should that guest be afraid of them? Go! Lu Yuxing got up and went back to the house. The cat hung her head at a lurch. Already in a daze. Early the next morning, Lu Yuxing and the tiger cat transformed into a small girl went out on the street to purchase things. Stop by and visit the surrounding neighborhood. There wasn't much to visit. Really, his yard was located at the very back end of the alley. Diagonally across the street is a tea and food store. Front store and backyard. The front of the store was facing the street, and the backyard was facing Lu Yuxing's front door. Going around from the alley, Lu Yuxing came to the tea and food store. The person who runs the tea and food store is a widow, surnamed Song, with a teenage daughter. I heard that the man of the house was originally a coachman who went out once and never came back. The widow was convinced that her husband was not dead and kept her daughter with her without remarrying. It's not a big town. The haunted mansion in the backyard sold. Definitely counts as news for this quiet town. Lu Yuxing walked into the store, and the owner's wife, who runs the store, saw him as a stranger. Upon inquiry, he learns that it was Lu Yuxing who bought the haunted house. At once he was advised to move in a hurry. Lu Yuxing smiled perfunctorily and said bluntly that he hadn't seen any ghosts even after staying for a night, and no ghosts came looking for him. After a few pleasantries, after all, it's the front and back doors to each other. Widow Song was also polite enough to bring tea and snacks for Lu Yuxing to savor. After Lu Yuxing tasted it, he thought it tasted good, so he packed one, getting ready to take it back to the cat to try. When she wanted to pay, Widow Song was dead set against it, and Lu Yuxing straightened up. Just take it, boss lady, and I'll ask you something else on the way. Seeing that Lu Yuxing insisted on paying, Widow Song had no choice but to accept it and signaled Lu Yuxing. Big brother, if there's anything you want to say, just say it, and Auntie will definitely tell you if there's anything she knows. I'd like to ask you where there's a store nearby that makes plaques. Make a plaque? Widow Song sized up Lu Yuxing and asked, "You're opening a store, big brother?" Lu Yuxing nodded. "Pretty much. I'm opening a martial arts school." "Martial arts school?" Widow Song thought she had heard wrong. "Big brother, you want to open a martial arts school? But auntie, I heard that this martial arts school can't be opened casually." Lu Yuxing bluntly said that he was clear about the doorway, so that the other party did not have to worry about it. Seeing Lu Yuxing's insistence, Widow Song informed Lu Yuxing of the location of the store. Lu Yuxing thanked him and left with the refreshments. When he came to the store that dealt in plaques, the fellow at the counter greeted him and asked, "Guest, but do you want to make a plaque?" Lu Yuxing nodded. "Opening a martial arts school. A plaque is missing. What kind of inscription do you want?" "You leave a deposit, and when it's done the store will send it to you," dude asked. Lu Yuxing had already named his martial arts school in his heart, the Taiping Martial Arts Center. Chapter 86, Undercurrents. After placing the order and paying the deposit, the fellow promised to have it ready and delivered within 10 days. In the days that followed, Lu Yuxing and Kat, who had nothing to do, continued to perfect their new home. A stable was erected in the front yard, and by the way the furniture purchased was added to the various houses. After a little bit of refinement, the home was really running. When you move to a new house, it's natural to say goodbye and celebrate, because the only people in the house are myself and the cat. So the celebration was spent in a simple meal of dumplings. It was Kat's first time eating dumplings. Without waiting for Lu Yuxing to get the vinegar and soy sauce and other dipping sauces ready, the cat then got down and grabbed up a dumpling from the plate and stuffed it into her mouth. However, the hot cat's eyes watered from the corner of his eyes, and he picked up the vinegar that Lu Yuxing brought over and dried a bowl. Then it squirted out again. It made Lu Yuxing cry and laugh. The cat's tongue was afraid of heat. This he hadn't forgotten. But that was Lu Yuxing judging himself. He'd be fine even if he swallowed red-hot charcoal raw right now. I didn't realize that the transformed cat demon was actually afraid of heat. For the next several days, the cat spoke with a large tongue. The depressed cat nestled in his room and refused to come out, not even in the mood to catch mice. A few days passed. Apart from the occasional trip out, Lu Yuxing also basically stayed at home. The wide backyard became his practicing ground, and from time to time, he would revise the 24 styles of wind chasing technique. From time to time, practice stomping stance steps, just like this. He practiced martial arts during the day and cultivated his true chi at night. The progress of the orifices became more and more obvious, and the efficiency of the transformation of the Xianguan increased by a full 30%. According to the sword trick, Lu Yuxing was clear that as long as he could raise another 20% from the original, the transformation efficiency of the Xianguan would be enough to step into the middle realm, and at that time, stepping into the Yuan High would be just a matter of time. The house furniture also has some pots and pans and other household utensils. Half of the money from Cat has already been spent. The rest will last another year and a half. Lu Yuxing is not in a hurry. Wait for the martial arts school to open up. Collect some apprenticeship tuition, will be back. The streets lined with mansions and stores were not far from the. Basically, every day, I buy groceries at the food stand and go back to cooking. Cat volunteered to take over the cooking chores. After Lu Yuxing instructed her to learn for 2 days, he didn't expect to do a decent job. At least steaming a rice and cooking a porridge is still possible. Other than that, Lu Yuxing was going to let her learn slowly. Cat seems eager to prove himself. Lu Yuxing could understand her feelings, but everything had to be done slowly. After another series of days, Lu Yuxing realized that the guests in his family's backyard seemed reluctant to come out these days. Lu Yuxing squatted for a few nights, and every time he didn't see the female ghost in the well come out to spray water. Lu Yuxing then didn't care too much. He brewed a pot of good rainy day Mao Jian, half lying on a recliner he had just bought in the yard. He sipped hot tea and rocked the recliner to rest. The peaceful life in White Bull Town made him feel as if he had returned to the old days with his old man in Wuhan City. Those were also the days when the old man sat in a chair, basking in the sun, with a bushel fan in his hand. Lu Yuxing was in the yard chopping wood, practicing kung fu, or simply moving a chair to sit beside the old man. A hitchhiker's conversation, until the old man fell asleep, or neither of them had anything more to say to each other. It was only then that we watched the sun go down together in the courtyard in silence. The newly purchased recliner rocked back and forth. Lu Yuxing closed his eyes, and before long, then he went to sleep. Bang bang! A knock sounded from the door. Cat heard the knock at the door and got down from her little stool in front of the kitchen stove and, undoing the half-assed apron he was wearing, he wiped his hands and went to open the door. Outside the door stood a little girl in a button-down, who looked to be in her teens, and it is the daughter of the widow Song who runs the tea store across the street. Yu Shu Yun. The girl had big, black and white eyes, very pretty, and was holding a jar in her hand. Seeing that it was Cat who opened the door, the girl asked curiously, "Sister Cat, Where's brother Yuxing? Cat tilted her head and whispered to the girl. Shoo, the big cat is asleep. Asleep? Yu Shuyun looked towards the courtyard and saw Lu Yuxing leaning back on the recliner, his chest rising and falling slightly. So he handed the jar in his hand to the little girl. This is the chicken soup my mom stewed and asked me to come and deliver a can to brother Yuxing. The tea and food store also carries breakfast. Lu Yuxing and Cat sometimes settled for breakfast at Widow Song's tea and food store. Living in close proximity, the two families became very familiar with each other over time. Widow Song is a warm and hospitable person. Lu Yuxing sometimes helped her carry a little rice and noodles and other work. She was so overjoyed that she often made more food and refreshments to send over. The cat took the tile jar. Yu Shuyun stroked the cat's head like Lu Yuxing, then drifted away like a light cloud. Clouds roll in and out of the sky. Lu Yuxing woke up with a start and saw Cat with her hands cupped around her face, leaning back in the recliner and looking at him. What are you looking at me for? Cat stood up and pointed to the tiles on the tea table. Auntie Song brought chicken soup. Lu Yuxing looked at the jar and the corner of his mouth lifted in a nice curve. Just in time. Buy some vermicelli and have chicken soup vermicelli and burrito tonight. Lu Yuxing looked at the sky, saw that it was still early, and counted the days that it's almost time for pickup. With the simple idea that the sooner you open the sooner you're in business. Lu Yuxing planned to retrieve the plaque today. Tell Cat to warm up the chicken soup. Lu Yuxing stretched. The bones in his body splintered. Walk out of the courtyard and up the street all the way to the store that made the plaque. It was a very ordinary store, but the only one in town that did plaques. It is said to be the handiwork of a 30-year-old master. Lu Yuxing entered the store. When the fellow saw him coming, he immediately recognized him as the customer who had placed the order 10 days ago and greeted him with a smile. Gu, what a coincidence that you're here. I just made it here, and I'm planning to deliver it to you tomorrow, he said. You're on your way. Lu Yuxing followed the fellow to a shelf and saw his customized plaque. Taiping Martial Arts Center. For big golden characters, good red rosewood production, carving fine and exquisite. The topcoat also looks slick. Nice. Lu Yuxing nodded in satisfaction. The final payment was then made cleanly. The shopkeeper wanted to ask his fellow to help deliver him to his home, but Lu Yuxing declined. It was just a plaque, which he carried on his own shoulders, and then set off in the direction of home. Walking down the street, Lu Yuxing carrying a large plaque became a conspicuous sight. The bystanders subconsciously glanced at him when they saw him carrying such a thing. Seeing the words Taiping Martial Arts School, the people realized that this was a new martial arts school in the town. Afterwards, everyone went about doing what they were supposed to do. Tiny little town. How many people can have the leisure and money to learn martial arts? Not to mention an out-of-towner who doesn't know the depths. However, just because people don't care, doesn't mean that some people don't care. It didn't take long for news of a new martial arts academy to open in the town of White Bull. It then reached the ears of Luo Shui City's martial arts firm. Chapter 87, Kick in the Door. On this day, the streets were busy as usual. The sounds of buying and selling, yelling and haggling, are all in a row. The small two men in the roadside wine shop started in and out with their drinks and dishes, and the diners talked and laughed and the sound of cups clinking was staggered. Lu Yuxing carried the tile jar containing the chicken soup from yesterday in his hand and walked unhurriedly. Yesterday he opened his martial arts school. It is reasonable to say that when a martial arts school opens, at least a theater troupe or something like that should be hired to knock things around a bit. But Lu Yuxing didn't like this kind of noisy publicity. He firmly believes that wine is not afraid of deep alleys, and that his own skills are here to stay. It only takes one to come and worship to achieve the broken window effect. With a tile jar in his hand, he made his way to Widow Song's family's tea and food store. Lu Yuxing came to return the jar and buy some more breakfast back on the way. Before he could reach the heels of the tea and food store, he heard a quarrel coming from the tea and food store not far away. Lu Yuxing frowned slightly and moved forward to see what was going on. In the Song family tea and food shop, Yu Shuyun was wearing a long-sleeved button-down blouse. There are no buttons, only a strap on the bodice that fastens at the chest. A hairpin was inserted into her black, waterfall-like hair, and there were a few more pouts on that handsome face. The small white hand that had been making pasta for years clenched its fist and slapped it heavily on the tabletop. In front of her, 3 of the town's famous wannabes were eating half-drunk in the middle of the morning for some reason. Surrounding the Song family's tea and food store, they were making flirtatious remarks about prodigality. Get out of my way or I'll call the police, Yu Shuyun shouted angrily. Underneath the tough exterior is a hardened heart honed by life. Yu Shuyun followed his father out to catch the bus when he was very young. The family basically lived and ate on the wagon in those days. The wagon is their home. However, after an accident while catching a bus, and after the father was nowhere to be found, the mother carried the burden of the family. Borrowing the funeral expenses compensated from the proprietor, Widow Song opened the store. She was convinced her husband wasn't dead, and Yu Shuyun was influenced by this, and savored the difficulty of life early on, practicing a little shrew on the streets. The obviously gentle-looking girl picked up a meat chopper, banged on the tabletop, and a pair of showy eyes glared angrily. Cherry mouth. Is a few dirty words sort out? Go back to your old lady with the thousands of writers and the thousands of people you've got in there. This is not a place for you to be wild. Do you think we're so easy to bully? Yu Shuyun slashed the meat chopping knife in his hand heavily on the tabletops, embedding it deeply into the tabletops. Instead of being afraid, a few wannabes teased, May, we are all motherless people. We can't get in. Can we get in with you? Mother Song had gone out to buy goods, and these swindlers came at the right time to take advantage of the little girl. Lu Yuxing was watching from the sidelines, but when he was about to make a move, instead, he saw a few big, burly men turn out from an alley not far away, uniformly dressed in brown buntings, and represented by strips of yellow cloth on their arms. The gang leader in charge of the local bailiwick, one of Master Shan's men. These merchants usually just pay money to Master Shan. Master Hill's gang is responsible for joint policing of the local bailiwick, as well as night watch patrols and fire safety. A few burly men with ironic faces came straight to Widow Song's tea and food store. The wannabe in the lead was just about to reach out and touch Yu Shuyun's face when he felt a pain in his arm and the body froze violently. Looking back, he realized that his arm was being squeezed by a large hand. Looking at the muscles on the other man's arms was thicker than his own thighs. The wannabe in the lead froze for a moment and looked up to meet an unruffled face. Are you guys tired of living? You dare to spread your wildness on our mountain master's territory in broad daylight? The wannabe in the lead gulped and hastily shook his head. No. Misunderstood, big brother. We are fooling around with her. Haunting? The burly man in the lead gave a wry smile. That's fine. Let's mess with you a little bit too. The burly man let out a sardonic laugh, then yanked the prodigal over with one hand. His partner around him followed suit. The masters play a game with you too, called Pass the Kuju. With that said, the leading Hanyu flew up and kicked the wannabe towards one of his companions, and his companion kicked out at the same time to kick the prodigal to another companion. The three formed a circle, round and round, kicking the three wannabes until they couldn't get up again after they. That's when he whisked his sleeve away. Lu Yuxing witnessed the whole thing from the sidelines. After witnessing the departure of several strong men, Lu Yuxing walked out from the shadows, handing the tiles back to Yu Shuyun, who was cleaning up the mess in the store. Brother Yuxing. Yu Shuyun saw Lu Yuxing arrive and raised her hand to greet him. Didn't Cat's sister come? Lu Yuxing glanced at the deeply embedded meat chopping knife on the tablet, then said, At home catching mice, so I came to deliver the jar. Catching rats? Yu Shuyun felt a bit rare when she heard this reason. However, she still took the jar in Lu Yuxing's hand first. After the two of them exchanged a few pleasantries, Lu Yuxing was ready to go home with a bag of tea food. At the beginning of summer, heaven and earth are fresh. The breath of heaven and earth is most refreshing in the early morning. After incorporating the internal boundaries, all the turbid air exhaled seems to become less. Lu Yuxing meditated and practiced, and the fog-like and wave-like cleansing chi of heaven and earth seemed to be overflowing from the essence of grass and trees. In the small garden, Lu Yuxing meditated and cultivated the return to one Xian Gong, pushing his cultivation in a step-by-step manner. The town was gradually waking up, and the sparse chirping of birds was crisp and pleasant. The martial arts school opened, and for a few days, not a single person came to ask about it. Lu Yuxing didn't get discouraged, but continued to wait, convinced that someone would definitely come. It seemed as if God had seen his heart, and just today, while meditating and practicing, there was a knock at the door. Lu Yuxing ended his cultivation and went to open the door, saw standing outside the door a well-built man with a dark face, broad shoulders, and glaring eyes. Hello, are you here to learn martial arts from a master? Lu Yuxing asked politely. Who knew that the visitor didn't have the good sense to look up and down at Lu Yuxing? Then pointing to the Taiping Martial Arts Center on the plaque, he said, Worship? You're the instructor of this martial arts school? Lu Yuxing nodded. That's exactly what I am. The black-faced man said unhappily. Who gave you permission to open a martial arts school here? It's permitted by the government. A black and white drawing. Do you want to take it to see, brother? Who watches that stuff? We have a ton of martial arts schools. Besides, the officials have allowed it. But we, the Luoshui Martial Arts Association, haven't allowed it yet. Are you not taking our local martial arts association seriously? There are no rules, Lu Yuxing asked when he saw the visitor. Oh, what rules are you talking about going through? The black-faced man laughed. According to the rules, if you want to open a martial arts school, you must accept the challenge of all the martial arts firms in Luoshui City. At least 9 out of 10 must be beaten to qualify for the opening. Chapter 88, Inviting Master Lu to Tea. There is an unwritten rule for martial arts or dart companies that eat the skill of their hands. That's xenophobia. One is to protect the business of the locals and the other is to maintain the reputation of the local martial arts firms. When a local person learns local kung fu and opens a martial arts school, he has a master on top and has to avoid things. And out-of-towners don't have that. That's why martial arts firms or dart companies suppress outsiders. It's simple. The cake is this big. If you take one more bite, I'll take one less. This rule doesn't only apply to outsiders. Locals who go abroad and come back from learning kung fu. The same will be true for suppression. It's fine if you don't learn it well, but if you learn it better than the native faucet, then what can people do? So, in a way, this part of the martial arts business is just a well of water all over the place. All sorts of monopolies on their own turf. Of course, where there are people, there is a jungle. Then there will always be people who can't make it locally for various reasons and run away. In this regard, the tactics of martial arts firms or dart companies everywhere are amazingly consistent. That's a door-to-door kicker. The local martial arts firms are not vegetarians. And these days those who can open a martial arts school basically have real skills in their hands. If you don't have enough skills and get kicked out successfully, then you deserve it and get the hell out while you can. Because your reputation has been nullified locally. No one will come to your martial arts school that was successfully kicked out. Again, if there is real skill in the hands, there is a way. The kicker won't be a family that comes and kicks and that's the end of it. Taking Luoshui City as an example. The local martial arts firm of 13 martial arts schools, the Dragon Head set the rules that if a foreigner wants to come and open a martial arts school, he or she must defeat 9 out of the 10 martial arts schools that come to kick the school's ass before you are allowed to do so. Don't think it's too little yet. This is already a very generous offer. The fact that the Luoshui martial arts firm requires 10 to win 9 shows that the overall strength of the people themselves is high. Leaves you room for error. It's okay if you lose the first time. Pick a weaker one for him next time. There's still a challenge to sell some favors. How about letting you lose twice and win once to save face? If some of the smaller places, many of which require a full win to open, some of them will even resort to all sorts of underhanded tricks and trips during the challenge, even hiring kung fu masters to pose as instructors. As a result, very few people can usually sustain a kick from a martial artist. After all, peers are peers, and the one Lu Yuxing was going to kick off the challenge in front of him was the head instructor of a local martial arts school in Luoshui City. The black-faced man clasped his hands together. Taxing martial school, Sun Delong, come to challenge. Then he swept a glance. Are you alone in this martial arts hall? Of yours? 2, actually, Lu Yuxing said. So can you make the call? Lu Yuxing nodded. Yes. The black-faced man reached out and pulled his sword from the scabbard behind him. Then I'll be bold enough to ask for advice. Lu Yuxing let out half his body. It's not nice to fight in the street. Weak in backyard. Humph. Just go. Sun Delong entered Lu Yuxing's Taiping Martial Arts Center with great strides. That is, his home. Arriving at the backyard, Sun Delong struck a pose and said to Lu Yuxing, martial arts rules, see the truth in your hands. If you lose, I'll smash your sign. Now admit defeat. Pick yourself, and you'll still have the decency to do so. Lu Yuxing did not reply, but drew his horizontal sword and stood in place. Humph. Toast to toast. Sun Delong took the initiative with his sword, and his sword was continuous. The two figures instantly intertwined. Sun Delong held his breath, determined to take down Lu Yuxing within a few moves. So the moves were made with a hint of ruthless determination. The sword swept across the room, bringing up a sharp wind. Lu Yuxing retreated while receiving the move, while judging his opponent's strength in his mind. Luoshui City is worthy of being a big city. A martial arts school instructor. All of them have the strength of second-rate experts in Jianghu. Lu Yuxing felt that he was only a little weaker than that fast dagger Hosan he had met. Then, let him have a few more moves. On the other side, Sun Delong saw that he couldn't take Lu Yuxing even after 5 moves. Then there was some impatience. The sword was wide open and had disorganized the pace. Lu Yuxing keenly grasped this information. Then, taking advantage of Sun Delong's sword slash, he dodged to the left, then changed his pace and turned his body around. The horizontal sword was then placed on Sun Delong's neck. The set was not fast, about as fast as Sundowner's reflexes as well as his strikes. But Lu Yuxing was just able to do it all at about the same speed as him. Without waiting for Sun Delong to react, Lu Yuxing withdrew and sheathed his sword with a backward movement, arching his hand. Understood. Sundown settled down, then touched his neck. Although there wasn't even a white mark on it, he just felt a chill down his spine. Looking at Lu Yuxing, who was floating in the distance, Sun Delong knew that he had kicked the iron plate this time. A dry arching clasp followed. Shame. No delivery. Sandrine left in disgrace. After Lu Yuxing saw him leave, he closed the door and waited for the next wave of martial arts masters who came to kick the door. After leaving, Sun Delong came to a tea house with his head hanging down. There, the proprietors or instructor martial artists of several other houses in Luoshui were already waiting there. Seeing Sun Delong come in with a shameful face, a few people immediately changed their faces. No way. Old Sun, you lost? That kid looks like he's only in his early 20s. Sun Delong didn't want to talk, just sat sullenly on a chair and drank tea. The others were guilty of seeing him like this. It doesn't matter if you lose the kick. What kills you is that Sun Delong is such a good and strong. Someone whose strength could also rank in the top 5 in the Luoshui martial arts firm lost and didn't even want to say much. Wouldn't that mean that the strength of the visitor was far superior to him? In the past, even if Sun Delong lost a match with someone, he would still have to clamor a few times. Claims that his carelessness is what led to his defeat. With such a clean loss this time around, it was clear that the visitor was not going to be dispatched so easily. A few people discussed the matter for a few moments and finally had to make a decision. While first continuing to kick the bucket, the other side went to find the dragon head of the Luoshui martial arts firm. Master Wang Kaishan Wang came to preside over the situation. All of this was unknown to Lu Yuxing. For the next few days, it was like Lu Yuxing's home neighborhood had an automatic brush cage on. Almost every day, martial artists who came to challenge him would refresh in his neighborhood. Then up came the names and martial arts school names. And the next thing you know, the fight was on the spot. They are all second-rate and third-rate skills, which are fine for a martial arts teacher, but not for the Jianghu. He let a few moves go before settling cleanly. For the next 2 days, no more martial artists were randomly swiped out of the corner. Lu Yuxing was still a bit puzzled. Didn't we agree that we'd only move if we won 10 fights? How come they cut off after 3 or 4 visits? If you don't come, just don't come. Lu Yuxing is happy to have a free time. After 2 more days, Lu Yuxing was resting in his recliner when someone knocked on the door. Opening the door, he saw a young man in a power shirt coming outside. After seeing Lu Yuxing come out, the young man arched his hand in invitation. The 13 Luoshui martial arts houses are inviting Pavilion Master Lu to have tea at the ULI building. Go, Lu Yuxing said. Chapter 89 Martial Arts Association. ULI Tea House. 13 martial arts schools in Luoshui make up the local martial arts firm, and this time they breaded the entire tea house. Used to entertain honored guests, each of the 3 religions, the 5 trades and the 8 trades has its own way of doing things and its own way of making a living. This dynasty is weak. The local group of thieves, learning martial arts to defend themselves is also increasing. Of course, there are a lot of people who learn, but if you drive on without moderation, the fish will be mixed up. The good and the bad will also tarnish their reputation as martial artists. After all, no one wants a rat turd to spoil the pot of soup. Kickboxing, then, became a common option for testing skills between martial arts schools. Over time, in an effort to standardize, martial arts schools around the world formed martial arts houses. Sensei wants to get a foothold in the local community and open a martial arts business. It's just a matter of getting permission from the martial arts firms around the world first. This is the case with the Luoshui martial arts firm. 13 local martial arts schools, with Master Wang Kaishan Wang as the dragon head, starting with his Changfeng martial arts school, common in and out. I don't know how many outsiders' dreams of a martial arts school have been shattered over the years, preserving the face and majesty of the Luoshui martial arts firm. And yet, favoring this year, there was a man on a horse with a little girl that, come to the White Bull town outside of Luoshui city. A plaque was struck, a house was purchased and a martial arts school was opened. Not even a hello to them. It is really arrogant. In response, a few of the martial arts firms stepped in to kick the can down the road, only to lose big time. In the end, we had no choice but to ask President Wang Kaishan, who was in seclusion, to intervene. Come and get rid of this martial artist surnamed Lu. Lu Yuxing brought the tiger kitten to the ULI tea house. Leaving her home alone, Lu Yuxing was a bit uneasy. Arriving at the tea house and looking at the signboard, Lu Yuxing was a bit of a novelty. This universe's first chain of ULI and doesn't open inns to open tea houses anymore? I don't know if it's a coincidence or not. Lu Yuxing and Kat followed the martial artist who led the way to the tea house. Go up to the second floor booth. The house smelled of tea. The heads or instructors of 13 martial arts schools are all here. Lu has met several proprietors. Lu Yuxing clasped his fists in a circle. Seeing Lu Yuxing's appearance, Kat also followed his example and hugged his fist after Lu Yuxing. Pavilion Master Lu is polite. These martial artists or proprietors were polite. Since ancient times, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. There's nothing a martial arts practitioner can't admit to someone who's really good at what they do. A loss is a loss, and no amount of sophistry can change that fact. However, as the saying goes, if hard doesn't work, then soft will. Lu Yuxing was invited over today just to discuss this matter. Lu Yuxing wasn't sure what was in the mind of this martial arts school's proprietor and instructor. his eyes, from the moment he came in and saluted. It was then firmly locked on a middle-aged man sitting in the center position of a circle of people. This man had sword brows and starry eyes, and his angular face carried an air of unruffled authority. The whole man was sitting cross-legged in the center of the box. The people around him surrounded him on both sides as if they were stars. It was the recognized martial arts head boss in the Luoshui martial arts firm, Wang Kaishan. This man made his living in his early years by traveling and selling his wares at stalls. Because of his good talent, he met an old martial artist, passed on a set of gong methods to Wang Kaishan. With this set of feats, and with the innate chakra clearing, Wang Kaishan officially stepped into the path of martial arts cultivation. Soon the rather gifted man's progress skyrocketed. From a no-good jungle seller and stick instructor, he became a real martial arts master. So steeped in martial arts, Wang Kaishan made a name for himself in the Jianghu at a young age. Later on, because of a fight over a woman, Wang Kaishan killed a publican. This is going to be bad. The other family, of course, refused to let it go that way, so they put a huge bounty on his head, paid again to hire swordsmen to come after him. The pursued Wang Kaishan ended up fighting and killing the swordsman, but he himself was seriously injured. In the end, he had to quit the Jianghu and return to his hometown. Because of the early injuries and the delay in opening the aperture points, Wang Kaishan then opened his own Changfeng martial arts school in his hometown after knocking over a bunch of martial arts school instructors, and has continued to open it until now, and it is already the largest martial arts school in the area. There were 300 or 400 disciples. After seeing Lu Yuxing arrive at the box, Wang Kaishan had also been staring at him. Where's the Lu Pavilion master calling from? Wang Kaishan took the initiative to ask. The Longyi people. Longyu? Then why would Pavilion Master Lu come to our Luoshui? Is this something I can leave out? Wang Kaishan nodded, then got up, picking up a cup of tea and strolling over. Of course you can. It's up to Pavilion Master Lu to say or not to say. After saying that, Wang Kaishan licked his palm, and at a distance of 3 feet away from Lu Yuxing, throw the teacup lightning fast. Snap. Lu Yuxing lifted his hand and caught the teacup easily and casually. His true chi was released and covered the teacup. Not a drop of tea was spilled. He then took it to the tip of his nose and sniffed it in admiration. Good tea. Wang Kaishan's face looked as normal. Really, it's good that Pavilion Master Lu likes it. Insiders look in, outsiders look out. No one present was a cutie. In a short exchange of words, anyone can see that the two are evenly matched on the surface. It made the crowd in the room sweat. The two continued to talk, and after some cross-examination, Lu Yuxing either told the truth or made a perfunctory statement. It made Wang Kaishan unable to catch his pulse. It was only when the tea had all had a round and was ready to be refilled that Wang Kaishan added, "Alright, I understand. Lu Quanman wants to open a martial arts school. This is something that we, the Luoshui Martial Arts Company, have agreed to. In the future, 1/13th house in Luoshui is 1/14th house, and if there's anything that Pavilion Master Lu needs, feel free to come to the guys." Good. Lu Yuxing didn't say much as he picked up the tea in front of him. In lieu of tea, Lu toasts you all. A drink followed. Then, in the future then, I'll ask for more care from the proprietors. Mr. Lu will take my leave. Saying that, Lu Yuxing walked over to Kat, who was eating a pastry at the side, patted her little brain. The little girl looked up, her mouth bulging like a squirrel's. Going home. Ow. Saying that, she reluctantly grabbed a piece of pastry and followed Lu Yuxing away. Wait for a large and small figure to leave. The remaining 12 of the martial arts firms were as if they had exploded. They were eager to question Wang Kaishan. It was clearly agreed that he was asked to step in just to deter Lu Yuxing, so as to give some money to send Lu Yuxing away. It turned out that Wang Kaishan was messing this up with them, left people behind without consulting the crowd. However, looking toward Wang Kaishan who was still slowly drinking tea, the remaining 12 but none of them dared to ask that. They were all looking at him in silence, waiting for Wang Kaishan to give an explanation. Putting down his teacup, Wang Kaishan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked around at the crowd, and he slowly spoke. All right, the man stays, he won't take business from you. But, President Wang, why? Because I can't see through him either. Wang Kaishan said slowly. The crowd was stunned. They naturally knew the strength of Wang Kaishan. He was a martial artist who had set foot in the martial arts, immersed in the martial arts for more than 20 years, and his strength was extraordinary. If even he couldn't see Lu Yuxing's strength, then who else in the entire Luoshui martial arts firm could suppress him? Don't worry yourselves. This person's true chi is abundant and as vast as the sea. I'm afraid it's about to enter the Yuan High Realm. I advise you not to go to the trouble of others. The truth. Yuan High Realm of the martial artist, what strength? Even I can't imagine. Someone like that shouldn't be able to teach martial arts to mortals who can't cultivate. People are presumably here to look for true disciples, so you can rest assured. Hearing this, the crowd realized why Wang Kaishan wanted to leave Lu Yuxing behind. However, although Lu Yuxing wouldn't steal business from them, there was something else that they didn't understand. Wang Kaishan, the leading boss of the Luoshui martial arts firm, is 45 years old. However, the martial cultivation according to him was only at the beginning of the Qi gathering realm, while the other party looked to be only around 20. So why was his cultivation so far ahead? Moreover, with such cultivation and being so young, isn't it good to go to the capital, Daliang, to join the emperor? Why come here to open a nondescript martial arts school? Wang Kaishan smiled. This matter should not be mentioned in the future. Whoever is not open-minded wants to go and find things again. It's all because people are being kind when they leave your bodies intact. When the crowd heard this, they were creeped out and then left unhappily. Chapter 90, the gangs come to your door. Going home from ULI tea house, Lu Yuxing then noticed a few strong men in power suits sitting on the rocks in front of the courtyard entrance in front of him. Seeing Lu Yuxing from afar, these few strong men got up and walked over. Back, Lu Yuxing had seen these people before. Earlier, in front of Widow Song's tea and food store. It was these few burly men who taught a lesson to the few wannabes who had molested Yu Shuyun. Well, what do a few of you have to say? The burly man in the lead looked at Lu Yuxing's customized plaque. The Taiping Martial Arts Center. You run it? That's exactly what I am. Lu Yuxing said calmly. I didn't want to come to your place to collect money, but I can't believe you've opened it. The strong man at the head walked over and said to Lu Yuxing. Saying that, probably because he was afraid that Lu Yuxing wouldn't believe him, the strong man in the lead added. I know you've got skills. A foreigner can open a martial arts school in Lo Sui. You can't do that without a few hands. And it's a good thing you're in the martial arts business. But the rule in Rockwater City is that neither the merchants, nor the residents of Baojia fees and club fees have to be submitted to the bailiffs of each street every month. And White Bull Town is under the control of our Iron Feet Association. So even if you're a member of the Wuxing, you can't break the rules. If you don't believe me, you can go to your President Wang and ask him to come and talk to us. Master Shan. Lu Yuxing nodded. The rules are right. I understand. The money should be paid. It won't be underpaid. Seeing Lu Yuxing agreeing painfully, the burly man in the lead said with satisfaction, okay, then you remember. On the 10th day of every month, give the money to the bailiff of this street. You'll be excused this month. Starting next month. After the burly man finished speaking, he led the men away. Ironfoot Society. Lu Yuxing had heard about it from the Toothman. Lu Yuxing had dealt with this kind of gangster club a long time ago. When they were in Wuhan City, their street was under Master Long's control. The government controls the gangs and the gangs control the law and order, forming a complete process. There are a handful of gangs in Wuhan City. The bigger ones manage an area, smaller ones manage a street. The club is in charge of policing. It's not free, of course. You have to pay a monthly premium. There is also some running money for the New Year's festivities that are inevitable. Seems like it would be worth it to pay a little bit of money for the club to keep you safe. And by the way, patrol the night and take care of the firefighting. But the fact is that the so-called gangs, it's just a bunch of people eaters adding a heavy burden to the people. You're lucky they don't come after you, and they're trying to help you out? However, the gang that Lu Yuxing encountered in Luoshui City this time around, it really refreshed his impression of the club. They actually do keep the streets in order. This caused Lu Yuxing to take a slight interest in this gang called the Iron Foot Society, especially that Master Shan. I heard he unified the gangs in the entire Luoshui City. Even the head of the martial arts firm, Wang Kaishan, had to give him a break and pay up obediently. Although this person is seeking to make a profit, he understands the reasoning behind the fine line. Seeing that someone had asked Lu Yuxing for money, back inside the house, Kat lifted her little face to look at him. Dad, Kat, why should we give them money? Lu Yuxing thought for a moment and gently placed his hand on Kat's head and rubbed it. Because they maintain order in the streets. Then why don't the big cats police the streets and take their money? Kat asked again. Because I'm going to open a martial arts school. It's not the right thing to do. Ow. Kat nodded plausibly. Then came the agonizing. Another expense. Spending money instead of making money these days. Mother said this would sit on the ground. Oh, and you know about sitting on your ass? Kat crossed her arms and turned her nose up. Of course I know. Mother, she taught me a lot of learning there. Since Kat is so knowledgeable, could you help me think of what should I do to make my money back? Hearing Lu Yuxing ask this, Kat fell into deep thought. When I think about the fact that my family has no income and that I have to pay the people who run the streets every month, Kat then felt a great responsibility in herself. She stood straight as if she had taken on the heavy burden of supporting her family. But after half a day's thought, Kat couldn't come up with anything that would make any money at all. The only thing she knows how to do is cook thin rice. steam rice, and catch mice. Ugh. Thinking of this, Kat suddenly had an inspiration. She excitedly approached Lu Yuxing and said, Kat thought of it. Kat can catch mice for other people for money. Lu Yuxing said with an exaggerated expression. Wow. Kat is really smart. So how much do you think is the right amount to catch a mouse? Well, Kat was deep in thought. After a while, she held out a finger. How about a mouse for a penny? Too expensive. How about 2 rats for a penny? Kat scratched her head. Never having been in business before, she had her first encounter with a killer. He also didn't know how to price it appropriately. So he followed Lu Yuxing's words. 2 for a penny. Then, Lu Yuxing laughed. Then said with a slightly serious look. If Kat goes out by herself to help people catch mice to sell, she'll be easily cheated. So here's the deal. How about you give me the mice you catch and I'll go help Kat sell them for money? Seeing Lu Yuxing thinking so much about himself, Kat nodded in satisfaction. Well, alright, then, Kat will concentrate on catching mice and then Big Cat is in charge of selling the mice for money. Oh, by the way, Big Cat, are dead mice worth more or live mice worth more? Kat asked this question, and Lu Yuxing thought about it. He also didn't want to take the extra step of dealing with live rats. So he said, of course dead rats are worth the money. What if a live rat gets away? Aha, Dada Cat has a point. Kat remembers that when she first learned to catch mice she always got away with it. So he believed Lu Yuxing's words. Thinking that he had solved the problem of difficult income, the cat bounced away happily, watching the little girl's figure gradually shrink and then change into a tiger kitten. Lu Yuxing waved his hand at her, and after the tiger kitten meowed twice. Then he went off in search of a mouse hole. Lu Yuxing, on the other hand, lamented that this kitten was quite thunderous, said to solve the revenue challenge, and went ahead and did so. Back in the house, Lu Yuxing warmed up the leftovers, and simply ate a meal with these leftovers. Then he went to bed and went to practice. He basically sleeps very little nowadays, and the nights are for him. That's pure practice time. That night, Lu Yuxing closed his eyes to dive into his cultivation, when he suddenly heard the familiar sound of spraying water once again. Put! Lu Yuxing opened his eyes, then put on his clothes, drew his horizontal sword and pushed open the door of his room, prepared to meet the guest by the well in the backyard. Intuition told him that the ghost of the squirting woman in the backyard well wasn't that simple. There must be some other secret about her. Chapter 91, next time, give her something tough to do. Lu Yuxing carried his horizontal sword and walked through the veranda to the backyard. From a distance, white figures walked around the well, circle after circle. Every time you go around, there's a poof. The ground was dripping wet. Lu Yuxing watched for a while, then dressed and walked to the location of the well in the backyard. When the water-spewing white female ghost saw Lu Yuxing coming over, she immediately turned around and was about to jump down into the well, and Lu Yuxing shouted, Wait, since the girl is staying with me temporarily, she should at least inform me of her name. Lu Yuxing rushed there at a fast pace. My name is Lu Yuxing. May I ask the name of the girl? For the first time since moving into this mansion, Lu Yuxing had conversed with this squirting female ghost. Lu Yuxing was very curious about this female ghost that was living in his house. The white figure stalled for a moment, but only for a moment. The female ghost ignored Lu Yuxing's shouts and leapt into the well. Lu Yuxing leaned over the mouth of the well and saw in, but he saw the moonlight splashing on the surface of the well, a ripple of light. Where is there any semblance of a female ghost? Lu Yuxing looked at the well in silence. This isn't going to be good. This female ghost doesn't communicate or harm anyone. It comes out every night and sprays water. Tell Lu Yuxing to be unsure of how to handle this. After a few moments of contemplation, he decided to give the next time to this never communicative guest a whole lot of hard work. Sheathing his sword, Lu Yuxing re-entered the house and sat cross-legged, continuing his cultivation. The summer clouds are dispersing, and a cool breeze is rising. Early the next morning, Lu Yuxing woke up early and stood up to the backyard to exercise. There was no movement in Kat's room, so she must have been out all night. Lu Yuxing was practicing the wind-chasing sword technique, and not a moment later, a small, delicate tiger cat tumbled in through the eaves. There was also a large rat about her size in her mouth. Dada cat. Cat caught a mouse. And this one is huge, the tiger cat said with great pride as he placed the mouse's body on the table. Lu Yuxing came over and looked at the plump mouse, then praised it. Nice, but just one? That won't sell for much. The tiger kitten shook her head. Of course not. Cat has scratched a lot of them, and that's just the biggest. Lu Yuxing looked at the size of the rat. It was indeed big. What about the rest? Hearing Lu Yuxing ask about the remaining mice, Cat froze for a moment and, subconsciously, he then looked left and right. Lu Yuxing looked at the kitten's stomach and instantly understood. He then lifted the large rat and said, Okay, Cat's been working hard all night. I'll see if I can sell this big one. Seeing that Lu Yuxing didn't pursue the question, the cat thought that Lu Yuxing had forgotten and cheered up. Go on, go on. This biggest one sure sells best. A yawn followed, and he fell asleep curled up on the table in place. After a busy night's work, Master Cat needed a good night's sleep at this point. Lu Yuxing carried Cat from the table back to her room, then out the door with that big rat. When I came to the mouth of the alley, I saw a big black dog bolted to the door of the yard. Lu Yuxing threw the dead rat at it. The big black dog took a bite out of the dead rat, and then 3 times tore it to pieces. Then the flavorful gulp. The tiger kitten has been working all night and the final result was made by the big black dog. After dealing with the cat's battle, Lu Yuxing turned his head and went up the street to eat. The cat was sleeping on a full stomach, but he had been practicing all night and was starving. Wufu practice does not abstain, though physical growth has allowed the Wookiee to endure hunger as well. But normally with food to replenish your energy, who would be idle and give themselves a hard time? In the process of cultivating the metaphysical, Lu Yuxing could feel more and more that the surging true qi in his body was not completely transformed into a sea of true essence, but it was almost there. During this process, Lu Yuxing could clearly feel the changes in his body. The true qi in one's dantian was strengthening day by day. The number of breaths per exhalation has decreased, but the depth of the breath has increased. The quality is even a qualitative leap. There's a sense of lifting weights between one breath and the next. Come to Widow Song's family's tea and food store. Lu Yuxing bought 20 meat buns in one breath, and sat down in the tea and food store. First try a bowl of millet porridge. With that, he took a bite of a bun and ate it. In no time at all, 20 buns were at the bottom. Lu Yuxing asked for another 20 and ate the corners of his mouth, which made his stomach feel better. Widow Song's daughter Yu Shuyun carried a bowl of millet porridge to Lu Yuxing. They were stunned to see him at this amount of food, and although Widow Song scared, she wasn't as surprised as her own daughter. She had been running the store for so long, it wasn't as if she hadn't seen 40 buns that she could eat. Martial arts practitioners, hard laborers and strength workers, sometimes starving, 50 meat buns can be eaten. Brother Yu Sheng, eat slowly, don't choke. Yu Shuyun pushed the millet porridge in front of Lu Yuxing and said worriedly, thanks. Lu Yuxing picked up the bowl of porridge and drank it all in one go. Eat and drink, Lu Yuxing asked with a wipe of his mouth. How much is it? Yu Shuyun said. Xiaolong Bao is 10 won per cage, 20 won in total, and millet porridge is free. Lu Yuxing nodded, then prepared to take the money from his arms. However, once he touched his pocket, his face froze and he thought, bad food. I forgot to bring money with me when I went out today. Yu Shuyun instantly understood what was going on when she saw Lu Yuxing's face showing embarrassment. She said kindly, Brother Yu Sheng, why don't you give it next time you come? How embarrassing that would be. We are all neighbors. This money is nothing. Go away. Don't let my mother know. He. Lu Yuxing thought yes. Anyway, just go back and get the money over again. So he was going to open his mouth. But here, I'll pay for this. A slightly familiar voice came. Lu Yuxing followed the voice and saw that the head of the martial arts firm, Wang Kaishan, was currently outside the store door. In his hand was a scrap of silver about $2 on the tabletop. He then strolled over to Lu Yuxing and arched his hand. Pavilion Master Lu. Goodbye. Thank you, President Wang. Mr. Lu owes me a favor. I'll go back right now and get the silver to return it to President Wang. Alas, Pavilion Master Lu is overstating the case. We, the 14 families of the Luoshui martial arts firm, are originally of the same breath, should look out for each other, shouldn't they? President Wang came here this time. It wouldn't be that he happened to come here for refreshments as well, would it? Wang Kaishan laughed. Can't I come and walk around your place if I have nothing to do? Your martial arts school has been open for so long. It's a dereliction of duty on my part as president that I haven't been able to pay a visit. I wonder if the secluded pavilion could take a tour. Sure. Lu Yuxing got up and made a gesture of invitation. Okay, let's go. After saying that, he stepped out of the tea recipes one step ahead of Lu Yuxing and walked towards the Taiping Martial Arts Center. Chapter 92 Master, I've finally found you. 4K, coming to the end of the alley, he looked at the town's famous haunted mansion, now known as the Taiping Martial Arts Center. Wang Kaishan fell into silence, looking at Lu Yuxing, who was heading in on his own. Wang Kaishan could only follow helplessly, perhaps to alleviate the embarrassment in his heart. Wang Kaishan, after walking into the courtyard, first, he glanced around at the layout, then casually asked, this is where the Lu Pavilion Master lives? That lackadaisical toothman introduced you. Lu Yuxing's voice drifted from the front. I picked it out myself. Picked it out yourself? Wang Kaishan Heartslander. This white cow town, so many houses. Up to pick a ghost house. That's really something. Pavilion Master Lu. I am foolishly a few years older than you. I wonder if I can call you a virtuous brother? Brother Wang, please speak. Wang Kaishan nodded. Then I'll be blunt. Why did Xian Di choose this mansion? Lu Yuxing replied. Because it's cheap. Kaishan Wang. Ahem. Wang Kaishan cleared his throat and then asked. Ah, Sage Lu, do you know that there is something fishy about this mansion? Meaning the ghost of the woman in the well? Lu Yuxing said. You know? Wang Kaishan was surprised. Knowing that, why do you still want to buy this mansion? Because it's cheap. Lu Yuxing repeated the answer. Wang Kaishan felt that this person was not generally bold, which further aroused his curiosity. I came to Lu Yuxing's typing martial arts school today to learn more about this man. Let's see if we can recruit each other. Last time I was at the ULI tea house, the hand with which Lu Yuxing had picked up his own teacup had left an extremely deep impression on him. Such a character. It is no exaggeration to say that the entire Great Way, except for those Confucian, scholarship and Taoism clans with a legacy, it was almost difficult to find a match for Lu Yuxing. That was why Wang Kaishan was curious as to why the other party had come to Luoshui City to open a small martial arts school. Strolling to the backyard, which had been transformed into a practice field by Lu Yuxing, this was where he practiced his feats on weekdays. Crossing the veranda and looking at the well, Wang Kaishan said, Sage Lu, there's an evil spirit in this well. Aren't you afraid she'll come out and harm people? In my opinion, it's better to fill it out. That female ghost, Lu, has seen her. She just comes out in the middle of the night and sprays water. She doesn't act harmlessly. She shrank back into the well as soon as I approached. Wang Kaishan frowned and said, it's better to fill it in. There are few ghosts and monsters that don't harm people. You are full of blood and vital energy, and your body is full of astral energy. So that female ghost can't wait to avoid you. If it were anyone else, not so much. Lu Yuxing nodded from the side. Brother Wang has a point. Lu has already prepared lime and iron. Be prepared to have a good talk with her in a few days when she comes out. Kaishan Wang. It's good that you're not afraid of trouble. He shook his head inside. It's a pity that a generation of beautiful people perished here. Lu Yuxing perked up his ears. Brother Wang knows the origin of this female ghost? I've heard a little bit about it. Wang Kaishan stroked his beard. It's been almost 100 years. I've heard the same thing from the people who heard the book, and I don't know if it's accurate or not. Can you elaborate? Brother Lu wants to know? Aha. Lu Yuxing nodded. Well then, I'll be brief. Wang Kaishan slowly told the story about the female ghost in the well. It was still the year of Hongye, almost 100 years ago, when the mansion in this area is also known as the Wen Mansion, and this family is a medical family that runs a medical center. Old Master Wen had a daughter, called Wen Shangyun, who was a famous beauty at that time. There was an endless stream of people seeking marriage, but Old Master Wen, being childless, had always hoped to recruit a house son-in-law, learn his medical skills to maintain the medical center. Moreover, Wen Shangyun has been trained in medicine since she was a child, and she also has a good medical skill. Naturally, I was also hoping to find a like-minded companion, so I didn't find anyone suitable until I was 18. However, just when Wen Shangyun was in his 19th year, an apprentice came to his family's medical center. This person is quite intelligent, learned pharmacology very quickly, not half a year to learn most of Master Wen's skills, and also looks like a young talent, humble and courteous, very pleasing to the medical center crowd. This naturally includes Wen Shangyun. The two soon became confidants, and then fell in love with each other. Master Wen then wanted to recruit that young man into his family, and he agreed. And not surprisingly, it was a beautiful story in the area. Lu Yuxing nodded slowly. Yes, just from the story Wang Kaishan told. This is the story of a poor boy who relies on his own efforts and skills to win the double appreciation of the rich white girl and her father, so as to go to the pinnacle of life. That's right. I don't know what happened back there. It's the only way to make such a beautiful story end up like the ghost in the well. What happened then? What was the accident? Lu Yuxing asked. Wang Kaishan continued to preach. Speaking of which, it's also bad luck. On that day, the Wen family organized an engagement banquet. I didn't expect to be served stag, and the people watched that groomsman, from a man to an ocelot. Lu Yuxing's eyes widened at once. Dude, a remake of White Snake? Wang Kaishan was so involved in his speech that he didn't notice the expression on Lu Yuxing's face. Instead, immerse yourself in the story. That snake demon is also not long incarnated and has just entered the world, though intelligent but it's still not very well known on Earth. After showing up and scaring away a bunch of guests, and knowing that it was exposed, that snake demon then tried to take Miss Wen up the mountain. But Man was shocked and confused then, too, when her own man of her dreams turned from a man to a black snake. It's human beings who can't stand this. Coincidentally, on that day, Elder Yuan Ji of the Temple of Light was preaching in the town of White Ox. Learning that the Wen family was haunted by a demon, He rushed to get rid of the demon, fought off the black snake, and saved Miss Wan. The Wan family has since been reduced to a laughingstock in the area, recruiting a snake demon, and almost let the demon take his daughter captive. Old Master Wan is losing face. And what's even more of a headache for Elder Master Wan is that Miss Wan, she's still thinking about that snake demon. Wanted to go up the mountain to find that snake demon and ask for clarification. Moreover, that snake demon is also a thief, for fear of Elder Gun. Then he kept wandering outside the town and never left. When Old Master Wan saw that his daughter had to see the snake demon, in order to prevent her from marrying in the future, in a fit of pique, he found a random family without a dowry, and a large dowry is going to be paid back to marry off your daughter. Miss Wan resisted to death, and Old Master Wan, in order to make Miss Wan die, after Elder Gun had left, exempt your family's property to invite a demon slayer to go ahead and slay the demon. It wasn't long before the demon slayer brought back a snakeskin stained with demon blood. Old Master Wan sent his men to examine the area around the town, and when they couldn't find any traces of the snake demon for several days and nights, they decided that the snake demon had already been gotten rid of. Unfortunately, when he broke the news to Miss Man committed suicide by throwing herself into a well the night after she heard that the snake demon had been removed. And Old Master Wan went completely insane after his daughter's death, and died not long afterward. After a long illness, the Wan family's clan later sold the mansion and moved away from Luoxue City. And then what happened? As you know, the mansion was left vacant and, before and after several renovation and resale, have not been able to sell, and became a famous ghost house, although there has not been a human life. But it really scared away several clients who bought the house. After listening to the story, Lu Yuxing fell silent for half a day and similarly sighed. It's a pity that the two infatuated species have ended up like this because of the different paths between humans and demons. But Lu Yuxing is not sure about one thing. This female ghost committed suicide by throwing herself into a well and refused to be reincarnated. Is there still some kind of obsession? Hasn't her sweetheart, the snake demon, been gotten rid of? Why hang on to a grudge to stay on Earth? Or is the story, at all, something else? Lu Yuxing couldn't figure it out and always felt that it wasn't that simple. Seeing Lu Yuxing's silence, Wan Kaishan changed the topic and said, well, let's not talk about these gods and goddesses. Sage Lu has been practicing for a long time. I haven't seen a single disciple recruited either. I wonder if the vision is too high, or if too few people are coming? Lu has been in business for a few days, and no one has ever come to the door to pay their respects. You see, I told you the mansion was not well chosen. Why do you bother guarding this haunted mansion with your skills? Sage Lu, why don't you shut this place down? How about reopening in a different place? Or, simply don't open a martial arts school and come to my Changfeng martial arts school as an instructor? Lu Yuxing looked at Wang Kaishan. So this is what Brother Wang wants? Wang Kaishan smiled slightly. I'm doing this for Hyunji's sake. You're in such a remote place, and it's a haunted mansion. It's hard to recruit people, so why don't you change your address? Or simply come to my Changfeng Martial Arts Center, and you'll be guaranteed favorable treatment. Thank you for your appreciation, Brother Wang. I have no desire to work for someone yet. Not exactly a part-time job. Wang Kaishan said. If Sage Lu doesn't want to be the head instructor, then we'll make a joint venture, each contributing half, and I'll pick the address. How about reopening a martial arts school in Luoxue City with you taking the lion's share? Lu Yuxing arched his hand and said, I appreciate the sentiment. If Brother Wang has nothing else to do, please return. Chatting here. People have given the expulsion order? Then Wang Kaishan is not good to say anything else, so his eyes rolled back and an idea popped into his head. Well, since that's the case, then does Brother Lu want to make a bet? What's the bet? Let's just bet on whether or not anyone comes to worship at your martial arts school. I won't take advantage of you. Let's limit it to 7 days. If someone comes to worship me in 7 days, then I'll lose a set of boxing skills to you. This is what I must learn in life. And if no one comes to pay homage in 7 days, then Sage Brother, there's no way I'll be able to move away. I'm sorry I can't take Brother Wan's bet. Lu Yuxing shook his head no. Take it easy. Wang Kaishan hemmed and hawed. Xian Di finished listening to the words If no one comes to pay homage within 7 days, then how about virtuous brother helping me with a small task? What is it? Just one little thing. Lu Yuxing shook his head. I don't do things that hurt people. Certainly not anything hurtful, and I assure you that this little matter does not involve killing or stealing, nor looting. Lu Yuxing thought about it. If that was the case, it would be acceptable. But I'd also like to know, what's the little thing? Ha ha, when the time comes, virtuous brother will know. Allow my brother to sell a secret first. Wang Kaishan was in a good mood when he saw Lu Yuxing agree to this matter. In order to further tickle Lu Yuxing's fancy, Wang Kaishan went down to the practice field and, put together a set of punches that he had practiced. Xian Di and watch carefully. This fist is called the 8 Directions Thunderquake Fist, and it is about the sound of the fist being like a thunderbolt, fast as lightning. As he spoke, Wang Kaishan utilized his true chi and punched the wooden stake in the practice field. Boom! The wind whistled, and the wooden stake snapped in unison and flew out a long way as the punch passed. Wang Kaishan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and turned back to Lu Yuxing with a smile. How is it? I wonder if this fist technique will be able to enter the eyes of the virtuous brother. Lu Yuxing looked at the pile that flew to the corner of the courtyard and said in a grudging tone, I paid 2 taels of silver for this stake, so see how you're going to pay me back? Kaishan Wang. Only after finally compensating Lu Yuxing for his stake money did Wang Kaishan leave the Taiping Martial Arts Center. And naturally, Lu Yuxing took the bet. The days that followed were a quiet routine. Lu Yuxing went about his day as usual, practice during the day and cultivate at night. Cat likewise goes out at night and returns early, working tirelessly to catch rats to subsidize the household. Sometimes Lu Yuxing was too late to deal with the rats she captured, so she had to dry them on the eaves of the house. Within a few days of work, it was given to drying into rat strips in dried rats. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye 6 days had passed. Early in the morning of the 7th day, with the sun shining into the front yard and a light breeze blowing, the acacia trees in the yard make a clattering sound. Cat was cooking in the kitchen, and the faint aroma of porridge wafted through the yard. At this moment, a sound of breaking air rang out in the empty courtyard. It was Lu Yuxing who was repeating his plain and simple life, practicing martial arts and kung fu every day. He slowly perfected his body and made himself stronger. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 4 punches. Lu Yuxing recalled the posture of that heavenly King Kaisen's punch. A board of punches punched from memory. Crackling breaking sounds rang out from time to time as Lu Yuxing cultivated very seriously. It was only when the flow of true chi gradually slowed down that Lu Yuxing stopped and exhaled a long breath. Other than that, it could be that you're not remembering everything, or you're not making the right moves, or maybe there's something wrong with the way the power is being delivered, which is kinda tiring to punch. Before he could wipe his sweat and prepare to rest for a while, a bright voice came from outside. Sage Brother Lu, today is already the 7th day. How is it? Are there any people who have come to pay their respects? The visitor was none other than Wang Kaishan. Early this morning, waiting for the hour that cuts off noon, and he couldn't wait to come. Not for now. Lu Yuxing wiped his sweat and said, Ha ha, I told you, you can't pick this place. How's that? I was right, wasn't I? Wang Kaishan revealed a smug smile. There's still half a day left. Sage Lu, why don't you just admit defeat, and save everyone's time? What do you say? Lu Yuxing said calmly, let's end it when it's time to end it. Mr. Lu is not someone who doesn't keep his promises. Well, that's something I still believe. Wang Kaishan sat on Lu Yuxing's rattan chair with a victorious posture. If the virtuous brother keeps his word, then I can't be worse off. So my brother will wait here with you until noon. Let the virtuous brother lose convincingly. Before he could finish his sentence, an unfamiliar voice came through the door. Excuse me, is this the Taiping Martial Arts Center? I heard that my master is here. The two of them looked at the sound, and saw a dusty teenager standing outside the door. Probing his head, he peered inside. Upon seeing Lu Yuxing, the teenager was surprised. Master, I finally found you.